The discussion is true, but the result of the discussion is related to the posture of the next negotiation between the two parties, as well as the development direction of many things in the future. Of course Ling Yun knew why Zhou Wenyi came here, so he handed out 100 swords in one breath. Wasn't this showing his strength to the opponent? Now that you are here, you can talk about anything, but if your Tianzu wants to overwhelm others, my Ling family is not afraid of you. This is the subtext of Ling Yun's initiative to attack Zhou Wenyi's 100 swords. In the life and death decisive battle, a total of 6 people went to the Tianzu, and in the end Ling Yun beheaded 4 masters of the Tianzu including Chen Jingxian, drove away Lu Mingjiu, and captured Di Yutong alive. Ling Yun dared to act and admit, and did not hide anything. I do understand. Zhou Wenyi was a little embarrassed, he retreated and said, but since the matter has come to this, may I know the final whereabouts of those 6 people? Ling Yun turned to look at Ling Lai. Spreading his arms, Ling Lai explained to Ling Yun, Mr. Zhou just came here not long ago, and the two of us were only interested in the pleasantries, and we haven't had time to talk about it yet. Ling Yun nodded, and then said directly to Zhou Wenyi, the Reverend Liahua of Longhushan and the Reverend Ziyu of the Kunlun Sword School were all beheaded by me. Master Shaolin Jikong devoted all his cultivation to helping Chen Jingxian become a demon, but he sat down on his own. Chen Jingxian was beheaded by my own hands after he fell into a demon. Shaolin Master Lu Mingjiu's righteousness Bo Yun Tian, Long Fengwen study, ww circled plus w.c up left arrow fwx. Any less than over equal to t. He had to fight in order to repay the kindness of the Sun family, but I persuaded him to leave. Ling Yun talked eloquently there, only lightly describing the results, but not the process, but Zhou Wenyi still heard the corners of his eyes twitching. Because that night, except for Lu Mingjiu, Di Yutong, and the Bailey family of the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, Ling Yun finally killed all the members of the Sun Chen Alliance who went to participate in the decisive battle of life and death. Except for a few people, no one else could know the course of the battle. However, after the Bailey family was defeated by Ling Yun, they fled overnight. Master Lu Mingjiu is now even more indifferent to the affairs of the world, and is even more silent about what happened that night. Di Yutong was captured alive by Ling Yun. The process, not to mention the Ling family, the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world, except for the Long family and the Yi family, no one can know. Of course, although they don't know the specific process, there are too many people who know what preparations the Sun Chen Alliance has made before the life and death battle. Not only the entire ancient martial arts world knows, but even some secular families in China who can reach the upper level are very clear. Therefore, after the Ling family won, the entire ancient martial arts world rated the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sun Chen Alliance as a battle for the rise of the Ling family, and Ling Yun's invincible edge was already spreading in the world. Many masters of the rivers and lakes have exhausted their imaginations, reversing the process of that battle, and almost regarded Ling Yun as a myth. After all, where the opponent is, the result is there. This is also the biggest reason why no one dares to make trouble in the current Ling family in a short period of time. But Zhou Wenyi is different. After all, he is one of the leaders of the Tianzu. After Lu Mingjiu left the battlefield, he never asked about the affairs of the world. He wanted to tell Zhou Wenyi about the process of the life and death battle, especially the part he personally experienced. So Zhou Wenyi still has some understanding of most of the process of that battle. He came prepared. What's more, it's not entirely his intention that he came this time. It was mainly because the Long family let the Tian group know that there was still one person in the Tian group who was still alive, and that was Di Yutong, who was captured alive by Ling Yun. Di Yutong's status is special, because behind him, a powerful cultivation sect, Tianshan Tianjianzong, is implicated. Zhou Wenyi could have pretended to be ignorant and ignored it, but since the Long family took the initiative to tell Tianzu, if the Tianzu didn't take it seriously, then with the background and methods of the Long family, he could definitely use this matter as an excuse, set off monstrous waves. So after Lan Tianqing clearly told the Tianzu about this matter last night, Zhou Wenyi thought it over and over again, and finally decided to go out in person, so today's business came into being. However, a total of 6 people from the Tian group went to help. Ling Yin only said the whereabouts of 5 people, and then kept silent. After Lu Mingju finished talking, he picked up a teacup and drank tea. Zhou Wenyi could only ask with a wry smile. Then, what about Di Yutong? Senior, why bother to ask? Ling Yin put down his teacup and smiled slightly. Since Senior is already sitting here, I think with the scope of Senior's spiritual consciousness, he should have already seen that Di Yutong is in my dungeon at this moment, right? The atmosphere was momentarily awkward. Seeing this, Ling Lai hurriedly said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, please drink tea, let's talk slowly. Zhou Wenyi waved his hands with a smile, said it's okay, and then said after pondering, this person Di Yutong has a lot to do with my Tianzu, and even my Chinese ancient martial arts world and cultivation world. I don't know, little friend Ling Yun, can you let this person go? As for the loss of the Tianzu this time, I think it's okay to write it off. Zhou Wenyi finally stated the purpose of this trip, and at the same time set out the conditions. He could see that Ling Yun was really too smart, and he was neither humble nor overbearing, neither hiding nor hiding. It was useless to use any means with Ling Yun, it was better to speak directly. No. Regarding Zhou Wenyi's proposal, Ling Yun rejected it on the spot, without giving the other party any leeway. No matter how good Zhou Wenyi's self-cultivation was, his expression darkened at this moment. In the life and death battle between the Sunchen Alliance and the Ling family, the Tian group lost 6 people in vain, which is equivalent to the loss of a small team. It can be said to be a huge loss. Now Zhou Wenyi went out in person to find Ling Yun's important person with all his heart, but was rejected so simply, of course he couldn't keep it on his face. But at this time, Ling Yun said sincerely again, Senior, if it is other people, such as Raging Fire Master, Ziyu Master, or even Master Zhikong, if they are captured alive by me, if you come here to ask for someone, I will give it to you without saying a word. But Di Yutong is the only one who can't. But why? Just because he is a member of Tianshan Tianjianzong. Ling Yun said in a deep voice, I think that since the senior is the chief elder of the Huaxia group, he must know about the case that happened 19 years ago between the Qin family, the Ning family, and the Tianjian sect of Tianshan. Zhou Wenyi sighed inwardly. Really afraid of what to come, Ling Yun finally made it clear. Of course Zhou Wenyi knew that 18 years ago, there were 2 major cases involving China's secular world, the ancient martial arts world, and the cultivation world. There was the matter of Ling Xiao from the Ling family and Yin Qingxian, the saint of the demon sect. The matter of the Ning family. And these 2 cases are actually tied to Ling Yun at this moment. Ling Yun didn't need to look at Zhou Wenyi's expression to know that the other party must know about it. He still asked in a deep voice, so, it seems that Senior knows about this? Zhou Wenyi nodded with difficulty, I know. Just now Senior asked me where I came from, and I purposely answered the wrong question, but that's all. I can tell Senior frankly that I, Ling Yun, belong to the Ling family's blood, but the person who raised me since childhood was my mother Qin Qiuyue. This time, although in front of Ling Lai, Ling Yun did not call Qin Qiuyue her adoptive mother, but directly referred to her as her mother. My mother kept her name incognito and worked hard to raise me for 18 years. I, Ling Yun, will never repay this kindness of nurturing. And my mother's enemy, of course, is also my Ling Yun's enemy. Therefore, Di Xiaozhen of Tianshan sword sect must die. Ling Yun expressed his attitude with a firm word, and then he asked, so, Senior, do you think that since I have arrested Di Yutong, I will let him go because of your word? Ling Yun's eyes were cold at the moment, and his words were as sharp as a knife, which made Zhou Wenyi feel a little hard to resist. He still doesn't know what is going on at this time. Ling Yun has already taken care of the Qin family's affairs. However, as the saying goes, there is an injustice and a debtor. Di Xiaozhen is really Di Xiaozhen. As for Di Yutong, Zhou Wenyi didn't want to give up. Di Yutong is the same. Ling Yan coldly interrupted the other party's persuasion. Since we have reached this point, I, Ling Yan, should just tell seniors clearly. Not to mention Di Yutong, even the entire Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan will have to pay for what happened back then. While talking, Ling Yan simply stood up and didn't want to talk anymore. Ling Yan. Zhou Wenyi no longer called Ling Yan a little friend at this time, but had a serious face. Do you know that if you insist on avenging the Qin family, how many more people will die in the entire Huaxia Jianghu? Senior, please forgive the junior for being rude. I have already said just now, life and death are fate. People who deserve to die will die, of course, and those who don't deserve to die can't die even if they want to. Having said that, Zhou Wenyi knew that the conversation could no longer continue. If he insisted on asking for someone at this moment, it would only be a fight. Zhou Wenyi looked at Ling Lai with a wry smile. The meaning was obvious, and he wanted Ling Lai to say something. Mr. Zhou, I have already made it clear to the Ling family that Ling Yan alone has the final say on all internal and external affairs of my Ling family. Even I can only obey. What Ling Lai said was very polite, but very firm. In the end, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said, besides, what Yuner said is correct. Zhou Wenyi smiled wryly. He sighed deeply, and said helplessly, actually, I know what little friend Ling Yun said, but… Mr. Ling, you probably also know that the entire Tianzu is not just my own decision. In the entire Huaxia group, there are more than 100 supernatural power masters. So many people come from various sects in the Huaxia Jianghu. Of course, it is not Zhou Wenyi who has the final say. I already know the intention and attitude of Senior, the Ling family. Thanks Senior for taking care of me. Hearing Zhou Wenyi's words, Ling Yan knew that the other party had compromised, and he also fully understood Zhou Wenyi's reason for coming. Let Ling Yan let Di Yutong go. As long as Zhou Wenyi can take Di Yutong away, then he will try his best to resolve the current conflict between the Tianzu and the Ling family, and make big things smaller and small things into nothing. But if Ling Yan doesn't let him go, some people in the Sky Group will not agree. Even he, the Great Elder, can't hold back. Thinking of this, Ling Yan suddenly smiled. Senior, please take my attitude back. I, Ling Yan, said that Di Yutong is at the Ling family right now. No matter who it is, whoever wants to get Di Yutong's idea, please ask him to weigh himself first. Portion. Just so domineering. To be continued. Although Ling Yan made a domineering declaration and expressed his attitude forcefully, but what he said was quite polite. He just said that whoever dares to play Di Yutong's idea, let him first weigh whether his weight is enough. That's because the person sitting in front of him was Zhou Wenyi, and he gave Zhou Wenyi face. After all, until now, Zhou Wenyi was still one of the people who wanted to get Di Yutong's idea. Otherwise, what Ling Yan said was that gods blocked and killed gods, and Buddhas blocked and killed Buddhas. After all, Zhou Wenyi is the chief elder of the Huaxia group, and one of the core figures who hold the authority of the Tian group. He represents the most powerful force in the capital and even in China. Ling Yan has to give this face. What's more, there was nothing wrong with Zhou Wenyi's attitude and actions after he appeared in the Ling family. Ling Yan knew very well in his heart that this was the capital city, not Qingshui City. When he was in Qingshui City, Ling Yan only represented himself. As long as all outsiders disagreed, they could just start fighting. But this is the capital, the situation in the capital is too complicated, and Ling Yan represents the interests of the entire Ling family, so he has to think about the Ling family. In any case, Ling Yan came to the capital from Qingshui City, and to the entire capital, he was an outsider. After a lot of painstaking management, the Ling family can only be regarded as one of the top forces in the capital. Self-protection is definitely enough, but it is obviously far from reaching the top. Therefore, the more stable the situation is, the better it will be for the Ling family, which is currently changing with each passing day. Even if it takes one more day, it will be good. If Zhou Wenyi in front of him was really offended, and it would do all harm to the Ling family, wouldn't that mean pushing the entire Tianzu into the opponent camp of the Ling family? Moreover, Ling Lai's attitude was on his face. He obviously didn't want Ling Yun to completely irritate Zhou Wenyi. He was always there to cool down the temperature of both parties, and kept resolving the embarrassing situation, so that this negotiation could continue in a gentle manner. Hearing Ling Yun's domineering declaration, Ling Lai nodded slightly, and the corners of Zhou Wenyi's eyes twitched, but neither of them had the intention to speak. Ling Yun looked at his words, and saw that Zhou Wenyi was still sitting still, and had no intention of leaving. He sat down again and poured tea for the two of them attentively. "Hey." Zhou Wenyi looked at Ling Yun's act of being courteous, and knew that he was being cheap, but he didn't point it out. He just sighed deeply, and picked up the tea he had just poured. Since little friend Ling Yun still has such a purpose, then what Zhou said just now, it's okay to pretend that he didn't say anything. Zhou Wenyi took the initiative to compromise. Ling Yun immediately loosened his shoulders, and quickly picked up the teacup. "Thank you, senior, for your understanding." Zhou Wenyi glared at Ling Yun this time. "If you understand it or not, the result will be the same?" Ling Yun laughed straight away. Seeing this, Ling Lai quickly interjected with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, if I remember correctly, you haven't been to my Ling's house for 19 years, right?" Zhou Wenyi and Ling Lai are about the same age, and they are of the same generation, so the tone of his speech to Ling Lai is obviously different from that of Ling Yun. "Old Ling is right. Hearing what you said, I really haven't been here for 19 years. Over here." Ling Yan's heart was agitated, and he hadn't come for 19 years. Doesn't that mean that Zhou Wenyi also came to Ling's house when the Ling family was killed? At this moment, Ling Lai laughed again and said, "In that case, then I, Ling Lai, no matter why Mr. Zhou comes to my Ling's house, I have to eat before leaving." Ling Lai wanted to persuade Zhou Wenyi to stay for lunch. Zhou Wenyi smiled unceremoniously. "Ha ha ha ha, Mr. Ling, to tell you the truth, I came here this time in a hurry, and I really want to have a meal at your house before leaving." "That's all right." Seeing that Zhou Wenyi agreed, Ling Lai immediately twitched his beard and smiled, and then ordered outside the courtyard, "Come here, prepare the food and drinks." When Zhou Wenyi first arrived at Ling's house, Ling Lai had already ordered the kitchen to start preparing the food and drinks. Now that nearly an hour had passed, it was naturally already ready. After Ling Lai ordered the food to be served, servants from the Ling family brought over the food and drinks. There were 4 cold and 6 hot dishes, and the whole table was filled. "Have a drink?" After the dishes were served, Ling Lai asked Zhou Wenyi with a smile. Zhou Wenyi smiled and said, "Well, have a drink." The wine is Matai from Ling Lai's collection. There were only 3 people in total, and as a junior, of course Ling Yun was in charge of pouring the wine. After a few glasses of wine, Ling Lai spoke first. "Mr. Zhou, Yuner is young, and she just arrived in the capital not long ago. It is inevitable that there is something wrong with her words and deeds. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Wenyi took a deep look at Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "Patriarch of the Ling family, there may be inconsiderate words and actions, but I, Zhou Wenyi, came rashly today, but I was a little reckless." "Hey, what are you talking about, senior?" After toasting just now, Ling Yun is no longer aggressive when speaking. Today he has achieved his goal. Enough is enough. Zhou Wenyi chuckled, took the initiative to have a drink with Ling Lai, and the two drank it down again. Zhou Wenyi put down his wine glass and let Ling Yun pour the wine. He pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "Ling Yun, you said just now that there is no room for discussion about Diutong, and I don't want to fight you to death, so that's all." Of course Ling Yun knew that Zhou Wenyi must have other things to talk about, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed for dinner, so he pretended to be listening attentively. However, in the life and death battle between your Ling family and the Sun Chen alliance, our Huaxia team lost a team for no reason. As the elder of the Huaxia team, I have to ask you for an explanation. Zhou Wenyi smiled and said to Ling Yun, his bland eyes looked like an old fox after drinking. After hearing this, Ling Yun put down his chopsticks, and his face remained calm. Oh? I don't know what the senior wants to say. Zhou Wenyi smiled and said, dead people cannot be resurrected. There are 6 people in the Tianzu this time, 4 of them died, and you captured one alive. Master Lu Mingju has also resigned from his position in the Tianzu now, and made it clear that he will never ask about the affairs of the world. Our small team will be completely wiped out. Hearing this, Ling Yun lifted the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, Senior, if you have something to say, you might as well just say it. Zhou Wenyi nodded, and then turned to look at Ling Lai. Mr. Ling, since the incident happened in the Ling family 19 years ago, no one in your family has worked in my Huaxia team. This is really a pity. It's very. By this time, Zhou Wenyi's meaning had been clearly expressed. Ask for someone from the Ling family. Supplementary day group members. This. Ling Lai blushed a little. He took a sip from his wine glass and said, Mr. Zhou, my Ling family has been in decline for a long time. How can anyone be qualified to serve the country in these years? Having said that, Ling Lai's eyes kept on glancing at Ling Yun. Tianzu protects the country. To join the Tianzu is to serve the country, which is a great honor for the Ling family, who is full of passion and once one of the 3 major families in China. But since the Ling family tragedy happened that year, the Ling family has been in decline for a long time, and even the most powerful Ling Zhen is only at the 2nd level of the innate level. How can anyone be qualified to enter the Huaxia group, where there are a lot of supernatural powers? In fact, when Ling Yun came to the capital for the first time, after learning about Ling Yun's strength, Ling Lai's first thought was to hope that Ling Yun could join the Huaxia team, but that effort ended in failure, and Ling Yun made it clear that he would not make it day group. But what was the state of the Ling family at that time? Internal and external troubles, precarious. Even Ling Yun himself can hardly protect himself. So after seeing Ling Yun's refusal, Ling Lai didn't mention it again. But this time, the opportunity really came, and it was proposed by Zhou Wenyi, the chief elder of the Huaxia group, which was really a big deal. But Ling Lai still depends on what Ling Yun wants. Then Ling Yun was silent for a while, and suddenly asked something that made Zhou Wenyi almost vomit blood. Well, what are the benefits of joining the Tianzu? When Zhou Wenyi heard this sentence, the sip of wine he just took into his mouth was about to spit out. To be a member of the Huaxia group is a huge recognition in itself, and even more an honor, and it is something that many families and sects in Huaxia can only dream of. Ling Yun is still negotiating conditions? There are many benefits. Zhou Wenyi replied angrily, and paused for a while, feeling a little uneasy, and immediately added, in short, I will definitely not regret coming in. Ling Yun smiled when he heard this, and stopped asking this question, but asked, how many places? As soon as Zhou Wenyi heard that there was a connection, he immediately said, because of you, our Tianzu lost 6 people, so, at least 6. Ling Yunsini has a big appetite, and she actually asked for 6. But Ling Lai at the side was very excited, seeing Ling Yun groaning and not speaking. He anxiously sent a voice transmission to Ling Yun, Yuner, this is a great thing for our Ling family, Grandpa hopes you agree. But Ling Yun frowned and said, 6 words, a bit too much? Zhou Wenyi's nose turned out of anger after hearing this. If you think it's too much, as long as you are willing to join, you can do it by yourself. Hey. Ling Yun hurriedly stopped, he smiled and said, the 6 should be 6, but, the candidates to join the Sky Group, I have to decide by myself. This is of course agreed. Zhou Wenyi was overjoyed in his heart, but he said calmly, you can choose your own candidates, but the Tianzu has its own rules. After you have selected someone, the Tianji will go through a review, and you can only officially join the Tianzu if you pass the review. Of course Ling Yun had no objection to this request, he readily agreed, no problem. Ling Lai watched this scene from the side, his eyes were red. 40 years ago, there were as many as 20 members of the Ling family working in the Tianzu, accounting for a quarter of the members of the Tianzu. However, after the Ling family had an accident 18 years ago, this number completely dropped to 0. Now, someone from the Ling family has finally joined the Huaxia group, and there are 6 of them at once. Mr. Zhou, Ling Lai toasts you 3 times. Ling Lai's blood boiled, he took the initiative to pour wine, and drank 3 glasses with Zhou Wenyi. To be continued. 8. Boom. After drinking 3 glasses of wine in a row, Ling Lai put the glass back on the table, his face was flushed, and he said generously, Mr. Zhou, since you generously gave me a place in the Lingjiation group, I, Ling Lai, will express my opinion here now. Ling Lai is not talented, willing to join the Tianzu. Come on slowly. Zhou Wenyi smiled wryly at the sight, he put down his wine glass lightly, waved his hand and said, Old Ling, I never thought that your temperament like fire and rushing to thunder has not changed until now. Ling Yan also looked at Ling Lai with his eyes from the side, and said in his heart, Old man, I am asking for resources with this big boss of the Tianzu, and you are just adding to the chaos, aren't you? Ling Yun really didn't expect that Ling Lai would value the Huaxia team so much. Ling Lai didn't expect Zhou Wenyi to tactfully reject his earnest statement. He was a little surprised, so he turned his head and asked Ling Yun, Yuner, Grandpa wants to take a spot, do you think it's okay? This time it was finally Ling Yun's turn to smile wryly, Grandpa, you are so old, why are you fighting for jobs with us young people? Ling Lai was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately figured out that Ling Yun had something to say. Only then did he raise his head to look at Zhou Wenyi, and found that Zhou Wenyi also had an expression of an old god, and he poured himself a drink, and started drinking. In desperation, Ling Lai had no choice but to stare at Ling Yun, humph. This old man is determined to go far. This old man is willing to serve the country, why not? Ling Yun chuckled and said, Grandpa, of course it's okay if you want to serve the country, but joining the Tianzu is not just a matter of entering, we have to discuss it carefully. While speaking, Ling Yun winked at Ling Lai, then turned his head to look at Zhou Wenyi, and said seriously, Senior, I accept your kindness on behalf of the Ling family. Thank you for taking care of me, Senior. Just now Ling Yun thanked Zhou Wenyi once, but both parties knew that it was just a scene, but this time, Ling Yun expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhou Wenyi nodded slightly, smiled without saying a word. The current Ling Yun is not a rookie who just arrived in the capital. He spent 5 days alone with Yi Xingchen. During these 5 days, Ling Yun learned too many secrets of China through Yi Xingchen. The Tianzu is naturally very important among them. 1 ring. In today's China, the fortunes of the country are prosperous, and the world is peaceful. There are very few times when the Tianzu needs to dispatch missions on a large scale. On the surface, Zhou Wenyi found a reason to force Ling Yun to join the Tianzu, but in reality, he gave Ling Yun 6 places with a big wave of his hand. In fact, he gave Ling Yun 6 privileges, plus 6 training resources. Since Ling Yun came to the capital, apart from setting up this large spirit gathering array in the Ling family and opening the Ling family's inheritance ghost and God Willow, he has never obtained any cultivation resources. Of course, he got a lot of benefits from his trip to the Forbidden City yesterday and today's trip to the Great Wall to find breath, but he got those benefits alone. Even if Ling Yun wanted to share them with the Ling family, he couldn't share them. In the current Ling family, everyone in the Ling family is cultivating desperately, and the dead soldiers of the Ling family are also crazily improving their realm. There are also the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor in the Ling family martial arts school at the moment. What these people lack most in cultivation is what? It is a cultivation resource. Herbs, spiritual energy, pills, all kinds of resources, and the more the better. With such great benefits in sight. How could Ling Yin not want something that can be obtained by nodding his head? So of course he would join the Tian group, without hesitation. Ling Yin understood this point, and Zhou Wenyi naturally understood it better, but neither side said it clearly on the spot, it was all in the conversation. After a long while, Zhou Wenyi finally spoke again. He was very serious. Ling Yin, my Tianzu doesn't care about worldly matters, as long as it doesn't affect the overall stability of the country. I don't care about personal grievances, vendettas, and even factional struggles within the Tianzu. Open one eye and close one eye. But once you join the Tianzu, just like your grandfather said, you must serve the country. Once the country orders you, you must let go of everything and fight for the country. After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenyi looked at Ling Yin solemnly. What I said is definitely not a joke, do you understand? Ling Yin nodded seriously and said, this junior understands. Zhou Wenyi finally smiled, then even if my trip was not in vain, the Tianzu lost 6 people, and I want 6 more. I finally have an explanation when I go back. Drink, drink. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. After drinking and eating, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Wenyi stood up and said goodbye. Of course Ling Lai and Ling Yin got up immediately to see them off. Mr. Ling, please stop. I, Mr. Zhou, have finished what I should say just now, and I am already full of wine and food. Next, I want Ling Yin to accompany me around your house, and send me off by the way. Go out, what do you think? Zhou Wenyi didn't intend to let Ling Lai see him off. Ling Lai was drinking happily, and his face was full of red at the moment. Then I won't see you off. Mr. Zhou will be free in the future. Please come to my Ling's house more often. I will definitely bother you in the future. Zhou Wenyi smiled and agreed, then took his leave and walked out of the small courtyard. Accompanied by Ling Yin, the two quickly walked out of the 9th courtyard of the Ling family and came to the 8th courtyard. Zhou Wenyi came to the courtyard, stopped suddenly, and asked Ling Yin secretly, Ling Yin, if I'm not mistaken, besides Di Yutong, is there another person imprisoned in your dungeon? This trip to the capital, Ling Yin brought a total of 5 prisoners, 3 members of the Chen family, Chen Jiangue, Chen Sen, and He San. Later, Ling Yin rescued his father and captured Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuhan alive. At the end of August, the Ling family and the Sun Chen alliance had a life and death battle, and Ling Yin captured Di Yutong alive, and he was also imprisoned in the Ling family dungeon. Now, all the other people in the dungeon have been beheaded by Ling Yin one after another, leaving only Daoist Lai Ri of Longhu Mountain and Di Yutong of Tianshan Tianjianzong. Ling Yin didn't hide anything, and replied secretly through voice transmission, that's right, the other one is the Liang Daoist from Longhu Mountain. When Zhou Wenyi heard this, he smiled wryly again. He raised his hand and pinched the center of his eyebrows, and said helplessly, the bond between you and Long Hushan is not small. Ling Yin asked, casually, oh? It seems that the seniors know about some of the juniors' experiences in Qingshui City? Zhou Wenyi nodded and said, it's true that you basically know all about it. What is Zhou Wenyi's identity, the chief elder of Tianzu Shi, if he doesn't even know such a big thing as the first battle of Longmen Mountain? It would be ridiculous. Ling Yin agreed to join the Tian group, and now the two sides are basically open and honest, and said lightly, Long Hushan bullied my house, and I have to teach them a lesson. Zhou Wenyi glanced at Ling Yin up and down, and said with a smile, who made you have so many treasures on you? Who in the world is not jealous? Ling Yin heard what Zhou Wenyi said, but he evaded the important thing, I don't think I'm jealous of seniors. This flattery made Zhou Wenyi suddenly embarrassed, I am also jealous, but in that case, I will definitely become your enemy. This decision is really difficult. Ling Yin smiled when he heard this, senior, I was just joking. Zhou Wenyi changed the subject, Long Hushan Celestial Master's Mansion has a deep foundation, you just need to teach them a lesson, it's best not to make things too big. It really made the other party anxious, and one or two popped up. Brutal man, it's enough for you to drink a pot. Ling Yun was grateful in his heart, and said indifferently, thank you for your guidance, senior. This junior has his own discretion, but it still depends on what Long Hushan wants to do. Zhou Wenyi had already understood Ling Yun's strong character. He was a master who would not take soft and hard, and could not be splashed with water, so he clicked and stopped. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Ling's dungeon, and asked through voice transmission, those bats, can you guarantee that they won't cause trouble in China? What Zhou Wenyi asked was, of course, Ling Yun's blood servants. Ling Yun replied directly, this junior can guarantee it. It is good. Zhou Wenyi only said hello, and immediately walked forward. In the 6th courtyard, Zhou Wenyi took the initiative to lead Ling Yun to the place where ghost willows were planted. The golden-threaded crow is not on the tree, so I don't know where it went. This willow tree. Zhou Wenyi fixed his eyes on the ghost willow plant at a glance. His expression was solemn, and his eyes did not blink. Ling Yun remained calm. What do you want to say, senior? Zhou Wenyi knew that he had lost his composure, so he smiled slightly, shook his head, then turned to look at Ling Yun and said lightly, congratulations. Thank you. The two of them started fighting smartly. As for what Zhou Wenyi congratulated and what Ling Yun thanked, they knew each other well, but they didn't say anything. But Zhou Wenyi couldn't help sighing in the end. The aura here is so powerful, especially the wood aura. The Ling family is really... Ling Yun smiled and said nothing, ignored Zhou Wenyi, and walked towards the front yard. Ling Yun had already expressed his attitude. Although Zhou Wenyi was reluctant to give up, it was inconvenient to stay, so he immediately followed Ling Yun. When you officially join the Tianzu in the future, I will tell you a great secret from 40 years ago. Zhou Wenyi said via voice transmission. Ling Yun turned his head and asked, can't we talk now? It's really impossible to say. The junior is waiting. When he reached the 5th courtyard, Zhou Wenyi stopped again. He looked at the herbs in the courtyard and felt the various auras erupting in the courtyard. He couldn't hide the shocked expression on his face. Of course Zhou Wenyi knew what a huge wealth resource this was for practitioners. What did you plant? Ling Yun said with a smile, senior, if you need something, you only need to say a word, and this junior will give it to you. Hee, this is not necessary. Zhou Wenyi is the chief steward of the Huaxia team. Although he was shocked by the medicinal herbs in the courtyard, he didn't take it too seriously. After walking through the 5th courtyard, the two of them didn't stay any longer, and soon came to the remote side door of Ling's house. Ling Yun, do you know why I came here? Zhou Wenyi stopped in the somewhat dim corridor and asked with a smile. I can probably guess some. I think it should be the pressure from the Long family. You kid is really too smart, so I won't say much, as long as you know it in your heart. The junior thanks the senior again. Zhou Wenyi took a deep look at Ling Yun for the last time, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. I will try my best to help you with Tianzu. This time, there is only so much I can do for you. The rest depends on yourself. Ling Yun nodded with a smile and said, there is something to tell seniors in advance. If someone from Tianzu really comes to trouble me, I will still beat him until his parents can't recognize him. Zhou Wenyi smiled wryly after hearing this. You kid, you are really helpless. Let's go. After speaking, Zhou Wenyi was about to leave the house. Senior, please stay. What? Zhou Wenyi turned around in surprise. Ling Yun clenched his fists and stuffed the things in Zhou Wenyi's hands. How can I let senior really go for nothing? A small gift is not a respect. Please accept it with a smile. Zhou Wenyi opened his palm and saw that it was a platinum ring, and finally his face showed shock. He immediately thought of something, and asked ecstatically, this is it? Ling Yun chuckled, senior will know the usefulness after going back to recognize the Lord with blood. Good boy. I really have you. Zhou Wenyi was extremely excited. He tightly held the platinum ring, and punched Ling Yun's chest several times. Your Ling family is willing to serve the country, but you suffer from being weak. It has been decided that from now on, each of the 6 members of the Ling family Sky Team can receive double resources. Before the words finished, Zhou Wenyi's figure had disappeared. To be continued. 8. Brush. The next moment, Zhou Wenyi's figure suddenly appeared in the dense forest next to the Ling family's ancestral house. He couldn't wait to open the ring that was tightly held in his hand, and took a hard look. He was about to confess the owner by dripping blood. No. But Zhou Wenyi thought about it, and immediately restrained his impulse. That kid's spiritual sense is too strong. If he recognizes the Lord with a drop of blood here, he will definitely see him, and he will inevitably make fun of him in the future. Zhou Wenyi endured it. He strode out of the dense forest, came to the side of the road, and got into a very ordinary black car. Drive. The car started and rushed 5 kilometers away. When it passed the gate of a park, Zhou Wenyi estimated in his heart that it was almost done, and immediately asked the driver to stop. Wait for me here. Zhou Wenyi said something, opened the car door and got off the car, then walked into the park, found a dense forest with no one at random, and got in. He opened his tightly clenched palm, and in his palm was the platinum ring. There are rumors in the world that Ling Yun has a magic weapon of space, which should be the gray ring on his hand. Ling Yun asked me to recognize the master with a drop of blood if there is no accident. Zhou Wenyi's eyes suddenly brightened like lamps, emitting a blazing light. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of natal blood on the platinum ring, directly dyeing the platinum ring red. Then, Zhou Wenyi watched helplessly as the blood seeped into the ring without a drop. It's done. Zhou Wenyi was ecstatic, and immediately put the ring on his right index finger, then let go of his spiritual sense, and carefully felt the platinum ring. The elder Shi of the dignified Huaxia group, Zhou Wenyi, is not a rookie like Tang Meng who doesn't know anything about cultivation. The moment his divine sense wrapped around the platinum ring, he immediately felt a 3-meter square space inside the platinum ring. My God! Zhou Wenyi was so excited beyond words that he couldn't help but exclaimed, and what followed was an indescribable ecstasy. Try it before talking. Zhou Wenyi swiped casually, then shot with his right hand, and took a palm-sized stone into his hand. Take it. The stone disappeared in his palm in an instant, and he moved his mind again, and found that the stone had been taken into the space of the ring by him. This. After Zhou Wenyi repeatedly confirmed that the stone had indeed entered the space of the ring, he was as excited as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole body felt numb. I've lived to be more than 70 years old, and now I'm at the peak of Qi training in the middle stage. I can't imagine that I can still have such a magical space magic weapon when I'm old. Zhou Wenyi was really excited. He raised his ring-wearing right hand to his eyes, his whole palm trembling. This time the bet is right. Zhou Wenyi couldn't help muttering to himself, and at the same time, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Frankly speaking, before coming to the Ling family this time, what kind of attitude was used to face the Ling family, whether to suppress and threaten to force the Ling family to give an explanation to the Tianzu, or to test the strength of the Ling family, and then take the initiative to show goodwill to the Ling family and fight for it? Bundled with the interests of the Ling family. Zhou Wenyi thought about this for a whole night. In the end, he obeyed in his heart a sentence taught to him by his mysterious master, unstoppable. Don't look down on weak things. Weak things are combined with the right time and place. Once they become a trend, all the forces blocking it will all become its stepping stones and will be crushed by the impact of the general trend. Zhou Wenyi learned Taiji Kung Fu from his mysterious master, so his understanding of power is naturally far from what other people can compare. With Zhou Wenyi's supreme status in the Tianzu, he knew the Ling family well. Of course he knew that the Ling family had become powerful. So after careful consideration, Zhou Wenyi decided to choose the latter. Regardless of the strong opposition of the other two elders of the Tianzu, he went to the Ling family alone, and decided to investigate the Ling family first to see how powerful the Ling family was. Then do the trade-offs. Then the result of the investigation surprised Zhou Wenyi. As soon as he entered the Ling family, he let go of his divine sense, and noticed the three large formations of the Ling family, the willow tree of the Ling family that released the amazing wood aura, and Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Lai who were at the peak of the first layer of the supernatural powers. There are blue birds. 3 supernatural power masters appeared in the Ling family quietly. In addition, almost all the other direct descendants of the Ling family have reached the mid-innate cultivation base, and there are 5 powerful blood clansmen. Zhou Wenyi practiced Tai Chi Kung Fu, he understands yin and yang, he understands gossip, and he has a deep knowledge of feng shui, but after this investigation, Zhou Wenyi immediately confirmed that the Ling family has become a big trend. Although it seems that the Ling family has only just come into being, and it cannot be compared with the Long family and the Yi family in the capital in terms of background, Zhou Wenyi understands that Ling Yun, who caused the Ling family to undergo such earth-shaking changes, only came to the capital. Long time? So, facing Ling Lai, who came out to receive him, Zhou Wenyi always behaved extremely politely, and then asked to see Ling Yun by name. As a result, after waiting for half an hour, Ling Yun returned home, and he saw Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training again. In Zhou Wenyi's eyes, the Ling family is simply overwhelming and unstoppable. However, Zhou Wenyi couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm at all, so he tested Ling Yun's strength, and the result also shocked him, because after the test, he found that he still couldn't see Ling Yun's real strength. What's more terrifying than Ling Yun's strength is Ling Yun's strength. Zhou Wenyi didn't expect that Ling Yun would dare to attack him after receiving a move from him. It was really not easy for him to receive Ling Yun's 100 swords. The Ling family is so powerful, why does Tianzu still want to suppress the Ling family? Dream. So Zhou Wenyi made a decisive decision and began to take the initiative to make friends with the Ling family, and took advantage of a meal to quickly complete the binding of his own interests with the Ling family. Why did the Tianzu lose 6 people? So he asked the Ling family to ask for 6 people. It was all decided by him on the spur of the moment, just to borrow flowers and present Buddha, and give the Ling family 6 cultivation resources for nothing. You know, those 6 resources, each resource is formulated according to the cultivation standard of a master of supernatural powers. There are 6 resources in total. How big is that resource? Think about the Chen family, Chen Jingxian, who is only in the Huaxia team by himself, and the resources he can get can make the Chen family into that kind of power. So what about 6 copies? As long as there is enough time, 6 families like the Chen family can be created. With such a gift, Zhou Wenyi's capital is definitely large enough. It can be said that it is the only one since he became the great elder of the Tianzu. Originally, Zhou Wenyi paid such a high price just to complete the binding of interests with the Ling family. He just followed his feeling and didn't think about getting anything in return. But he never expected that Ling Yun would reciprocate in the end and give him such a big gift in the end. This is a space ring. A space-like magic weapon that is hard to find in the world. If someone wanted to exchange the space ring in Zhou Wenyi's hand with 12 members of the heavenly group and a 10-year resource salary, Zhou Wenyi would not even take it if he was killed. So when Zhou Wenyi realized what kind of treasure Ling Yun gave him, Zhou Wenyi did not hesitate to double the resources of the Ling family's 6 places. As the chief elder of the Tianzu, although this practice will definitely be criticized by others, he still has this power. That kid, the shot is too ruthless. It took Zhou Wenyi a long time to calm down. Looking at the space ring in his hand, he smiled wryly and said, I never thought that, in this way, I owe him instead. While talking, Zhou Wenyi suddenly sat down on the spot, and first took some breaths to calm down his turbulent mood. Call. After he really calmed down, Zhou Wenyi let out a long breath, and said lightly, I never thought that this small ring would make me almost unstable. Then, Zhou Winnie's thoughts flashed, and his expression gradually turned grim. Your Long family doesn't want to confront the Ling family head-on, but instead wants to use me, Zhou Winnie, as a spearman. Humph, your Long Haren's thinking is too beautiful. Li Jingfeng, Xiong Biao, you two want to deal with the Ling family with Du Tong's matter. I can't stop you, then you have to wait to suffer from that kid. The Ling family has become a big trend now, and it is unstoppable. Zhou Winnie said the last sentence in a deep voice. He floated up, walked out of the dense forest slowly, then out of the park, got in the car again and left. At this time, Ling Yan had also returned to the 9th courtyard and sat opposite to Ling Lai. Yuner, I think you gave Zhou Winnie a space ring in the end? Although Ling Lai thanked Zhou Winnie for giving the Ling family the green light, but he knew what Ling Yan gave Zhou Winnie the last thing, so he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Yes. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Grandpa, don't feel bad. I can mass-produce rings like this now. Our family does not lack these. What we lack now are cultivation resources. Given 6 quotas, 12 training resources from the Heaven Group, exchanging what we don't lack for urgently needed things, our Ling family has earned it. Ling Lai smiled when he heard this, and asked, then what do you mean today? Ling Yan replied with a smile, Zhou Winnie's attitude today is very obvious. He came to our Ling family mainly to observe the current strength of our Ling family and to what extent it has reached, and then weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan took a sip of tea and smiled again. I think the result of his observation today should have taken him by surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed to drink at all, let alone he will take the initiative to show kindness to my Ling family. Yuner, you fought against him just now. Grandpa would like to ask if you two really fight. Ling Yan smiled and said, I must lose. Oh? Ling Lai's heart was shocked, then why did he show favor to my Ling family instead? Although Zhou Winnie's realm and strength are both above mine, I am sure that even if he shows all his trump cards, he will not be able to kill me. With my cultivation speed, how long can he suppress me? Ling Yan said proudly. Besides, he must be able to see that our Ling family has become a big trend now, and it is already unstoppable. To be continued. 8. The Ling family has become a big trend. Zhou Winnie, the great elder of the Tianzu group, could see this point, and Ling Yun naturally knew it even more, because all this was originally a situation he created with hard work by relying on his own strength. Ling Lai was stunned when he heard this. And after a short while, he burst out laughing, and said with relief, Yuner, it's true to hear you say that. Before we know it, the overall strength of our Ling family has already exceeded 20 years. Come on. Ling Lai is of course qualified to say this, because he is the old head of the Ling family, and he is the witness of the Ling family's decline from the most peak and most dazzling family in China to the bottom of the 8 major families in China. 40 years ago, because Ling Lai was young at that time, and his realm was not strong enough, he didn't know much about the strength of the Ling family, which was at the peak of China. He only knew that the Ling family was the 3 strongest at that time. Of the family. This is like asking Ling Shui and Ling Li of the Ling family now. They still can't tell how strong the Ling family is now. It's a reason. But 20 years ago, before the tragedy of the Ling family, Ling Lai was very clear about how strong the Ling family was, because at that time, he had been the head of the Ling family for more than 10 years, and his realm had already reached the congenital middle stage. When more than a dozen top masters of the Ling family went to Kunlun, of course there would be 1 or 2 housekeepers left behind, namely Ling Lai's uncles and Ling Lai's brothers. But the 2 left-behind masters of the Ling family's seniors were actually only half-step ahead, and neither of them broke through to the supernatural power level, because they were just left behind after all, staying to take care of the house. At that time, no one would have thought that after going to Kunlun, those top masters of the Ling family would be like disappearing into the sea and never return. 20 years ago, Ling Lai's brothers were all in the middle and late stages of congenital, stronger than Ling Lai and Ling Xiao at that time, but not too much stronger, because at that time the inheritance of the Ling family had been broken, and the Ling family was very good at cultivation. Difficult. However, those who died in the Ling family's tragic battle 18 years ago were precisely those with the strongest realm and combat power. After that battle, only Ling Lai's lineage remained in the Ling family. With Ling Yan's help, Ling Lai has now stepped into the realm of supernatural powers, but he still practiced day and night, spending all his time absorbing and refining the xuanhuan fairy aura in his body, and practicing those superb exercises that Ling Yan gave him. Ling Lai is obsessed with cultivating Lian, coupled with his personality. He is in the middle of the game, but he ignores things like the situation and the general trend. It turns out that the current strength of the Ling family has already surpassed that of 20 years ago. Moreover, the Ling family inheritance had never been started at that time, and the Ling family was just struggling to maintain it, but now it is thriving, and it can even be said that it is changing with each passing day, changing every day, becoming stronger every day. Because everyone in the Ling family is growing rapidly from top to bottom. It is indeed overwhelming. Ling Yan poured tea for Ling Lai, pretending to be nonchalant, and asked sideways, "Grandpa, how do we compare now to 40 years ago?" No one wants to know that shocking secret 40 years ago more than Ling Yan. It is really too important to him. It's not even close. Ling Lai didn't hesitate, but his eyes showed fascination and pride. 40 years ago in our Ling family, my grandpas and uncles, whoever came out, could beat Zhou Winnie like the present, and they couldn't be found. North. Ling Yan was speechless, his heart trembled. How strong was the Ling family at that time? Is that still a secular family? That's the comprehension family, they just stay in the secular world, right? Boom. After Ling Lai finished speaking, he suddenly put the teacup in his hand heavily on the table, and said with a glare, "You brat, how dare you play on Grandpa's words?" Ling Yun chuckled. Ling Lai suddenly looked at Ling Yun, and after looking at it for a long time, he sighed and said, "Yuner, there are too many things involved in that incident 40 years ago, and every one of them is a shocking secret. I think since you ask 40 years ago. That must be the old man, Qin Chongqing, talking too much to you, right?" Ling Yan nodded directly to express that he was right. Ling Lai sighed. The Qin family's resentment is no less than that of our Ling family. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. "Yuner, your realm is still a little low now. When you enter the middle stage of Qi training, Grandpa will tell you everything I know. No matter what decision you make at that time, Grandpa will support." Ling Yun nodded happily, and only said hello. Ling Lai said with a smile, "That is to say, Zhou Winnie has already understood the strength of our Ling family and seen the current situation of our Ling family during his visit to our house, so he decided to bind our interests with our Ling family?" "Exactly." Ling Yan nodded. "If my guess is correct, Zhou Winnie's realm should be above the 6th level of the supernatural ability realm, but it must not have reached the 7th level of the supernatural ability realm. Based on our cultivation system, he is at best in the middle stage of Qi training. I think, since the chief elder of the Huaxia group is like this, as long as there are no antique level figures, the cultivation of the top figures of the Long family and the Yi family will be roughly the same. The difference is only in the number of people. Ling Yan now has a very clear understanding of the distribution of power in Huaxia's capital, and the actual situation is indeed not far from what he guessed. The 6th level of supernatural powers is equivalent to the 6th level of Qi training. Although the names of the realms are different, at least the combat power is similar. I am currently at the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. It only takes about half a month to step into the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. Then, as long as I practice normally, I can suddenly enter the middle stage of Qi training in 2 months at most. Ling Yun does not hide his cultivation level from his family now, he confessed to Ling Lai. Ling Lai couldn't hide his excitement and asked, "Then what if we want to have sex?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Grandpa, when I first reached the third level of qi training, I was already able to kill the possessed Qin. I estimate that after he became possessed, the short burst of combat power should be at the peak of the fourth level of the supernatural powers. That is to say, when you practiced qi in the early stage of the third level, you were already able to kill the peak of the fourth level of supernatural powers? It took a lot of effort at that time, and basically used all the whole cards. Ling Yun told the truth. But now he has entered the late stage of the third level of qi training. After absorbing the qi of the Dragon Emperor in the Forbidden City, all the qi of the Dragon Emperor has been integrated into his body. Ling Yun smiled proudly. As long as my child enters the middle stage of qi training, no matter whether it is the Long family Yi family or the Tianzu Dragon Group, no one in this capital can do anything to me. This is Ling Yun's awesome capital. Cultivating Lian is like sailing against the current. Others cultivate Lian slower as they go further, but Ling Yun cultivates Lian faster and faster. During the qi refining period, even if the Earth's spirit energy is insufficient, he can guarantee that the improvement of each level is uniform or even accelerated. Because he will. There is no need to explore and comprehend it all, as long as you follow the steps step by step and firmly establish the realm of each step. The rest is to collect a lot of cultivation resources. In the final analysis, it is aura. Good, very good. Feeling relieved, Ling Lai suddenly smiled and said, "But you haven't used the secret method of dragon and elephant power yet?" Ling Yun knew that Ling Lai was trying to knock him out this time, so he laughed and said, "Grandpa, the dragon elephant magical power secret technique can't be used unless it's a real life and death moment. It's because it overdraws one's own vitality and explodes. Combat strength, although there are no sequelae, it will definitely delay repairs. Also, at that time, I already felt that someone was watching the battle from the sky, so I must have reservations." Dragon elephant power? It was one of Ling Yun's biggest trump cards. It was prepared for masters like Long Hauran, Yi Qingfeng, and Zhou Wenyi. It was used desperately at the critical moment of life and death. Of course he would not use it indiscriminately. Moreover, this is also the source of confidence that Ling Yun dared to challenge Long Hauran. The Ling family and the Long family were really going to be in trouble, and Long Hauran would personally take action, and Ling Yun would use it to deal with him. Ling Lai smiled and said nothing. He knew that Ling Yun would not do anything he was not sure of. If he hadn't been worried about the safety of the entire Ling family, Ling Yun would have turned the Long family and the Yi family upside down and left Haiyi. "Grandpa, in fact, you and my father are both at the peak of the first level of the supernatural powers, but if we use our full strength, we can already compete with the masters of the third level of the supernatural powers. Because of Ling Yun's heaven-defying skills, as long as the Ling family has learned it, including Cui Lao, they can leapfrog to kill people." Ling Yun's eyes flickered. If you use your dragon and elephant's supernatural power to do your best, you can instantly kill the third-level masters of the supernatural powers, and you can challenge the fourth-level peaks of the supernatural powers. So, although our Ling family has just risen through a life-and-death battle and seems to have no foundation, our skills, as well as the secret method of dragon and elephant power, are the foundation of our Ling family. This is the reason why the Longye family, seeing our Ling family growing rapidly and becoming stronger, still refuses to confront us head-on. I think both Long Hauran and Yi Qingfeng must be aware of this, so they acquiesce to the fact that our Ling family has risen. No matter who of the two of them takes action against our Ling family, it will end in a loss for both. Fighting for fishermen wins, so the capital has a balanced situation of three pillars. Ling Yun talked eloquently, his expressions and words were full of absolute self-confidence. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Ling Yun's analysis, Ling Lai couldn't help laughing. "You kid, you've already said everything, what else can Grandpa say?" Ling Yun shook his head solemnly and said, "But now, the Long family has already started to attack our Ling family." "Oh?" Ling Lai was shocked. "The Long family attacked our Ling family first? How is this possible?" Ling Yin chuckled and said, "Hey, I might have provoked them unintentionally yesterday. Long Haren must not be able to sit still, otherwise, Zhou Winnie of the Tianzu group wouldn't come to the door today." Ling Lai got up abruptly, and said angrily, "Yuner, you mean that Zhou Winnie came here, because he was ordered by the Long family?" Ling Yin got up and shook his head. The Long family definitely couldn't order Zhou Winnie directly, but they must have put pressure on the Tianzu. Otherwise, after the life and death decisive battle, Tianzu won't wait 7 days before coming to the door. Ling Lai said in a deep voice, "Yuner, what do you mean? Their Long family wants to start a full-scale war with our Ling family?" Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and he smiled calmly. Long Haren probably won't start a full-scale war, but some small-scale battles will definitely be inevitable in the future. Ling Lai was stunned, and asked in a daze, "Then how did you provoke the Long family?" Ling Yin stood up and spread his hands helplessly. "It's really an unintentional act, but it's really nothing. It's just that I accidentally got a little dragon energy when I went to the Forbidden City yesterday." Enlightenment Book Network. If that's the case, it's no wonder. Ling Lai was stunned, but shook his head helplessly and said, "From ancient times to the present, all the cultivation techniques of the direct descendants of the dragon family need dragon energy, and the Huaxia Forbidden City has always been secretly guarded by their family." Ling Lai refrained from saying the latter, but what he meant was obvious. Ling Yin got the dragon chi once he went to the Forbidden City. Isn't that just robbing the Long family's cultivation resources? After the Long family found out, how could they let it go? If you don't believe me, you let a large number of ancient martial arts practitioners come to the Ling family spirit gathering formation, and use the aura of the spirit gathering formation to practice Lian every day, to see if the Ling family agrees? Ling Yin was very indifferent, and spread his hands again and said, "It was unintentional. Who would have thought that there would be dragon spirit in the Forbidden City? Besides, who stipulated that the Forbidden City belongs to the Long family?" Well, of course Ling Yin was talking nonsense. A dragon bed plus a celestial seal, the released dragon emperor Qi made him break through to the 3rd level of Qi training. How could he not know that there will be dragons in the Forbidden City gas? Unlike Mo Wudao, who went to the Forbidden City with the mind of looking for the underground palace, Ling Yin went to the Forbidden City to rush to the Forbidden City. He went to look for the underground palace, just as a piggyback. As for the last sentence, it is due to Ling Yin's personality, yes, who stipulated that the Forbidden City belongs to the Long family? Your Long family guards, because you need dragon energy resources, but that doesn't mean it belongs to your family? Brat, you. As Ling Lai was talking, he suddenly came to his senses and asked in shock, You just said that you can absorb the dragon energy of the Forbidden City? Then how is that possible? Ling Yin pretended to be stupid, acting innocent, and said, I don't know, but those dragon chairs, dragon pillars, the dragon energy inside is drilled into my body, what can I do? But I think it must be related to my drinking too much ambergris in the past 6 months. Ling Yin provided a possibility, the secret of the miraculous Dantian. He will definitely not reveal it. That is really amazing. Yes, I guess so. Ling Lai nodded silently, expressing his approval of Ling Yin's statement, then stared at Ling Yin suddenly and said, But if you do that, doesn't it mean that if you want to practice Lian in the future, you will compete with their Long family for resources? Finally, Ling Yin could no longer deny it, so he nodded CUI and said, It should be like this. So, from the current point of view, the conflict between me and the Long family is irreconcilable. Spiritual stones and herbs, pills and talismans, martial arts treasures, cultivation methods, and even formations are all cultivation resources. Cultivation resources can be said to be the most valued by cultivators. If you have a little more, I will definitely get a little less. The reason why all the hidden families, ancient martial arts sects, and comprehension sects form these forces, in the final analysis, compete for repair resources for one thing. For example, the Earth's aura is exhausted, and there are only so many cultivation resources. At most, one immortal can be cultivated. Now there are 2, 3, or even countless cultivators who want to become immortals. Do you think they will fight? Bloody? This is the same reason that countries are desperately scrambling for oil resources. Everyone wants to develop. How can we do without resources? This. Ling Lai was speechless. Originally, he was still thinking that after he practiced for a while, after he broke through to the second floor of the divine ability realm, he would personally go to the Long's house to see if he could ease the barrier with the Long's house. Everyone can sit down and talk as much as possible, try to resolve conflicts, and give the Ling family a chance to develop in 3 to 5 years. Now it seems that it is impossible. Because the most important thing in the Long family is Dragon Qi. Everything from the legendary dragon. And the beginning of the Ling family's practice is the xuanhuan scripture. What is needed is the xuanhuan qi. Everyone does not violate the river water, and has nothing to do with each other. But now that the Ling family has such a heaven-defying freak as Ling Yun, he can absorb dragon energy, and it seems that the demand in the future is still great. How can this kind of contradiction be reconciled? It's impossible. If so, Grandpa supports you. After thinking about it for a while, Ling Lai didn't feel any embarrassment, and directly and firmly expressed his attitude to Ling Yun. Because what Ling Yun said is correct, the Dragon Qi does not belong to the Long family, and it cannot be denied to others just because the Long family needs it. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling Yun knew that although Ling Lai said it was easy, this decision was actually not easy for him, so he immediately tried to please him. Although the Long family was suspected of letting go of China in black and white, but after the Ling family was almost wiped out, the Long family also protected the Ling family for 18 years. Although the reason why the Long family protected the Ling family is unknown, and the motives are not pure, but it is a fact that it is guaranteed. This is also one of the biggest reasons why Ling Yun was able to endure it and has not gone to Long's house to ask for an explanation. Ling Yun will definitely want this statement, but he depends on the timing. If the timing isn't there, it's pointless to fiddle around. Okay, I finished talking to you, then I'm leaving. After Ling Yun and Ling Lai finished communicating, it was time to smear the soles of their feet with oil. Stop. Seeing that Ling Yun wanted to leave, Ling Lai immediately stepped in front of Ling Yun, staring and said, quotation. Hey, Grandpa, what's the quota? Ling Yun asked knowingly. Ling Lai put his hands on his chest and leaned on the old man. Stinky boy, don't pretend to be confused with me. What quota are you talking about? How dare you not give the quota for the Sky Group to Grandpa? Oh. Ling Yun pretended to be enlightened and said, so it's this one, Grandpa, I really can't give you this spot. Ling Lai was instantly furious. Why? Ling Yun smiled and said, first, Grandpa, you are the person in charge of our Ling family. What's the point of joining the Tianzu? Second, to serve the country, even if you don't join the Tianzu, when the country is really in trouble, if you want to make a move for the country, will anyone dare to stop it? Third, if you want to use the repair resources distributed by the Tianzu, I will give you as much as you want. Bastard. Do you think Grandpa is rare for those cultivation resources? Ling Lai almost turned his nose when he heard Ling Yun's third reason. He said angrily, to tell you the truth, it has nothing to do with what you said. Grandpa wants the glory of Tianzu. Ling Yun's face suddenly turned serious. Grandpa, it's worth noting that you don't want to be famous. Let me tell you frankly, now that the exercises you practice now, including the exercises practiced by our entire Ling family, are all true cultivation methods. The way our family walks, it's all the way of self-cultivation. We don't need those useless things other than cultivating resources and raising the realm. Ling Lai was speechless for a moment. Then Haiyu Lingyun said again, also, I now understand the Tianzu organization very well. In fact, the management is open and very loose. It is just a name. However, Haiyu can have some privileges, and the other is to receive with the repair resources given by the state, speed up the repair, and wait for the critical time before serving the country. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days, and use them for an hour. It's just that the Tianzu's way of raising soldiers usually has no restrictions and strict management. When it is necessary, it must obey the Tianzu's arrangements. Tianzu doesn't even care about the fights and killings among its members. How loose is this? Grandpa, you said that you are so old, just for the honor of such illusory things. What are you doing with this? Ling Lai was completely convinced by Ling Yun, but he still couldn't help asking, then who do you plan to let join the Sky Group? Ling Yun smiled, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, the three of us will definitely enter the QU. As for who the other 3 places will be given to, it doesn't matter. We will talk about it at that time. Ling Lai stared and said, it's still early for those 2 boys to reach the supernatural powers. Ling Yun laughed loudly, hey, I can reach 10 supernatural powers alone. Otherwise, how could Zhou Winnie say that as long as I join myself, it's fine? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun flashed and disappeared from Ling Lai's eyes. Ling Lai was left standing there for a long time, and finally shook his head and smiled wryly, this kid runs really fast. Long family? Ling Lai's expression changed from benign to serious, he raised his hand to touch his chin, and suddenly sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao, 3rd brother, come here. Brother Yun, what's the matter? It's a pity, why didn't we fight just now? After Ling Yun came out of Ling Lai's small courtyard, he directly appeared in the front yard and came to Ling Xiao's room. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Ning Lingyu, Qi Xiaoqing and others surrounded him with a huff. Tang Meng had already woken up, and Tai Xiaohu had also stopped his practice. These young people had dinner together at noon, and they were waiting for Ling Yun here. Warmongers. Ling Yun glared at Mo Wudao, who was looking forward to the beating, and cursed, then explained with a smile, what are you beating? They are here to give us benefits. Then Haiyu, he sat down and briefly told everyone what happened just now. In the end, Ling Yun said, actually, it is false to give quotas, and it is true to send repair resources. At that time, no matter who joins, everyone will have a share as long as they need it. That old man is not bad. Mo Wudao shook his head and said. Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and said directly to everyone, in the past 2 days, we have also visited the Forbidden City in the capital and the Great Wall. Now that this happened, I will see the Summer Palace, Xiangshan and other places. Just don't go, anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Of course, Ling Yun's words were mainly for Ning Lingyu, Ling Xiao and Ling Shui had already visited the capital. Tai Xiao who only wanted to repair her lian, Mo Wudao started yawning again. Ling Yun played with Ning Lingyu for 2 days, and Ning Lingyu was already very happy. She knew that Ling Yun's time was precious, so there was no need for Ling Yun to say more, so she nodded slightly. Today Ning Lingyu has reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and her mentality is quite different from before. Because there is a big mountain in front of her, which is Ling Yun. For Ning Lingyu now, nothing is more important than having the qualification to stand side by side with Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu knew very well that although she seemed to be 1 step ahead of Ling Yun in terms of realm, there was still a long way between her and Ling Yun in terms of real combat power. Ling Yun's pressure all comes from the outside world, but Ning Lingyu has always been well protected by Ling Yun, so her goal is only one, to catch up with her brother as soon as possible, to be able to stand with him forever, side by side fighting. At this time, Ling Yun stood up, Xiaohu, Lingyu, you 2 come with me. Now that he has decided not to go out to play anymore, the next thing for Ling Yun today is to help these 2 people break through the Pi realm. Enlightenment Book Network. Now everyone already knows that both Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu have reached the critical moment of breaking through the Pi realm, so Ling Yun took the 2 of them away, and the others didn't say much. Only Qi Shaoqing looked at the three of them leaving, with a trace of envy and longing in her beautiful eyes, but she concealed it very well, and soon regained her composure. But her instantaneous change did not escape Ling Xiu's eyes. Ever since Qi Shaoqing came to Ling's house, Ling Xiu paid special attention to this very beautiful girl, and offered to invite her to live in her house. Through 2 days of playing and chatting, Ling Xiu learned a lot about Qi Shaoqing. She knew that this girl was extremely smart, with a stubborn personality, strong self-esteem but not greedy for vanity, living in poverty in a prosperous place, but never inferiority. This is really a monstrous and outstanding girl. Especially yesterday, after returning from Wangfujing, Qi Shaoqing put the Patek Philippe watch worth tens of millions that Ling Yun gave her, and put it on the table in her room. It is not hidden, and it is not used to take pictures to show off. Based on this point alone, Ling Xiu looked at Qi Shaoqing with admiration. Qi Shaoqing and Ning Lingyu came out of Qingshui City together. They are almost equally outstanding. Maybe the only difference between them is that Qi Shaoqing doesn't have such a heaven-defying brother like Ling Yun. Can this girl finally can't help but want to repair her lian? At a place where Qi Shaoqing couldn't notice, Ling Xiu quietly looked at the girl, with a mysterious shy at the corner of her mouth, thoughtful. Ling Yun brought Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu to the Ling family's practice room. After entering the practice room, Ling Yun sent out a palm wind to close the door, then smiled at Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, show me all the martial arts I taught you. As of today, the martial arts that Ling Yun has taught Tai Xiaohu include Wanli Divine Walk, Phantom Fish Dragon Step, Raging Wave Internal Strength, Tiangang Fumo Fist, Wind and Thunder King Kong Kick, Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand, and the body training method Dian Juxing Treasure Formula, and secret magic power of Dragon and Elephant. 2 sets of light body exercises, 10,000 miles of magic walking are suitable for long-distance raids, and they can run as fast as a galloping horse. As long as there is enough true energy in the body and the breath is long, although it is not true to say that it is true to travel thousands of miles a day, it is definitely not a problem. The Phantom Fish Dragon Step is a combat movement technique, after it has been mastered. It can perform shapeshifting and shadow changing, the speed is unbelievably fast, and it can teleport within a certain distance, just like changing multiple clones in an instant. Now, Tai Xiaohu has reached the peak of the 9th level of acquired heaven, and his internal energy has been completely mastered. The true energy in his body is surging, rolling like the waves of the sea. When he moves at will, the sound of the true energy swimming in the meridians is like a turbulent wave hitting the shore. It was like a stormy wave crashing on the shore, making a rumbling noise. All of it? Tai Xiaohu was a little dazed, he didn't know where to start practicing. Oh, what I mean is that you don't need all the combat skills. As for the internal skills and lightness skills, you will need them when you perform those skills. Hey, I understand Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment. I thought you wanted me to perform the 10,000 miles divine walk here. Ling Yun laughed happily, and pulled Ning Lingyu back to the corner of the practice room, giving up the entire venue. Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yun wanted to observe his real strength at this moment, so he didn't dare to be careless at all, but started practicing with luck seriously. Boom! Boom! Tai Xiaohu came up to use the Tiangang Fumo Fist. Every move and every style is exactly the same as Ling Yun's, but he is tall and burly, and his fists are fierce, and he is like an overlord possessing his body. So. His fist didn't hit anything, the bang 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 sound was the sound of his fist hitting the air when he made a move. This guy, now he can easily kill a tiger with one punch. Ling Yun stood beside Ning Lingyu, watching Tai Xiaohu practicing boxing there. He nodded frequently, and couldn't help but comment, even if a master at the peak of the 6th level of innate boxing with him, it won't take any advantage. Ling Yun's evaluation of Tai Xiaohu is actually extremely high. Back then, when Ling Yun was at the peak of the 9th level of body training, he could already beat the half-step first 9th master with his fists, but at that time, he had already cultivated the Dian Gathering Star Treasure art to the second-level peak, which took advantage of his strength. And Ling Yan has too many cards. But Tai Xiaohu's current De Yan Ju Xingbao Ju is only at the peak of the first realm, a big gap from Ling Yan, and he doesn't have any whole cards. His only whole card is his iron tower-like mighty body. Although Tai Xiaohu was concentrating on the practice, he could still hear Ling Yan's comments. He immediately became more energetic, and after a few minutes he finished a set of punches, and then he couldn't wait to use his Feng Lei King Kong legs. Tai Xiaohu has grown another 3 centimeters taller, and now stands at 1.96 meters. His 2 legs are like 2 iron pillars, and when they turn like windmills, the air around his body is pumped and humming, and the sound of breaking through the air is dense. Like popping beans. Ling Yan looked satisfied and smiled. Needless to say, the use of weapons, Tai Xiaohu's majestic body, just fists and legs, is a humanoid fighting machine. In the end, Tai Xiaohu performed Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand again. This was the first martial art that Ling Yan taught him after he had just cultivated his internal energy. Naturally, he was very familiar with it and practiced it with ease. Brother Yun, can you see if there is anything wrong with me? Soon, Tai Xiaohu finished displaying all 3 kinds of martial arts. After he stopped his momentum, he stood on the spot, not blushing or panting, waiting for Ling Yan's instructions. Well, fists are like hammers. Legs are like whips. Shaolin Dragon Claw Hands has got the essence, and it is extremely ferocious in one go. It seems that you have really worked hard. No blemishes. As Ling Yan spoke, he stepped forward and came to Tai Xiaohu with admiration in his eyes. Tai Xiaohu didn't disappoint Ling Yan, he was very satisfied. Tai Xiaohu's martial arts foundation was really firmly established. However, these 3 kinds of combat martial arts are really too few. Ling Yan suddenly changed the subject. In the past, in order to allow you to concentrate on practicing New Tao's internal skills well, I didn't teach you other martial arts. The 3 kinds of martial arts I taught you were only for you to use for self-defense. Now, it's time to teach you some other martial arts. Tai Xiaohu has reached the limit of his internal strength cultivation now, in the spirit-gathering formation with such ample aura. If he practiced again, he would break through to the innate realm at any time, so he stopped his cultivation at noon. Ling Yan is going to help Tai Xiaohu break through tonight, and this afternoon, he is going to teach Tai Xiaohu several new fighting skills. Ling Yu, Xiaohu, you are all optimistic. Ling Yan signaled Tai Xiaohu to step aside and let the 2 of them watch carefully, then he began to practice each move. Pay attention to my body and boxing skills. This time, the martial arts taught by Ling Yan are not his own, but 2 kinds of martial arts that he stole from Lu Mingju. The shadow of Buddha is gone. Shaolin Arhat Fist. Just like Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand, these 2 kinds of martial arts are also the real Shaolin's 72 unique skills. Ling Yan has such a good memory. When he was dueling with Lu Mingju, he purposely only defended and did not attack, and let the opponent complete a set of punches, just to steal his master. Now when he unleashes it, it is exactly the same as Lu Mingju's punches. It looks the same. Do you remember? Ling Yan performed it twice from the beginning to the end, then Hayu stopped and asked Tai Xiaohu. The current Tai Xiaohu is no longer a rookie. He already has a solid foundation in martial arts, and is about to advance to the innate realm. In addition, he is obsessed with martial arts and fighting, and he has already thoroughly remembered it after watching it twice. Tai Xiaohu nodded quickly to express his memory. Ling Yan said with a smile, then practice a few times and show me. So Tai Xiaohu came to the arena again and began to play Shaolin Arhat Fist. Of course Ning Lingyu also remembered, she also came to the arena to practice, but was stopped by Ling Yun. Lingyu, this Shaolin martial arts is all done in the most rigid and fierce way, just look at it and understand it, no need to practice this. Ning Lingyu chuckled, but nodded obediently. After Tai Xiaohu played a few more times, Ling Yun saw that he had really learned it, so he walked into the arena again. Then, with a movement of Ling Yan's mind, a golden Zen stick appeared in his hand, which was exactly that of Master Shaolin Jikong. Little tiger, let me teach you another set of marksmanship and 2 sets of staff. The Chen family's wild spear technique, Lu Mingju's mad magic stick technique, and Master Jikong's impermanent stick technique. However, Qin Jingshuan's Zijing gun had already been cut into several pieces by Ling Yun, so Ling Yun could only take a big gun from the practice room to replace it. Ling Yun taught in detail, Tai Xiaohu learned with care. 3 hours later, Tai Xiaohu taught Ling Yun all 5 martial arts, and he was able to perform them from beginning to end. Buddha Shadogan, Shaolin Arhat Fist, Mad Wave Spear, Crazy Magic Staff, Impermanent Staff. If Xiaohu breaks through the innate realm, it will definitely be a nightmare for all innate masters. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu stood together, looking at Tai Xiaohu, who was holding Master Jikong's golden Zen stick and performing the crazy magic stick technique, and couldn't help but say, "It's so fierce. I've been worrying all the time, if the Zen stick accidentally hits the wall of the practice room, will the practice room collapse immediately?" Ning Lingyu shrugged her shoulders and said playfully, "Haha, he definitely doesn't dare, otherwise, my grandpa will definitely come over and beat him up." Ling Yun laughed out loud. Ning Lingyu said, "However, brother, the martial arts you taught Tai Xiaohu are all from the rigid to the fierce, and they are really suitable for him." "That's right, I've always taught students according to their aptitude. When this guy breaks through the innate realm tonight, I'll teach him 2 sets of self-cultivation techniques. Only then can Tai Xiaohu truly display his true combat power. 2 kinds of exercises in the 5 elements slaughtering God Ju, Jindi Quanglong / Huangquan Earth Emperor Gong." Tai Xiaohu has an extraordinary talent and unique physique, and the 5 elements of his body only have metal and earth attributes. Based on the internal strength of the raging waves, and body training with the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju, after Tai Xiaohu breaks through the innate realm and possesses spiritual consciousness, he will practice these 2 combat skills that are really suitable for him. Under Ling Yan's meticulous training, Tai Xiaohu, who has been on the path of strength and fierceness, has cultivated the strongest attack skills and the strongest defense skills. Once he reaches the innate state, his combat power will be how scary? Ling Yun has been waiting for this day for a long time, he is looking forward to it. Enlightenment Book Network. Tai Xiaohu has almost mastered these martial arts moves. Just when Tai Xiaohu finished using the crazy wand technique and repeated the impermanent staff technique for the 3rd time, Ling Yun suddenly commented, "Tai Xiaohu is really a rare martial arts prodigy in the world." Ever since Ling Yun brought this guy into the world of martial arts, he has almost completely forgotten about worldly things. Apart from practicing martial arts crazily every day, he is just thinking about how to practice martial arts. Just like that guy Tang Meng said, crazy woo. In the past few months, apart from following Ling Yun and taking the initiative to do some necessary things, Tai Xiaohu spent almost all of his time on cultivation, eating, sleeping, and even dreaming and talking in his sleep. What comes out of his mouth is often Tiangang Fumiquan. It is this kind of focus and madness that allows Tai Xiaohu to enter the realm so quickly, and he is able to accumulate a lot of money, and by chance, he can get an explosive realm improvement. Moreover, although Ling Yun cultivated Tai Xiaohu meticulously, he never urged him, let alone forced him to encourage him. He always let him realize and grow by himself, and tried to let him find a suitable cultivation path for him. Tai Xiaohu's unfathomable feature lies in that besides his natural strong physique, he also has an understanding of martial arts. No matter what kind of martial arts, he can learn it by reading it once and practicing it again, just like this afternoon so. In 3 hours, with 5 martial arts, Tai Xiaohu has already performed extremely proficiently, reaching the point of proficiency. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, he rushed into the shadow of the stick in the sky with a flash of his figure. "Come on, use your newly learned martial arts to attack me with all your strength, don't hold anything back." Before Tai Xiaohu was stunned, Ling Yan had already spoken, and he wanted to teach Tai Xiaohu himself. It can only be said that Tai Xiaohu is really very lucky. In cultivation, he pays attention to the method of being a wealthy couple. These 4 words, Tai Xiaohu has everything now. For money, Ling Yan had already solved it for him completely. For Dharma, Ling Yan personally taught him with careful guidance. For land, where he practiced, first it was the spirit-gathering formation and no. Couple, Ling Yan will personally try the tricks for him. "Brother Yun, be careful." Tai Xiaohu's spirits were lifted immediately, and he began to use his new moves with all his strength. He didn't have to think about whether Ling Yun could resist it at all. Tai Xiaohu has always followed Ling Yun. Of course he knows that the martial arts that Ling Yun taught him are all learned from fighting against powerful enemies, and only Ling Yun will survive, so what else should he worry about? Like Zheng Air King Kong, Tai Xiaohu used the golden Zen stick to attack Ling Yun with all his strength, but Ling Yun sometimes dodged and sometimes resisted, shuttled freely in the shadow of the stick, and gave Tai Xiaohu pointers from time to time. "This stick is coming out slowly. At this time I should attack 3 sticks in succession, sealing off all possible directions for me to dodge. Not enough changes. Pay attention to the coordination of breathing and body skills. This move only focuses on attacking, and ignores that the opponent will change to counterattack. No matter how good the medical theoretical knowledge is, it will ultimately depend on clinical performance. No matter how good the theory is on paper, it will eventually be decided on the battlefield. The ultimate goal of learning martial arts is to actually fight. Otherwise, everything is just a show." After Tai Xiaohu mastered the martial arts moves, Ling Yun personally guided him in actual combat, explained to him the changes in the on-the-spot confrontation, explained the essence of those martial arts, and pointed out Tai Xiaohu's shortcomings. Of course, there is Ning Lingyu watching the battle beside him at the moment. Ling Yun is not only pointing Tai Xiaohu, but also pointing Ning Lingyu. In this way, after another half an hour, when Tai Xiaohu performed all 4 kinds of martial arts, Ling Yunfei floated out of the circle, and shouted to stop with a smile. "Xiaohu, that's really good. Now you have mastered the essence of these martial arts, as well as the changes in facing the enemy. What's left is to fully integrate them. You have to take your time." "Hey, thank you Brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu attacked Ling Yun with all his strength just now, and he still had to ponder over the valuable experience Ling Yun gave him, so he was also exhausted and out of breath at the moment. Ling Yun asked with a smile, "How much true energy is left?" Tai Xiaohu answered truthfully, "Less than 20%. Actually, Tai Xiaohu still had 90% of his true energy left from practicing martial arts till Ling Yan's final trial of his own moves. Just now, when he attacked with all his strength, he only had less than 20% left. In just half an hour, Ling Yan consuming 7 of his powers, it can be seen that Ling Yan personally tried the move, which brought great pressure to Tai Xiaohu. "This is because I only defend and not attack. If I counterattacked just now, your true energy will be exhausted in less than 5 minutes. Ling Yan first said something to Tai Xiaohu, then looked at Ning Lingyu, and said seriously to the two, "This is the difference between a drill and a real battle. When you are really fighting the enemy, don't always think about defeating the opponent in one fell swoop. You must also consider the opponent's number, the opponent's ultimate move, and the opponent's whole cards. You must learn to observe during the battle. Once you lose, you must first think about protecting yourself. Life. If you keep the green hills, you don't have to worry about no firewood, do you two understand?" Tai Xiaohu nodded first, then blinked his bell-like eyes, and asked, "Then what if you encounter a very annoying enemy?" "The same." Ling Yan said solemnly, "A very annoying enemy is often a very powerful enemy, and even an enemy you can't help. At that time, you have to work hard, and you will only end in a tragic death. Once ancient warriors and cultivators reach the point of duel, they rarely it's for the victory and defeat, it's all for life and death. Finally, Ling Yun pointed at himself, for example, I am your life and death enemy. Whether I want to kill you or not is all up to me. If you run away with all your strength, it is unknown whether you will be able to escape. You still want to fight with me. That is courting death. In order to instill the concept of life and death battle between the two, Ling Yun spoke very bluntly, but the ancient martial arts world is so cruel, and the cultivation world is even more ruthless. When Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu heard Ling Yun's words, they both remembered the battle they had personally experienced in Villa No. 1, and immediately nodded awe-inspiring. Okay, I think you use this golden Zen stick very well, so it will belong to you in the future. Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder, and said with a smile, actually, there is another purple gold gun, which is Qin Jing Xuan's, but I cut it off. Later, I will ask the people from Weapon Workshop to recast it. After casting it, I will give it to you. Hey, thank you Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was so happy that he didn't know what to say. In this way, Tai Xiaohu has 3 weapons, a pair of judging sticks, a golden Zen stick, and a purple gold gun that he didn't get. Now it's dinner time, there are still 2 hours left, you continue to familiarize yourself with these martial arts here, and focus on the changes in the essence. When you feel that it's almost done, go to eat, then go to meditate and practice, and adjust your own state to the best. Just help you break through. Tai Xiaohu naturally agreed, okay. Ling Yun smiled, nodded to Tai Xiaohu, then signaled Ning Lingyu to go out with him, and the two left the practice room. Lingyu, in my eyes, you are as important as my life, so, promise brother, no matter where you are from now on, you must protect yourself, you understand? Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu walked towards the front yard side by side, and said suddenly. Hearing the sudden words of concern, Ning Lingyu suddenly became at a loss. She licked her bright lips, thought for a long time, and suddenly complained, brother, why are you saying such things all of a sudden? Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu's embarrassed look, and couldn't help but smiled slightly, you are naturally stubborn, I am afraid that when you are not by your side, if you want to fight with others, you will swear to the death, and take your own life in vain. Although Ling Yun was smiling, his tone was extremely serious. Brother, I remember. Ning Lingyu's heart was surging, and she didn't say anything else. The two came under the willow of ghosts and gods in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. Standing beside Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun could clearly feel the powerful wood aura released by ghost god Willow, which penetrated into Ning Lingyu's body without hindrance. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, this is the body of a fairy. Lingyu, are you worried about the 4 or 9 heavenly tribulation these days? Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Ning Lingyu's delicate and dreamy side face, and asked with a smile. Ning Lingyu bit her lips and remained silent. One night the fairy shines on the clear water, and of course Ning Lingyu saw the last golden thunder that pierced the sky and the earth when Ling Yun crossed the catastrophe. Now she is at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, and she will enter the 4th level of Qi training at any time. Little heavenly tribulation, how can I not be afraid at all? What you saw was my brother's catastrophe. Normal catastrophes are not like this. Ling Yun explained with a smile, normal 49 small heavenly tribulations, the thickest thunder and lightning that falls is no more than the thickness of a thumb. Now you have entered the 2nd largest realm of practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju, and you can carry it with only your body. Can live. Ning Lingyu has now broken through the 1st level of the Dian Gathering Stars treasure art, and is at the peak of the 1st level of the 2nd level. Among all the people around Ling Yun, she was the first to break through the 2nd level of Juxing Baojue. Yi Xingchen reached the peak of the 1st realm in just a few days, and because of her practice of drawing stars from the void, she will break through to the 2nd realm at any time. Of course, Yi Xingqian is a pure body of stars, so she cannot be compared with others. Sister, you are a fairy body, the world dare not bully you. Ling Yun suddenly said very firmly. Ning Lingyu didn't expect Ling Yun to say that, and was a little stunned. Let's go to the 5th courtyard, and I will teach you another kind of exercise, the Supreme Qingdi Ju. If it is said that Ling Yun carefully cultivated Tai Xiaohu, then he really cared for Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu is the body of a fairy, and is the only person besides Ling Yun who can practice the 5 elements slaughtering god art. Now, Ning Lingyu has reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi training. In addition to practicing the Dian Ju Xingju, she has only practiced the Wanxue Xianjue. Now she has entered the hall and entered the room, which is similar to the realm reached by Ling Yan's Iqi Yinyang Ju. One law is universal. Ning Lingyu has made a small success in practicing Wanxue Xianjue, and practicing other 5-element exercises will be a matter of course. She has all the attributes of the 5 elements, but the attribute of water and wood is the strongest, so the second set of exercises that Ling Yun taught her is the Supreme Qingdi formula. To be continued. Of course Ning Lingyu will not let Ling Yun down. The update is so fast. In the 5th courtyard, after Ning Lingyu memorized all the exercises of the Supreme Qingdi Ju, she floated directly into the medicine grass, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to practice under Ling Yun's guidance. Because she practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju at the peak of the 3rd level of qi training, which was higher than when Ling Yun practiced at the beginning, so after she mastered the Dharma, she quickly reached the Supreme Qing Emperor's practice for the first time. The 5th stage of the Emperor's art. The 5th small realm of the 5th realm. Ling Yun saw that the spiritual grass in the courtyard was ripened by Ning Lingyu in a large area. Of course he was extremely satisfied, and couldn't help nodding and smiling. Even now, Ling Yun has only cultivated the Supreme Qingdi Ju to the peak of the 5th major realm. Of course, until now, Ling Yun has not deliberately practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju, because this set of cultivation skills, before reaching the 8th level, they are just auxiliary skills, and they are not used in battle, as long as they are enough. At the same time, he also thought of Miao Xiaomiao, who was far away in Qingshui City at the moment. Probably she should have cultivated to the 4th stage of the Supreme Qingdi Ju at this moment, right? The reason why Ning Lingyu has cultivated the Supreme Qingdi Ju to the middle stage of the 5th level at once, which is higher than Miao Xiaomiao's achievement, is because of 3 reasons. First, the body of the fairy. Second, the 3rd level of qi training at the peak of her cultivation. The aura in her body can easily flow out of her body, and her control over those auras has reached the point of being subtle. Third, Ning Lingyu is in the ancestral house of the Ling family. Not only there is a large formation of gathering spirits, but also the ghost willow released the powerful wood aura. Very good, as long as you know how to use it, let's go. Seeing that Ning Lingyu had completely mastered the Supreme Qing Emperor art, Ling Yun didn't make any other requests, but directly called Ning Lingyu to leave. Brother, those mature, medicinal herbs. Ning Lingyu stood up, looked at the mature medicinal herbs all over the yard, and asked Ling Yun with a satisfied and delighted smile on her beautiful and pretty face. We don't need to worry about it, Aunt Qingyao will come to take care of it every day. While Ling Yun was talking, he dragged Ning Lingyu to the Ling family's 3rd courtyard, and this time he went directly to his patriarch's room. When Ning Lingyu came to Ling Yun's room, she immediately acted unnaturally. She has a strong sense of consciousness. Of course she knows that Chao Shanshan is already living with Ling Yun, but she is new to the capital and cannot tell others about many things on her mind. Of course, Ning Lingyu is so smart, and now he already knows that when Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, he had already had intimate relationships with Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. She knew all these things, but she could only hide them silently in her heart. This is my brother's room, you don't have to be restrained, you can sit wherever you want. Flash dance novels. Ling Yun thought that Ning Lingyu was a newcomer and couldn't let go, so he directly smiled and beckoned Ning Lingyu to sit down. Lingyu, do you still have the talismans that my brother gave you? As soon as Lingyan came up, he went straight to the point. It is definitely not a problem for Ning Lingyu to break through now, but after she breaks through, she will face the catastrophe. Even though Lingyan said that she dare not bully the world, what should be prepared is still necessary to prevent any sudden situation. Well, brother, before I came to Beijing, I left some for the Qin family. When Ning Lingyu heard Lingyan's question, she said shyly. Those talismans were all given to her by Lingyan for self-defense, and she gave them to the Qin family without saying hello to Lingyan. Of course she felt a little embarrassed. Haha, sister, are you still embarrassed? Lingyan made a small joke with Ning Lingyu. Then he said positively, Lingyu, our mother has put in so much effort and painstaking efforts in raising me since I was a child. Although I have never been to the Qin family, in my eyes, there is no difference between the Qin family and the Ling family. The things of the Qin family, my brother takes them for granted, so you don't have to hold grudges. Ning Lingyu nodded, but suddenly her eyes turned red. Brother, I miss my mother. At this moment, there are only 2 brothers and sisters. When Ning Lingyu heard Lingyan mentioning Qin Chuoyue, she couldn't restrain her miss immediately, and tears rolled down her eyes. I know, my brother misses my mother just as much. Lingyan stepped forward and took the initiative to embrace Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders. His handsome eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, it won't be too long, brother is going to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference this time. After the Demon Subduing Conference is over, just go directly to Tianshan Mountain and rescue my mother. Ning Lingyu raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, Brother, I want to go to Tianshan Mountain too. This. Lingyan suddenly became embarrassed, and took Ning Lingyu to the Heavenly Sword sect to save his mother. It's not that Lingyan had never thought about it, but he really didn't want Ning Lingyu to be in that kind of intense emotional vortex. Qin Chuoyue, Ning Tianya, Di Xiaozhen, the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family. Brother, my mother, and I. When Ning Lingyu said this, he suddenly changed his words. Grandpa has already told me everything about the Ning family. Lingyan was taken aback for a moment, then said in astonishment, You know everything? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lingyan instantly felt relieved. Ning Lingyu stayed in Qin's house for almost a month. With Ning Lingyu's intelligence and temper, even if Qin Chongqing wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it. So without waiting for Ning Lingyu to answer, Lingyan immediately said again, You can't go to the Demon Subduing Conference. After the Demon Subduing Conference is over, when I have to rush to Tianshan, I will call you to meet up, and then how about we go together? Seeing that Lingyan agreed, Ning Lingyu finally burst into tears. She voluntarily pulled herself out of Lingyan's arms, wiped her tears and said, Brother, after going through the incident at Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City, you still treat her like an ordinary little girl to protect you. On the night of the deadly battle in Villa No. 1, corpses were strewn all over the ground, blood flowed into rivers, Hamba and blood tribes were killed, and the golden god Thunder came to the world. All the people who were present and experienced that night, their state of mind is no longer the same as that of ordinary people. Of course Lingyan understood this. But he still smiled and said, Silly girl, no matter how powerful you become, you are still my sister I want to protect. Lingyan raised his hand to help Ning Lingyu wipe away his tears, and said, Be obedient, when I go to the Demon Conference, you will study in the university obediently, and when that matter is over, my brother will let you go to join me. Okay? It is good. This time, Ning Lingyu fully agreed. Next, Lingyan began to take things out of Taishu's ring. All kinds of 6-level and 7-level talismans, as well as the yin and yang pills he personally refined, and the dragon spirit pill, as well as the dragon tiger pill and great return pill he got these days, gave Ning Lingyu half of them. At the same time, Lingyan also explained to Ning Lingyu the usage of those talismans and pills in detail one by one, and after making sure that she had written them all down, he said, Lingyu, before, you didn't have the magic weapon of space, so my brother didn't give it to you. What, now you also have a space ring, do you want a handy weapon? Over the past few days, Ling Yun has already given a lot of weapons and other treasures he collected to everyone in the Ling family. Now it's his sister's turn, how could she hide her private? Ning Lingyu giggled and said, Brother, I can now control 12 water swords at the same time, and there are so many clear water symbols, even in places where there is no water, I can fight without using weapons. 12 water swords? Ling Yan's face was surprised, he nodded and said, It seems that you have already started to practice the specific combat methods of Wanshui Xianjue, right? Wanshui Immortal Ju, just like Ling Yan's Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, by Xian'er's Tianyuan 9-star demon book, Yi Xingchen's Void Leading Star Ju, is a method that integrates cultivation and combat, and it includes various all kinds of combat skills are ever-changing, and everything is related to one's own cultivation realm. Yes. Ning Lingyu smiled and nodded. She told Ling Yun about her cultivation achievements, and she couldn't help being a little proud. I will definitely beat Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun directly raised his hand to his forehead, shook his head and sighed, Sister, you are called bullying. Tai Xiaohu is now at most half a step of the innate realm. Ning Lingyu is already at the peak of the early stage of qi training. There is no comparable sex at all. Okay, since you don't need a weapon, then my brother will directly refine a flying sword for you, just like Qingying. As Ling Yun spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out the blue shadow flying sword, and then his divine sense controlled it, changing ever-changingly, and lightning shuttled across the room for a while. Ning Lingyu was dumbfounded. Ling Yun quickly withdrew Qingying. When you have passed the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes and entered the middle stage of qi training, I will teach you 3 cultivation methods. At that time, you can truly protect yourself. In the mid-stage of qi training, you can start to practice the 5 elements slaughter god art. Now Ning Lingyu has got the second one, and there are still 3. Of course, Ling Yun will teach her after she enters the 4th level of qi training. Next, Ling Yun explained to Ning Lingyu a lot of key points of rushing attention, how to deal with the 49 minor catastrophes after breaking through, and many other things, so that everything was done in detail and foolproof. Lingyu, now you can practice boldly, and stop before you break the barrier, and I will help you when the time comes. After dinner, Ling Yun asked Ning Lingyu to practice alone. After he prepared everything, he also practiced for 2 hours. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he came to the 6th courtyard, under the willow of ghosts and gods, and found Tai Lingyu. Little Tiger. With the help of the sufficient spiritual energy from the Ling family's ancestral house's spirit-gathering formation, Tai Xiaohu's true energy consumed in the afternoon has already been replenished by now, and now his body is just adjusted to the best condition. Tiger, are you ready? Brother Yun, get ready. Tai Xiaohu sensed Ling Yun's arrival, slowly opened his eyes, and said impatiently. Well, start breaking through Xiantian now. I will protect you, don't hold anything back, let's see how many floors you can reach Xiantian in one breath. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun sat directly opposite Tai Xiaohu and directly burned 100 drops of divine energy. Tai Xiaohu calmed down, and started to use his internal power of fury. Immediately, his dantian was like a shocking sea. Ran Du's second pulse rushed away. Almost in an instant, Tai Xiaohu's Ran and Du's 2 veins were opened up, achieving the unity of heaven and man, and advancing to the innate realm. Let's rush to the Sea of Consciousness entrance between the eyebrows first. Ling Yun immediately opened his mouth to remind. At this time, Tai Xiaohu's raging internal strength has finally exerted a powerful effect. Without any help from Ling Yun, the powerful true energy brought by his instant breakthrough burst through the sea of consciousness between eyebrows in one go, and possessed spiritual consciousness. Tai Xiaohu's expression brightened. Continue. Ling Yan smiled, knowing that this was just the beginning. He said to Tai Xiaohu. Next, Tai Xiaohu made a breakthrough like a bamboo shoot. Innate level. Congenital second floor. The pinnacle of the third level of congenital. Congenital 4 floors. Tai Xiaohu has naturally reached the 4th level of the innate realm with only his own strength, and he still has more strength. Open your mouth. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu to open his mouth, and threw a dragon tiger pill directly into Tai Xiaohu's mouth, and finally shot. He flew behind Tai Xiaohu, still sitting cross-legged, with his hands on his back. Continue. The spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body poured into Tai Xiaohu's body continuously, helping him dissolve the power of the dragon and tiger pill, and channeling the violent airflow in Tai Xiaohu's meridians. Soon, Tai Xiaohu advanced to the peak of the 4th level of innate, and entered the 5th level of innate in one go. In the end, this night, with Ling Yan's help, Tai Xiaohu reached the peak of the 5th level of innate, and his realm was completely stabilized. Brother Yun, I feel that I still have the strength to break through. Tai Xiaohu said excitedly, feeling the powerful force in his limbs and bones. Ling Yan scolded with a smile, it is not enough to break through the 5 realms in one breath. There is no rush to break through, it is important to stabilize the realm. Ling Yan knew that as long as he gave Tai Xiaohu some dragon saliva, and with his own help, Tai Xiaohu could easily reach the peak of the first 6, but he didn't want to backfire. Xiaohu, let go of your spiritual sense, feel it, and see how far you can feel it. After stopping Tai Xiaohu's desire to continue breaking through, Ling Yan asked with a smile. It seems, it's about 2,000 meters away? The new version of Flash Dance novel is online. New mobile station. There is no next chapter in the previous chapter. Of course Ning Lingyu will not let Ling Yun down. The update is so fast. In the 5th courtyard, after Ning Lingyu memorized all the exercises of the Supreme Qingdi Ju, she floated directly into the medicine grass, sat cross-legged on the spot, and began to practice under Ling Yan's guidance. Because she practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, which was higher than when Ling Yan practiced at the beginning, so after she mastered the Dharma, she quickly reached the Supreme Qing Emperor's practice for the first time. The 5th stage of the Emperor's art. The 5th small realm of the 5th realm. Ling Yan saw that the spiritual grass in the courtyard was ripened by Ning Lingyu in a large area. Of course he was extremely satisfied, and couldn't help nodding and smiling. Even now, Ling Yan has only cultivated the Supreme Qingdi Ju to the peak of the 5th major realm. Of course, until now, Ling Yan has not deliberately practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor Ju, because this set of cultivation skills, before reaching the 8th level, they are just auxiliary skills, and they are not used in battle, as long as they are enough. At the same time, he also thought of Miao Xiaomiao, who was far away in Qingshui City at the moment. Probably she should have cultivated to the 4th stage of the Supreme Qingdi Ju at this moment, right? The reason why Ning Lingyu has cultivated the Supreme Qingdi Ju to the middle stage of the 5th level at once, which is higher than Miao Xiaomiao's achievement, is because of 3 reasons. First, the body of the fairy. Second, the 3rd level of Qi training at the peak of her cultivation. The aura in her body can easily flow out of her body, and her control over those auras has reached the point of being subtle. Third, Ning Lingyu is in the ancestral house of the Ling family. Not only there is a large formation of gathering spirits, but also the ghost willow released the powerful wood aura. Very good, as long as you know how to use it, let's go. Seeing that Ning Lingyu had completely mastered the Supreme Qing Emperor art, Ling Yan didn't make any other requests, but directly called Ning Lingyu to leave. Brother, those mature, medicinal herbs. Ning Lingyu stood up, looked at the mature medicinal herbs all over the yard, and asked Ling Yun with a satisfied and delighted smile on her beautiful and pretty face. We don't need to worry about it, Aunt Qingyao will come to take care of it every day. While Ling Yun was talking, he dragged Ning Lingyu to the Ling family's 3rd courtyard, and this time he went directly to his patriarch's room. When Ning Lingyu came to Lingyun's room, she immediately acted unnaturally. She has a strong sense of consciousness. Of course she knows that Chao Shanshan is already living with Lingyun, but she is new to the capital and cannot tell others about many things on her mind. Of course, Ning Lingyu is so smart, and now he already knows that when Lingyun was in Qingshui City, he had already had intimate relationships with Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. She knew all these things, but she could only hide them silently in her heart. This is my brother's room, you don't have to be restrained, you can sit wherever you want. Flash dance novels. Lingyun thought that Ning Lingyu was a newcomer and couldn't let go, so he directly smiled and beckoned Ning Lingyu to sit down. Lingyu, do you still have the talismans that my brother gave you? As soon as Lingyun came up, he went straight to the point. It is definitely not a problem for Ning Lingyu to break through now, but after she breaks through, she will face the catastrophe. Even though Lingyun said that she dare not bully the world, what should be prepared is still necessary to prevent any sudden situation. Well brother, before I came to Beijing, I left some for the Qin family. When Ning Lingyu heard Lingyun's question, she said shyly. Those talismans were all given to her by Lingyun for self-defense, and she gave them to the Qin family without saying hello to Lingyun. Of course she felt a little embarrassed. Haha, sister, are you still embarrassed? Lingyun made a small joke with Ning Lingyu, and then said seriously, Lingyu, our mother raised me from a young age, it can be said that she has worked hard and painstakingly. Although I haven't been to the Qin family, but in my eyes, there is no difference between the Qin family and the Ling family. If you give something to the Qin family, my brother takes it for granted, so you don't have to hold grudges. Ning Lingyu nodded, but suddenly her eyes turned red. Brother, I miss my mother. At this moment, there are only 2 brothers and sisters. When Ning Lingyu heard Lingyun mentioning Qin Qiuyue, she couldn't restrain her miss immediately, and tears rolled down her eyes. I know, my brother misses my mother just as much. Lingyun stepped forward and took the initiative to embrace Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders. His handsome eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, it won't be too long, brother is going to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference this time. After the Demon Subduing Conference is over, just go directly to Tianshan Mountain and rescue my mother. Ning Lingyu raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, brother, I want to go to Tianshan Mountain too. This. Lingyun suddenly became embarrassed, and took Ning Lingyu to the Heavenly Sword sect to save his mother. It's not that Lingyun had never thought about it, but he really didn't want Ning Lingyu to be in that kind of intense emotional vortex. Qin Qiuyue, Ning Tianya, Di Xiaozhen, the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family. Brother, my mother and I. When Ning Lingyu said this, he suddenly changed his words. Grandpa has already told me everything about the Ning family. Lingyun was taken aback for a moment, then said in astonishment, you know everything? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lingyun instantly felt relieved. Ning Lingyu stayed in Qin's house for almost a month. With Ning Lingyu's intelligence and temper, even if Qin Chongqing wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it. So without waiting for Ning Lingyu to answer, Lingyun immediately said again, you can't go to the Demon Subduing Conference. After the Demon Subduing Conference is over, when I have to rush to Tianshan, I will call you to meet up, and then how about we go together? Seeing that Lingyun agreed, Ning Lingyu finally burst into tears. She voluntarily pulled herself out of Lingyun's arms, wiped her tears and said, brother, after going through the incident at Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City, you still treat her like an ordinary little girl to protect you. On the night of the deadly battle in Villa No. 1, corpses were strewn all over the ground, blood flowed into rivers, Hamba and blood tribes were killed, and the golden god Thunder came to the world. All the people who were present and experienced that night, their state of mind is no longer the same as that of ordinary people. Of course Lingyun understood this. But he still smiled and said, silly girl, no matter how powerful you become, you are still my sister I want to protect. Ling Yan raised his hand to help Ning Lingyu wipe away his tears, and said, "Be obedient. When I go to the Demon Conference, you will study in the university obediently, and when that matter is over, my brother will let you go to join me." "Okay? It is good." This time, Ning Lingyu fully agreed. Next, Ling Yan began to take things out of Taishu's ring. All kinds of 6-level and 7-level talismans, as well as the yin and yang pills he personally refined, and the dragon spirit pill, as well as the dragon tiger pill and great return pill he got these days, gave Ning Lingyu half of them. At the same time, Ling Yan also explained to Ning Lingyu the usage of those talismans and pills in detail one by one, and after making sure that she had written them all down, he said, "Lingyu, before, you didn't have the magic weapon of space, so my brother didn't give it to you. What, now you also have a space ring, do you want a handy weapon?" Over the past few days, Ling Yan has already given a lot of weapons and other treasures he collected to everyone in the Ling family. Now it's his sister's turn, how could she hide her private? Ning Lingyu giggled and said, "Brother, I can now control 12 water swords at the same time, and there are so many clear water symbols, even in places where there is no water, I can fight without using weapons." 12 water swords? Ling Yan's face was surprised, he nodded and said, "It seems that you have already started to practice the specific combat methods of Wanshui Xianjue, right? Wanshui Immortal Ju, just like Ling Yan's Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, by Xian'er's Tianyuan 9-star demon book, Yi Xingchen's Void Leading Star Ju, is a method that integrates cultivation and combat, and it includes various all kinds of combat skills are ever-changing, and everything is related to one's own cultivation realm." "Yes." Ning Lingyu smiled and nodded. She told Ling Yun about her cultivation achievements, and she couldn't help being a little proud. "I will definitely beat Tai Xiaohu." Ling Yun directly raised his hand to his forehead, shook his head and sighed, "Sister, you are called bullying. Tai Xiaohu is now at most half a step of the innate realm. Ning Lingyu is already at the peak of the early stage of qi training. There is no comparable sex at all." "Okay, since you don't need a weapon, then my brother will directly refine a flying sword for you, just like Qingying." As Ling Yan spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out the blue shadow flying sword, and then his divine sense controlled it, changing ever-changingly, and lightning shuttled across the room for a while. Ning Lingyu was dumbfounded. Ling Yan quickly withdrew Qingying. "When you have passed the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes and entered the middle stage of qi training, I will teach you 3 cultivation methods. At that time, you can truly protect yourself. In the mid-stage of qi training, you can start to practice the 5 elements slaughter god art." Now Ning Lingyu has got the second one, and there are still 3. Of course, Ling Yan will teach her after she enters the 4th level of qi training. Next, Ling Yan explained to Ning Lingyu a lot of key points of rushing attention, how to deal with the 49 minor catastrophes after breaking through, and many other things, so that everything was done in detail and foolproof. "Lingyu, now you can practice boldly, and stop before you break the barrier, and I will help you when the time comes." After dinner, Ling Yan asked Ning Lingyu to practice alone. After he prepared everything, he also practiced for 2 hours. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he came to the 6th courtyard, under the willow of ghosts and gods, and found Tai Lingyu. "Little tiger." With the help of the sufficient spiritual energy from the Ling family's ancestral house's spirit-gathering formation, Tai Xiaohu's true energy consumed in the afternoon has already been replenished by now, and now his body is just adjusted to the best condition. "Tiger, are you ready?" "Brother Yun, get ready." Tai Xiaohu sensed Ling Yan's arrival, slowly opened his eyes, and said impatiently, "Well, start breaking through Xiantian now. I will protect you, don't hold anything back, let's see how many floors you can reach Xiantian in one breath." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan sat directly opposite Tai Xiaohu and directly burned 100 drops of divine energy. Tai Xiaohu calmed down, and started to use his internal power of fury. Immediately, his dantian was like a shocking sea. Ran Du's second pulse rushed away. Almost in an instant, Tai Xiaohu's Ren and Du's two veins were opened up, achieving the unity of heaven and man, and advancing to the innate realm. Let's rush to the sea of consciousness entrance between the eyebrows first. Ling Yun immediately opened his mouth to remind. At this time, Tai Xiaohu's raging internal strength has finally exerted a powerful effect. Without any help from Ling Yun, the powerful true energy brought by his instant breakthrough burst through the sea of consciousness between eyebrows in one go, and possessed spiritual consciousness. Tai Xiaohu's expression brightened. Continue. Ling Yun smiled, knowing that this was just the beginning. He said to Tai Xiaohu. Next, Tai Xiaohu made a breakthrough like a bamboo shoot. Innate layer. Congenital second floor. The pinnacle of the third level of congenital. Congenital 4 floors. Tai Xiaohu has naturally reached the 4th level of the innate realm with only his own strength, and he still has more strength. Open your mouth. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to open his mouth, and threw a dragon tiger pill directly into Tai Xiaohu's mouth, and finally shot. He flew behind Tai Xiaohu, still sitting cross-legged, with his hands on his back. Continue. The spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body poured into Tai Xiaohu's body continuously, helping him dissolve the power of the dragon and tiger pill, and channeling the violent airflow in Tai Xiaohu's meridians. Soon, Tai Xiaohu advanced to the peak of the 4th level of innate, and entered the 5th level of innate in one go. In the end, this night, with Ling Yun's help, Tai Xiaohu reached the peak of the 5th level of innate, and his realm was completely stabilized. Brother Yun, I feel that I still have the strength to break through. Tai Xiaohu said excitedly, feeling the powerful force in his limbs and bones. Ling Yun scolded with a smile, it is not enough to break through the 5 realms in one breath. There is no rush to break through, it is important to stabilize the realm. Ling Yun knew that as long as he gave Tai Xiaohu some dragon saliva, and with his own help, Tai Xiaohu could easily reach the peak of the first 6, but he didn't want to backfire. Xiaohu, let go of your spiritual sense, feel it, and see how far you can feel it. After stopping Tai Xiaohu's desire to continue breaking through, Ling Yun asked with a smile. It seems, it's about 2,000 meters away? The range of spiritual consciousness is 2 kilometers. If it is divided by the realm of cultivation, it is naturally the 2nd level of qi training. Of course, Tai Xiaohu's 2nd level of qi training can only be called a name at present, just because he has divine consciousness, and the range of divine consciousness has reached 2 kilometers. The sign of truly entering the qi refining period is that, like Ling Yun is now, he must be able to refine qi and transform into a god. That is to say, one must be able to turn the true energy in the body into a divine essence, which can provide a steady stream of mana for self-cultivation. This is the real practice of qi. However, Tai Xiaohu has accumulated a lot of money, and he has just opened up the 2 veins of Ren and Du, breaking through the innate realm, and possessing divine consciousness. It is already very good to achieve the current achievement. It is a matter of time to use true energy to condense the divine essence, so there is no need to rush for a while. Brush. A tall figure suddenly appeared in the 6th courtyard. It was Ling Lai. What a boy. He has reached the peak of the first 5 in one breath, and still has the strength to break through. Such a good physique is really an eye-opener. As soon as Ling Lai appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth, admiring Tai Xiaohu. Hey. Tai Xiaohu stood up and let out a series of crackling noises like popping beans, showing the tremendous strength he had just acquired, then scratched his head and said to Ling Lai, Grandpa Ling, this is all thanks to Brother Yun. Naturally, Ling Yun had already got up, and he stood aside, smiling without saying a word. There is no doubt that what Tai Xiaohu said is correct. He can have today's achievements, all are created by Ling Yun's own strength. Ling Lai stared at Tai Xiaohu, sized him up and down, suddenly his eyes widened, and he rubbed his fists and said, "Boy, I see that you have extraordinary combat power. How are you? Do you dare to fight me?" When Tai Xiaohu heard it, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Grandpa Ling, how dare I fight with you?" Ling Lai stared. "What's wrong with me? This will not only test your current combat power, but also help you stabilize your realm. It's a double win." At this moment, Tai Xiaohu felt the powerful Zhenqi surging in his body, as well as the violent force that could not help but want to explode in his limbs. How can he decide for himself? So Tai Xiaohu turned to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Since Grandpa intends to teach you martial arts, why don't you agree quickly? Why are you still coddling? Just do your best." What state is Ling Lai in now? At the peak of the first level of the supernatural powers, he will enter the second level of the supernatural powers at any time. Even if Tai Xiaohu puts all he has learned, it is impossible to hurt Ling Lai, so Ling Yun is not worried at all. Ling Yun knew that in the current Ling family, Ling Lai was one of the people with the highest realm. Besides Ling Yun, there were two other people, namely Ling Xiao and Qing Yao. But it is almost impossible for these two people to compete with Ling Lai in martial arts. Therefore, during the period when Shui Lao is not in the Ling family for the time being, Mr. Ling can't find a suitable opponent to compete in martial arts, and he has long been exhausted. Now Ling Yan happens to be training Tai Xiaohu, and Ling Lai can tell at a glance that Tai Xiaohu's pure combat strength is even higher than Shui Lao's. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? When Tai Xiaohu saw that Ling Yan had agreed directly, he was immediately overjoyed, his expression brightened, and he said to Ling Lai, "Grandpa Ling, please advise." Ling Lai chuckled and said, "Let's go, my father and I are going to the practice room now, practice hard tonight." After finishing speaking, he floated forward, patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder, and led him out of the yard just like that. "Hey, now Grandpa won't be lonely anymore." Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Ling Yin smiled and shook his head. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yin drove Ning Lingyu and left the Ling family's ancestral house. In the night, Ling Yin drove very fast, and they went out of the city, headed northeast of the capital, and headed straight for the Miyun Reservoir. Half an hour later, the two arrived in Miyun territory. Ling Yin drove the car all the way to the vicinity of the Miyun Reservoir, then stopped the car and called his sister to get off the car. Ning Lingyu already knew that the large water area of Miyun Reservoir was the place that Ling Yun had carefully selected for her to cross the border and cross the tribulation. The Wanjue Xianju, of course, must be in a place with sufficient water sources to exert its most powerful effect. Flash Dance Novel Network. Such as the sea, such as rivers and lakes. But around the capital, of course, there would be no such things, so Ling Yin had to settle for the next best thing and find a large reservoir. However, this is not to say that Ning Lingyu must come to a place with water to rush to the pass. If that is the case, then the Wanjuixianju is too restrictive to practice, and it cannot be regarded as a top-level cultivation method. Ling Yin chose this place for Ning Lingyu. On the one hand, it is naturally because of the suitable exercises, but the most important point is because it is hidden enough and suitable for crossing the catastrophe. The water area of Miyun Reservoir has complex topography, and many water surfaces are surrounded by mountains. Usually, there are few people. In the middle of the night, no one will come. It is just suitable for Ning Lingyu to cross the catastrophe. After the siblings got off the car, in front of Ning Lingyu, Ling Yin put the car into the Taishu ring and carried it with him. Ning Lingyu looked a little dazed. Ling Yin smiled and said, "Sister, you have to adapt to these things as soon as possible in the future. There is nothing to make a fuss about. The space in the space ring is large enough, so you can use it as you like." In the darkness, Ning Lingyu thought for a while, and finally nodded to express her understanding. The night was dark, and there was no one around. Ling Yin sacrificed the Qingying flying sword, and under the urging of his divine sense, turned the Qingying Feijian into a huge broadsword, and then hovered in front of the two of them. He first flew up. Lingyu, come up. After Lingyan stepped on the sword, he immediately smiled and invited Ning Lingyu to come up too. Brother, this. Ning Lingyu was completely dumbfounded, feeling that the scene in front of her was a bit unbelievable. This is Yujian flying. Real Yujian flight. However, after Ning Lingyu was amazed, she accepted it quickly, and flew up without hesitation, standing side by side with Ling Yun. The two were more than a foot above the ground. Ning Lingyu asked, Brother, is this Yujian flying? Ling Yun smiled and said, Yes, this is the real Yujian flight. But my brother has just learned it for the time being, and he can't fly long distances yet, but I will take you around this water area to find a place to cross the border and cross the tribulation. The place is still fine. Stand firm. Reminding Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun had already controlled the flying sword and flew slowly into the dark sky. It was the first time for Ning Lingyu to experience this kind of flight. She was a little nervous, but she was not afraid. She just held Ling Yun's shoulder tightly with both hands. Lingyu, in fact, my brother has never had time to teach you. According to your current speed of congealing the divine essence, you can also fly with the sword. Ling Yun didn't fly too high, but after reaching an altitude of 50 meters above the ground, he flew towards the vast water surface ahead, and soon came directly above the Miyun Reservoir. He let go of his consciousness, looked for a place suitable for Ning Lingyu to break through, and said with a smile, However, you will soon enter the 4th level of Qi training, and then you can fly directly in the sky. That is, you are really flying in the sky. There is no need to use magic tools. Ah? Really? When Ning Lingyu heard that after this breakthrough, he could fly in the air, he was a little excited. At that time, my brother will teach you how to fly in the sky. It's actually very simple. Ling Yun said casually, and then he suddenly pointed to the water surface in the southwest direction. Let's go there. It's not easy to find a hidden place on a piece of water with a range of 3 kilometers and flying with a sword. Soon, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu arrived at their destination. They jumped off the flying sword and stood on the shore. This is a water area more than 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. The terrain is slightly long and narrow, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the other side leads to the waters in the north, but the shore there is also a mountain range. Worried that others will see it. For Ning Lingyu, it is not a problem to break through the customs and cross the tribulation. The most important thing is not to be seen by others. Lingyu, don't worry about breaking through. Ling Yun maximized his spiritual consciousness, observed the surroundings carefully, and said to Ning Lingyu with a smile, Brother will protect you. Ning Lingyu sat down on a relatively flat boulder, and before closing his eyes to exercise, he suddenly asked Ling Yun, Brother, will the catastrophe land immediately after I break through? Ling Yun said with a smile, This will vary from person to person, but for most people, heavenly tribulation will give enough time for practitioners to prepare. It is rare that you have just broken through, and heavenly tribulation will strike down without warning gone. There are only 2 situations in which heavenly tribulation will fall instantly just after breaking through an important threshold. One is by Xiener, a powerful monster who crosses the catastrophe of this kind. Lingyu, don't think about anything else. With my brother around, you just need to rest assured and go through the test. Don't delay your cultivation. Ling Yun felt Ning Lingyu's worry, and his words were full of strong confidence. Kindness. So Ning Lingyu sat cross-legged and began to practice Wanshui Xianjue, hitting the 4th level of Qi training, which is the middle stage of Qi training. Ning Lingyu had already reached the limit of the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training yesterday, and a breakthrough was already imperative, so now she hit the 4th level of Qi training with all her strength, and succeeded almost instantly. At the same time, the range of her consciousness reached a terrifying 4,000 meters. Next, without any hindrance, Ming Lingyu reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training in one fell swoop with the help of the abundant water aura around her. After feeling the barrier of the next level, she stopped breaking through and consolidated her realm. Half an hour later, Ming Lingyu slowly opened her eyes were a little dazed. Brother, this doesn't feel like it. It's no different from when you hit the 2nd and 3rd floors of Qi training. Ming Lingyu complained a little in his words. If she had known it would be so easy, she wouldn't need to come to the Miyun Reservoir, just find a place to break through. Sister, you are the body of a fairy. It is so simple to break through the level. It is too difficult and it is not normal. Seeing that Ming Lingyu had made a steady breakthrough and entered the middle stage of Qi training, Lingyan smiled with relief. Okay, the surprise of a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training doesn't lie in the time of the breakthrough, but in having all kinds of extraordinary abilities after the breakthrough. To be continued. The new version of Flash Dance novel is online. New mobile station. There is no next chapter in the previous chapter. The range of spiritual consciousness is 2 kilometers. If it is divided by the realm of cultivation, it is naturally the 2nd level of Qi training. Of course, Tai Xiaohu's 2nd level of Qi training can only be called a name at present, just because he has divine consciousness, and the range of divine consciousness has reached 2 kilometers. The sign of truly entering the Qi refining period is that, like Ling Yun is now, he must be able to refine Qi and transform into a god. That is to say, one must be able to turn the true energy in the body into a divine essence, which can provide a steady stream of mana for self-cultivation. This is the real practice of Qi. However, Tai Xiaohu has accumulated a lot of money, and he has just opened up the 2 veins of Ren and Du, breaking through the innate realm, and possessing divine consciousness. It is already very good to achieve the current achievement. It is a matter of time to use true energy to condense the divine essence, so there is no need to rush for a while. Brush. A tall figure suddenly appeared in the 6th courtyard. It was Ling Lai. What a boy. He has reached the peak of the first 5 in one breath, and still has the strength to break through. Such a good physique is really an eye-opener. As soon as Ling Lai appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth, admiring Tai Xiaohu. Hey. Tai Xiaohu stood up and let out a series of crackling noises like popping beans, showing the tremendous strength he had just acquired, then scratched his head and said to Ling Lai, Grandpa Ling, this is all thanks to Brother Yun. Naturally, Ling Yun had already got up, and he stood aside, smiling without saying a word. There is no doubt that what Tai Xiaohu said is correct. He can have today's achievements, all are created by Ling Yun's own strength. Ling Lai stared at Tai Xiaohu, sized him up and down, suddenly his eyes widened, and he rubbed his fists and said, Boy, I see that you have extraordinary combat power. How are you? Do you dare to fight me? When Tai Xiaohu heard it, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. Grandpa Ling, how dare I fight with you? Ling Lai stared, what's wrong with me? This will not only test your current combat power, but also help you stabilize your realm. It's a double win. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu felt the powerful Zhenqi surging in his body, as well as the violent force that could not help but want to explode in his limbs. How can he decide for himself? So Tai Xiaohu turned to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, Since Grandpa intends to teach you martial arts, why don't you agree quickly? Why are you still coddling? Just do your best. What state is Ling Lai in now? At the peak of the 1st level of the supernatural powers, he will enter the 2nd level of the supernatural powers at any time. Even if Tai Xiaohu puts all he has learned, it is impossible to hurt Ling Lai, so Ling Yun is not worried at all. Ling Yun knew that in the current Ling family, Ling Lai was one of the people with the highest realm. Besides Ling Yun, there were 2 other people, namely Ling Xiao and Qing Yao. But it is almost impossible for these 2 people to compete with Ling Lai in martial arts. Therefore, during the period when Shui Lao is not in the Ling family for the time being, Mr. Ling can't find a suitable opponent to compete in martial arts, and he has long been exhausted. Now Ling Yan happens to be training Tai Xiaohu, and Ling Lai can tell at a glance that Tai Xiaohu's pure combat strength is even higher than Cui Lao's. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? When Tai Xiaohu saw that Ling Yan had agreed directly, he was immediately overjoyed, his expression brightened, and he said to Ling Lai, "Grandpa Ling, please advise." Ling Lai chuckled and said, "Let's go, my father and I are going to the practice room now, practice hard tonight." After finishing speaking, he floated forward, patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder, and led him out of the yard just like that. "Hey, now Grandpa won't be lonely anymore." Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Ling Yan smiled and shook his head. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yan drove Ning Lingyu and left the Ling family's ancestral house. In the night, Ling Yan drove very fast, and they went out of the city, headed northeast of the capital, and headed straight for the Miyun Reservoir. Half an hour later, the two arrived in Miyun territory. Ling Yan drove the car all the way to the vicinity of the Miyun Reservoir, then stopped the car and called his sister to get off the car. Ning Lingyu already knew that the large water area of Miyun Reservoir was the place that Ling Yan had carefully selected for her to cross the border and cross the tribulation. The Wanjue Xianju, of course, must be in a place with sufficient water sources to exert its most powerful effect. Flash Dance Novel Network. Such as the sea, such as rivers and lakes. But around the capital, of course, there would be no such things, so Ling Yan had to settle for the next best thing and find a large reservoir. However, this is not to say that Ning Lingyu must come to a place with water to rush to the pass. If that is the case, then the Wanjuixianju is too restrictive to practice, and it cannot be regarded as a top-level cultivation method. Ling Yan chose this place for Ning Lingyu. On the one hand, it is naturally because of the suitable exercises, but the most important point is because it is hidden enough and suitable for crossing the catastrophe. The water area of Miyun Reservoir has complex topography, and many water surfaces are surrounded by mountains. Usually, there are few people. In the middle of the night, no one will come. It is just suitable for Ning Lingyu to cross the catastrophe. After the siblings got off the car, in front of Ning Lingyu, Ling Yan put the car into the Taishu ring and carried it with him. Ning Lingyu looked a little dazed. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Sister, you have to adapt to these things as soon as possible in the future. There is nothing to make a fuss about. The space in the space ring is large enough, so you can use it as you like." In the darkness, Ning Lingyu thought for a while, and finally nodded to express her understanding. The night was dark, and there was no one around. Ling Yan sacrificed the Qingying flying sword, and under the urging of his divine sense, turned the Qingying Feijian into a huge broadsword, and then hovered in front of the two of them. He first flew up. "Lingyu, come up." After Ling Yan stepped on the sword, he immediately smiled and invited Ning Lingyu to come up too. "Brother, this." Ning Lingyu was completely dumbfounded, feeling that the scene in front of her was a bit unbelievable. This is Yujian flying. Real Yujian flight. However, after Ning Lingyu was amazed, she accepted it quickly, and flew up without hesitation, standing side by side with Ling Yun. The two were more than a foot above the ground. Ning Lingyu asked, "Brother, is this Yujian flying?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Yes, this is the real Yujian flight. But my brother has just learned it for the time being, and he can't fly long distances yet, but I will take you around this water area to find a place to cross the border and cross the tribulation. The place is still fine. Stand firm." Reminding Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun had already controlled the flying sword and flew slowly into the dark sky. It was the first time for Ning Lingyu to experience this kind of flight. She was a little nervous, but she was not afraid. She just held Ling Yun's shoulder tightly with both hands. "Lingyu, in fact, my brother has never had time to teach you. According to your current speed of congealing the divine essence, you can also fly with the sword. Ling Yun didn't fly too high, but after reaching an altitude of 50 meters above the ground, he flew towards the vast water surface ahead, and soon came directly above the Miyun reservoir. He let go of his consciousness, looked for a place suitable for Ning Lingyu to break through, and said with a smile, "However, you will soon enter the 4th level of Qi training, and then you can fly directly in the sky. That is, you are really flying in the sky. There is no need to use magic tools." "Ah? Really?" When Ning Lingyu heard that after this breakthrough, he could fly in the air, he was a little excited. "At that time, my brother will teach you how to fly in the sky. It's actually very simple," Ling Yun said casually, and then he suddenly pointed to the water surface in the southwest direction. "Let's go there." It's not easy to find a hidden place on a piece of water with a range of 3 kilometers and flying with a sword. Soon, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu arrived at their destination. They jumped off the flying sword and stood on the shore. This is a water area more than 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. The terrain is slightly long and narrow, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the other side leads to the waters in the north, but the shore there is also a mountain range. Worried that others will see it. For Ning Lingyu, it is not a problem to break through the customs and cross the tribulation. The most important thing is not to be seen by others. "Lingyu, don't worry about breaking through." Ling Yun maximized his spiritual consciousness, observed the surroundings carefully, and said to Ning Lingyu with a smile, "Brother will protect you." Ning Lingyu sat down on a relatively flat boulder, and before closing his eyes to exercise, he suddenly asked Ling Yun, "Brother, will the catastrophe land immediately after I break through?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "This varies from person to person, but for most people, heavenly tribulation will give enough time for practitioners to prepare. It is rare that you have just broken through, and heavenly tribulation will strike down without warning gone. There are only 2 situations in which heavenly tribulation will fall instantly just after breaking through an important threshold. One is by Sinner, a powerful monster who crosses the catastrophe of this kind. Lingyu, don't think about anything else. With my brother around, you just need to rest assured and go through the test. Don't delay your cultivation." Ling Yun felt Ning Lingyu's worry, and his words were full of strong confidence. Kindness. So Ning Lingyu sat cross-legged and began to practice Wanshui Xianjue, hitting the 4th level of Qi training, which is the middle stage of Qi training. Ning Lingyu had already reached the limit of the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training yesterday, and a breakthrough was already imperative, so now she hit the 4th level of Qi training with all her strength, and succeeded almost instantly. At the same time, the range of her consciousness reached a terrifying 4,000 meters. Next, without any hindrance, Ning Lingyu reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training in one fell swoop with the help of the abundant water aura around her. After feeling the barrier of the next level, she stopped breaking through and consolidated her realm. Half an hour later, Ning Lingyu slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little dazed. "Brother, this doesn't feel like it. It's no different from when you hit the 2nd and 3rd floors of Qi training." Ning Lingyu complained a little in his words. If she had known it would be so easy, she wouldn't need to come to the Miyun reservoir, just find a place to break through. "Sister, you are the body of a fairy. It is so simple to break through the level. It is too difficult and it is not normal." Seeing that Ning Lingyu had made a steady breakthrough and entered the middle stage of Qi training, Ling Yun smiled with relief. Okay, the surprise of a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training doesn't lie in the time of the breakthrough, but in having all kinds of extraordinary abilities after the breakthrough. To be continued. The whole Qi refining period is the process of refining Qi and transforming into gods. It is a process in which the cultivator continuously transforms all the true energy in the body into the divine essence. Accompanying this is the expansion of the scope of the cultivator's spiritual consciousness, and the cultivation of spiritual thoughts. As it becomes more and more condensed and pure, the speed at which true energy is transformed into divine essence also increases exponentially, and the burning of divine essence is mana. Flash Dance Novel Network. The initial stage of Qi training is actually the stage where the cultivator gradually transforms and accumulates divine energy. When the reserve of divine energy is sufficient and the realm is reached at the same time, it will naturally break through to the middle stage of Qi training. In the mid-stage of Qi training, of course, it is the stage where one can burn the divine essence at any time and use mana at will. When the practitioner can use mana at will, it is the beginning of a real transcendence, and he is no longer an ordinary person. Therefore, after the cultivator breaks through and enters the middle stage of Qi training, he must bear the test of the will of heaven, that is, he must go through the tribulation, which is the 49 minor catastrophe. This calamity, as long as it is a cultivator, everyone will have to go through it. Lingyun is no exception. Although Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, he still has to go through it. Lingyun came to Ning Lingyu's side, raised his head slightly, and suddenly turned his yin and yang eyes, looked up at the night sky, and found that in the originally clear night sky, dark clouds began to appear over the Miyun reservoir, and they did not know where they came from. Yes, it has covered the sky full of stars. Jiayun. It came so fast. Lingyan's heart trembled slightly. At this time, he had no time to tell Ning Lingyu in detail about the various extraordinary abilities in the middle stage of Qi training, so he changed his words and asked, Lingyu, what brother told you how to deal with it? Do you remember the 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulations? N. Ning Lingyu's pretty face was tense, showing a little nervousness, which was different from what Lingyun saw with her own eyes, because she was the one who was going to overcome the catastrophe, and she had sensed the coming of the catastrophe at this moment. But all cultivators will have a sense when their own catastrophe comes, otherwise, it is impossible to say that they are preparing to cross the catastrophe. Lingyu, don't be nervous. The two have a good understanding. After all, this is the first time for Ning Lingyu to cross the catastrophe. Lingyun naturally saw that Ning Lingyu was getting nervous, and he immediately comforted him with a smile. You just need to follow what your brother said and deal with it step by step. Believe me, Lingyun gently raised his hand, patted Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulder lightly, and continued, you have now entered the second level of the Great Expansion Gathering Stars treasure, and you can bear most of the thunder and lightning with just your body. Receiving Lingyun's comfort, Ning Lingyu's mind was relieved a little, and her tense body also relaxed, but she couldn't help asking softly, brother, then, how does it feel to be struck by lightning? Ha ha. Lingyun couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Of course he is the most qualified to answer this question, so he said with a smile, actually, it's nothing, it's the same as ordinary lightning strikes, it's just that in the thunderstorm, more or less it contains less of the will of heaven. After saying this, Lingyan's expression suddenly became serious. For a cultivator, it is true that the heavenly tribulation is a test of the way of heaven, but it is also a gift of the way of heaven. As long as he can overcome it, not only the body and will of the cultivator will suffer greatly. Moreover, if you can experience it with your heart when crossing the catastrophe, you can also comprehend the way of heaven, which will be of great benefit to the future cultivation path. That kind of feeling can only be felt and cannot be expressed in words. As for how much the cultivator himself can comprehend during the process of crossing the catastrophe, it depends on the individual's chance and understanding. Besides that, thunder and lightning itself is the most powerful energy in the world. The best chance to temper your body. Lingyun has no secrets for Ning Lingyu. For a genius cultivator who has survived the super-horrific catastrophe, this is definitely a story from experience. I understand, thank you brother. Hearing this, Ning Lingyu finally laughed, she relaxed completely, and began to raise her head, boldly staring at Jiayun in the sky. The robbery clouds came very quickly, already gathering layers upon layers. At this time, they had completely covered the sky above the Miyun reservoir, completely blocked the light of the stars and the moon, resulting in darkness between the sky and the earth, showing the trend of black clouds overwhelming the city. Although Ninglingyu was no longer nervous, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, because she had already felt the coercion of heaven. Ling Yan was right next to Ninglingyu. Of course he also felt the coercion of the heavenly law, but his eyes were squinting, his figure was as tall and straight as a pine, and he was squinting at the sky. The robbery cloud is getting denser and denser, and it is getting lower and lower. He remained silent, and with a thought, he took out all the lightning protection talismans and defensive talismans in the space ring, and handed them to Ninglingyu, asking her to put them away carefully. Lingyu, this is your first time crossing the catastrophe, so don't just take it hard. When it's time to take the elixir, take the elixir. When it's time to use the talisman, understand? Thunder and lightning may land at any time. Ling Yan has already said what he should say. He must leave Jieyun's range at this moment. Before he left, he told Ninglingyu carefully. A stubborn look suddenly appeared in Ninglingyu's beautiful eyes. She didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. Then I'll go first. I won't go far. I will go outside the range of Jieyun, and watch you cross the robbery. Once the lightning struck and Ling Yan hadn't left Jieyun's range, it would have harmed Ninglingyu. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan directly sacrificed the green shadow flying sword. He dodged forward, and with a movement of his divine sense, a blue light flashed. Ling Yan had already rushed out of Jieyun's range, and in an instant, Yujian came to the 1,000-meter on a hill outside. The range of the Jieyun of Seijiu Xiaoshenji is only a few hundred meters in radius. The place where Ling Yun is standing at this moment is definitely a place that cannot be struck by lightning, so it is very safe. At the same time, the place where Ling Yun is staying at this moment is only 1,000 meters away from the place where Ninglingyu crossed the catastrophe. Not only is it within the range of his spiritual consciousness, but if Ninglingyu encounters a change, he will fly with the sword, instantly. Although Ling Yan is 100% sure that Ninglingyu will easily overcome the catastrophe, he has already planned in his heart. If Ninglingyu's life is really in danger, even if he beats the catastrophe again and uses all his cards, he must rescue Ninglingyu. After Ling Yan left, Ninglingyu still stood where she was, facing the coming catastrophe alone. The robbery cloud was as black as ink, and it was already extremely low. In the layers of robbery clouds, electric snakes began to coil around, hissing, thunder and lightning were brewing. Ling Yan looked dignified, carefully observed the scale of the Jieyun, and found that it was slightly larger than the normal 49th Shaotian Jieyun, but it was not too outrageous. Hey, this robbery cloud. Ling Yan was surprised. He noticed that among the rolling black clouds, other colors would occasionally appear. He could clearly see that there were purple and gold among them, as if something was wrapped in the clouds. Boom! Crack! After Ling Yan noticed the abnormality, he looked at Ninglingyu's light and pretty figure from a distance, and was about to speak to remind him, but he was abruptly interrupted by this thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb fell from the Jieyun without warning, and instantly struck Ninglingyu's body. 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations finally arrived. Spiritual rain. Ling Yan whispered. He stood in the distance, and saw Ninglingyu's long hair fluttering in his consciousness. With his clothes rolled up, she forcibly carried the thunder and lightning, and her delicate body trembled suddenly. Contrary to the judgment, this first thunderbolt was at least twice as powerful as Ling Yan imagined. Fuck. Ling Yan's mind trembled with Ninglingyu at that time, and he instantly looked up at Jieyun in the sky. This is a fairy body, is there really no preferential treatment? When he was cultivating in the big world, Ling Yan crossed countless tribulations. He didn't know how many times he was struck by lightning. It is similar to the test of ordinary people. Even if it is the same level of heavenly tribulation, although it is roughly the same, there are subtle differences, which vary from person to person and are ever-changing. Buddhism, Taoism, demons, spirits, and ghosts face different catastrophes. Some of them are particularly ruthless. For example, Ling Yan has not reached the 4th level of Qi training. He has been struck by lightning twice for no reason, and he almost died both times, which is even more difficult than the most difficult ghost cultivator. But there are also those who are particularly relaxed, as if God has shown mercy outside the law, and the meaning will pass when God opens his eyes and closes his eyes, such as Ninglingyu, a rare fairy body like Ninglingyu. That's why Lingyun told Ninglingyu very firmly that she is a fairy body, and the world dare not bully her. But now it seems that it is not the same thing at all. Look first and then talk. After Lingyun was shocked, he quickly calmed down. He stared at the rolling Jaeyun, waiting for the second thunderbolt to land. Because it was Ninglingyu who was crossing the catastrophe, it was useless for him to be anxious. Ninglingyu's life was not in danger, so he couldn't rush into the range of the catastrophe. Crack! Soon, the second bolt of lightning also fell, and it was still as thick as a thumb. Ninglingyu had already borne the first thunder and lightning, so naturally she could easily withstand the second thunder and lightning. She was not damaged, but instead of panicking, she calmed down a lot. Immediately afterwards, the third, fourth. The silver thunder and lightning began to gather like rain, splitting on the top of Ninglingyu's head. A few minutes later, the first wave of thunder and lightning finally fell, and the world calmed down again, preparing for the second wave of calamity thunder. Boom! In a short while, a dazzling lightning came out of the black robbery cloud, twice as thick as before, as thick as a child's arm, and struck towards Ninglingyu. Call. Seeing this scene, Lingyun let out a long breath instead. He knew in his heart that although Ninglingyu's thunder tribulation was slightly heavier than the ordinary heaven tribulation, it was not outrageous. As long as it continues like this, Ninglingyu, the rain is sure to ride out. Sure enough, Ninglingyu used his body to carry the second wave of thunder and lightning, and survived without any danger. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. In the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations, there were 4 waves of tribulation thunder, which became stronger layer by layer. The fourth wave of thunder and lightning was almost like an electric rain. An electric screen was formed between the sky and the earth, covering Ninglingyu in it, and even Lingyun's spiritual consciousness they are impenetrable. But even though he couldn't penetrate his spiritual sense, he could see it with his eyes. I saw Ninglingyu, who had already endured 3 waves of thunder and lightning, suddenly screamed in the extremely dazzling forest of telescreens, and then her delicate body soared into the sky, flying in the sky, coming and going in the electric rain shuttle non-stop. This girl. Lingyun smiled at the corner of his mouth. Ninglingyu's comprehension is so high that he even mastered the knack of flying in the sky during the catastrophe. He no longer worried about Ninglingyu, but raised his head and paid attention to Jaeyun in the sky. Now is the last wave of thunder and lightning, and the robbery cloud in the sky has gradually become thinner, and the mysterious thing wrapped in the robbery cloud has finally been seen clearly by Lingyun. Oh my God! This time it's really a big prophet. When Lingyun recognized the purple and golden things wrapped in Jaeyun, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and said with a big laugh. 8. The new version of Flash Dance novel is online. New mobile station. Previous chapter contents. Next chapter. The whole Qi refining period is the process of refining Qi and transforming into gods. It is a process in which the cultivator continuously transforms all the true energy in the body into the divine essence. Accompanying this is the expansion of the scope of the cultivator's spiritual consciousness, and the cultivation of spiritual thoughts. As it becomes more and more condensed and pure, the speed at which true energy is transformed into divine essence also increases exponentially, and the burning of divine essence is mana. Flash Dance Novel Network. The initial stage of Qi training is actually the stage where the cultivator gradually transforms and accumulates divine energy. When the reserve of divine energy is sufficient and the realm is reached at the same time, it will naturally break through to the middle stage of Qi training. In the mid-stage of Qi training, of course, it is the stage where one can burn the divine essence at any time and use mana at will. When the practitioner can use mana at will, it is the beginning of a real transcendence, and he is no longer an ordinary person. Therefore, after the cultivator breaks through and enters the middle stage of Qi training, he must bear the test of the will of heaven, that is, he must go through the tribulation, which is the 49 minor catastrophe. This calamity, as long as it is a cultivator, everyone will have to go through it. Lingyun is no exception. Although Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, he still has to go through it. Lingyun came to Ning Lingyu's side, raised his head slightly, and suddenly turned his yin and yang eyes, looked up at the night sky, and found that in the originally clear night sky, dark clouds began to appear over the Miyun reservoir, and they did not know where they came from. Yes, it has covered the sky full of stars. Jiayun. It came so fast. Lingyan's heart trembled slightly. At this time, he had no time to tell Ning Lingyu in detail about the various extraordinary abilities in the middle stage of Qi training, so he changed his words and asked, Lingyu, what brother told you how to deal with it? Do you remember the 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulations? N. Ning Lingyu's pretty face was tense, showing a little nervousness, which was different from what Lingyun saw with her own eyes, because she was the one who was going to overcome the catastrophe, and she had sensed the coming of the catastrophe at this moment. But all cultivators will have a sense when their own catastrophe comes, otherwise, it is impossible to say that they are preparing to cross the catastrophe. Lingyu, don't be nervous. The two have a good understanding. After all, this is the first time for Ning Lingyu to cross the catastrophe. Lingyun naturally saw that Ning Lingyu was getting nervous, and he immediately comforted him with a smile. You just need to follow what your brother said and deal with it step by step. Believe me, Lingyun gently raised his hand, patted Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulder lightly, and continued, you have now entered the second level of the Great Expansion Gathering Stars treasure, and you can bear most of the thunder and lightning with just your body. Receiving Lingyun's comfort, Ning Lingyu's mind was relieved a little, and her tense body also relaxed, but she couldn't help asking softly, brother, then, how does it feel to be struck by lightning? Ha ha. Lingyun couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Of course he is the most qualified to answer this question, so he said with a smile, actually, it's nothing, it's the same as ordinary lightning strikes, it's just that in the thunderstorm, more or less it contains less of the will of heaven. After saying this, Lingyan's expression suddenly became serious. For a cultivator, it is true that the heavenly tribulation is a test of the way of heaven, but it is also a gift of the way of heaven. As long as he can overcome it, not only the body and will of the cultivator will suffer greatly. Moreover, if you can experience it with your heart when crossing the catastrophe, you can also comprehend the way of heaven, which will be of great benefit to the future cultivation path. That kind of feeling can only be felt and cannot be expressed in words. As for how much the cultivator himself can comprehend during the process of crossing the catastrophe, it depends on the individual's chance and understanding. Besides, thunder and lightning itself is the most powerful energy in the world, and it is the best opportunity for cultivators to temper their bodies after reaching a new level. Lingyun has no secrets for Ning Lingyu. For a genius cultivator who has survived the super-horrific catastrophe, this is definitely a story from experience. I understand, thank you brother. Hearing this, Ning Lingyu finally laughed, she relaxed completely, and began to raise her head, boldly staring at Jiayun in the sky. The robbery clouds came very quickly, already gathering layers upon layers. At this time, they had completely covered the sky above the Miyun reservoir, completely blocked the light of the stars and the moon, resulting in darkness between the sky and the earth, showing the trend of black clouds overwhelming the city. Although Ning Lingyu was no longer nervous, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, because she had already felt the coercion of heaven. Lingyun was right next to Ning Lingyu. Of course he also felt the coercion of the heavenly law, but his eyes were squinting, his figure was as tall and straight as a pine, and he was squinting at the sky. The robbery cloud is getting denser and denser, and it is getting lower and lower. He remained silent, and with a thought, he took out all the lightning protection talismans and defensive talismans in the space ring, and handed them to Ninglingyu, asking her to put them away carefully. Lingyu, this is your first time crossing the catastrophe, so don't just take it hard. When it's time to take the elixir, take the elixir. When it's time to use the talisman, understand? Thunder and lightning may land at any time. Ling Yan has already said what he should say. He must leave Jieyun's range at this moment. Before he left, he told Ninglingyu carefully. A stubborn look suddenly appeared in Ninglingyu's beautiful eyes. She didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. Then I'll go first. I won't go far. I will go outside the range of Jieyun, and watch you cross the robbery. Once the lightning struck and Ling Yan hadn't left Jieyun's range, it would have harmed Ninglingyu. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan directly sacrificed the green shadow flying sword. He dodged forward, and with a movement of his divine sense, a blue light flashed. Ling Yan had already rushed out of Jieyun's range, and in an instant, Yujian came to the 1,000-meter on a hill outside. The range of the Jieyun of Seijiu Xiaoshenji is only a few hundred meters in radius. The place where Ling Yun is standing at this moment is definitely a place that cannot be struck by lightning, so it is very safe. At the same time, the place where Ling Yun is staying at this moment is only 1,000 meters away from the place where Ninglingyu crossed the catastrophe. Not only is it within the range of his spiritual consciousness, but if Ninglingyu encounters a change, he will fly with the sword, instantly. Although Ling Yun is 100% sure that Ninglingyu will easily overcome the catastrophe, he has already planned in his heart. If Ninglingyu's life is really in danger, even if he beats the catastrophe again and uses all his cards, he must rescue Ninglingyu. After Ling Yun left, Ninglingyu still stood where she was, facing the coming catastrophe alone. The robbery cloud was as black as ink, and it was already extremely low. In the layers of robbery clouds, electric snakes began to coil around, hissing, thunder and lightning were brewing. Ling Yan looked dignified, carefully observed the scale of the Jieyun, and found that it was slightly larger than the normal 49th Shaotian Jieyun, but it was not too outrageous. Hey, this robbery cloud. Ling Yan was surprised. He noticed that among the rolling black clouds, other colors would occasionally appear. He could clearly see that there were purple and gold among them, as if something was wrapped in the clouds. Boom! Crack! After Ling Yan noticed the abnormality, he looked at Ninglingyu's light and pretty figure from a distance, and was about to speak to remind him, but he was abruptly interrupted by this thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb fell from the Jieyun without warning, and instantly struck Ninglingyu's body. 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations finally arrived. Spiritual rain. Ling Yun whispered. He stood in the distance, and saw Ninglingyu's long hair fluttering in his consciousness. With his clothes rolled up, she forcibly carried the thunder and lightning, and her delicate body trembled suddenly. Contrary to the judgment, this first thunderbolt was at least twice as powerful as Ling Yun imagined. Fuck. Ling Yan's mind trembled with Ninglingyu at that time, and he instantly looked up at Jieyun in the sky. This is a fairy body, is there really no preferential treatment? When he was cultivating in the big world, Ling Yan crossed countless tribulations. He didn't know how many times he was struck by lightning. It is similar to the test of ordinary people. Even if it is the same level of heavenly tribulation, although it is roughly the same, there are subtle differences, which vary from person to person and are ever-changing. Buddhism, Taoism, demons, spirits, and ghosts face different catastrophes. Some of them are particularly ruthless. For example, Ling Yan has not reached the 4th level of Qi training. He has been struck by lightning twice for no reason, and he almost died both times, which is even more difficult than the most difficult ghost cultivator. But there are also those who are particularly relaxed, as if God has shown mercy outside the law, and the meaning will pass when God opens his eyes and closes his eyes, such as Ninglingyu, a rare fairy body like Ninglingyu. That's why Ling Yan told Ninglingyu very firmly that she is a fairy body, and the world dare not bully her. but now it seems that it is not the same thing at all. Look first and then talk. After Lingyun was shocked, he quickly calmed down. He stared at the rolling Jieyun, waiting for the second thunderbolt to land. Because it was Ning Lingyu who was crossing the catastrophe, it was useless for him to be anxious. Ning Lingyu's life was not in danger, so he couldn't rush into the range of the catastrophe. Crack! Soon, the second bolt of lightning also fell, and it was still as thick as a thumb. Ning Lingyu had already borne the first thunder and lightning, so naturally she could easily withstand the second thunder and lightning. She was not damaged, but instead of panicking, she calmed down a lot. Immediately afterwards, the third, fourth. The silver thunder and lightning began to gather like rain, splitting on the top of Ning Lingyu's head. A few minutes later, the first wave of thunder and lightning finally fell, and the world calmed down again, preparing for the second wave of calamity thunder. Boom! In a short while, a dazzling lightning came out of the black robbery cloud, twice as thick as before, as thick as a child's arm, and struck towards Ning Lingyu. Call. Seeing this scene, Lingyun let out a long breath instead. He knew in his heart that although Ning Lingyu's thunder tribulation was slightly heavier than the ordinary heaven tribulation, it was not outrageous. As long as it continues like this, Ning Lingyu, the rain is sure to ride out. Sure enough, Ning Lingyu used his body to carry the second wave of thunder and lightning, and survived without any danger. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. In the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations, there were 4 waves of tribulation thunder, which became stronger layer by layer. The fourth wave of thunder and lightning was almost like an electric rain. An electric screen was formed between the sky and the earth, covering Ning Lingyu in it, and even Lingyun's spiritual consciousness they are impenetrable. But even though he couldn't penetrate his spiritual sense, he could see it with his eyes. I saw Ning Lingyu, who had already endured 3 waves of thunder and lightning, suddenly screamed in the extremely dazzling forest of telescreens, and then her delicate body soared into the sky, flying in the sky, coming and going in the electric rain shuttle non-stop. This girl. Lingyun smiled at the corner of his mouth. Ning Lingyu's comprehension is so high that he even mastered the knack of flying in the sky during the catastrophe. He no longer worried about Ning Lingyu, but raised his head and paid attention to Jieyun in the sky. Now is the last wave of thunder and lightning, and the robbery cloud in the sky has gradually become thinner, and the mysterious thing wrapped in the robbery cloud has finally been seen clearly by Lingyun. Oh my God! This time it's really a big prophet. When Lingyun recognized the purple and golden things wrapped in Jieyun, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and said with a big laugh. 8. Wrapped in the black calamity cloud is still a cloud of mist, to be precise, it should be 2 clouds, purple and gold respectively, although the clouds and mist of 2 colors are rolling and swaying together, but they are not mixed with each other. The difference between Wei and Wei is clear, only the place where they meet, because of the mutual illumination, they are rendered in purple-gold color. Ning Lingyu's catastrophe is now at its final moment, and the black catastrophe cloud has become extremely thin, so Lingyun can see it very clearly. Using his yin and yang eyes, he has completely seen the respective shapes of the 2 clouds. I saw that the golden cloud had a radius of tens of meters and was almost round. In the thin black cloud, it looked like a dazzling golden sun, while the purple cloud was like a long and narrow ribbon, like a dragon flying in the air, dancing around in between, entangled with that huge golden cloud. In the night sky, within the robbery clouds, there are thousands of golden lights and thousands of purple clouds, just like the rainbow after the wind and rain, but what's more, those black robbery clouds that wrap them, illuminated by them, seem to be inlaid with purple gold, magnificent, incomparable, shocking. There was lightning and thunder below, and Ning Lingyu was still crossing the catastrophe. She traveled through the crazily pouring lightning forest to her heart's content, flying in the air, with her long hair flying. At this moment, Lingyun was no longer worried about whether Ning Lingyu could successfully cross the catastrophe. With his pair of handsome eyes, he used his yin and yang eyes to the extreme, staring at the two purple-gold clouds inside Jieyun, his sword eyebrows raised, the body tense up excitedly, both hands clenched into fists. Long-wind literary literature. www.cfwx.any less than or equal to t, nails sinking deep into the palm of the hand, already sweating. What Ling Yan's vision? He has already recognized that, unlike the 9-colored robbery cloud that appeared inexplicably on Daogui Island, what is wrapped in Ming Lingyu's heavenly robbery cloud is definitely not a terrifying robbery cloud, but an astonishing number, yes, incomparably pure fairy aura. Golden fairy aura and purple fairy aura. Needless to say, the golden fairy aura is exactly the same as the golden fairy aura possessed by the Renhuang pen. It is pure yang fairy aura. As for the purple fairy aura, in terms of level, it must be higher than the golden fairy aura, because for a cultivator, purple is the most expensive of all auras. This is a gift from heaven. It's really too generous. Can Lingyan not get excited? Lingyu is the body of a fairy, so she really has preferential treatment, but this gift from heaven is really too generous. At this moment, Ling Yun began to worry about gains and losses. He was worried that with Ning Lingyu's current body and cultivation level, he would not be able to absorb so much of the best fairy spirit energy. 1/10? 1% is enough. What can we do? Ling Yun gradually became anxious, biting his lip and muttering to himself, frowning tightly. Boom, rumble. Crack. Crack. At this time, Ning Lingyu's tribulation has reached the final moment. The dense electric screen under the robbery cloud has gradually become thinner and thinner into a forest of electricity. Now there is loud thunder and less lightning. And Ling Yun knew that when the 4-9 small heavenly tribulations ended, it was the moment when the gift of heaven descended on Ning Lingyu's body. Waste, it is too wasteful, it is absolutely reckless. At this moment, Ling Yun can be said to wish he could go up with his sword and rush directly into the calamity cloud, to absorb some purple fairy spirit energy first. But Ling Yun knew that it was useless to do so, not to mention that he couldn't rush into Jieyun at all, just because he was struck by lightning. If he really broke in at this time, who knows what kind of terrible consequences it will bring to Ning Lingyu. Moreover, let alone rushing into the robbery cloud, even if Ning Lingyu's journey through the robbery is over, after the day's gift landed, he would stand beside Ning Lingyu, holding hands with Ning Lingyu. Impossible to take away the slightest. Because these purple gold fairy auras came along with Ning Lingyu's catastrophe, that is to say, according to the laws of heaven, those fairy auras belong only to Ning Lingyu, and she can absorb as much as she can, and she can't absorb it. Yes, all the rest will disappear with the robbery, and no one else can take it away. Ling Yun is a great expert in crossing tribulation, no one understands these truths better than him. Unless. Seeing that Jieyun was about to disappear, Ling Yun stomped his feet anxiously, his handsome eyes suddenly flashed brightly in a flash of thought, and he thought of a way. Of course, there is still a way, that is, at the moment when the thunder and lightning are no longer falling, and Ning Lingyu's catastrophe is over, there is no supreme power to cut off the will of heaven. But immediately afterwards, Ling Yun smiled wryly, cutting off the will of heaven, where can you ask him to find such terrifying power? It's over, it's over, it's over. Ling Yun is infinitely regretful, the huge rock under his feet was accidentally crushed by him, and he didn't know it. He sighed and said, unfortunately, this is really a pity. The cooked duck flew. What's more, this is not a cooked duck, but a cooked phoenix. Boom. Crack. Just when Ling Yun shook his head and sighed, he heard a loud bang between the sky and the earth, the last thunderbolt shook the sky and the earth, and all the last robbery clouds in the night sky were no longer wrapped in purple gold clouds, but turned into a ball, brewing a bucket thick. The silver lightning struck down in the air, pierced through the sky and landed on Ning Lingyu's body. This is the last thunderbolt. Ning Lingyu, who was bathing in the electric rain, was struck by the huge lightning, and her body suddenly fell, and she fell directly from the sky. Spiritual rain. Ling Yun saw Ning Lingyu's tender body falling into the sky. His eyes were about to burst. He didn't care about those fairy auras at this moment. He sacrificed the green shadow flying sword without any hesitation, turned the sword into a blue rainbow, and rushed towards Ning Ling Rain. "Brother, I'm fine." However, before Ling Yun could fly halfway, he heard Ning Lingyu's voice. Ling Yun looked again, and saw that after falling tens of meters, Ning Lingyu miraculously regained his stature in the air. In the last thunderbolt, Ning Lingyu was unscathed. 4 or 9 small catastrophes survived safely. Seeing that Ning Lingyu was fine, Ling Yun was determined, but he didn't return. Instead, he rushed to Ning Lingyu and stopped. The two stood facing each other, one with the sword and the other with the sky. "Lingyu, are you all right?" Ling Yun was not at ease, and asked again. "Brother, I'm really fine." Ning Lingyu replied with a smile. "She is indeed fine." At this time, Ning Lingyu stands proudly in the sky, with long hair fluttering. Not even a single strand of her hair was scorched by lightning. Ning Lingyu was unscathed, but Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning. He was keenly aware that Ning Lingyu's temperament had completely changed after the catastrophe. Her distant eyebrows are slightly raised, her beauty is dreamy and unreal. Even in the eyes she looks at Ling Yun, there is an indescribable cold temperament, and there is a mysterious smile in the corner of her beautiful mouth, which is not the same as the original gentle and well-behaved, but compared with the stubborn image, they are completely different people, more glamorous and aloof. However, at such a time, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about it. He suddenly pointed to the sky and said anxiously, "Lingyu, look at the purple and golden clouds above, they are all pure top-grade fairy aura. It will land, you have to let go of your body, absorb as much as you can, especially those purple fairy spirits, understand?" Ning Lingyu put her hands behind her back, she suddenly raised her head, looked at the purple gold cloud, then nodded and said, "I understand." While the two were communicating briefly, the purple gold cloud above had changed. From the huge golden cloud and purple ribbon, countless purple and gold flowers began to separate, and began to move towards Ning Ling. The rain volleyed and fell one after another. The purple flowers are like blooming peonies, and the golden flowers are like blooming lotuses. Hype! Ling Yun was shocked in his heart, secretly guessing what kind of catastrophe Ning Lingyu experienced. For the body of a fairy, preferential treatment belongs to preferential treatment, but Ling Yun has never seen this kind of gift from heaven even in the world of cultivation. Ling Yun was very shocked, but he was not envious. His divine sense urged the flying sword, but he was tens of meters away from Ning Lingyu, watching the flowers of the best fairy spirit, gradually floating around Ning Lingyu's body, and then transformed into his pure fairy aura, it merged into Ning Lingyu's body. Surrounded by countless purple and golden fairy spirit flowers, Ning Lingyu is dressed in black clothes, but her long hair flutters and her delicate body dances lightly, she looks like a flower fairy goddess. The purple and golden smallpox continued to separate from the clouds, fluttering, seemingly slowly but quickly, falling around Ning Lingyu's body one after another, floating on her head, fragrant shoulders, and even piled up under her feet, gradually enveloping her. According to what Ling Yun said, Ning Lingyu is not polite. She is using her new realm and her new physique, tempered by the thunder and lightning of the sky, to absorb the purple gold fairy spirit with all her strength. The body of the fairy is really miraculous. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, looked at this miracle, nodded frequently, and blessed Ning Lingyu in his heart. Such visions appeared in the 4-9 little heavenly tribulations, and even Ling Yun could not judge Ning Lingyu's future achievements. Then he raised his head slightly, looked at the purple golden cloud, and sighed even more in his heart. He was right in predicting that there is so much fairy spirit energy, which is tens of meters in radius, Ning Lingyu can't absorb it even if he is twice as powerful, now 1/10 of it. Normally, no matter whether Ning Lingyu understands it or not, she will definitely invite Ling Yunfei to absorb the fairy energy together, at least try, but Ning Lingyu doesn't. Pity. Ling Yun didn't care about these things, but felt regretful again. Within a few minutes, Ning Lingyu absorbed about 5% of the fairy spirit energy, and her body could no longer hold it, and there was no smallpox falling from the cloud. Ling Yun noticed that the cloud group began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and seemed to start to rise. Ended. But at this moment, Ling Yun suddenly felt his eyebrows move. At the same moment, an abnormal change occurred in Ling Yun's dantian brush. The Renhuang pen and the Dihuang book rushed out of Ling Yun's eyebrows and dantian at the same time, and rushed towards the purple-gold cloud at the same time. In an instant, a simple and desolate atmosphere filled the surrounding world, and the Emperor's book came directly above the purple-golden cloud, turning into a huge golden book with a radius of 100 meters, blocking the world. Cut off the will of heaven. The Renhuang pen rushed directly into the purple-golden cloud. Where it passed, the purple-golden cloud was shrinking rapidly, and it was plundered by it. This. Ling Yun was caught off guard, completely dumbfounded, and the scene of fishing for Turtle Island reappeared. Hey, boy, let's charge some interest first. There seemed to be a voice coming out of the purple-golden clouds, but it sounded directly in the Ling Yun Sea of Consciousness. Ling Yun was struck by lightning. So much so that not far from him, there was a very low, cold and coquettish sound, but he didn't notice it. To be continued. At this moment, Ling Yun was really excited, so excited. He was so excited that every cell in his body was trembling, he forgot everything around him in excitement, and just wanted to let out a long roar. Now, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book changed at the same time, making a bold move to cut off the will of heaven, and wantonly snatching the purple fairy aura and the golden fairy aura. For Ling Yun, it was no longer the reason for his excitement. Is not equal to. What Ling Yun was really excited about at the moment was that Ren Huangbi had spoken. Since half a year ago, Ling Yun was connected with the Ren Huangbi through his own blood, and got the approval of the Ren Huangbi. The Ren Huangbi has been silent. Huangbi would always help, but he remained silent and never took the initiative to communicate with Ling Yun. In the past 6 months, Ling Yun has tried to communicate with Ren Huangbi, especially after every change in Ren Huangbi. He will try every means, try countless methods, through his own thoughts, spiritual consciousness, etc. Trying to communicate with Huangbi, but there is no doubt that every effort he made ended in failure. However, although Ling Yun failed countless times, he was never discouraged, because no one understood better than him that although Ren Huangben already recognized him as the master, or at least Ren Huangben was willing to live in his body. If it is the host, then there will be a day when it will speak. Ling Yun knew that the Human Emperor's pen must have experienced a terrifying battle. Its tool spirit is still sleeping, and he is still in the stage of cultivating the tool. This is a long process that will take time. Originally, Ling Yun thought that this process would take a long time, and the time span would be very long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to dozens of years. He waited patiently and at the same time improved his personal realm as soon as possible. But he never dreamed that just now, Renhuang's pen opened his mouth. Hey. When this voice exploded out of thin air in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, Ling Yun was struck by lightning, and his eyes were a little moist, so excited. The long-awaited began to come out. Absolutely earth-shattering. For Ling Yun, the fact that the artifact spirit of the Renhuang pen can take the initiative to communicate with him means that the artifact spirit of the Renhuang pen has truly awakened. The Human Emperor's pen is an artifact of the ancient saints, and it is an absolute immortal weapon. The Human Emperor's pen has begun to wake up. This will let him know how many ancient secrets, and how much help it will be for Ling Yun's growth. This is absolutely not comparable to that little cloud of supernatural aura in the sky. Boy, don't patronize excitement, lest you lose your Tao heart and waste all the painstaking efforts of me and that old guy. The same voice, once again resounding in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, was actually slightly joking. It is of course impossible for Ling Yun to lose his Tao heart, but it is true that he is so excited at the moment that it is indescribable. Hearing this voice again, Ling Yun immediately forced himself to calm down. He pondered for a while, and tried to ask carefully from the sea of consciousness, "Senior, what should I do now?" The Renhuang brush is a sacred object used by the three emperors of ancient times, Renhuang Fushi. Seeing that it has been inherited by the Renhuang, Ling Yun called this senior. He did not lose at all. After flying out from between Ling Yun's eyebrows, the human emperor's pen didn't grow any bigger, it always kept the size of an embroidery needle. It was in the golden cloud at this moment, and it could absorb those golden fairy auras without slowing down at all. The golden cloud is rapidly shrinking, and it is devouring the golden fairy aura. Sacrificing the Shenong tripod. Come up too, and get some benefits. This opportunity is extremely rare. Dare? To Ling Yun's surprise, since Ren Huangbi spoke, it didn't intend to be silent again, and it didn't feel that unattainable at all. In the end, Ren Huangbi asked Ling Yun whether he dared or not. In fact, there was a reason, because at this moment, the sky had undergone a terrifying change. The huge golden book transformed from the Emperor's book covered the world and isolated the will of heaven, but it was only blocked. Above the Emperor's book, where Ling Yun couldn't see, a huge black hole seemed to appear in that part of the night sky, forming a huge black vortex. From that super black hole, there were countless thick thunder and lightning, as if from another the space, like a storm, is slashing towards the Emperor's book, and the huge golden book with a radius of 100 meters is trembling violently. That kind of scene is like a flat boat on the sea, which is enduring the storm and the stormy sea. How can anyone dare to snatch a gift from heaven? This is the wrath of heaven. Above the huge golden book, within the terrifying black vortex, there are countless black, golden, purple, and cyan lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt is at least 2 or 3 meters thick. They burst out of the black vortex collectively, fiercely. It hit the Daiwangshu body, shaking the Daiwangshu up and down violently. The scene was terrifying and appalling. It's a pity that Ling Yun was under the Earth Emperor's book, and this scene was completely blocked by the Earth Emperor's book. He couldn't see anything except that the huge golden book was violently rising and falling. If Ling Yun could see this scene, he must know that those terrifying thunder and lightning do not belong to this space, but come from the turbulent flow of space, and do not belong to this world. And the strange thing is that there was no scary sound coming out of all this. The place under the Emperor's book was very quiet, they were fighting silently. But although Ling Yun couldn't see or hear it, he could guess it. How could it be so easy to block the will of heaven? Only from the violent ups and downs of the book of the Emperor's book, he can imagine that it is absolutely not easy to defend the book of the Emperor. If it cannot be defended, let alone him, everything under the book of the Emperor must be under the attack of heaven's wrath, it will be turned into nothingness. But what kind of character is Ling Yun? After hearing Ren Huangbi's greeting, his eyes turned hard immediately, his divine sense moved, and he sacrificed the Shenong cauldron from the Taishu ring. Buzz! The quaint big cyan cauldron let out a long cry, as if it was greeting the human emperor's pen and Earth Emperor's book in the air. After it came out of the space ring, it didn't need Ling Yun's prompting at all, it flew up into the air, and automatically suspended above Ling Yun's head, protecting him tightly. Haha, boy, you are indeed the one who should be robbed, come up. The Renhuang pen spoke again, and it was still shuttling back and forth in the purple-gold cloud. The purple-gold cloud that was originally tens of meters in radius had already been absorbed by him by half or 6. The Renhuang brush is only absorbing the golden cloud, as long as it has the golden fairy spirit. Brother, what is going on? What happened? In the distance, Ningling Yu saw Ling Yun sacrificed the Shenong cauldron and was about to go up with the sword. She raised her eyebrows and asked immediately, her tone was cold and undisguised. Ling Yu, don't be afraid, this is a fight for the gift from the heavens, once it is sent out, don't even think about taking it back. Ling Yun replied with a smile. He had already rushed towards the purple gold cloud with his sword, and he did not forget to tell him, "You just wait here, I will come as soon as I go." Ning Lingyu didn't respond anymore. She put her hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes blinked, her eyes were cold, she stared closely at the top, not knowing what she was thinking. Brush. The purple gold cloud is actually not very high from the ground, that is, about 1 kilometer. Lingyun Yujian soon arrived. He didn't stop, and plunged into the purple haze, and began to let go of all the pores of his body, absorb those purple fairy auras to the fullest. "Hee, you kid, you have really good eyesight." Ren Wangbi spoke again, seeing Ling Yun rushing directly into the purple fairy aura, he couldn't help laughing and said. A large amount of purple fairy energy entered his body, and Ling Yun felt indescribably comfortable at the moment. Not only was he using his body to absorb it, but he also used the yin-yang art to the limit. Using this peerless technique, he absorbed all the purple fairy energy into his dantian. Ling Yun noticed that the Shenong cauldron above his head was not idle either. It was also absorbing the purple fairy spirit energy at an extremely fast speed. It is the dense purple air, releasing some kind of mysterious Tao rhyme. You're welcome, just absorb as much as you can, and you don't have to worry about cultivating Zifu nascent soul in the future. The Renhuang pen was not polite, pointing Ling Yun. In fact, the two of them didn't really need to speak. Ren Wangbi and Ling Yun were already connected by blood, and they were communicating with each other through spiritual consciousness. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. It's just. Surrounded by the purple fairy aura, Ling Yun frantically absorbed the top-quality fairy aura, but did not forget the danger, and worriedly said, "Can you hold it?" What Ling Yun was worried about was, of course, the Earth Emperor's book above, which was suffering the wrath of heaven and Tao, and the violent ups and downs. You don't need to worry about this. If it's the 6th or 9th heavenly tribulation, we really don't dare to grab this benefit now, but it's a pity that this is the 4th or 9th small heavenly tribulation, and the old guy will definitely be able to withstand it. Among the Lingyun Sea of consciousness, Ren Huangbi smiled and said calmly. At the same time, Ling Yun turned his yin and yang eyes, and he noticed that within the golden cloud, around the extremely small Renhuang brush, there was a phantom figure in the shape of a human being. Is amiable. Is this the image of Senior Renhuang? Or is it the image transformed by Renhuang's pen and tool spirit? Ling Yun secretly guessed in his heart, but he didn't ask. Let's have both, I'm the main one. It took too long for me to suffer a serious injury, and it's too difficult to recover in this Darmanding era. Ren Wangbi seemed to know what Ling Yun was thinking, and answered him proactively, without hiding anything from Ling Yun. But this sentence reveals too much information. Ling Yun is a little lost. What he wants to ask most now is actually the whereabouts of the human sovereign, or even the 3 ancient sovereigns. Boy, don't think too much, your current realm is too low, and I will tell you the rest later. Ling Yun understood it, and immediately stopped thinking about it. He collected his mind and began to concentrate on absorbing the purple fairy aura around him. But with his current state, how much more can he absorb than Ning Lingyu, who is at the peak of the 4th level of Qi training? After only a few minutes, Ling Yun felt that his body was filled with purple fairy spirit energy. No matter his body or his dantian, he couldn't absorb any more. Sure enough, the realm is still too low, Ling Yun sighed. After he could no longer absorb the fairy energy, Ling Yun's thoughts started to increase again. He suddenly thought of something, was startled in his heart, and blurted out to ask, Senior, Du Jie made such a big commotion, won't it alarm others? This is related to the secret of Ling Yun's possession of the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book. Of course he is worried. To be continued. 8. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if others see the movement made by that little girl Du Jie. As for the movement made by me and that old guy, no one else can see it even if they want to. Renhuang Baikeling directly told Ling Yun that there is no need to worry. While he was speaking, the phantom seemed to look down with deep eyes, and then continued to explain, this world has long been completely isolated from the outside world. Ling Yun immediately felt relieved. The human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book can even isolate the will of heaven, let alone human eyes and spiritual consciousness? The two were communicating with their spiritual thoughts, and while they were talking, the Renhuang pen had already absorbed the golden cloud, and when the Renhuang pen had absorbed the last ray of golden fairy aura, he said to Ling Yun again, the golden fairy aura, I'll put it away for you first, and that old guy and I will help you when your cultivation reaches a critical point, but how to cultivate depends on yourself. Thank you, Senior. Ling Yun nodded and sincerely expressed his gratitude. There was no need for Ren Huangbi to say these words. He knew better than anyone else that since he recognized the master with Ren Huangbi, whether it was the critical moment of his cultivation or the moment of life and death, Ren Huang both the pen and the emperor's book did this, but there was no communication at that time. Otherwise, without the fairy aura bestowed by the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book, it would be impossible for Ling Yun to have the current realm and strength so quickly on this earth where the aura is exhausted. Boom! Suddenly, a huge thunderbolt exploded on top of Ling Yun's head, causing a sharp pain in Ling Yun's eardrums. At the same time, the huge golden book transformed into the emperor's book fell down 100 meters in an instant. Humph, isn't it just to take some spiritual energy from you, and you still don't give up, it's endless. Ren Huangbi Shuang raised his head slightly, shouted angrily, then looked at Ling Yun with a smile and said, Boy, do you want to go up and have a look? Ling Yun knew that at this moment, the Earth Emperor's book was still resisting the wrath of the Heavenly Tao, and was shaking the Heavenly Tao. Although there was only a book separating the bottom and the top of the Earth Emperor's book, they were completely two worlds. Do you want to go up and have a look? Ling Yun was naturally thinking about it, and he really wanted to witness it with his own eyes, so he said without hesitation, I want to. It's my turn to act, let's go. The Renhuang pen was even more straightforward. Before he finished speaking, the phantom in human form suddenly raised its hand and shot a golden light at Ling Yun. The golden light instantly enveloped Ling Yun, like a golden bell cover, tightly wrapping Ling Yunzhou up and down. Brush. Then, the human emperor's pen tool spirit phantom waved again, and Ling Yun flew towards him involuntarily. The phantom grabbed Ling Yun's arm and disappeared under the Daiwangshu. The next moment, Ling Yun was brought by the human emperor's pen, and came to the top of the huge golden book transformed from the emperor's book. Fuck. This. When Ling Yun came to his senses, and saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was stunned and shocked. This scene is too scary. There is no robbery cloud, only a huge vortex with a radius of nearly 100 meters, like a super black hole, countless black, cyan, purple or golden thunder, at least a dozen meters thick, burst out of the black hole, bombarding on the body of the Daiwangshu. Thick electric snakes of various colors are swimming around on the surface of the Daiwangshu, as if they want to refine and devour the Daiwangshu. Although this scene is not comparable to Ling Yun's final tribulation in the great world of cultivation, but it's not far behind. However, although the Emperor's book was struck by all kinds of divine lightning, it was still unharmed, it just fluctuated up and down, and the defense was impenetrable. As soon as Ling Yun appeared on the top of the Emperor's book, he was struck by several divine lightnings in a row. However, there was a Shenong cauldron on his head, and the golden light around his body was protected by the Emperor's pen. Under this double protection, Ling Yun remained calm. It was as if he was completely out of it, that none of this had anything to do with him. The Emperor's book was shaking the heavens, and Ling Yun became a spectator, but in such a place, Ling Yun's spiritual sense was completely useless, and he could only see with two eyes. Ghost God Willow. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, he glanced around first, and soon saw a green willow tree, firmly rooted on the surface of the Emperor's book, with its branches stretched out, bearing the bombardment of all kinds of lightning alone. Taking Ling to cross the catastrophe tonight is just a small catastrophe. Ling Yun thought it was just a trivial matter and would go back soon. He didn't bring the ghost willow at home. It is the one that was collected in the Dantian by the Emperor's book. Ling Yun was very shocked. He never thought that the ghost willow would be able to fight against these heavenly thunders alone. Not only was he not damaged by the bombardment of the heavenly gods, but he also seemed to be using these lightnings to grow rapidly. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have brought that one here too. Ling Yun sat cross-legged, feeling infinitely annoyed and regretful. But now, this tree is fine, anyway, both trees belong to him. After Ling Yun was annoyed, he could only comfort himself in this way. Boom! The Shinnon cauldron suddenly enlarged, and it became more than 10 meters in radius at once. It began to block the divine thunder of the heavenly law, and at the same time, like the ghost willow, it was using the divine thunder of the heavenly law to temper itself. Boom boom boom. As soon as the human emperor's pen phantom came up, it immediately endured the bombardment of countless thick thunder and lightning, but he calmly dealt with it, and did not make a move immediately. 2 substantial golden rays of light shot out from the phantom's eyes, which penetrated the black hole vortex. I don't know where to look. Boom. The next moment, the Renhuang pen shot out suddenly, and with a wave of his hand, he shattered a black divine thunder that hit his body, and electric snakes were everywhere. I see. At this time, Ling Yun finally understood that the Earth Emperor book is a defensive magic weapon, and the human Emperor pen is a purely offensive magic weapon, and the two complement each other. Old brother, you go and collect the purple air below, and leave it to me. The Renhuang pen shot one after another. The fast Ling Yun couldn't see him moving, but smashed all the thick lightning bolts that hit him, and they were no longer formed. However, those golden divine thunders, the phantoms of the human emperor's pen did not smash into pieces, but let them bombard the body, and they were collected according to the order, eating as much as they had. Obviously, the energy of those golden divine thunders is very harmful to people. The imperial pen makes up for it. It's too domineering. Ling Yun looked at it with a smile on his face, and said in his heart that if he had the help of these 2 magic weapons, when crossing the tribulation in the cultivation world, he would definitely be able to resist the last purple divine thunder. Boom 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 boom. Thunder and lightning are everywhere, covering the sky and covering the earth, getting denser and more domineering, falling from the black hole vortex, and blasting towards the Renhuang pen. Humph. It's just the end of the battle. The Renhuang pen was being held hard, and at the same time, the sound was made, and the phantom suddenly became golden, holding the Renhuang pen, soaring into the sky, straight into the black hole vortex. This scene instantly reminded Ling Yun of the scene of Renhuang pointing the star road under the Tianqing, because the speed of Renhuang's pen was really too fast. Exciting, this is really tough. Ling Yun was sighing. When will he be able to hold the human emperor's brush and rush to the turbulent space outside the black hole, forcibly shaking the power of heaven? Boom! There was another loud bang, and then, the world fell silent, and then Ling Yun saw all the divine thunders gathered into one in an instant, and then those divine thunders suddenly condensed into a huge thunder and lightning palm, and suddenly grabbed the hand of Renhuang's pen. Artifact Spirit Phantom. That scene was like a big hand of thunder and lightning suddenly stretched out from the vortex of the black hole with a radius of 100 meters, trying to take away the spirit of the human emperor's pen that soared into the sky. Senior, be careful. Even if Ling Yun is well-informed and courageous, he can't help but remind him at this moment. It's okay. Boy, today I will show you the methods of the emperor. In the sea of consciousness, the Renhuang pen laughed loudly and calmly, said something to Ling Yun, then suddenly waved the Renhuang pen in his hand, and swiped lightly at Lei Dian's big hand. Laugh. A huge ravine appeared from the palm of the big thunder and lightning hand, and the big thunder and lightning hand that had just been condensed was broken in two by this man's imperial pen. Renhuang pen, the best in the world. Get back. Renhuang's pen skill succeeded in one stroke. Without stopping, he swiped the pen quickly, and in a few strokes, the strokes of the big thunder and lightning were smashed into pieces, and it was no longer formed. Then, Renhuang's pen tool Ling Shuiying, holding the pen in his right hand, faced the black hole vortex, and quickly wrote a huge and incomparable character, Feng. A golden seal appeared, just blocking the black hole vortex. The moment the letter was written, Ling Yun saw the black hole vortex, which disappeared in an instant. The real night sky reappeared, full of stars, as if everything that happened just now was just a dream. But at this moment, Ling Yun is still sitting on the huge golden book transformed from the Emperor's book. The huge Shenong cauldron above his head is still ups and downs, the ghosts and willows in the distance are full of green, thousands of branches are gently swaying, and the purple fairy spirit in his body is surging, which allowed his body to further evolve, like a purple furnace. It's all true. Brush. The human emperor's pen tool spirit appeared in front of Ling Yun in an instant. He was already close to the real person at this moment. His whole body was shining golden, his eyes were like golden lamps, but his expression was extremely amiable. Boy, today my old brother and I fought with all our strength, just to help you grab these heavenly Tao resources. Grow up as soon as possible, there is a place, there are many people, waiting for you. After saying these two sentences to Ling Yun, the spirit phantom of the human emperor's brush disappeared, and he returned to the human emperor's brush, and then the human emperor's brush turned into a small dot again, rushing into the center of Ling Yun's eyebrows. At the same time, the golden light protecting Ling Yun's body also disappeared. Ling Yun's eyes flickered, he stared at the night sky where the black hole vortex appeared just now, he was silent for a while, and finally nodded. The Shenong Ding floated in the night sky, and it was rapidly shrinking, and quickly returned to its original shape. Ling Yun raised his sword, watched it silently for a while, and then put it back into the Taishu ring. The Shenong Ding has absorbed a lot of purple fairy aura, and has been tempered by countless divine thunders. It has changed too much, but this is not the time to study it. The next moment, the Emperor's book also became smaller in an instant, and finally sank into Ling Yun's dantian. Although it consumed a lot, it absorbed all the last purple fairy energy, and made a lot of money. This time, Ling Yun really made a lot of money. The only fly in the ointment is that the spirit of the Emperor's book has never opened his mouth to speak. Sooner or later. Ling Yun showed a smile, he muttered something to himself, and then went down directly with the sword, and came to Ning Lingyu's side. To be continued. 8. Brother, what happened just now? Ning Lingyu was originally looking at the place where the purple golden cloud suddenly disappeared with his hands behind his back. When he saw Ling Yun coming down, he couldn't help asking, wanting to find out. Ling Yun was surprised. Could it be that the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor's book just snatched the gift of heaven, and even Ning Lingyu's sight and consciousness were blocked by it? But now, it's not the time to talk about these things, he immediately said. Lingyu, you have made a lot of noise during this tribulation, which must have disturbed many people. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave here first. After finishing speaking, Lingyu nodded to Ning Lingyu, then directly controlled the Qingying flying sword and flew towards the northeast. Seeing this, Ning Lingyu naturally followed up immediately, but she flew directly in the air, and her speed was not slower than Ling Yun at all. Sure enough, shortly after the two left, several figures flew over from all directions in the capital. Swipe swipe. There were 4 people who rushed to the place where Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe first. They flew so fast that they stopped indiscriminately. They were all suspended in the air, and they were all silent, looking at this place. I don't know what Patriarch Long thinks. Yi Qingfeng stood in the void, with his hands behind his back, and after observing the situation around him, he calmly asked a person in the distance. Yi Qingfeng, you've already seen it, why are you here to ask me? The patriarch of the Long family, Long Haren, noticed that someone was going through the tribulation, so he flew over without hesitation to see what happened, but he came a step too late, and he missed it. Hee, it really is someone crossing the catastrophe, and the big noise has alarmed us all. It seems that the scene just now was really not small, but it's a pity that we are late. Someone was sighing, and at the same time smoothing things over for the two of them. It was Zhou Wenyi, the chief elder of the Tianzu, who was smiling all over his face, and neither side could offend. I don't know who it is, and who gave him the courage to dare to cross the tribulation next to the capital. Aren't you afraid of causing big trouble? What audacity! The last person in the field spoke. He was obviously annoyed, and his voice was very loud, like ringing a big bell. Please calm down, Mr. Zhao. Now that China is short of spiritual energy, someone can successfully overcome the catastrophe. This shows that we have another mid-stage Qi training practitioner in China. This is a good thing. Zhou Wenyi said with a smile. He was very polite to Mr. Zhao, who was angry just now. A good thing? Long Haren suddenly smiled awe-inspiringly. He glanced at Zhou Wenyi, who had been helping round the square, and said coldly, I don't think so. By now, Long Haren had already received news that Zhou Wenyi went to the Ling family to ask for someone during the day, but returned empty-handed, and nothing was done. Obviously, the other party was not on the same line with him, and did not attack the Ling family. Faced with Long Haren's obvious displeasure, Zhou Wenyi just smiled, pretending not to hear, let alone respond. Is it really that kid? It's impossible for him to practice so fast, right? Yi Qingfeng spoke again, with a clear purpose, and directly brought the topic back. The three people around listened, but their reactions were different. Long Haren's face became even uglier, he snorted coldly, his nostrils were about to smoke. Of course he knew who that kid Yi Qingfeng was referring to. Ling Yun absorbed so much dragon energy in the Forbidden City the day before yesterday. It is really possible to suddenly advance to a breakthrough. The old god Zhou Wenyi was there, and he shut up completely. He couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm at all, but judging by the daytime appearance, Ling Yun didn't seem to be about to break through the robbery. He felt that the person who crossed the robbery would not be Ling Yun. But, if it wasn't Ling Yun, who would it be? Could it be? Zhou Wenyi suddenly thought of a person, his eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. I don't care who is crossing the catastrophe, here I am Zhao Xingwu. I hope the three can understand that no matter who in the capital wants to cross the catastrophe, they should stay away from the capital. I'm leaving. Brush. Zhao Xingwu dropped a sentence coldly, turned around and left in an instant, and turned into a small dot in the night sky in the blink of an eye, and then disappeared. This old Zhao, who has been with him all these years, has never been able to see the end of the dragon. I didn't expect to see him today. It seems that his temper has grown. Seeing Zhao Xingwu leave, Yi Qingfeng was unmoved and said with a smile. The first person in the dragon group, this is normal. Zhou Wenyi smiled, and then he twitched his beard and smiled. The two patriarchs chat slowly. Since there is nothing to do here, the old man will take a step first. Zhou Wenyi casually greeted the two of them, and was about to leave after speaking. Mr. Zhou, please stop, Long has something to say. Long Haren suddenly flashed his figure, crossed the void, and came in front of Zhou Wenyi, blocking his way. Zhou Wenyi sighed in his heart, but there was no expression on his face, but a faint smile. Oh? I don't know what else Patriarch Long is doing? He is asking knowingly. Long Haren stopped Zhou Wenyi and was about to speak, but his consciousness swept away, and he found that Yi Qingfeng was still standing at the original place, looking around at the surrounding night, and seeing that posture, he had no intention of avoiding it at all. Long Haren was annoyed, so he could only invite Zhou Wenyi to talk in another place, but after thinking about it, he smiled and asked directly, I heard that Mr. Zhou went to the Ling family to ask for someone today. I don't know what the result is. The Yi family also has people in the Sky group. Long Haoran knew that it was impossible to hide this kind of thing from the Yi family's eyes and ears, so he simply opened the skylight and told the truth. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed in the distance, and he immediately pricked up his ears. Oh, I think it's a big deal. It turns out that Patriarch Long is concerned about this matter? Zhou Wenyi made a haha first, and then said seriously, the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families fought to the death. 5 people from Tianzhu went to help the Sun and Chen families. As everyone knows, 5 people died and 1 was injured. The one I saw was Diyu Tong of the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan, who was captured alive by the Ling family. Zhou Wenyi was neither humble nor overbearing, first briefly stated the facts, and then changed the topic. After my Tianzhu got the news, this old man, as the elder Shi of the Tianzhu, naturally had to ask for someone, so I made a special trip today, but the Ling family said that the Ling family has its own arrangements for how to deal with Diyu Tong, and it is not easy for the old man to interfere, so we can only let it go. Zhou Wenyi deserved to be the elder Shi of the Tianzhu, and was reprimanded by Long Haoran. He first stated the facts, and then finished what he was supposed to do. Can't get hold of anything. What? After Long Haoran heard it, his voice immediately raised an octave, and he said in a deep voice, I can only let it go? 5 people died and 1 was injured in the Tian group. When such a big thing happened, you actually pretended it never happened? Just go through the motions and let it be over. That's my Tianzhu's business. How should we deal with it? I'm afraid it's not up to Patriarch Long to make irresponsible remarks. As soon as Long Haoran was in a hurry, Zhou Wenyi immediately grabbed his painful foot. He was not polite, first refuted Long Haoran, and then said lightly, it just so happens that patriarchy is also present at the moment. If you want to talk about Huaxia capital, you can sit together, the 3 of us are suitable for talking, since it is a coincidence, the old man will say something more. The Sun and Chen families have done many injustices, and were destroyed in an instant. The Ling family took advantage of the momentum and their rise is inevitable. In the current capital, a pattern of 3 major families has formed. I think, for this point, the 2 patriarchs, you should see it more clearly than the old man, right? Yi Qingfeng nodded directly after listening. Long Haoran remained silent. Obviously, he also acquiesced. Then someone from me, Zhou, will say it directly. The Tianzhu only exists to protect the country, and the model is loose. You and I both know that when the country has no tasks, they actually go their own way. Their respective grievances and hatreds kill each other. The Tianzhu never intervene, right? The old man went to the Ling family to ask for someone, and the Ling family only used this one to block my mouth. Patriarch Long, what else can you say? What else can you do? Could it be possible that the Long family insists on seeing my Tian group face off against the Ling family, fighting to the death, for the sake of Diyu Tong of the Heavenly Sword sect? Is this appropriate? Zhou Wenyi looked serious, his tone was sonorous, his eyes flashed, he looked directly at Long Haoran and asked. Although the Long family has profound heritage and unfathomable family strength, Zhou Wenyi is the chief elder of the Tianzhu, and he is qualified to be equal to Long Haoran. This. Mr. Zhou is serious. Long Haoran was left speechless by Zhou Wenyi's few words. He knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he could only make amends. However, we can't let that boy Ling Yun act recklessly. He doesn't treat the heroes of the world too well if he does this. Put it in my eyes, if he is allowed to develop in spite of himself like this, sooner or later it will bring a bloody storm to my Huaxia. Patriarch Long, don't need to tell me these words. Hearing this, Zhou Wenyi waved his hand simply, and said with a smile, at the beginning of our Tianzhu's establishment, it was set up to protect the country, and we didn't care about it unless it was a national crisis or a state-owned mission. The bloody turmoil between the major families and cultivation sects in the Huaxia Jianghu is nothing more than a struggle for fame and fortune among the major forces. This kind of thing has happened since ancient times, and it is not my turn to intervene. Zhou Wenyi took advantage of Ling Yun, and now that the interspatial ring is not hot yet, of course he has been speaking for the Ling family. I don't know what the old man said, does Patriarch Long think so? These words were tantamount to putting himself out of the matter, completely. After speaking, Zhou Wenyi asked with a smile. This. It makes sense. Long Haren gritted his teeth and said these two words, and then he asked directly with his eyes like lightning, so, no matter how much trouble will be caused by the matter of Tianjianzong Diyutong in the future, you Tianzu don't even hear about it? Zhou Wenyi shook his head. That's not what the Tianzu meant, it's what I, Zhou, said. If, as Patriarch Long said, things really got out of hand, what the Tianzu should do, of course, must be done. It is fundamental that there should be no chaos in the country. Zhou Wenyi's words were impeccable. However, Zhou Wenyi is not the only one who has the final say on the Huaxia group. To tell you the truth, the old man returned from Ling's house today, and the two elders, Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, heard about what happened. I have already explained to the old man that I don't care about this matter, but they will definitely take care of it, saying that it is for the face of the Tianzu, and they want to teach the Ling family a lesson. Hey, the old man persuaded and persuaded, but I can't persuade. No, just now, the old man heard that the two elders had brought someone to the Ling family, to ask for someone. Zhou Wenyi looked distressed. Of course he knew that the two great elders, Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, were supported by the Long family, so they would naturally work for the Long family. Oh? Is that so? The Ling family will not be able to pass this test. Long Haren finally smiled, as if nothing had happened, but he was cursing secretly in his heart, old fox, if you don't move the Ling family, can my Long family have nothing to do? To be continued. 8. Long Haren, Yi Qingfeng, Zhou Wenyi, Zhao Xingwu. To the northeast of the place where Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe, on a mountain peak 3 kilometers away, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu hid behind a huge standing rock, feeling? Is not equal to. At this moment, Ling Yun's body was filled with purple fairy aura. As soon as the purple fairy aura entered his body, his physique was greatly improved in an instant, and his own state reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training in an instant. That is, the peak of the early stage of Qi training, only one step away from breaking through the middle stage of Qi training. Ling Yun's consciousness has also become more condensed, and the range of his consciousness has reached about 3,600 meters. It is just right to observe the situation where Ning Lingyu crosses the catastrophe from this position. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Yun to go away. He took Ning Lingyu and flew about 3 kilometers to the northeast. Just to see which experts in the capital will be alarmed by Ning Lingyu crossing the catastrophe. Because Ling Yun knew that mortals might not understand the overwhelming electric screen falling down, but as long as they had survived the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. This kind of scene was definitely created by someone. And if it was Ling Yun himself, who sensed this kind of abnormality in the world and knew that someone was going through the catastrophe, he would definitely not be able to hold back himself, and would personally come over to investigate who was going through the catastrophe. As a result, in Huaxia capital, the unintentional gathering of the 4 top figures all fell into Ling Yun's consciousness. The first person in the dragon group, Zhao Xingwu, that state is at least at the peak of the middle stage of Qi training. Is that Yi Qingfeng, the patriarch of the Yi family? It really is the style of the Yi family. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single nutritious word, and he was always laughing. Zhou Wenyi is really good. Although he didn't help my Ling family explicitly, he didn't give Long Haren any face at all. He even directly stated that he would not get involved in Diyutong's affairs. We have drawn a clear line. It seems that the interspatial ring during the day was not given away for nothing. Xuanhuan is so domineering that he even dares to point fingers at the elders of the Tianzu. He really started to attack my Ling family. I don't know whether Zhou Wenyi did it on purpose or not, but at the end he took the initiative to reveal that the two elders, Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, had already brought their troops to the Ling family to ask for someone. After Ling Yun heard the news, he didn't leave immediately to return to Ling's house, because he knew that he was definitely within the range of the three people's consciousness in the distance. It's a big battle. However, Ling Yun is not in too much of a hurry. The current Ling family has Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Blue Bird, three first-level masters of the supernatural power sitting in the town, and there is also a killing array and a maze array. Even if Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao take people there, and it won't be easy to go in a short time. That was in the bustling capital city. Since Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao were the great elders of the Tianzu, they wouldn't fight each other right away? While Ling Yun was thinking silently, the conversation of the three top figures in the distance had already come to an end. I just heard Zhou Wenyi say, two patriarchs, Mr. Zhou has already said what he should say. I still have important matters tonight. I will not accompany you. I will leave. After finishing speaking, Zhou Wenyi didn't stay any longer. He flashed into the void, turned into a long rainbow, and his figure disappeared. Xuanhuan didn't stop him this time. After Zhou Wenyi left, he turned to look at Yi Qingfeng, who had been silent all along, and asked, Yi Qingfeng. You have also listened to it for a long time, what do you think? The current Ling family is not the previous Ling family. Hey, take your time. Yi Qingfeng lightly dropped a word to Xuanhuan, and without even saying goodbye, he left without a trace. Humph. Old fox. The Ling family is going to rise strong, they have so many vengeances waiting to be avenged, and your Yi family still wants to be alone? Dreaming. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng did not express his opinion, Xuanhuan said with a sneer, looked around for the last time, then frowned slightly, and left here too. Ling Yu, let's go, hurry home. After confirming that the three people had left, Ling Yun stood up and said to Ning Lingyu, beside him via voice transmission. Ning Lingyu is currently at the peak of the 4th level of Qi training, and her spiritual consciousness is close to 5 kilometers away, but she doesn't know how to be with the light, and Ling Yun didn't let her use her spiritual consciousness just now, so she didn't hear the conversation of those people. Now both of them can fly. How can they walk on 2 legs at this midnight? They flew straight into the air, first flew a long distance to the north, made a big circle, and then went straight to the west, and flew towards the Ling family's ancestral house. Now Ling Yun has completely confirmed that the Long family, Yi family, Tian group, and Long group in the capital city all have masters who can fly in the air, so he has to be more careful. Brother, you haven't told me what happened after I finished my tribulation just now? At a height of 1,000 meters, Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun were flying side by side. She finally couldn't help but asked Ling Yun. Oh, I just snatched some gifts from heaven. Just as Ling Yun was about to tell the truth, he heard a sentence from the Sea of Consciousness, Boy, don't tell her about our actions. Senior, why? Ling Yun was stunned, and immediately asked. Ning Lingyu was one of his most trusted people, and he couldn't think of anything to hide from Ning Lingyu. The body of a fairy has an extraordinary background. It's just a small catastrophe. Since ancient times, how can heaven have such a generous gift? The tone of Renhuang's pen tool spirit is very indifferent. If I read it right, some kind of seal in this little girl's body was split by heavenly tribulation. Seal? Ling Yun was so shocked, he couldn't help but turned his head and took a serious look at Ning Lingyu. The current Ning Lingyu's temperament is indeed different from before, especially the condition in Ning Lingyu's body has become hazy. I can't even see through it. Brother, what's wrong with you? Ning Lingyu noticed that there was a difference in Ling Yun's expression, and couldn't help asking in surprise. Oh, nothing. Ling Yan withdrew his gaze, smiled lightly, and asked casually, Ling Yu, I see that when you crossed the catastrophe, you didn't take any pills, nor used any defensive talismans. How did you survive those 4 waves of thunder and lightning? Came here? Especially the last thunderbolt, even if I was hit, I would be injured. Why are you all right? After being reminded by Renhuang's pen, Ling Yan carefully recalled the process of Ning Lingyu's crossing the catastrophe, and he suddenly felt surprised. Even if he carried the 4 waves of catastrophe thunder, he would be injured even if he carried it with his body, but Ning Lingyu was unscathed. It's really incredible. Brother, when I was crossing the tribulation, those thunder and lightning hit me, and I felt as if some kind of bondage in my body was opened, just when the 3rd wave of tribulation and lightning was over. At that time, my body was filled with powerful fairy energy, so I chose to bear the 4th wave of tribulation thunder. At this time, Ning Lingyu no longer had a cold look in her beautiful eyes, she smiled sweetly, she looked extremely cute, she didn't hide anything, she was telling the truth. Oh, what did I say? It turned out that this is the case, Ling Yan suddenly realized, but he was clear that at the time when the human emperor's pen was filled with immortal spirit, he stole the coincidence and made Ning Lingyu's natural spirit body into a fairy body, and infused Ning Lingyu's body. The massive amount of fairy energy was finally sealed. Those fairy auras were enough for Ning Lingyu to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. Now Ning Lingyu has reached the peak of the 4th level of Qi training. As a result, the catastrophe fell, and the thunderbolt smashed the seal in her body, which is normal. Now that Ning Lingyu's body is filled with purple and golden fairy energy, her cultivation will only become faster and faster, and there will be no obstacles at all before she truly builds her foundation. Lingyu, why did you suddenly learn to fly in the sky while crossing the tribulation? So Ling Yan stopped thinking about it, but asked another matter, which surprised him the most. Brother, you forgot. In the Wanshui Xianju, there are many ways to fly in the air. I have memorized them all, so when the realm is reached, it will be displayed naturally. Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and said with a smile. At this moment, Ning Lingyu's face was like a dream, beautiful beyond compare. Ling Yan looked at it blankly, he immediately swept it with his consciousness, and sure enough, there was a cloud-like mist under Ning Lingyu's feet, she seemed to be stepping on it. Flying with the water cloud. Is this the Shuiyun Yakongju? Brother is really powerful, it is the Shuiyun Yakongju. Congratulations sister, this flying technique is good, and it's a matter of course. After the spirit rain can fly, it seems that I have to call you Fairy Ning in the future, haha. Ling Yan saw that Ning Lingyu had such a heaven-defying understanding. While he was happy for Ning Lingyu, he also made fun of Ning Lingyu. The two chatted while flying in the air. They were very happy all the way, and soon came to the sky directly above the capital, and the ground below was brightly lit. With the current state of the two of them, whether it is vision or spiritual consciousness, they can see the situation on the ground clearly and clearly. Ning Lingyu asked in a low voice, Brother, are we just going to fly back to the Ling family's ancestral house? Yes, at this moment, someone from the Tian group is going to make trouble at home again. I have to go back and teach them a lesson. Let's come with a magic soldier, and I promise to scare them to death. After finishing speaking, instead of landing on the ground, Ling Yan stepped up to urge the Qingying Feijian to rush towards the sky above the Ling family's ancestral house. How fast is Yujian flying? A straight line distance of 10 kilometers would not even take 2 minutes in the air. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu soon reached the sky above the Ling family's ancestral house. When they looked down, they saw two parties confronting each other in the 8th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral house. The Ling family, led by Ling Lai, was blocking the door of the Ling family's dungeon, and the opposite was the Tianzu's men and horses. There were more than a dozen people. The two sides were at war, and an open space was formed in the middle as a battlefield. On the battlefield in the middle, there are two figures fighting each other, flashing back and forth, shouting and shouting again and again. The killing is indistinguishable. It's Iron Tiger. Ling Yan saw clearly that one of them was Tai Xiaohu in an instant. He raised his sword eyebrows, flew down with his sword, and shouted violently at the same time. Where is this bastard who dares to come to my Ling's house to make trouble? Are you tired of work? Shenlong Xiao. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu descended from the sky. To be continued. 8. Ling Yun performed the dragon roar, and the sound was like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. It resounded through the sky, shocking everyone below. When everyone looked up, he took the opportunity to swoop down, and landed on both sides. In the confrontation field, looked directly at the Tianzu people. Ling Yan's appearance was really domineering and amazing, because he flew down from the sky. This time, Ling Yun didn't deliberately keep a low profile. As soon as he landed, he released all the aura of the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, covering the audience, and intimidating the Tianzu. The enemies are all coming home, so why keep a low profile? After Ling Yun landed, he first raised his eyes to sweep the people in the opposite Tianzu, but he ignored them, but said to Tai Xiaohu is back, don't fight anymore. He had already seen in the air that although Tai Xiaohu had been attacking his opponent fiercely, but due to his limited state, all attacks were easily dispelled by the opponent, and he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. The people in the Tian group are basically supernatural power masters, that is to say, they have all reached the innate 9th level. The gap between Tai Xiaohu and his opponent is really too big. Fighting head-on with the opponent, but the opponent is able to advance and retreat with ease, and does not exert all his strength, it is cat and mouse. After Ling Yun appeared, the Tianzu man who was fighting with Tai Xiaohu had already paused, but he didn't retreat at this time, because he was completely stunned. Brother Yun, you're back. Hearing Ling Yun's greeting, Tai Xiaohu immediately stepped back and greeted Ling Yun with a slight embarrassment on his bronzed face. Of course Tai Xiaohu knew that he was no match for the enemy, so he was a little embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed, in a few months, just like him, you can beat a group of them by yourself. Ling Yun stepped forward, smiled and patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder, and said calmly. Although he didn't stare at the opponent's troops, his spiritual sense had already covered the audience. He could tell that Tai Xiaohu's opponent was the weakest among the Tianzu's troops, that is, Lu Mingju's level. At most it's just the pinnacle of the 1st level of the divine ability realm. Tai Xiaohu had just advanced to the innate realm tonight, but he was at the peak of the 5th level innate realm, but he was able to compete head-to-head with the supernatural realm masters for a long time. Ling Yun was already very satisfied with this performance. Humph. Speak wildly. You don't even pay attention to my Huaxia group, you really don't know how powerful the heavens are. Hearing Ling Yan's last words, someone from the Tianzu team sneered back. Haha, really? Ling Yan looked at the other person and smiled slightly, but there was some kind of murderous intent in that smile. Boom. In an instant, Ling Yan's whole body surged, and he saw 2 extremely thick chains suddenly emerge from his body, as if they had grown out of him suddenly. Yinyang True Qi chains. Brush. As soon as the chain of Yin and Yang Zhenqi appeared, it immediately extended to dozens of meters like 2 living dragons, black and white, and came around the body of the person who spoke. Shut up first. Ling Yin yelled loudly and moved with his mind. The chain of Yin and Yang Zhenqi actually pulled the man out of the crowd and flew directly to the sky above the courtyard. What? The talkative guy in the sky group. Caught off guard, he was tightly entangled by the chains of Yin and Yang Zhenqi. He exclaimed loudly, struggling desperately with all his strength, scratching and kicking wildly with his hands and feet, only to find that the 2 chains were like 2 giant pythons. He got tighter and tighter, and flung it high into the sky. He exerted all his strength, but he couldn't break free. In the end, not to mention breaking free, It became difficult for him to even breathe, especially since he was at an altitude of tens of meters, and he had no idea what Ling Yun was going to do to him, so he shouted in fright, "Two elders, help! Ling Yun, you are too presumptuous." On Tianzu's side, the two standing at the front, seeing their teammates in trouble, drank violently at the same time, rushed out, formally Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng. This is really a fight when there is a disagreement. The two team leaders thought that since Ling Yun had appeared, the two sides would definitely have to negotiate, and then fight again if they couldn't agree, but they didn't expect that Ling Yun got Tai Xiaohu back first. And then shot without warning. Xiong Biao lived up to his name. He was tall and big, he was similar to Tai Xiaohu, but his body was a bit thicker than Tai Xiaohu's, so he rushed directly to Ling Yun, besieged Wei, and rescued Zhao. But after Li Jingfeng rushed out, he stopped moving. He stood still, but a red light flew out of his body, straight into the sky. Well done! With a clear whistle from Ling Yun, he was shrouded in divine sense, and he saw it clearly, knowing that what flew out of Li Jingfeng's body was a flying sword. Boom! Boom! There were two loud noises in succession. The first one was Ling Yun's attack, and he used Tiangang Fumo Fist, punching Xiong Biao who was rushing over. As for the bang, it was Ling Yun who was driving the Yinyang Jinqi chains with his divine sense, shaking the two chains straight in an instant, and then smashing them to the ground. Just escaped Li Jingfeng's flying sword attack. In this way, the unlucky ghost of the Tianzu was slammed by Ling Yun on the rocky ground of the Ling family. Foaming at the mouth, unconscious. A master of the supernatural powers in the Tian group was smashed to death by Ling Yun's move. Hey, yes. Coincidentally, the unlucky ghost was thrown in front of Mo Wudao by Ling Yun. This guy remained extremely calm all night, especially after Ling Yun appeared. He simply went back to the room and moved a chair and sat on it with a big face. There, it was just a matter of watching. Let you delay Daoist me from sleeping, and make you talk too much. Mo Wudao lowered his head, looked at the master of the sky group who was falling apart and almost fell into a coma. He didn't forget to fly up to him, and stomped on him a few times, and then went back to sit down with satisfaction. Ah! I'm so angry. The unlucky master of the Tian group was first rolled into the sky, then smashed down, not to mention half dead, and stepped on several times by an unknown junior. He knew that he had made a fool of himself, so he roared angrily. In a panic, he passed out completely. Boom boom boom. After Ling Yun threw the talkative Tianzu master back to the ground, he no longer cared about him, but strode forward, punching out both fists, and was shaking Xiong Biao of the Tianzu. Xiong Biao, one of the great elders of the Tianzu, could never have imagined in his dreams that he was extremely talented, amazingly powerful, and at the peak of the 5th level of supernatural powers, yet he would be hit by Ling Yun's fist and kept retreating. Ling Yun was too fierce. He used all his strength to cast Tiangang Fumo Fist. He didn't bother to talk nonsense. His two fists were fierce, and domineering. Every time he punched, he immediately stepped forward, and he didn't give the bear any trouble at all. Biao any respite. The peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, the second peak of the Dian Juxing Baojue, combined with the rigid and fierce Tiangang Fumo Fist, he now has the strength of 10,000 caddies in every punch. Even 1,000 caddy boulder can be smashed with one punch. Rotten boom fly. And, that's not to mention, Ling Yun is still dual purpose now. He also sacrificed Qingying Feijin, controlled Qingying with his mind, and was fighting with Li Jingfeng's flying sword. Boom. Ling Yun threw out both fists again, and hit Xiong Biao's fist hard together. The terrifying fist was completely berserk and ran around, making the people in the courtyard back again, and the standing circle kept expanding. This kid is so fierce? Behind Ling Yun, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were stunned. The two couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't believe that Ling Yun could beat Xiong Biao like this against the two elders of the Tianzu. One-sided, this is an oppressive style of play. Especially when eating at noon, Ling Lai had heard from Zhou Wenyi that Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao had been picking on the Ling family recently. The strength of people is among the top 10 in the Tian group. Little tiger, look carefully, what Yuner is performing now is the essence of Tiangang Fumo Fist. Be brave and diligent, never retreat half a step. While Ling Lai was shocked, he still didn't forget to pass the sound transmission to the secret, pointing to Tai Xiaohu who was looking at him in a daze. Tai Xiaohu didn't even blink his eyes, he clenched his fists excitedly and nodded blankly. Humph, 2 against 1, how shameless. Suddenly someone scolded. It was Ning Lingyu, who returned to Ling's house with Ling Yun. She first observed Ling Yun's battle carefully for a while, then suddenly spoke. Xuanhuan sword. Ning Lingyu's spiritual consciousness enveloped the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. She opened her arms and lifted her hands slightly, and saw 12 white water streams rushing up in the stream in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. It instantly turned into 12 water swords in the air. Swipe, swipe, swipe. 12 white water swords came from the sky, unceremoniously stabbing Li Jingfeng who was standing still and fighting with Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword. Not good. Li Jingfeng sensed the danger, his whole body was full of red lights, enveloping him tightly. This is Li Jingfeng's defensive technique, those shining red lights can withstand Ning Lingyu's Xuanhuan sword. Seeing that Ning Lingyu made a move, Ling Yun frowned slightly. Since Di Yutong was captured, the battle with Tianzu was within Ling Yun's expectations, but this was his personal matter, and he didn't want Ning Ling to reign mixed in. Bang bang! Ling Yun swung 2 punches in succession and knocked Xiong Biao back 3 steps. He no longer wanted to fight, and flew backwards. Xiong Biao's fists were numb from the blow, his arms were trembling, his chest was heaving violently, he was breathing heavily, and was stunned by Ling Yun's stormy attack. Lingyu, you don't need to make a move. Ling Yun was calm and relaxed, he turned his head and said something to Ning Lingyu, then turned around, facing the 14 masters of the Tian group, he raised his hand and pointed. I know you are all members of the Tianzu, and I know what you are doing here at the Ling family, but after Zhou Wenyi went back today, didn't he remind you of what I said? During the day, I once said that if there is anyone in the Tianzu who is ignorant and dares to come to the Ling family to ask for someone, I guarantee that I will beat him until he can't even recognize his parents. What about the Tian group? Today, among the 14 of you, 1 counts as 1. I want you to come in vertically and go out horizontally. To be continued. 8. Enter vertically, exit horizontally. That is to lie down and go out? Hit so hard that you can't even recognize your parents? What Ling Yun said in these few words was really too domineering, he didn't give the other party any face at all, it was purely humiliating the other party. With the lessons learned from the first unlucky ghost, no one in the Tianzu group dared to accept Ling Yun's domineering declaration. Now that Guy is still lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, no one dared to risk his life to be the second one. Ling Yun, you, cough cough. Only the great elder of the Tianzu, Xiong Biao, heard the fury. He raised his hand and pointed back at Ling Yun, his arm was still trembling. He had just punched Ling Yun 100 times, and his breath couldn't keep up. Under the extreme anger, he coughed repeatedly. Coughing is also to cover up, because at this moment, Xiong Biao really doesn't know how to use words to fight back against Ling Yun. He just attacked outrageously, just because he didn't want to talk nonsense. Grabbing one person, 1 against 2, fighting against their 2 elders alone, fully demonstrated their powerful strength. Ling Yun was pretending, but he proved with iron-like facts that he has incredible capital. Li Jingfeng was even more unable to speak at this moment. He was using his body protection skills with all his strength to defend against Ning Lingyu's 12 water swords, and he dared not relax in the slightest. Up to now, the 2 elders of the Tian group have mixed feelings in their hearts, and they all feel that it is too reckless to come to the Ling family to be an important person this time. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan has grown to this stage. They even didn't expect that the Ling family already had people who could fly with the sword and fly directly with the sky, and 2 of them came out at once. This is just crazy. Li Jingfeng, Xiong Biao, right? Let me tell you. Ling Yan suddenly spoke again. It is true that I captured Di Yutong, and he is now locked in the dungeon of the Ling family. However, my arrest of Di Yutong is a matter of my own, Ling Yun, and has nothing to do with the rest of the Ling family. So, today everything about the night has nothing to do with the Ling family, and I, Ling Yun, will bear all the consequences. Ling Yun declared decisively that he had taken the Ling family out of the whole matter, and he took all the matter on himself. This is for the sake of telling Tianzu not to use this as an excuse to trouble the Ling family again. And the facts are basically true. If you only talk about it from the Ling family, they really have no reason, and there is no need to imprison Di Yutong, because there is no grievance or enmity between the 2 sides. Ling Yan arrested Di Yutong for the sake of Qin Qiuyue, who was suffering in Tianshan Mountain, and also for the Qin family, so he announced that all the consequences of this matter would be borne by him alone. Ha 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 ha. After Xiong Biao coughed a few times, he finally finished adjusting his breath and regained his strength. He laughed wildly, pointed at Ling Yun and said, "Arrogant boy. Your Ling family and the Sun and Chen families fought to the death. Counting Chen Jingxian, you killed a total of 4, captured 1 Di Yutong alive, and drove away 1 Lu Mingjiu. Do you know that you are slapping the face of the Huaxia group? This is even slapping the face of all decent people in the world? You keep saying that you have to bear it all by yourself, can you afford it? Let's not talk about my Tianzu. You killed Jikong and offended Shaolin Temple, you killed Liehua, you offended Longhushan, you also killed Ziyu, you offended Kunlun Sword Sect, you captured Di Yutong alive, and you provoke Sky Sword Sect." Ling Yan couldn't imagine that Xiong Biao's 5 big and 3 thick. Just like a Vajra Arhat, he was actually quite eloquent. He listened to the other party talking there, criticizing him, but just smiled without saying a word. This is only obvious, your Ling family has secret enemies, and there are more enemies in the past. Yes, your Ling family won the battle of life and death and destroyed the Sun and Chen families. In a short time, it seems to be a success, but don't forget, if those enemies come to the door together, how long can you handle it? Ling Yan did not make a move for the time being, and Xiong Biao got a chance to breathe. He was finally able to say what he wanted to say. He was really depressed. He had just met someone, and before he could explain his identity, he was beaten by Ling Yun beating wildly. It's uncomfortable not to let out this breath. The more Xiong Biao talked, the more excited he became, and at the end he was beaming with joy. Ling Yun, don't think that I don't know what Zhou Wenyi's plan is. He wants to recruit you into the Sky Team just to give you an identity so that all the heroes in the world can find you. When you seek revenge, you are afraid. However, let me tell you now, as long as I, Xiong Biao, are in the Tianzu for a day, none of your Ling family will be able to enter the Tianzu. Are you finished? Just as Xiong Biao was spitting, Ling Yan asked, suddenly. Xiong Biao was roughly interrupted by Ling Yun. He was stunned for a moment, and blurted out, "What?" Ling Yan showed his face and smiled, "My Ling family, and my Ling Yan matter, it's not up to you, a bear, to point fingers and make irresponsible remarks. As for the Tianzu, since I said I want to enter, I will definitely go in, and since you said I must stop it, then go to hell." The next moment, murderous intent flashed in Ling Yan's eyes, and with a move of his divine sense, he directly sacrificed the Yinyang Gang Qi sword this time. Brush. The Yinyang Gang Qi sword flashed out from Ling Yan's dantian. It was only the size of a willow leaf, but it was invincible. Under the urging of Ling Yan, it went straight to Xiong Biao's face. This is a must-kill trend. Here comes the axe. Xiong Biao had spiritual sense, he felt the shocking murderous intent, he didn't dare to hold it too high, he waved his hand suddenly, and saw two giant axes flying out from the crowd of Tianzu people, and he caught them in his hands. Those two huge axes were astonishingly big, the blades were more than 2 feet wide. To put it bluntly, even if the two of them were lying side by side, if the axe fell down, the heads of the two of them could be chopped off. This gigantic axe is made of some kind of metal. The whole body is pitch black, glowing with a faint light, only the axe blade is white and shiny, with cold light shining. The two axe blades are like the blades of long knives. Feeling that his life was in danger, Xiong Biao immediately took out his own weapon. Just like Li Kuwei was reborn, he waved his arms, slashed left and right, swung a pair of giant axes imperviously, and resisted Ling Yan's Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. Clank, clang. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of gold and iron intersecting, like popping beans, sounded one after another. Ling Yan used his spiritual thoughts to activate the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword, which penetrates all holes and does not require moves, but the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword seems to have eyes. It is tricky, and it is specially aimed at the dead corner of defense that Xiong Biao can't reach. Xiong Biao yelled again and again, struggling to cope. This brat Ling Yan has been using two things at once. At this moment, Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword was still fighting with Li Jingfeng's flying sword in the air. Ling Lai witnessed this scene. He was shocked beyond description. One mind and two purposes. The heart here does not refer to the mind, but the mind. Ling Yan is alone, controlling two flying swords at the same time. However, something even more amazing is yet to come. Kill. Just when Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao were too busy to take care of themselves, Ling Yan moved. What he used was shape-changing, and everyone felt a blur in front of them. The next moment, Ling Yan rushed into the space of the other 11 members of the Tian group. Among the crowd. Just so barehanded, broken single-handedly. Now that Ling Yan has let go, he will naturally not be kind tonight. He has to deal with the other side's idiots first, and then free up his hands to deal with Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao. Bang 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 bang. The remaining 11 people in the Tian group are all subordinates of Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao. They obeyed the two elders. Today, they followed them to the Ling family to ask for someone, but unexpectedly, they got into bad luck. Ling Yan broke into the enemy's formation, like a tiger descending a mountain, or a tiger entering a flock of sheep. At the same time, he used Tian Gang Fumo Fist, Feng Lei King Kong Kick, and at the same time, he used the lightness kung fu that is elusive and invisible, punching and kicking, sweeping across a large area by himself. At the early stage of the third level of Qi training, Ling Yan was able to beat the 5 supernatural ninjas of the Tokugawa family with 1 against 5. Hidden and tucked away, not showing full strength. The current Ling Yan has reached the peak of the third level of Qi training, and his body has absorbed the Dragon Emperor Qi from the Forbidden City for more than 500 years, and his physique has improved to a higher level. Now he has just absorbed the purple fairy aura in his body, divine sense, and combat status are all at their peak, just in need of a battle. What's more, Ling Yan is now in the Ling family, guarded by the Spirit Gathering Array, waiting by the 1000 Chance 9 Killing Array, and watched by many masters of the Ling family. This is completely his home field. In addition, there is a Willow of Ghosts and Gods in the 6th courtyard of the Ling family, and there is also a guardian of the Emperor's pen and weapon in Ling Yan's Sea of Knowledge who can already communicate with him. These are the capital that Ling Yan dared to fight against the 2 elders of Tianzu with 1 enemy. Not to mention these 2 people, even if a master of Zhou Wenyi's level came, he would only be beaten by Ling Yan. As for the masters of the Sky Group who followed Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao, there is no such thing as Ling Yan's generals. Ling Yan is crushing, completely crushing. Boom. One person was blown away by Ling Yan's fist. He crossed his arms to stop him, and Ling Yan smashed his arms directly. The fist hit his chest again, and several sternums were broken. His chest collapsed and he flew upside down. He was seriously injured. He vomited blood and fell into a coma. Ah! Ouch! Puff! Crack! In an instant, the people on Tianzu's side turned their backs on their backs, and Ling Yan swept across his opponents. No one could stop him. Ling Yan's movements are really too fast. Some of the poorer realms didn't even have time to react, and were sent flying by Ling Yan. Less than a minute. The 11 masters of the Sky Group who were standing were all knocked to the ground by Ling Yan, or were thrown into the air. Those with broken tendons and fractures were all mild. At least 7 or 8 people were seriously injured and fell unconscious on the ground. Lie down. Brush. Ling Yan flew back, and he patted his hands lightly, as if to shake off the dust on his hands. I will do what I say, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who told you not to have eyes, and come to Ling's house to trouble me? Of course, these people are members of Tianzu. After all, Ling Yan is still merciful. He didn't use a weapon, otherwise, if he used the dark blood demon knife or the blue shadow flying sword to attack these people, they would have died long ago, and they would have died very quickly. Ling Yan did this only for the sake of gaining prestige, and he didn't want to kill people. He smiled and sighed, just treat it as a face for Zhou. After easily finishing off those little guys, Ling Yan turned around, looked at Xiong Biao, who was still crazily swinging a pair of giant axes, and said coldly, now, it's your turn. To be continued. 8. Remember genius in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Xiong Biao was frantically swinging a pair of huge axes in his hands, trying his best to deal with Ling Yan's Yinyang Gangqi sword. His eyes were solemn, his face was tense, and his expression was highly tense. At the same time, he was constantly performing light kung fu to dodge left and right, trying his best to avoid the tricky and weird attack angles of the Yinyang Gangqi sword. Under the control of Ling Yan's powerful divine sense, the Yinyang Gangqi sword swirled and danced around Xiong Biao's body rapidly. As long as he caught the gap in Xiong Biao's defense, he would immediately attack without hesitation. It was so pervasive that Xiong Biao overwhelmed. This is the power of controlling the sword with divine sense, because freed from the shackles of the wrist, the Yinyang Gangqi sword can fly in the air as it wants. The flying direction and attack angle are all within Ling Yan's thought, and it is fast, slow, false and real, really hard to guard against. Ding 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 dang 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 dang. Only Xiong Biao knows how terrible pressure Ling Yan's Yinyang Qi sword has brought to him. Every time the Yinyang Gangqi sword collides with his giant axe, it destroys the giant axe with terrifying penetration. A small hole about an inch deep was left on the giant axe. In such a short period of time, Xiong Biao's 2 giant axes have already been riddled with holes, and the surface of the axe body has become bumpy. You must know that these 2 giant axes are forged from the 1,000-year-old iron on the seabed, and they are extremely hard. From this, we can see the terrifying sharpness of the Yinyang Stellar Qi sword and the power of Ling Yan's spiritual control. But after all, Xiong Biao is a strong man at the peak of the 5th level of supernatural powers. He is busy, but not in a hurry. In Xiong Biao's hands, the 2 giant axes are swung into a whirlwind, which can withstand most of the Yinyang Gangqi sword. Attacks, and occasionally attacks that the giant axe could not defend, he used light body skills to avoid them. Ling Yan, you really dared to seriously injure 12 members of our heavenly group. While Xiong Biao was defending the Yinyang Gangqi sword attack, he naturally saw what happened just now. His face was livid with anger, and he couldn't help roaring loudly. Although the 12 masters of the Sky Group brought by Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao were only temporarily selected by them, and they were not considered to be their direct descendants, but these 12 people were all their subordinates to the letter, but did not expect to be seriously injured by Ling Yan at this moment. How could Xiong Biao not be angry? But what Xiong Biao didn't expect was that each of these 12 masters of the Sky Group was in the peak of the first level of the supernatural power realm to the peak of the third level of the supernatural power realm, and they could be placed in any martial arts sect. The existence that stands alone is not even Ling Yun's general. With his bare hands, Ling Yun killed them all in less than a minute alone. Humph! Ling Yun sneered, "This is the price you pay for daring to offend my Ling family, and you will become 14 soon." Brush! Before Ling Yun could finish his sentence, he had already dodged forward. He was still unarmed and came straight to Xiong Biao. Boom! The punch pierced through the air. Ling Yun was not polite, and suddenly swung a punch, hitting Xiong Biao head-on. At the same time, under the control of Ling Yun's divine sense, the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword came to Xiong Biao's back in an instant, and stabbed at his dead corner of defense. What? Xiong Biao was terrified immediately, and at the very moment, he gritted his teeth suddenly, and slashed out the huge axe with his left hand at Ling Yun's fist, and at the same time, he slammed the huge axe with his right hand towards his back. Ding! Sparks splashed everywhere, metal and iron sang loudly, and Xiong Biao was barely able to withstand Ling Yun's Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. Boom! And at this time, Ling Yun's domineering fist, with fierce and unparalleled strength, had already hit Xiong Biao's giant axe blade firmly. Facing the giant axe that Xiong Biao was slashing at, Ling Yun, relying on the strong defensive power of the second layer of the Dian Gathering Star's treasure, unexpectedly did not dodge, and was trying to shake Xiong Biao's giant axe. Fuck! This guy is crazy. Behind him, Mo Wudao, who was originally lying on the chair, jumped up from the chair when he saw this heaven-defying scene, dumbfounded. It was an axe that Xiong Biao struck with all his strength at a critical moment. It was a full-strength slash from the peak of the 5th level of the supernatural power. It can be said that below the 5th level of the supernatural power, no one would dare to resist with bare hands, without a weapon. Ling Yun actually used his fist to shake it? Boom! The domineering fist and the huge axe blade had no fancy, they collided fiercely, and the two groups of terrifying wind exploded in an instant, centering on this place, violently swept away in all directions. The 11 people who were knocked down to the ground just now were affected by the sudden explosion, and their bodies were directly rolled up and flew away. More than half of them hit the courtyard wall, and they suffered another wave of heavy injuries. There were several screams. What? In Xiong Biao's left hand holding the axe, the tiger's mouth was shattered, and blood flowed profusely. His whole left arm was sore and numb, and he was about to throw the axe away. Vigorously, it flew backwards. Boom! Xiong Biao's huge body collided with the courtyard wall, and directly smashed the courtyard wall into a human-shaped pit, but he still couldn't hold back, and flew upside down to the middle of the 7th courtyard, before he managed to stabilize his figure. Humph, you're the one who ate the bear's heart and the leopard's guts. Ling Yun snorted coldly again. He succeeded with one move, and simply used his divine sense to retract the Yin-Yang Stellar Chi sword, instead of taking advantage of the victory to pursue it. With that punch just now, Ling Yun undoubtedly exerted his full strength, and at the same time, it was also a test of his continuous improvement in the realm over the past period of time. The decisive battle of life and death, the destruction of the Sun-Chen alliance, that battle can be said to be the most peak battle since Ling Yun cultivated on Earth. Qi, fused into one furnace, reached the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training in one fell swoop. Both the treasure body and the divine mind have been qualitatively improved. Afterwards, he went to the Forbidden City, and inadvertently obtained the Dragon Emperor's Qi accumulated in the Forbidden City for more than 500 years. The huge amount of Dragon Emperor's Qi not only reshaped Ling Yun's Dantian, but also helped him condense the Dragon Emperor's method. The sword, a small part of the remaining dragon energy, has entered Ling Yun's body, bones and flesh, internal organs, meridians, and acupoints. This kind of dragon energy is everywhere. Although his realm has not improved, it is a perfect treasure. The body has been improved again. Ling Yan could clearly feel that after the dragon energy entered his body, it didn't just stay silent, but was changing his physique all the time. After the Forbidden City and his party, his body has been evolving and becoming more and more powerful. Powerful. Especially Ling Yan's bones, skin and flesh. This is the most obvious transformation of Ling Yan's body by the dragon energy of the Forbidden City, not only his spine that has become golden yellow, but now, the bones of his arms and fists are visible from the inside. Underneath, it has gradually turned into pale gold. Ling Yan's power is getting stronger, and at the same time, his defense power is even more astonishing. Compared with the peak of the 9th level of body training, the defense power has at least doubled. This is Ling Yan's biggest capital for daring to hand out 100 swords to Zhou, the great elder of the Tianzu during the day. Tonight, through Ning Lingyu crossing the catastrophe, Ling Yun has obtained infinite benefits, and his body is full of purple fairy spirit energy, which is further improving his physique. At the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, 3 drops of divine energy can be condensed in 1 minute. Ling Yun now has nearly 10,000 drops of divine energy in the center of his eyebrows, which has already condensed into a small lake between his eyebrows. Ling Yan's strength soared, his defense was shocking, and his divine essence was endless. Now, he needs a big battle to test how far he has grown, and finally Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao came. This is really someone giving pillows when you are dozing off. These 2 people are stepping stones for nothing. Moreover, in addition to testing his current strength, Ling Yun is about to leave the capital to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain. He does not want other forces to dare to come to Ling after he leaves the capital and the Ling family. The family is causing trouble, so he wants to use this to build his prestige. Not to mention other things, at least let all the forces in the capital mention the Ling family, and when it comes to Ling Yan's name, they have to weigh it carefully. If they want to go to the Ling family to make trouble, or provoke people from the Ling family, do they have enough weight? Especially the Long family who are already ready to move. Of course, there is another reason why Ling Yun dared to catch Xiong Biao's giant axe with his bare hands, that is, he clearly knew Xiong Biao's realm in his heart, the peak of the 5th level of supernatural powers. Through the hard fist fight with Xiong Biao just now, Ling Yun vaguely judged that Xiong Biao's strength was indeed stronger than that of Qin Jingxian after being enchanted, but it was very limited. At the beginning of the 3rd level of Qi training, Ling Yun killed Qin Jingxian, who was possessed by demons, so now that Ling Yun has made a huge improvement, what about Xiong Biao? The result is obvious, he punched with all his strength just now, and he tried it out. His fist defense power can forcibly beat the giant axe that Xiong Biao slashed. Not only did he not get hurt, but he also sent Xiong Biao flying. Therefore, although Ling Yun was fierce enough tonight and his performance was unexpected, everything was within his expectations and under his control. This is impossible. After Xiong Biao managed to stabilize his figure, he first looked at his giant axe in his left hand, and found that Ling Yan's fist had punched a punch on the blade of the huge axe, and the gaps in the shape of 4 fingerprints were clearly visible. He was horrified. According to the secret report given to him by the Long family, Ling Yan's true strength is at most at the peak of the 4th level of the supernatural power realm, but now, Ling Yan's displayed strength can even shake the peak of the 6th level of the supernatural power realm. If one punch can hit him at the peak of the 5th level of supernatural powers like this, that is at least the strength of the peak of the 6th level of supernatural powers. Ha ha. Ling Yan smiled lightly, thinking that it is impossible? Do you think Zhou, the great elder of the Tianzu, is blind? He held up his fists, only to see a faint golden color on the skin of his fists, and a faint layer of purple air shrouded in them, and he smiled charmingly. Xiong Biao, don't cry later. Brush. Apparate. Ling Yan moved again, and he appeared in front of Xiong Biao in an instant, with both fists out. Xiong Biao was already afraid of Ling Yun in his heart at this moment. He didn't want to fight anymore. He wanted to find a way to go down, and then leave Ling's house, but Ling Yun didn't give him this chance at all. Seeing Ling Yun's fists coming again, Xiong Biao could only resist with all his strength. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun had no fear, his fists were like an explosion, and he smashed wildly at Xiong Biao, blowing Xiong Biao up. Just when Xiong Biao was in a hurry, Ling Yun suddenly punched Xiong Biao's chest from bottom to top. Boom. Crack. There was a sound of sternum shattering, and Xiong Biao was blasted into the sky by Ling Yun's punch. Puff. Xiong Biao, who was knocked into the air by Ling Yun, sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, and tears flowed down his face. He didn't cry, but it was worse than crying. For mobile phone users, please browse M-Reading for a better reading experience. Looking at the entire Tian group, there are more than 100 supernatural power masters, and among them, there are not many who dare to engage in close combat with Xiong Biao and can take advantage of strength. As for breaking through Xiong Biao's defense with bare hands, there is no one who can always beat him. Because Xiong Biao was born with supernatural power and amazing physique, he has been focusing on body training since he was a child. What he likes most in battle is to fight close to the opponent. Then, with his terrifying power and amazing defense, the oppressed enemy can't breathe and retreats steadily. Therefore, Xiong Biao never imagined in his wildest dreams that at this time, someone would completely blow him up with bare hands, and easily break through the powerful defense he was proud of. The sternum was broken, which means that Ling Yun had just shaken away his protective chi just now, and that terrifying punch hit his chest firmly. Xiong Biao was in the air, his head was buzzing from the shock, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and the blood in his body was churning. He couldn't hold it down at all. Especially in his chest, the severe pain spreading out made his heart ache. He hadn't experienced this feeling for many years. Accompanied by the severe pain, there are also violent humiliation and unwillingness. What? Xiong Biao roared. He was furious, his eyes sprayed with anger, glaring at Ling Yun, who was standing on the ground calmly. Ling Yun sneered, "It's no use yelling. Brush." Following Ling Yun's thoughts, the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword suddenly rushed high into the sky, arrived at the sky above Xiong Biao's body, pierced from top to bottom like lightning. At this time, Xiong Biao was still flying straight up under the huge inertia. In the eyes of the people watching the battle, it was as if he was smashing at the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. Xiong Biao's protective chi had already been shaken away. If the two really came into contact, even if he wasn't pierced by the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword, at least he would be injured again. After all, Xiong Biao had already experienced the sharpness of the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword. Xiong Biao's heart was about to burst. He didn't care about other things. He gritted his teeth suddenly, and with all his strength, he threw the huge axe in his left hand towards the upper back, and smashed it at the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword. At the same time, he hastily took a deep breath, performed the exercises again, mobilized the innate chi in his body, first protected the vitals of his body, and took the opportunity to stand up like a carp in the air. Under the control of Ling Yun's divine sense, the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword appeared like a ghost, and the speed was too fast. Xiong Biao's posture just now was too passive, so he had to reverse it as soon as possible. When the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword and Xiong Biao's giant axe collided violently, gold and iron clanged together, and after leaving another deep hole in the giant axe, it was blown away again. After all, he is a top 5 level master of the supernatural powers. In order to save his life, no matter how powerful Ling Yun's divine sense is, the power to control the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword cannot compare with Xiong Biao's desperate power. What's more, the Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword does not rely on strength to win, but speed, cunning, agility, and sharpness. But Ling Yun didn't even think about hurting Xiong Biao with the blow of the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword. What he wanted was time. Kill. Suddenly, a black and red long knife was added to Ling Yun's hand. He rose into the sky, and slashed towards the air facing Xiong Biao, who had just straightened up. Dark Blood Demon Knife. Heaven Extinguishing Sword Technique. Swordsmanship. This is Ling Yan's real killing move. The blade of the Dark Blood Demon Knife burst out with a matchless blade, which is extremely powerful, like a huge black and red curtain, covering Xiong Biao's whole body. Open! Xiong Biao felt the terrifying evil spirit of the Dark Blood Demon Knife. He was so terrified that he couldn't care about anything. In the crisis, he could only hold the only handle of the axe with both hands, and slashed at the blade of the Dark Blood Demon Knife. Zheng. I saw that the Dark Blood Demon Knife hit the blade of the giant axe without fancy, but it passed through like cutting tofu, but it was only slightly blocked, but it still kept going, chopping firmly on Xiong Biao's chest. First, the knife gang entered the body, instantly splitting the protective xinqi that Xiong Biao had barely gathered, and then the blade entered the body. Xiong Biao snorted. The entire huge axe was cut in half, and Xiong Biao was thrown backwards by the slashed figure. Feeling the coldness on his chest, his eyeballs were about to pop out, but it didn't help. Ling Yan's shocking knife almost split Xiong Biao in half. If Xiong Biao hadn't seen that his axe couldn't stop him, he bent down forcibly and barely dodged for a while, he would have died in the air. But even so, Ling Yan's knife also ripped open his belly. From the left shoulder to the right rib, the front breastbone was cut off, the skin was ripped apart, and blood gushed out. Boom! After Xiong Biao's huge figure flew upside down for a certain distance in the air, he slammed heavily on the hard ground and fell on his back. The blood gushing out of his body instantly stained the surrounding ground red. What? Xiong Biao let out a miserable cry, and he shot suddenly, without hesitation, pointed at the big hole around the wound in front of his body, and pressed it hard to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, enduring the severe pain, he took out the best golden sore medicine from the treasure bag on his body, sprinkled it on the horrible wound, and then took out a few talismans and used it on his own wound. The wound immediately improved significantly. Xiong Biao was severely wounded by Ling Yan. Although he couldn't die, he had already lost the power to fight again. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. Worthy of being one of the elders of the Tianzu, he really has a way to save his life. Ling Yan's eyes were indifferent, and he let Xiong Biao heal himself, thinking to himself. Ling Yan's aim was to establish his prestige, and he didn't want human life, so he didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue, otherwise, he would just take advantage of the serious injury of the opponent, and stab Xiong Biao a few more times with the Yinyang Gongqi sword, so as to guarantee that there would be more than a dozen more wounds on his head. 1 hole, 10 deaths are enough. Xiong Biao, I will spare your life, if you dare to attack again, you will die. Ling Yan said coldly to Xiong Biao, and in a flash, he came to Li Jingfeng, who was struggling to support him. At this moment, Li Jingfeng, another great elder of the Tianzu, was fighting with all his strength against Ning Lingyu's 12 Shuiyun swords, and at the same time he was desperately resisting Lingyun's Qingying Feijian. But it's not cheap at all. It can be said that this battle is far less exciting than Ling Yan's battle with Xiong Biao, because both sides are in a battle of divine sense, and both use spiritual martial arts. It's nothing more than a defensive xinqi cover, and a green light and a red light chasing and fighting in the air. But only Ling Yan, Li Jingfeng, and Ling Lai Qingyao, who have reached the realm of supernatural powers, know that although the battle here is not exciting, it is 10 times more dangerous. Especially Li Jingfeng, he fought against Ning Lingyu's Shuiyun sword and Ling Yan's Qingying Feijian alone. It can be said that he felt deeply, and his heart had already set off a stormy sea. Li Jingfeng has broken through the 6th level of supernatural powers, and his realm and strength must be higher than that of Xiong Biao. With his vision, he has already seen that Xiong Biao is not Ling Yan's opponent at all, but he is unable to rescue him. Especially when Xiong Biao was in danger, it wasn't that it was too late, and it wasn't that he didn't want to save him, but that he couldn't spare a shot at all. Ning Lingyu didn't listen to Ling Yun's words. Maybe she had just broken through the middle stage of qi training and was bursting with confidence, or she wanted to take advantage of this never-before-seen opportunity to hone herself. After the shot, it didn't stop. Ning Lingyu succeeded in crossing the catastrophe, and easily reached the peak of the 4th level of qi training, and her realm was completely stable. Climb to the next level, full of vigor, and urgently need a peak battle. At the peak of the 4th level of qi training, with a range of more than 4,000 meters of spiritual consciousness, her divine sense is almost as powerful as Ling Yun. Is much worse than Ling Yun. But now she is attacking with all her strength, and she doesn't need to defend at all. Therefore, the pressure brought by those 12 water swords to Li Jingfeng also makes the opponent feel great pressure. Li Jingfeng's physical defense is not as good as Xiong Biao's. If Ning Lingyu's Shuiyun sword breaks through his defensive cover, Li Jingfeng will be turned into a hedgehog by those water swords in an instant. What's more, Ling Yun's Qingying flying sword is right behind him at this moment, flying up and down out of sight, fighting fiercely with his flying sword. As long as Li Jingfeng is careless, Qingying Feijian will break through the entanglement and stab to his body. So Li Jingfeng's side is also in danger. He must go all out. How can he spare any energy to rescue Xiong Biao? However, at this moment, after Ling Yun severely injured Xiong Biao, he rushed towards him. Li Jingfeng suddenly turned pale with shock. Ling Yun took some time off, looked at Li Jingfeng and smiled faintly. Now it's your turn. After saying a word, I saw the Qingying flying sword in the air, and the flying speed suddenly doubled. Ling Yun had been focusing on controlling Qingying just now, and now Li Jingfeng is the only enemy left. He is fully controlling Qingying Feijian. How can he not be fast? The speed of Qingying Feijian doubled, which instantly increased the pressure on Li Jingfeng. At this time, Li Jingfeng was sweating on his forehead, and Qingying Feijian had bypassed his red light several times and rushed towards his body. Together, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu had already gained the upper hand. He was not in a hurry at the moment, calmly, and said to Li Jingfeng, "Just because of you bastards, you dare to come to my Ling family to show off your might." Then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he glanced at Li Jingfeng disdainfully, then turned his head and said, 12 swords are not as good as 1 sword. This sentence, of course, was for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yu's combat experience is still too little. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. More PowerPoints. Brush. After Ling Yun's words came out, Li Jingfeng suddenly felt the pressure on the defensive cover suddenly lighten, and saw Ning Lingyu's 12 flying swords retreating at the same time. Call. Just when Li Jingfeng was about to take a long breath and take a breath, he suddenly saw that all the 12 flying swords came to him, and they instantly merged into a huge water sword, and they were covered with lightning speed. The momentum, stabbing towards his eyes. Zheng. The huge water sword suddenly pierced Li Jingfeng's external defense cover, and the defensive air cover immediately collapsed inward, like an awl, the tip of which was about to pierce the rag. It can be seen from this, Ning Lingyu's understanding. Ling Yun only reminded me one sentence. Li Jingfeng's head suddenly became extremely big. He raised his palm without hesitation, and slapped suddenly at the place where the defensive air shield collapsed. The huge water sword shook violently, and was slapped flying by his palm. Humph! Ning Lingyu groaned, her cold face covered with frost. She flew out, put her 2 fingers together, triggered the sword art, swiped, and after the huge water sword flew upside down for a foot, she rushed over again. Li Jingfeng had no choice but to slap again. At the same time, he felt the pressure from behind was slightly reduced, because Ling Yun actually weakened the attack of Qingying Feijian, but Li Jingfeng's flying sword made him unable to attack Ning Lingyu. If Ling Yun took back Qingying and let Li Jingfeng concentrate on fighting Ning Lingyu, he would be able to attack and defend. Ning Lingyu is naturally invincible now. Therefore, he could only cling to Li Jingfeng's flying sword and let Ning Lingyu attack with all his strength, so as to hone his combat power and realm. Anyway, Li Jingfeng is the only one left at this moment, and the Ling family side is already winning, sooner or later. So, Ning Lingyu and Li Jingfeng, one attacked with all his strength, the other defended with all his strength, and they fought. But Li Jingfeng is the great elder of the Tianzu after all. He has reached the 6th level of the supernatural powers, he has rich combat experience, strong spiritual thoughts, and the innate qi in his body is like a river. As soon as Ling Yun relaxed, even if Ning Lingyu exerted all his strength, he still couldn't break through Li Jingfeng's defense. After a few minutes, tiny beads of sweat oozed from Ning Lingyu's smooth forehead. It's almost over, it's time to end. Ling Yun opened his mouth suddenly, and then, his divine sense suddenly urged, Qingying Feijian suddenly accelerated, and attacked Li Jingfeng violently again. At the same time, the Yinyang Gang Qi sword also flew out, like lightning, directly attacking Li Jingfeng's defensive air shield. Qi. Li Jingfeng's defensive air shield was almost pierced by Ling Yun's Yinyang Gang Qi sword. Li Jingfeng was extremely horrified. At this moment, he himself was resisting Ning Lingyu's huge water sword, and his divine sense was urging the red light to block Qingying. How could he have the power to block the Yinyang Gang Qi sword? Brush. Li Jingfeng backed away, and at the same time he said loudly, Stop. Ling Yun, tonight, my Tianzu confesses. He couldn't help but refuse to admit defeat, and if he continued to fight, his end would only be worse than that of Xiong Biao over there. No. Ling Yun directly refused. He walked forward slowly, and said in his mouth, I said, tonight, all 14 members of your Tian group will come in vertically and go out horizontally. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yunfei jumped up, changed shape and changed shadows, and came to Li Jingfeng in the blink of an eye. Boom. With a sudden punch, it hit Li Jingfeng's defensive air shield. At this moment, the earth shook, and a strong wind blew up, and with just one punch, Li Jingfeng's defensive air shield was smashed. Except. Ling Yun was very calm, and punched Li Jingfeng continuously. One punch broke Li Jingfeng's right arm, and another punch hit his chest. Li Jingfeng was far inferior to Xiong Biao, based on his body's defense alone. He vomited blood from Ling Yun's mouth, his breastbone was shattered, and his body flew upside down. Boom. Li Jingfeng's body slammed into the wall, making a big hole in the shape of a human being, and fell into the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. I don't know if I live or die. Li Jingfeng was thrown into the air and passed out on the spot. So far, a total of 14 people from the Tian group invaded the Ling family tonight, including the 2 great elders, and all of them were lying on the ground as expected. No, there is another person, Xiong Biao. After he was seriously injured, he underwent a quick treatment. Although the broken bones could not be healed immediately, the wounds cut by the dark blood demon knife were mainly used to heal talismans. Xia has begun to heal and is gradually getting better. He is the only person on the Tianzu side who can still sit. But just after Ling Yun glanced at him coldly, Xiong Biao's heart skipped a beat, and his body involuntarily lay down on the back. What a shame. No way, after this battle, Xiong Biao was really scared of being beaten by Ling Yun. He was always pressed and beaten by the opponent, and he had no strength to fight back. Only now did he finally understand that in the afternoon, Zhou Winnie tried his best to persuade him he didn't want to go to the Ling family to ask for someone, not because of the overall situation, nor because he was partial to the Ling family, but because he was really worried that they would be beaten up. Moreover, as the great elder of the Tianzu, Xiong Biao has a thorough understanding of Ling Yun's style, so he must be able to say and do it. Ling Yun said to let them go out lying down. If he is still sitting, Ling Yun will really give him another blow, and make him pass out too. Therefore, in the midst of great fear, Xiong Biao, the great elder of the Tianzu, lay down obediently. This. Ling Yun was speechless, and was too lazy to look at Xiong Biao again. At the same time, there was an earth-shattering cheer from the Ling family. This guy. Ling Lai was extremely shocked. Originally, a dozen or so masters from the Tian group, under the leadership of two great elders, aggressively came to the Ling family to ask for someone. Because Ling Yun was not at home, Ling Lai thought that the Ling family would have to go through a tough battle tonight. Of course, the current Ling family is not what it used to be. Ling Lai, including everyone in the Ling family, is not afraid of Tianzu in his heart, but after all, the other party has 14 people at once. The great elder Ming is in charge, so if the two sides fight, the Ling family will definitely suffer. Because the Ling family now, apart from Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu who are not at home, only Ling Lai, Qing Miao, and Ling Xiao are three supernatural power masters. 3 people against 14 people, how can this be fought? Therefore, before the two sides started the war, when the two sides confronted each other, he had secretly ordered everyone in the Ling family to prepare all their whole cards, including the talismans and pills Ling Yun gave them, and use them as they should. Entering the 9th courtyard of the Ling family, do not hesitate to activate the Heavenly Maze formation and the 1000 Chance 9 killing formation, and then defeat the Masters of the Sky group. This is the cost of the Ling family daring to confront the 2 great elders of the Tian group and 12 masters of the supernatural power realm. It wasn't until the moment of the war that Ling Lai deeply understood what Ling Yun had done for the Ling family and what he had brought to the Ling family in the past month. In the past 20 years, even the Sun family was able to bully the Ling family to such an extent that they couldn't lift their heads, but in just 1 month, without relying on Ling Yun, the Ling family already had the confidence to challenge the 2 great elders of the Tian group. Not only Ling Lai thought so, but Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, the juniors of the Ling family who were present, and the dead soldiers of the Ling family all thought so. It's just that he didn't expect Ling Yun to come back so fast, and all of Ling Lai's arrangements hadn't been used in time. Of course he didn't know that Ning Lingyu's crossing of the catastrophe attracted the top figures of the 4 major powers in the capital, and Zhou Winnie unintentionally Ling Yun heard the news in the middle and rushed back in time. As soon as Ling Yun came back, not only did he turn the whole situation around in an instant, but he really did what he said. In less than 20 minutes, all 14 members of the Tian group were disabled. At this moment, Ling Yun was standing in the middle, like a god, standing majestically, leaving a deep impression on everyone in the Ling family, and even on the people in the opposite Tian group that will never be forgotten. Invincible. What about the Day group? The 2 great elders fought together, but they were all seriously injured by Ling Yun, and they even confessed to being killed. And it's because of Ling Yun's mercy, otherwise, these 14 people would be dead by now. Ha 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 ha. Mo Wudao laughed wildly. In a blink of an eye, he came to Ling Yun's side, smiled and said, "Brother Yun, how do we deal with these wastes?" From the time he knew Ling Yun to now, Mo Wudao yelled Brother Yun simply because he won this battle so beautifully and without water. He now admires Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. "Clean the battlefield first," Ling Yun said casually. At this time, Ling Yun was clenching his hands into fists, holding them up in front of his eyes, using his eyesight and consciousness to examine his fists carefully. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun knew he was sure to win this battle, but he never thought that he would win so easily and so quickly. You know, what he was facing were 2 great elders of the Tianzu, one at the 5th level peak of the supernatural power realm, and one at the early stage of the 6th level of the supernatural power realm. But now, he is only at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. He didn't use talismans and elixirs, he didn't drink dragon saliva to replenish his strength like before, he didn't use formations, and he didn't use dragon and elephant power. With just a flying sword and a pair of fists, he could crush 2 powerful enemies and win comfortably, which made Ling Yun himself a little unbelievable. It's not that the enemy is too weak, but that you are too strong. Thinking back to when he was in the great world of cultivation, if Ling Yun at this moment faced Ling Yun who was also at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, the current him can at least fight 8 of them at the same time. It's very simple, Ling Yun knows his own affairs, and now his spiritual consciousness, as well as his explosive strength and defense, are more than 3 times that of his own at the same level as before. A blessing in disguise, it's really unbelievable. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help showing a weird smile on his face. Boy, don't be complacent, you are still far behind. In his mind, a voice of dissatisfaction entered Ling Yun's consciousness. Communicating directly with him was Ren Huang's pen. It's unbelievable. You don't even think about it. Since you practiced, who is between your eyebrows, and who is in your dantian? During this time, how much benefit have I and that old guy given you? Haha, thank you 2 seniors. Ling Yun also used his consciousness to communicate with the Ren Huang pen, and he sincerely thanked the 2 great celestial artifacts. Not to mention the time when Ren Huangbi and Dai Wanshu helped him resist the 9-colored robbery cloud on Daogui Island, but tonight, the 2 joined forces to snatch that extremely rare gift from heaven, and Ling Yun obtained a huge amount of money. The purple fairy energy, this is enough for him to be grateful. The purple fairy aura can not only form the purple mansion, allowing Ling Yun to condense the real Zifu nascent soul, but it is also said to be able to fight against the purple god thunder. This makes Ling Yun's future cultivation path, when fighting against various thunder disasters, there is an extra security guarantee. At this time, Ling Yun looked through his fists, and saw the bones under the skin of his palms shimmering with golden light. All the joints were surrounded by purple air, and the dense air rose, bringing terrifying power to his fists. Not just fists, but now Ling Yun's dantian meridians, viscera, bones, and muscles, and even the major orifices are all like this. Purple energy is covering him, nourishing his whole body, providing him with energy, and improving him. Fighting power. Of course, this is only a very small part of the purple fairy aura that Ling Yun has obtained. More than 90% of the purple fairy aura he absorbed has entered his dantian at this moment, overflowing the dantian, purple and shining, indistinguishable from the original golden color each other, reflected the entire dantian into a gorgeous purple gold color, and the entire dantian was incomparably miraculous. Ling Yun also noticed that there was already a streak of purple fairy aura coming out of his dantian, and began to travel through his major meridians, and also passed through his sea of consciousness between eyebrows, forming a self-circulation, which accelerated the condensation speed of his divine essence. Phew. When the purple immortal aura passes through the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, there will always be a tiny trace of it continuously pouring into the Dragon Emperor's sword, which makes the Dragon Emperor's sword even more perfect. These are all benefits that can be seen, and they are so huge that Ling Yun is so happy that he can't hold back even if he wants to. You don't need to thank you, you are the one who should be robbed, as long as you improve your strength as soon as possible. The voice of Ren Huangbi was a little lonely. After saying this sentence, there was no more movement. Whether it's the proverbs in the Chinese cultivation world or the human emperor's pen, they all say that Ling Yun is the one who should be robbed. He doesn't know why, but even though he has countless questions, Ling Yun also knows that now is not the time to ask these questions, so he can only bear with it. In any case, in the last 2 adventures, the dragon energy from the Forbidden City has helped me strengthen my treasure body, and this purple fairy energy can continuously nourish my whole body, which will only make me practice faster and fight more powerfully. Ling Yun finally made a conclusion. He reckoned that the current self, even if he met the self who practiced Qi at the 6th level back then, he would still have the strength to fight. Can fight across 3 realms. If you fight Zhou Wenyi again, you won't lose to him, right? Ling Yun thought happily. Brother Yun, what are you thinking? The battlefield is cleaned up. At this moment, Mo Wudao came over again, breaking Ling Yun's thoughts and making him return to reality immediately. Nothing. Ling Yun said casually, and then he scanned his consciousness and found that, as expected, the weapons thrown by the Tianzu people on the field had been gathered into a pile. Lying on the ground, they all screamed there. Have you been searched? Search. Body search? Emma Wudao scratched his head, looked at Ling Yun in disbelief and said, do you still want to search? Ling Yun was a little helpless. Nonsense, what is cleaning the battlefield? Didn't you see that they are all wearing pills and talismans? Let me search them all. Ling Yun looked at Emma Wudao as if he was looking at an idiot. He said in his heart that he had been with me for so long for nothing, and he taught him a lesson. My style is like a wild goose plucking its hair, do you understand? Not to mention they sent it to my door for nothing. Understood, Brother Yun? Emma Wudao looked at Ling Yun with even more admiration, and he immediately shouted, pluck the wild goose, brothers, give it to me. Emma Wudao was not the only one who heard Ling Yun's Yanhua hair-plucking remarks just now. Everyone in the Ling family heard it clearly. Immediately, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and many dead soldiers of the Ling family all rushed forward, searching for those Tianzu people. Right. Ling Yun smiled, looked at this scene, nodded in relief and said, this is the real way to clean the battlefield. You all remember it for me. When you talk about cleaning the battlefield in the future, you will do it like this. Just when all the juniors of the Ling family were plucking their hair, Ling Yun smiled and came to Xiong Biao. Xiong Biao never dared to open his eyes since he lay down frightened by Ling Yun's stare, because he was really ashamed and panicked with embarrassment. But his consciousness was still there, and when he sensed that Ling Yun was coming to him, his heart beat suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and blood began to rush to the top of his head. Ling Yun came to Xiong Biao, looked down at him, and said with a smile, Old Xiong. Nima. Xiong Biao wanted to cry immediately, but in the Tian group, when others saw him, they had to politely call him Elder Xiong. Okay. How did you become an old bear? Hey. Seeing that the old bear refused to open his eyes, Ling Yun couldn't help kicking his arm. Old bear, don't pretend to be dead, wake up. Xiong Biao couldn't bear it any longer. He opened his eyes at once, his face flushed, and said humiliatingly, Ling Yun, don't insult people. Our skills are inferior to others. Just admit defeat. What else do you want? Xiong Biaoxing's face is full of savage flesh, but it is really difficult for him to not see the slightest savage look on his face full of savage flesh. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. They've all been beaten like this, there's really no way. What else do you want? Ling Yan's eyes widened immediately, and he said incredulously, you guys broke into my house in the middle of the night looking for trouble, and you still ask me what I want. Ling Yun moved a step and stood next to Xiong Biao's head. The tip of his shoe was only 20 centimeters away from Xiong Biao's face, and looked down at him. The four eyes are facing each other. Xiong Biao really couldn't stand Ling Yun's gaze, he turned his head angrily. Ling Yun squatted down, stretched out his hand, slapped Xiong Biao's face, turned his head away little by little, and said with a smile, don't turn your head away, I'm talking to you, why are you embarrassed? Ling Yun spoke very politely. At this moment, Xiong Biao was so ashamed and angry that he wished that a big hole would appear immediately under his back, and he could just fall into it. His blood surged, and he sat up suddenly, and roared, Scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Don't worry, don't worry. Ling Yun turned his head quickly, avoiding the other party's spittle, and then said with a grin, Old bear, I really didn't mean to insult you. Don't you think I've always been polite? You always tilt your head, how can we communicate? Look into the other person's eyes when speaking, this is the most basic courtesy, right? Not far from the two of them, everyone in the Ling family looked at this scene and couldn't help opening their mouths. They were very surprised. If Ling Yun's battle gave them an impression of invincibility that they had never had before, then Ling Yun humiliated them. It can only be described as against the sky. Ling Lai couldn't bear it, the corners of his mouth twitched, he didn't know what Ling Yun was going to do, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he simply turned his head away. Ling Xiao even raised his hand to caress his forehead, he couldn't bear to look directly at his precious son's behavior. But there are still people who have experienced big scenes with Ling Yun, such as the group of people from Qingshui City, Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu. They probably guessed what Ling Yun wanted to do, and they all stared intently, watching with gusto. As for the people in the Tian group, except for Li Jingfeng, who is still in a coma, everyone else has already woken up. Seeing Xiong Biao's miserable state now, they wish they could pass out immediately. Shame, this time I lost face to Grandma's house, Xiong Biao sighed with grief and indignation, but he had no choice but to comfort himself with a knife on his head. Xiong Biao knows that this failure and Ling Yun's humiliation will become his inner demons, and his cultivation will stop for the rest of his life. Even if the best result is, at most, he will reach the peak of the 6th level of the supernatural power realm. He couldn't help scanning Li Jingfeng nearby with his spiritual sense, and found that he was still in a coma, so completely comatose, that he was a little envious of him. You speak directly. Xiong Biao finally faced Ling Yun squarely. The winner is a prince and the loser is a thief. Now he just wants to leave the Ling family as quickly as possible, and never come here, or even this street, for the rest of his life. Ahem, that's right, this is the attitude of conversation. Ling Yun gave Xiong Biao an appreciative look, and then said, It's very simple, old Xiong, first repeat what you just said to me again. What words? Xiong Biao was a little confused, or pretending to be confused. Ling Yun curled his lips, Old Xiong, you are not kind, don't pretend to be stupid, it is what you said about me before we fought, for example. As long as you are in the Tian group for one day, I will never be able to enter the Tian group, some type of. Repeat. Ling Yun was very solemn. Xiong Biao almost vomited blood, he was going crazy. You won, you slapped your face, but you can't do that, it's too much. Repeat it. Ling Yun raised his hand again with a bad expression on his face, repeating again, I hope you repeat it. Xiong Biao really didn't want to be slapped in the face by Ling Yun again, so he had no choice but to repeat it again. After listening to Ling Yun, he was a little dissatisfied, and muttered, the general meaning is still the same, but it's not as powerful as before, well, it doesn't have any momentum at all. Xiong Biao was about to cry, at that time he just started beating up, but now he is beaten to the ground by you forced him to say it, and he still has the momentum of a fart. Ling Yun giggled, stopped embarrassing him, and then straightened his expression, I was busy beating you just now, so I didn't have time to answer your questions. Now I will answer them one by one. Listen carefully, okay? Xiong Biao, no. No need. Ling Yun smiled lightly, listen carefully. These words are very useful, because no matter who asks you in the future, you must tell them this. My Ling family and Sun Chen's family were in a life-and-death battle. Your Tianzu dispatched 5 people to help them. I killed 4 of them, captured Di Yutong alive, and drove away Lu Mingjiu. I was hitting your Tianzu in the face. I was hitting some people. The face of a self-proclaimed decent man. Ling Yan's eyes were sharp, he raised his hand again, slapped Xiong Biao's face, and asked word by word, do you understand? Xiong Biao could only nod in humiliation. Repeat. Finally, Xiong Biao couldn't bear it anymore, broke out, and roared angrily, are you still going to finish? Ling Yan's eyes turned hard for an instant, and Xiong Biao's heart immediately felt timid. He could feel that as long as he said one more sentence, the slap would really be slapped on the face, and it would only be more humiliating. So after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up again, and sure enough, he repeated everything. That's right. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, then you answer me now, I said I have to bear it all, do you think you can afford it or can't afford it? Xiong Biao, you can afford it. What he said in his heart is that I don't care if you can afford it or not, it's best if you can't afford it. Ling Yun's eyes were deep, and he seemed to see through Xiong Biao's thoughts, but he didn't care, and said, I offended Shaolin Temple, Longhushan, Kunlun Sword Sect, and Tianjianzong, no matter how many people I offend, how many enemies there are, this is my business, you don't need to worry about it for me, remember? Xiong Biao was silent. Ling Yan's voice sank, say. Remember. Xiong Biao replied honestly. Anyway, he has endured until now, and his face is gone, so don't be ashamed. Fortunately, this time, Ling Yan didn't ask him to repeat it again, which was really a fluke. Ling Yan finally smiled brightly, with red mouth and white teeth. Now let me tell you the last thing, I joined the Sky Group, not because I begged you to join the Sky Group, but Zhou Winnie, the great elder of your Sky Group, took the initiative to invite me. Please, he asked me to go in, and if I don't agree, I won't do you understand? Hearing Ling Yan finally said the last thing, Xiong Biao was so excited that he didn't cry. He nodded his head immediately, and hurriedly said, understood, I understand. Because now Xiong Biao really understands that Zhou Winnie let Ling Yan enter the Sky Team. Why did he give him an identity? In order to prevent the enemies from coming to the door. Whoever really thinks that way, it is really the brains of the brains, such as himself and Li Jingfeng ilk. The real reason is that Ling Yan is really good at fighting. The two elders of his Tianzu have been beaten like this, one is unconscious, the other is enduring humiliation. Ling Yan still needs a fart's identity. It's good if you understand. Ling Yan nodded slowly, and asked again, then you answer me now, you, Xiong Biao, are in Tianzu for a day, and I, Ling Yan, and my Ling family, can I enter Tianzu? Xiong Biao nodded without hesitation, everything can be done. I have no objection. I really have no opinion? Absolutely not. Come in as you please. What about Li Jingfeng? Does he have any objections? He won't, and he has no objection. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, spread his hands, and said indifferently, look, it's such a simple question, you have to beat your life to death. If you talk like this a long time ago, won't you save yourself a beating? As soon as these words came out, Xiong Biao and everyone in the Tianzu group were ashamed. They all bowed their heads, red faces, speechless. Mo Wudao and others were watching this scene nearby. Their faces were covered in capital letters. There was no way, Ling Yan was simply a walking face-slapping textbook. This slap in the face is almost breaking through the sky. In the distance, Ling Li was recording a video. This ghost spirit has been recording since Ling Yan flew down from the sky above Ling's house. Even when Ling Yan said that he wanted to pluck the wild goose, he just yelled and didn't really go up. He has been recording until now, his hands are almost sore, but he is so excited that he can't stop. If the extermination of the Sun and Chen families is a battle for the rise of the Ling family, then tonight's confrontation with the Tianzu is the Ling family's declaration of the strength of the Ling family. This is a real turning point and very commemorative. So Ling Yu didn't stop Ling Li at all. Okay, basically it's almost there, let me ask the last question. Xiong Biao's heart suddenly jumped again, he was going crazy, how many last sentences are there? Ling Yan smiled, completely relaxed, and said lightly, then after my Ling family and I have entered the Sky Group, will you and Li Jingfeng wear small shoes for us and deal with us secretly? After Xiong Biao listened, his head shook like a rattle, and he said frantically, no, don't worry, absolutely not. Xiong Biao said in his heart, can I wear small shoes for you? I really want to, but I have to dare. Snapped. Ling Yan patted Xiong Biao's shoulder suddenly, that's fine. Then we can talk about business next. Xiong Biao, I had #you in %. Xiong Biao was completely confused. Cooperate with you, Ling Yan, who was serious with me just now, hit me in the face again and again, and asked me to repeat it again and again. I endured humiliation and cooperated with you for so long, isn't it serious? He originally thought that as long as he was patient and let Ling Yan vent his anger as soon as possible, he would be able to let everyone in the Tian group go, and he could leave here as soon as possible, but now it seems that the matter is not over yet. Isn't what we said just now all serious? And what else is there? Xiong Biao was about to foam at the mouth, he couldn't speak clearly, his blood was surging continuously, and his head was already dizzy. Ha ha. At this moment, Ling Yan looked at Xiong Biao as if he was looking at an idiot. He smiled casually, and then patiently explained, "Of course, what happened just now is not a serious matter. It was just to solve the problems between us. We need to solve the conflicts one by one, right?" Ling Yan suppressed his smile and reminded Xiong Biao, "Don't forget your original intention of coming here." While talking, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Ling family's dungeon. "Who is that, Di Yutong? Didn't you come to the Ling family to ask for someone? He is in the dungeon right now, do you still want it now?" Xiong Biao almost wanted to cry but had no tears. "What more? If we can beat you, do we still need it?" "No, you can deal with that person as you like, we don't want it anymore." "That's good." Ling Yan nodded, and said deliberately, "You don't need to repeat what you just said." Xiong Biao is almost going crazy from torture now, thinking that if he knew this was the case, why did he treat himself just now? He might as well just die. Just when he thought the matter was finally over, Ling Yan said a word. The voice was not heavy, but it exploded in Xiong Biao's ears like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. "Then now we can talk about the most important thing." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan's tone became heavier, and he deliberately emphasized, "Well, this matter is really important." Xiong Biao had an expression on his face, he was already a dead pig and he was not afraid of boiling water. 14 of you broke into private houses in the middle of the night, beat people up and made trouble, and now I have subdued you. Tell me, do you want to do business or do it privately?" Ling Yan was grinning, taking some time off, and asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Ling family was stunned, thinking that this is okay. Ling Yan is trying to take advantage of the two great elders of the Sky Group. Is he really going to break through the sky this time? But when Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao heard this, their eyes showed excitement at the same time, and they said in their hearts that it's finally here. People from your Tian group came to the Ling family to make trouble, dare to trouble Brother Yun, and want to leave like this if you lose? There are no doors. Even if they all go out sideways. No, this kid. Ling Xiao felt that Ling Yun was making a fuss too much. He wanted to go up and talk to Ling Yun, let Ling Yun save some face for Tianzu. Are you talking about business or private matters with the two great elders of Huaxia Group? How many years have passed, and no one has dared to do this before? Ling Xiao was very worried that Ling Yun bullied Xiong Biao in such a way that he was afraid that the other party would rebound and it would be bad for Ling Yun in the future. Third brother. Ling Yu beside him suddenly stretched out his hand, quietly grabbed him, shook his head, and said via voice transmission, "Third brother, don't worry about Yuner, he knows it very well." Ling Xiao turned his head, saw Ling Yu, gave him a reassuring look, hesitated in his heart, and gave up. Ling Lyman in the distance didn't care, smiled, and was still recording with relish. Because this kind of feeling has never been felt before, slapping the face of the elders of the Tian group, and ripping off the people of the Tian group, just thinking about it makes me excited. Looking at the entire capital, who would dare to do this? Only Ling Yun is alone. Xiong Biao was even more dumbfounded, public or private? Nima, I am the great elder of Tianzu. Even if we want to be public, who can control us in the whole of China except Tianzu and the first person? Elder Xiong, I'm sorry. In fact, at this time, Li Jingfeng not far away had already woken up from his coma, but he saw Xiong Biao being tossed by Ling Yun. He didn't dare to open his eyes, he could only silently sympathize with the other party in his heart. But when he heard Ling Yun say those words, Li Jingfeng locked his aura without hesitation, closed his 5 senses and 6 senses, and was even more comatose than the real coma just now. What are you thinking about? My brother Yun is asking you something, tell me quickly, old bear. At this time Mo Wudao, who had already searched for the 3 members of the Sky Group, was unwilling to be lonely, and came up, his face full of indifference, and he followed Ling Yan's example. Now, Xiong Biao finally understands it. It seems that the rumors are true. No matter who it is, as long as Ling Yan is provoked, it will be fine if he wins, but if he loses, he will be skinned by him. Xiong Biao suddenly remembered what the news he received this morning was that Yi Tianshui of the Yi family bet on the life and death battle of the Ling family and wanted to make a fortune, but in the end he was tricked by Ling Yun for 151 billion. The Yi family admitted a loss without even letting go. Originally, when Xiong Biao heard about this, he still laughed at the Yi family, saying that they hid their strengths and bided their time to make themselves a coward, willing to take such a big loss, but this day has not passed yet, and now it is my turn up. Xiong Biao screamed in his heart. He really hated him, not only hated himself for being stupid, but also scolded the Long family along with it. This Ling Yun is really a demon star, how dare he beat Tianzu's tricks? But he only dared to say these words in his heart, and he absolutely dare not really say them at this moment. Private. Xiong Biao's face was extremely ugly, and he said to the two smiling people in front of him. Snapped. Ling Yan slammed another palm on Xiong Biao's shoulder, with just the right amount of force. He was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled and said, sensible. What I'm waiting for is your words. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan smiled and asked Xiong Biao very politely, Old Xiong, you are the great elder of the Tianzu, with a high position and authority. I listen to you. What do you think we are doing privately? Xiong Biao was losing his mind, and he subconsciously said, should, lose money? Ling Yan nodded immediately, of course we have to lose money. He pointed casually at the big human-shaped hole Li Jingfeng had knocked into the wall, and said angrily, look at you smashing our house. It's broken, so good, don't spend money to repair the house. However, Ling Yan changed the subject and said with a smile, Old Xiong, everyone is a cultivator and treats money like dung. Money means little to us. I heard that the benefits of Tianzu members are very good, so, you get the idea. As you can see, Ling Yan's fox tail is finally exposed. Xiong Biao was terrified, his heart turned cold, and he asked sternly, what do you mean? Ling Yan finally got up slowly, looked down at Xiong Biao again, and then glanced at all the members of the Tian group who fell on the ground one by one, and said, it's nothing interesting, everyone from your Tian group who came to the Ling family to make trouble tonight, as long as everyone I will let you leave just like this if I pay you a year's salary. Otherwise, your best end will be the same as that of Di Yutong of the Heavenly Sword sect. The voice is cold. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, all the members of the Tian group who were lying on the ground couldn't help but gasped at the same time. The 1-year salaries of the 14 members of the supernatural realm of the heavenly group, including 2 great elders, together with these resources, can at least train 100 masters of the acquired realm to become innate late-stage masters. Of course, if those resources are only used on innate late-stage masters, those resources can also cultivate at least 20 supernatural power masters. Those are the cultivation resources for supernatural power masters to improve their realm. Not to mention the members of the Tian group, everyone in the Ling family was shocked. Especially Ling Lai, who has been the patriarch of the Ling family for so many years, really understands in his heart what a year's training resources for a member of the heavenly group's supernatural powers are, and how valuable they are. Ling Yan's bamboo stick is really hard to beat. Ling Yan, you, don't bully others too much, you dare to ask the 14 of us for 1 year's cultivation resources, do you know what that means? Xiong Biao was completely mad, he was desperate and hysterical. Rabbits bite people when they are in a hurry, not to mention Xiong Biao. Oh? Ling Yan didn't care, and said indifferently, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself, just this one time. If you don't agree, I will abolish the martial arts of you people, including you and Li Jingfeng. Ling Yan stared at Xiong Biao, and said word by word, In that case, let alone a year's salary, you 14, say goodbye to Tianzu tonight, and you won't need any training resources in the future. This. Xiong Biao was dumbfounded. This time he was really dumbfounded. Everyone in the Tian group was dumbfounded. Everyone saw the process of Ling Yun slapping Xiong Biao in the face just now, and they all knew that Ling Yun really could say and do it. Now that Ling Yun has spoken out, they seem to have to agree, besides agreeing. Obviously, Ling Yun asked them to choose between paying a year's worth of training resources, or becoming useless. Even a fool would know how to choose. Those resources are of great value, but compared to others, they are nothing compared to the abolishment of one's own martial arts. Martial arts were abolished, and apart from the one-time pension benefits given by the Tian group, it was impossible to give them any cultivation resources. Ling Yun, we agree. Just when Xiong Biao was about to die of grievances, at some point, Li Jingfeng opened his eyes. Enduring the severe pain, he forced himself to sit up and said frankly to Ling Yun. Elderly, this. Xiong Biao was shocked. Li Jingfeng gave a wry smile, and waved his hand at Xiong Biao. You don't need to say any more, what else is there to say? We can't beat them, so what about the Tianzu? Then he looked at Ling Yun, who happened to be smiling at him too. I have learned. Li Jingfeng's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he asked, can we leave now? Ling Yun is amazing, Li Jingfeng has really learned it now. Since the other party agreed so happily and Ling Yun's goal was achieved, he didn't bother to humiliate them anymore. He smiled, no rush. I still need to confirm. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took out the communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi. Zhou Wenyi is in his room at the moment, playing with the space ring he just got. He really can't put it down. He practiced repeatedly, and then the communicator rang. Xiong Biao, Li Jingfeng is over. Zhou Wenyi saw that it was Ling Yun calling, and suddenly realized that he sighed first, and then connected the communicator. What you said is true. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Zhou Wenyi was so surprised that he could stuff an egg into his mouth. I'll let them call you back now. Ling Yun smiled and brought the communicator in front of Xiong Biao. At the same time, he turned his head and waved to Ling Li, who was recording in the distance. Stop recording there, come here, the most important thing is now. 14 training resources for the members of the Tian group, even if it is only for 1 year, is enough for the current Ling family. Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng faced the communicator one by one, and made a personal promise to Zhou Wenyi, and there will be no changes. Hey, why are you bothering? After Zhou Wenyi finally agreed to Ling Yun, he sighed at Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng, and turned off the communicator directly. In this case, after 1 year, no one in China's ancient martial arts world can defeat the Ling family. Zhou Wenyi sat down, his eyes flickering. The Ling family. I don't want much money. 14 of you, 100 million each. Well, let's round it up. You will give me 2 billion in compensation in total. Tonight's matter will be settled. Someone in the Tianzu group scolded secretly. 14 billion became 2 billion in the blink of an eye. Is there such a rounding, isn't it rounded? However, since the 1-year salary has been promised to others, 2 billion yuan is really nothing to these people. Sure enough, Li Jingfeng agreed immediately. I'm not afraid of you reneging on your debts. Money doesn't matter anymore, Ling Yun said to Xiong Biao with a smile. Old Xiong, learn more from Lao Li in the future. You see how straightforward he is in handling things. Xiong Biao, at #UN%. He didn't dare to make a sound. After Li Jingfeng agreed to give the money, he never said a word again. Ling Yun stared at the two people with different expressions and said, you are paying for your life, you are making a profit, and you are really not losing anything. This is a fact. If Tianzu's face was not considered, these 14 people would have died tonight. Come on. Ling Yun gave an order to the dead soldiers of the Ling family, throw all these 14 people out. After giving the order, Ling Yan's body flashed, and he punched Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng's heads twice in succession. The force was so precise that they just knocked them unconscious. I told you to let you go out sideways. Ling Yan made the most of his money, smiled, said that humans and animals were harmless, and gently patted the dust off his body. You can say it, you can do it. Inadvertently, it is full of romance. Following Ling Yan's order, the dead soldiers of the Ling family rushed forward, all with fiery eyes and aura like wolves and tigers, rushing towards the people in the Tian group, dragging them outside, and quickly left the courtyard, heading straight for the gate and go. Ling Yan said that he wanted to throw these people out. Of course he wanted to throw them out of the gate. This means that there are no weak soldiers under the strong generals. The patriarch treats these people like that. How could the dead soldiers of the Ling family be polite to them? It would be nice not to throw it directly outside the courtyard wall. Ling Yan was shrouded in spiritual consciousness. Observing these dead men of the Ling family, he found that after washing their tendons and cutting their marrow, their realm improved again in just half a month. It is about to reach the peak of the third level of innate. Of course, this has something to do with the current cultivation environment of the Ling family. There is a large array of gathering spirits to absorb the aura of the entire capital, there are ghost willows to release wood aura with infinite vitality, and there are lush spiritual grasses in the 5th and 6th courtyards. The current Ling family is already a veritable small blessed place. The same person can cultivate here at least 10 times faster than in other places. The cultivation base is really fast. Of course, since the dead soldiers of the Ling family entered the realm so quickly, the real blood of the Ling family naturally moved faster, because the Ling family practiced the xuanhuan scriptures, and this technique was most compatible with the aura of the ghost willow. And these were all caused by Ling Yan in the past month. Ling Yan nodded secretly, feeling more complacent than ever before. He was full of energy and full of confidence in the future of the Ling family. After those seriously injured members of the Tian group were dragged away, the screams and moans disappeared in the yard, and it became surprisingly quiet. Ling Yan felt something strange. He put away his thoughts, and suddenly turned around. Ahem. Let me say, why are you all looking at me like that? Is there a flower growing on my face? Ling Yan immediately noticed the expressions of everyone in the Ling family, and was a little embarrassed, and laughed at himself. In fact, he understood very well in his heart that what he did just now, in the eyes of others, can only be described as shocking. It was not enough to beat all the people who came to commit the crime from the Tian group into serious injuries. They even hit the head of the Tian group, Xiong Biao, in the face, making him chew up and swallow the words he said word by word, and finally ruthlessly they beat them a lot of money. Even though everyone in the Ling family knew Ling Yan's style already, they didn't expect him to show his own style so vividly that he had broken through the sky. One must know that tonight's opponent is the Tian group, and Zhou Winnie just gave the Ling family 6 spots this afternoon, and before Ling Yan joined, he bullied the 2 elders of the Tian group like this. At this time, many people in the Ling family were thinking about a very important question. Is Ling Yan fearless, because he is invincible, or is he invincible, because he is fearless? It seems that fearlessness and invincibility are in no particular order in Ling Yan, let alone each other, they are completely natural. Hey, brat! The eldest sister Ling Xiao spoke first. She came to Ling Yan in a flash, looked Ling Yan up and down, and then said in amazement, "Let me ask you, you have been doing things like this for the past 18 years. Is it?" Ling Yan felt a little unnatural, touched his nose, and said honestly, "It wasn't in the past, it's only after I started practicing this year. After all, my irresponsible master didn't care about me anymore after he accepted me as an apprentice when I was 8 years old. I can only be self-taught and practice hard. It wasn't until this year that I accumulated a lot of skills and made great achievements." Ling Yan said in the serious nonsense in there. As soon as these words came out, Everyone in the Ling family who already knew about Ling Yun's past couldn't help laughing, including Ling Xiao. Everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated and disappeared without a trace, and the whole yard began to feel relaxed and happy. Let me just say, if you do things like this, even if you don't get beaten to death 1,000 times, you will have to be beaten to death 800 times. It's a miracle that you can live to this day. Pfft. When it came to the end, Ling Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was so beautiful, she stretched out her hand like a spring onion. Going to pinch Ling Yun's face, that action should be more pampering and pampering, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she said, however, it's a good job. Eldest sister likes it. In front of so many people, Ling Yun, the head of the Ling family, was pinched by Ling Xiao. Although it didn't hurt, he was very embarrassed. In desperation, he had no choice but to send a voice transmission to beg for mercy. Sister, can you save some face? Brother Yun, my admiration for you is like a torrential river, endless. It's also like the Yellow River flooding, once it bursts out of control. Emma Wu Dao also came over, flattering Ling Yun wildly. Get out. Ling Yun kicked him away with one kick. Show her, stop messing around. Ling Lai strode forward, he stopped the junior from messing around, and then asked Ling Yun excitedly, Yuner, look at these things, what do you plan to do with them? What Ling Lai was talking about was, of course, the weapons discarded by the members of the Sky Team, and the loot looted from them. The weapons of the 13 members of the Sky Group were gathered together, and there were also 14 treasure bags, as well as small objects such as personal hidden weapons carried by the masters of the Sky Group, which were various and strangely shaped. As for Li Jingfeng, the weapon he used was his natal flying sword, which had been retracted when he was seriously injured, so he only had 13 weapons. Ling Yun finally escaped from Ling Xiao's clutches. He said with a relaxed smile, Grandpa, these weapons, even in the eyes of late-stage congenital experts, are magical blades. You can choose whatever you want, and I will leave the rest to you. I have my own use. As for those treasure bags, they are basically filled with pills, talismans, and high-quality golden sore medicine. I want to put these things away first, and make a decision after some research. Ling Lai laughed loudly after hearing this, and nodded, well, it should be so. However, Ling Lai changed the subject. As for those weapons, they are indeed magical weapons, but now our Ling family does not lack these, and you don't have to pick them. Give it to whoever uses it. Ling Lai's words made it very clear, all the spoils of tonight will be handled by Ling Yun. It's not that he is hypocritical at the moment, but that Ling Lai now deeply understands that all the resources of the Ling family can only be used to their full potential if they are handed over to Ling Yun. Because Ling Yun has the strongest realm and the highest vision, no matter who takes it, it will inevitably be used at a discount, causing the pearl to be dusty and useless. After Ling Yun listened, he scanned his consciousness and found that both Ling Xiao and Ling Yu were nodding at him, obviously supporting Ling Lai's decision, so he no longer declined. Okay then, I'll handle it. As he spoke, Ling Yun made a big move, and all kinds of weapons on the ground, as well as 14 treasure bags, and all kinds of small objects, all flew towards his palm, and were instantly collected by Ling Yun into the Taishu ring, disappearing. Of course, Ling Yun understood Ling Lai's thoughts. These were all the things he scavenged from the masters of the supernatural powers. They were all real treasures, and only he could make the best use of them and bring out their greatest effects. Seeing that Ling Yun had put away all the trophies, Ling Lai nodded in relief, and then he waved his hand. Okay, this is the end of tonight's business. If you should practice, you should practice. If you should rest, go to rest. Other questions, let's talk about it another day. For the Ling family, there are two biggest gains tonight. One of them is that everyone from the Tian group came to the Ling family to make trouble, but they returned in a disastrous defeat. They became a stepping stone for the Ling family to declare their strength. The reputation of the Ling family in China will surely be in full swing. Another huge harvest, of course, is the 14 training resources of the members of the Tianzu that Ling Yan swindled. These resources will definitely increase the hard power of the Ling family quickly, allowing the Ling family to advance by leaps and bounds in the next year, and their cultivation base will enter the realm. Thousands of miles a day. This is the real gain of face and face, which can be described as gaining both fame and fortune. Compared with these, the 2 billion that Ling Yan knocked out at the end was nothing more than a lottery. But at times like this, the more you can't get carried away, the more cautious you should be, and be careful to deal with the sharp and dark arrows that follow, so Ling Lai immediately dispersed the crowd and let them go about their own affairs. Especially the 14 training resources, which are the core interests of the Ling family, just wait for the Ling family to get them, and Ling Yan distributes them to everyone for cultivation, without too much discussion. Everyone in the Ling family was extremely smart, and they basically understood Ling Lai's thoughts, so they didn't say much, and after a respectful promise, they dispersed. Ling Li is back. Just when everyone was leaving the yard, Ling Lai suddenly spoke and called Ling Li back, who was sneaking out. Grandfather. Ling Li clutched his phone tightly with both hands, and walked up to Ling Lai step by step. The video you recorded tonight cannot be passed on without authorization. Ling Lai said in a deep voice, especially before the Tianzu takes the next step against our Ling family. Grandpa will keep this video for you first. As for how to deal with it, I will make a decision after discussing it with your father. Ling Lai knew that if Ling Li made a video tonight, he might show it off to his friends of the same age. Children don't know the seriousness, so if they make things big, then it's okay? Grandpa, can't I just watch it again? The video my third brother played just now was really exciting. I patronized the video, but I haven't watched enough. Ling Li begged. If you want to see it, come to see it in Grandpa's house tomorrow. While talking, Ling Lai couldn't help but bring Ling Li's cell phone over, and then laughed and cursed, go back to the room and go to sleep. Obviously I want to see it. Ling Li muttered in a low voice, but he had no choice but to say obediently, Grandpa, good night. Then he left the yard resentfully. Grandpa, in fact, Ling Li did the right thing this time, and tonight our Ling family has reason, even if this video gets out, it doesn't matter. After Ling Li left, Ling Yan smiled and said to Ling Lai. Brat, of course Grandpa knows. Ling Lai stared, then smiled and said, however, some of the contents here are indeed too hot, and we have to discuss carefully which ones we want to pass on. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Tianzu will lose face, and Zhou Winnie will come to drink with me again. Ling Yan laughed shamelessly, hee hee. Grandpa is still thoughtful. Ling Lai also laughed loudly, but soon he stopped his smile and said to Ling Yan via voice transmission, Yuner, in fact, even if we don't spread this video, we just need to throw those 14 people at the gate. What happened to our Ling family tonight will immediately spread throughout the entire capital. Ling Yan nodded, and at the same time, with a movement of his divine sense, he looked in the direction of the gate of the Ling family, and with a twitch of his mouth, he said, Here we come. Since it was the 2 elders of the Tian group who came to the Ling family for important people, they greeted them in advance and imposed traffic control on the road outside the gate of the Ling family tonight. All vehicles and ordinary pedestrians could not pass through at all. But even so, when the 14 seriously injured members of the Tianzu were all thrown out of the gate by the dead soldiers of the Ling family, the news was still like the wind, and it spread to the eyes of all major forces in the capital almost instantly. And it is very detailed, with information, voice, and even pictures and videos. The reason is simple, because the traffic control can control ordinary people, but it can't control the spy contacts of the Long family and the Yi family. Of course, Long Haoran knew about the actions of the 2 elders of the Tianzu against the Ling family tonight, because this was what he secretly requested. Therefore, he had already arranged the family eyeliner, and hid near the Ling family mansion, just to get the news as soon as possible. 2 great elders of the Tianzu, one at the 6th level of the supernatural powers, one at the 5th level of the supernatural powers, plus 12 masters of the supernatural powers. With such combat power, no matter how strong the Ling family is now, they must bow their heads to me tonight. This was Long Hauren's original idea, because he had personally watched the life and death battle between Ling Yun and the Sun Chen alliance. After being enchanted, Chen Jingxuan's highest strength, which was the peak of the 5th level of the supernatural power realm, had already caused Ling Yun a lot of trouble. It took Ling Yun a lot of effort to kill him. Therefore, after Long Hauren returned home from the place where Ning Lingyu crossed the catastrophe, he was very calm, drank tea leisurely, and waited for the good news from Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng. In fact, his request is not high. As long as the Ling family can bow their heads under the oppression of the Tianzu tonight, obediently hand over Di Yutong, cause some troubles for the Ling family, and at the same time deter Ling Yun, then the goal will be achieved. To put it bluntly, Long Hauren wanted to let the Ling family who had just risen understand who is the real master of this capital. He thinks that he is sure to win this battle tonight. But now, after Long Hauren finished reading the news and pictures he received, his face would be so ugly. How is this possible? Long Hauren stood up all of a sudden, his eyebrows knit together. He was so shocked that he accidentally broke the teacup in his hand. Oppress the Ling family? To deter Ling Yun? Sure thing? It's all a dream day trip. According to the secret report, the 14 supernatural power masters of the heavenly group, including 2 great elders, were thrown out by the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Moreover, the images sent back showed that all 14 masters of the Tian group were seriously injured, and more than half of them were lying on the ground with dead bodies. Life and death were uncertain. It's only been 8 days, it's impossible for Ling Yun to enter the territory so quickly. Long Hauren's eyes flickered, his thoughts flashed, and he thought to himself, could it be that, on the night of the decisive battle of life and death, when Ling Yun faced the Yamada no Orochi, he's still hiding a stronger hole card? This guess was rejected by Long Hauren, because Yamada no Orochi threatened Ling Yun with death, and he couldn't hold back at that time. Or is it that he absorbed the dragon energy of the Forbidden City so quickly, helping him quickly improve his realm? Long Hauren shook his head decisively again. This is even more impossible. Except for Tian Feng, if my Long family wants to use the dragon energy of the Forbidden City for their own use, they must slowly absorb and integrate it through the dragon control art. Ling Yun has no dragon family. Bloodline, he can't be that fast. Long Hauren vetoed his own guesses one after another, and finally hesitantly said, could it be that the person who crossed the catastrophe tonight is really Ling Yun? But even if Long Hauren's ingenuity is unparalleled, even if he has no plans, he would never have imagined that although Ling Yun was not the one who crossed the catastrophe tonight, Ling Yun received a gift from the heavens, absorbed a large amount of purple fairy energy, and further strengthened himself. Soar. Trash. What a bunch of trash. The plan failed completely, and Long Hauren was furious. He yelled at Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng, grabbed the teapot on the table, and threw it to the ground. Of course, the current Long Hauren only knew that the Tianzu's actions had failed, and didn't even know that the Tianzu was ripped off by Ling Yun, and 14 people were forced to give away 1 year's cultivation resources. If he knew, the expression on his face would be even more exciting. In the southeast direction of the outskirts of the capital, Yi family, Yi Qingfeng's yard. So fast? Yi Qingfeng also received the family's secret report at the first time, but he was much calmer than Long Hauren, the instigator, but when he saw the image sent over, he almost jumped up. Of course, the Yi family has its own people in the Tian group, and they also hold the position of Great Elder. Therefore, he already knew that the 2 elders of the Tian group were going to cause trouble for the Ling family. He said that it was so fast, which contained 2 meanings. One was that the battle ended too quickly, and the other was that Ling Yun's strength improved too quickly. Yi Qingfeng knew how powerful the 14 members of the Tian group were. He knew that even if the Ling family was undefeated tonight, they would still be in big trouble and would definitely go through a tough battle. Either the Ling family will hand over Di Yutong directly to admit defeat, or they will fight hard and suffer. This is Yi Qingfeng's judgment. But the truth is, after he returned from the Miyun Reservoir, within less than a stick of incense, the 14 members of the Tian group were thrown out by the Ling family. The Tian group not only lost, but also lost too fast, too miserable. That can only show one thing: the Tian group was completely crushed, and there was no way to fight back. Yi Qingfeng was shocked. He stared at the image on the screen and didn't speak for a long while. "Second uncle, what's the matter?" Yi Tianxue, who was next to him, observed his words carefully and asked, carefully. Because Yi Tianxue has reached a critical moment in his cultivation, he can raise his sword to great success at any time, so Yi Qingfeng asked him to stay at home during this time, to guide him in the maze, and at the same time protect him. He. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, a new generation replaces the old ones. Yi Qingfeng smiled wryly, handed the communicator to Yi Tianxue, and then sighed, "Look for yourself, Ling Yan has surpassed you now." Yi Qingfeng put himself in his shoes and thought, if it were the same 14 members of the Tian group who broke into Ye's house like this, with just one Yi Tianxue and 2 or 3 masters of the 3rd level of the supernatural powers, the two sides would inevitably fall into a bitter battle. If not, the Yi family will still lose. It's over? Xiong Biao, Li Jingfeng, and 12 supernatural power masters were crushed by the Ling family? Yi Tianxue was dumbfounded after reading the message from the communicator. But Yi Qingfeng slowly shook his head. It's not the Ling family, it should be Ling Yan alone, or 2 of them. Yi Tianxue was stunned, and subconsciously asked, "Second uncle, what about us? It's right for us not to provoke the Ling family. The current Ling family can defeat the 2 great elders of the Tian group with Ling Yun alone. This strength can really compete with us." Of course Yi Qingfeng understood that if Ling Yun had the strength to kill Li Jingfeng, then the other 12 members of the Sky Team would be the ones who would deliver food to him. If it were him, he would fight like that, so he only said that Ling Yun defeated Li Jingfeng and Xiong Biao. After finishing speaking, Yi Qingfeng smiled. Fortunately, it is the Long family that is suffering now. Long Howren stumbled this time, and the Tianzu can't count on it. If he wants to step on the Ling family again, he has to think carefully. Somewhere in the center of the capital, a kind but dignified old man, after listening to Zhao Xingwu's report, he didn't speak for a while. After pondering for a long time, he opened his mouth slowly and asked, "Xingwu, what do you think?" Zhao Xingwu and other arrogant people are respectful in front of the old man at this moment, and he replied honestly, "Chief, in my opinion, the Ling family has now truly possessed the strength to stand against the Long family and the Yi family." The majestic old man nodded slowly. "Yes, with that little guy here, although the Ling family is a waste of time, it is unstoppable." He smiled, nodded, and shook his head slowly. "However, the growth rate of this little guy is still slightly beyond my expectation. It's also thanks to the chief's help," Zhao Xingwu said respectfully. But the old man didn't answer, he just glanced at Zhao Xingwu lightly. Zhao Xingwu's expression was serious. He immediately bowed his head and kept silent, not daring to say more. After a while, the old man spoke again slowly. "In the capital, no matter how the Ling family and the Longya family fight, your dragon group should not intervene." "Yes." The old man got up from the sofa, Yuan Tingyu Ji, and then he began to pace slowly, suddenly smiled, stopped, and said to himself, "It seems that it is time to meet this little guy." Zhao Xingwu lowered his head and peeked at the old man's expression, only to see a gratifying smile on the old man's face. That night, 14 people from the Tian group invaded the Ling family, but they were crushed by the Ling family. As a result, all 14 people were seriously injured, and the news of being thrown out of the Ling family's gate swept through the top forces in the capital like a gust of wind. Soon, even the Chao family and the Li family knew about it. Of course, the Chao family didn't need a secret report at all. It was Ling Lai who called Chao Juanxiong directly and said it himself. Promising. You really deserve to be the grandson-in-law of my Chao Juanxiong. After Chao Juanxiong listened, he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear, his beard was raised, and he wished he could go to the Ling's mansion to drink immediately. TCH, I said Lao Chao, is there anyone who puts gold on his face like this? That's my own grandson, okay? Ling Lai teased with a smile. This night, the most depressing ones were of course the people in the Tian group. Even though they were not the ones being beaten, Ling Yun's way of throwing all 14 members of the Tian group outside the gate was really a slap in the face of the Tian group. With such a big event, Zhou Wenyi had no choice but to go out in person because of his responsibility. He led a dozen people from the Tianzu group, rushed to the gate of Ling's house, and got rid of all 14 people as quickly as possible. Because it is impossible for others to take care of this kind of thing, let alone take care of it. The sound that Ling Yun said came was actually referring to them. However, this time, Ling Yun didn't go out to see Zhou Wenyi, nor did Zhou Wenyi enter Ling's house to talk. The two just exchanged a few words with their spiritual sense. Ling Yun, thank you for letting me know, senior. Zhou Wenyi, is that the little girl crossing the catastrophe? Ling Yun, yes. Boy, how did you lose the face of my Tianzu, and how can you get it back for me in the future? Zhou Wenyi finally spoke harshly. Don't worry, it's the boss. Ling Yun smiled and agreed. On the way back to the Tianzu headquarters, Zhou Wenyi looked at the seriously injured Xiong Biao and Li Jingfeng, and sighed deeply. Hey, the old man tried to persuade you, but you thought I was favoring the Ling family. How do you think this will end? Zhou Wenyi touched the space ring in his hand, and said sadly. Anyway, tonight, I have earned what I should have earned and what I should not have earned. Now that Zhou Wenyi is helping to clean up the mess, Ling Yun is too lazy to care so much. After a big battle, he is also a little tired, so he went directly to the Ghost Willow to practice. Up. The sky and the earth are big, but they are not as big as Ling Yun's cultivation. Not only Ling Yun, but after the war, everyone in the Ling family was cultivating desperately. Everyone was deeply stimulated by Ling Yun's terrifying performance with each passing day. It can be said that this kind of desperate cultivation scene of chasing each other never appeared even when the Ling family was at its best 40 years ago. In the early morning of the next day, after Ling Yun had practiced the Diyan Ju Xing Ju as usual, he stopped practicing, got up, went back to the room to wash up briefly, and sat on the sofa to meditate. Ling Yun didn't even bother to think about how big a disturbance would be caused in the capital due to the heavy setback of the Tianzu last night, because this was his ultimate goal in the first place. He just wanted to establish his prestige, and he wanted to scare all the forces who coveted the Ling family. Now it is obvious that he has succeeded in establishing his prestige, and the effect cannot be better. Ling Yun was not in a hurry to study the pills, talismans, and other treasures that he searched last night, because he didn't need them for the time being. He wanted to wait until he really joined the Tianzu, at least after meeting Zhou Wenyi, before studying these things. It would be much more convenient. Besides, he has more important things to do today. Today is September 9th, and tonight, the Yi family will hold an auction in the eastern suburbs of the capital. Who should I take? Ling Yun thought silently in his heart. Naturally, Yi Xingchen wanted to go together. Tai Xiaohu, of course Mo Wudao, would definitely take them with him. Both of them have reached the mid-innate stage now, so we must take them there, to gain insight. Spiritual reign. What really gave Ling Yun a headache was actually Ning Lingyu. Because Ning Lingyu took the initiative to attack Li Jingfeng last night, Ling Yun didn't expect this. But he could feel that after Ning Lingyu's breakthrough, the temperament of the whole person has obviously changed. It is different from the ethereal dream before, and now it is a little cold and arrogant, aggressive and sharp. This seems to be the first time Lingyu didn't listen to me. Lingyun frowned tightly, thinking deeply, although Lingyu couldn't see the opponent's xuanhuan. That's why he came to help Lingyun, this fully explained, but Lingyun just felt that something was wrong. But Lingyun couldn't tell for a while what exactly was the problem. Crossing the catastrophe, it changes every catastrophe. Lingyun said to himself, and then said, perhaps, it was caused by the vision of heaven and earth that was triggered when the spirit rain crossed the catastrophe. Lingyun reluctantly gave himself an explanation, but at the same time, he made a decision that he would not bring Lingyu to the auction this time. Anyway, there would be opportunities in the future. Correct. Lingyun slapped his thigh suddenly, and directly took out the communicator. My aunt is still waiting for me to contact her, ask her if I can go. Because a week later, Lingyun was leaving the capital to attend the Demon Subduing Conference in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain, and Yi Xingchen would definitely go there. It's good to let Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingchen get to know each other in advance. Thinking this way, Lingyun immediately dialed Qin Dongshue's communicator. Hey, I said you are a big hero, you are so busy, you finally think of me? Qin Dongxue answered in seconds. She also just finished practicing the Great Expansion Gathering Stars, and was eating breakfast made by Aunt May. Hey. Auntie, I'm not the last one, but I miss you every day. Lingyun laughed. He was afraid that Qin Dongxue would ask him to blame him, so he went straight to the point. Auntie, the Yi family is going to hold an auction of ancient martial arts tonight. Ready to go and have a look, do you want to go together? Go. Qin Dongxue didn't even hesitate, and immediately agreed, and then she said, Stinky boy, stop doing this with me and say, why haven't you contacted me for so long? Lingyun knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only explain patiently, Auntie, don't you all know how busy I am? Look. It's the first time for Lingyu and the others to come to the capital, and I'm going to take her to visit the Forbidden City, climb the Great Wall, and I'm also busy collecting debts, and I had a fight with Tianzu last night. Lingyun became more and more aggrieved as he talked, and finally said, besides, didn't we meet when we picked up Lingyu on the 6th? It's only the 9th today, but it's only been 3 days. Stop pretending. Qin Dongxue shouted decisively to stop, then fell silent. Yuan Shan frowned slightly, and said softly, you clearly know what I'm not talking about. The voice was slightly resentful. With Lingyu contacting her every day, Qin Dongxue certainly knows how busy Lingyun is every day, and she knows what Lingyun does every day, but she just doesn't feel happy. Because when he was in Qingshui City, although Lingyun was also very busy every day, appearing and disappearing every day, as long as Qin Dongxue wanted to see Lingyun, he had to go home obediently, cook for her, and make her happy. But now, Lingyun came to the capital, and after recognizing his ancestors, he fought all the way and led the Ling family to rise rapidly. It can be said that he has made brilliant achievements and shocked everyone. But it was difficult for Qin Dongxue to see Lingyun again. No matter how close the two families are, the Ling family and the Qin family are still two families. The top forces in China are intertwined, which can be described as intricate. Qin Dongxue has many things to avoid, so as not to arouse the fear of other forces. When the Ling family and the Sun Chen alliance were engaged in a life-and-death battle, Qin Dongxue asked Qin Chongqing to build momentum for the Ling family, but Qin Chongqing refused, and that was what he meant. Therefore, during this period of time, the contact between the two has decreased sharply. Although Lingyun only passed 3 days, the meeting at the airport was too late for the two of them to have any substantive exchanges. After that, Lingyun didn't even call her. If you hit one, Qin Dongshue's mood will be better. By the Qingshui Lake, what about killing the whole world with you? Did you forget it so quickly? After Qin Dongxue finished speaking, Lingyun was momentarily at a loss for words, and then he paused for a moment before he said in a daze, Auntie, I was negligent, I thought Lingyu would contact you every day, and you knew everything about me, so I was careless. She is her, you are you. Qin Dongshua's tone was faint, interrupting Ling Yun's pale explanation, and then said decisively, when you finish your work and go out, come and pick me up directly. We'll talk about other meetings. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He immediately nodded and agreed, but found that the communicator had been hung up there. Hey, it's so hard to be a human. Ling Yun sighed and shook his head. No matter what, Qin Dongshua's test is over. He just needs to wait until they meet and use his sharp tongue to make my aunt happy. Well, Auntie, Yi Xingchen, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, 4 people, plus me, that's enough. After all, it's an auction, so there shouldn't be too many people. Ling Yun thought about it, and didn't look for anyone else. As for Tang Meng, that guy didn't know martial arts at all, so he wasn't in Ling Yun's consideration at all. Next, Ling Yun started to prepare for the evening auction. Auctions, auctions, and auctions, one is to buy, the other is to sell. Ling Yun thought, if there is a chance to make a lot of money at that time, it would be good to sell some unimportant things. After thinking about it properly, Ling Yun went out of the house, had a simple breakfast, and at the same time told Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao that he was going to participate in the auction tonight, which really made them very excited. This morning, the Ling family was full of guests, and there was an endless stream of various dignitaries who came to visit the door, almost breaking the threshold of the Ling family. No one asks you if you are poor in the street, but you have distant relatives in the mountains if you are rich. Where is the capital? Anyone with a little bit of foundation and sensitive information has heard some movement. More or less, many big shots sensed that the capital was about to change, and they began to bet in advance. For these people, Ling Yun didn't welcome them at all. He simply threw his mobile phone and communicator into the interspatial ring after breakfast. At noon, Ling Yun was informed by Ling Yu that the 2 billion yuan that the 14 members of the Tianzu promised to compensate had entered the Ling family's account and was immediately transferred to Ling Yun's personal account. In the afternoon, Ling Yun practiced for another 3 hours. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he slowly got up and walked towards the gate of Ling's house, with a smile on his face. Because an uninvited guest came to the Ling family, this person, Ling Yun was able to meet. Yi Tianxue. Yo, rare guest. Ling Yun came to the gate, looked Yi Tianxue up and down for a long time, and said with a smile. Ling Yun, can you go in and talk? Facing Ling Yun, Yi Tianxue really had a headache, but he had to bite the bullet. Yi Tianxue was too fat, 300 to 400 caddies, standing at the gate of Ling's house. It was too eye-catching, and he yelled to go in. Sorry, I can't. Ling Yun shook his head resolutely, not giving Yi Tianxue any face at all. It is really impossible to let Yi Tianxue enter the Ling family now, because Ling Yun is very clear about the function of the Ling family spirit gathering formation. Yi Tianxue can break through the situation at any time now. If Ling Yun lets him in, maybe he will be directly promoted in the Ling family. Wouldn't that make him a big deal? Ling Yun resolutely refuses to do any loss-making business. Yi Tianxue didn't care about that, he just went into a rage. Ling Yun, do you know how to treat guests? Do you want to have a fight with me too? Ling Yun grinned, if you hit me, I'm afraid of you? Yi Tianxue, I at #UN%. He was almost choked to death by Ling Yun's words. But of course, Yi Tianxue couldn't do anything with Ling Yun. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he said directly via voice transmission, Ling Yun, I can tell you that I am here to invite you to my Yi family's auction. While talking, Yi Tianxue still didn't forget to shake the gold-plated VIP invitation card in his hand. At the same time, Yi Tianxue couldn't help tilting his head, avoided Ling Yun, and looked inside the gate of Ling's house. Don't pick your head and look up, my eldest sister is not at home. Even if she is at home, she won't see you. Of course Ling Yun knew what this guy wanted to see. He laughed and said, but I can warn you, if you dare to use your spiritual sense to spy on my Ling family's mansion, I will make you go all the way. Yi Tianshui was furious, he felt aggrieved, so let alone mention it. There are unwritten rules in the world of comprehension, or it is a consensus that unauthorized use of divine sense to spy on other people's sphere of influence, whether malicious, benign, or unintentional, can be regarded as an invasion. Because with a sweep of spiritual consciousness, there is nothing to hide, and all the secrets within one's sphere of influence can be seen by the other party. Therefore, as long as it is a slightly larger force in the cultivation world, no matter the sect, family, etc., it will basically be guarded by a large array of guards, or masters from the clan will sit in charge. This can also be regarded as a moral bottom line. If someone crosses the line, then it will be a matter of strength. To put it bluntly, it depends on how good you are at fighting. On a larger scale, this is the same as a country defending against foreign enemies and protecting the airspace. On a smaller scale, it is the same as ordinary people protecting personal privacy and preventing thieves. Does Yi Tianshui not understand this truth? Still using Ling Yun to say it to his face? He didn't come to the Ling family to find something, but came here specifically to invite Ling Yun to the auction. Seeing that Ling Yun was guarding him like a thief, Yi Tianshui's nose twisted with anger. In fact, Yi Tianshui was forced to come here by Yi Qingfeng. He was very repulsed, reluctant to come, but was persuaded by Yi Qingfeng's few words. Regardless of Ling Yun's identity and character, his reputation and achievements were created by himself. Since last night, this has been a recognized fact. Since he has told you that he wants to come to my Yi family's auction, yes, then if we don't invite, we will be out of courtesy. Yi Tianshui once complained, then why do I have to go? Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, our Yi family, the only one who has dealt with him head-on so far is you, who will you go to if you don't? As for another reason. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the sword-sharpening stone in his yard, and said with a slight smile, Tian Shui, Ling Yun is your sword-sharpening stone. Your cultivation mind is hard to calm down. If you want to cultivate your sword completely, you must also contact Ling Yun. From the few words Yi Qingfeng uttered, it can be seen that Yi Qingfeng is far above Qin Jingxian in terms of magnanimity and discernment. That's why Yi Tianshui appeared at the gate of the Ling family this afternoon. You don't need to remind me. Yi Tianshui said angrily, am I that kind of person? Ling Yun, don't judge a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. I'm not bragging. If we show our morals, put it on the scale and weigh it, mine is at least 10 caddies heavier than yours. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun laughed loudly. He couldn't help but stepped forward, patted Yi Tianshui's round belly unceremoniously, and said with a smile, no need to weigh yourself. With your body shape, who would dare to weigh you up? Huh? I'm willing to bow down. Do you think it's interesting to bicker with me like this? Yi Tianshui saw that it was impossible for him to beat Ling Yun in bickering, and he couldn't fight, so he directly confessed and said, can you be more serious? Do you want this VIP invitation or not? Yes. Why don't you? Ling Yun snatched the invitation, then grabbed Yi Tianshui's shoulder and asked, why, without this invitation, can't I participate in your Yi family's auction? In fact, Ling Yun has already understood that as long as he can afford the deposit stipulated by the auction, or the auction deposit, 100 million, anyone can enter, there are no other restrictions. Originally, Ling Yun was thinking about changing his appearance, to see if he could go in and pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, to catch a leak or something, but it was obviously impossible for Yi Tianshui to do this. Yi Tianshui was held by Ling Yun's neck, feeling very awkward, struggling to say, that's not true, as long as you can afford the auction deposit, you can participate. But if you are not a VIP, your seat will be bad, and the seat you sit in, you can't drink tea and so on. In short, the service you enjoy will definitely be worse. Understood. Ling Yun smiled and asked again, then with this invitation, how many people can I bring in? Normally, you can bring 4 or 5 people, but it's not good if you have more, it won't fit in one compartment. Finally able to communicate with Ling Yun normally, Yi Tianshui was surprisingly patient. Very clearly explained. Ling Yun nodded, expressing his understanding, and asked, "Then what are you auctioning off tonight? Tell me about it." "That's impossible." Yi Tianhua shook his head abruptly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I seldom pay attention to this, don't you know when you go?" At the end, Yi Tianshui was vigilant and turned to look at Ling Yun, fearing that he would make trouble again, so he asked, "Aren't you going to tear down my Yi family?" "Hey, how can it be?" Ling Yun smiled harmlessly. "Then I'll go play tonight and see your Yi family's auction." Ling Yun agreed. In fact, his goal for tonight is very clear, which is Wu Jing Demon Silk. He is determined to win that. As for the others, we will see if there are any surprises at the time. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun took the initiative to let go of Yi Tianshui, then took 2 steps back, and raised his chin at him. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, the invitation was taken, and what should be said was finished. Ling Yun directly issued the order to evict the guest. Yi Tianshui was a little anxious, but what Yi Qingfeng meant was to let him go to the auction site with Ling Yun after delivering the invitations, until the Yi family's auction ended. Otherwise, it's just sending an invitation card. How can Yi Tianshui really need to make a trip in person? "Why, what else do you want?" Seeing Yi Tianshui's hesitation, Ling Yun asked with a smile. Ling Yun, in fact, I came here to invite you to go there together. We will have a meal together later, and then go to the auction site." "Thank you for your kindness, it's not necessary, it's inconvenient." Ling Yun refused simply, and waved at Yi Tianshui, "Go away." Ling Yunqin said, "You don't even know what items are going to be auctioned in your auction, and you still want to be my guide? It's clear that the Yi family specially asked you to stare at me. Seeing your treacherous appearance, the 4 words 'I'm an inner ghost' are missing on your forehead." Who knew that Yi Tianshui's reaction made Ling Yun a little confused. After the other party heard it, he turned his head and walked away as if he had been amnesty. Gone. So it's not the inner ghost. Ling Yun raised his hand to caress his forehead, and said with a smile, "Misjudgment." Ling Yun didn't even think about it, how much he had bullied Yi Tianshui. The other party wished that he would refuse, and slipped away as soon as possible. The sword-sharpening stone is a sword-sharpening stone, but Yi Tianshui is grinding it with his life. He doesn't want to stay for a second longer. What's more, in the end, it's just an auction. Although Ling Yun participated in it for the first time, the Yi family has held it at least 2 or 3 times a year for decades, and they have long been used to it. After Yi Tianshui left, Ling Yun went back to the house. He went straight to find Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao. The 3 of them discussed carefully, then out of careful consideration, Ling Yun called Xiao Mimi again, and explained clearly afterwards. He directly transferred 500 million to Xiao Mimi to let her act according to plan. It was clearly written on the VIP invitation that the Yi family auction would start at 8 p.m., so after Ling Yun and Ling Lai reported it, he took Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao and drove a car that was neither eye-catching nor very eye-catching. The comfortable 7-seat Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove out of the Ling family mansion early to pick up Qin Dongxue. The place where Qin Dongxue lived was about 6 kilometers away from Ling's house, not too far away, and there was not much traffic jam on the road at this time, so Ling Yun saw Qin Dongxue very quickly, and his eyes lit up immediately. Because she lives in a high-end residential area, Qin Dongxue is now dressed like an urban beauty, with a snow-white shirt, dark blue skinny jeans, high heels on her feet, light makeup, phoenix-eyed eyes, long hair, a curvaceous figure, and beautiful legs. Straight and slender, far better than those beauties in the entertainment industry. Knowing that Ling Yun was coming to pick her up, Qin Dongxue made preparations early and waited at the gate of the community. "Auntie is so beautiful today." Ling Yun got out of the car, flew to Qin Dongxue, and exclaimed sincerely. Qin Dongshui originally planned to teach Ling Yun a lesson, but who knew that when she saw Ling Yun, the inexplicable resentment in her heart disappeared in an instant, and now that she was praised by Ling Yun again, she felt joy in her heart, and the corners of her brows and eyes were filled with joy. Meaning. But she still gave Ling Yun a hard look with her beautiful eyes, and then said with a chuckle, "For your sweetness, I will spare you this time." "Hee, thank you for your magnanimity." Ling Yun was naturally flattering. He laughed and said, "I knew, Auntie loves me the most." "Humph." Qin Dongshui snorted coldly, and said in a fit of anger, "But I will keep this account for you. If you commit the crime again next time, see how I deal with you." "Don't worry, Auntie, there will be no next time." Ling Yun observed his words and made a promise, with a smile. Ling Yun destroyed the Sunchen Alliance, and defeated the Tianzhu last night. Now the Ling family is in the limelight, at least in the capital. No one dares to trouble the Ling family at present. It is purely to make themselves feel uncomfortable. Not even the Long family. Therefore, Ling Yun estimated that in the next period of time, at least before Ling Yun went to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference, he would have a rare good time, he could practice with peace of mind, and he could do things calmly. "Well, it's not too bad, let's get in the car first. These people are really annoying." Qin Dongshui stood at the gate of the community for only a few minutes, and many men were already attracted by her peerless beauty, approaching quietly from nearby, with fiery eyes, reluctant to leave, marveling at her appearance. Humph. Ling Yun had seen it a long time ago. Seeing that Qin Dongshui was unhappy, he snorted coldly and secretly used Shenlong Shao to hum the heads of those people, making them stagger. Then he smiled triumphantly and returned to the car. "Xiaohu, drive east, let Mo Wudao tell you how to get there." After picking up Qin Dongshui, of course they had to pick up Yi Xingchen, and then the five of them went to the auction together. "Okay, Brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu kicked the accelerator, and the car sped away. "Ling Yun, you must not be careless. Since you already know that the Tianzhu went to the Ling family to ask for someone, and the real mastermind behind the scenes is the Long family, then you must be careful to guard against the Long family's backhand." On the way to pick up Yi Xingchen, what Qin Dongshui and Ling Yun talked about most was naturally the matter of defeating the Tianzhu last night. After listening to Ling Yun's narration, Qin Dongshui slightly frowned and told Ling Yun, "Thank you, Aunt, I understand." Ling Yun said with a smile, "I know the Long family will definitely deal with me, because a few days ago, I touched the real interests of the Long family." Ling Yun said it easily, but Qin Dongshui was very surprised when she heard it. She widened her beautiful eyes, and said in surprise, "No wonder the Long family is so anxious to deal with you. How did you provoke the Long family?" "Haha, it's really nothing." Ling Yan pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's just that I went to the Forbidden City and accidentally absorbed a little dragon energy." Who knew that the Long family's reaction would be so intense? "My God!" Qin Dongshui exclaimed, opened her delicate mouth wide, and said in disbelief, "You bastard, you really don't know what is important. Do you know how important dragon energy is to the Long family?" Qin Dongshui said, "It would be strange if the Long family didn't react violently. All the top forces in China know that the dragon family practiced the dragon control art. They searched all over the world for real dragons or flood dragons, even dragon skeletons, dragon blood, dragon saliva, etc., in order to integrate and absorb dragon energy, in order to stimulate and temper the blood of the Long family. Outsiders don't know whether the real dragon has been found, but the Forbidden City, which has been guarded by the Long family for hundreds of years, has been regarded as a possession by the Long family. Any outsider who dares to covet it will be regarded as a sworn enemy by the Long family. Can give up." Where did Ling Yan absorb the dragon's energy? What he was absorbing was the energy of the Long family, and what he was moving was the foundation of the Long family. Of course, it was the fundamental interests of the Long family. Of course, what Ling Yun said was that he had only absorbed a little dragon energy. If he said that he had wiped out all the dragon energy in the Forbidden City, Qin Dongxue didn't know how he would react. However, according to Qin Dongshue's understanding of Ling Yun, he said that he had absorbed a little, so he definitely didn't know how much discount he had discounted, but how much, Qin Dongxue naturally wouldn't ask, but reminded him in a hurry, Ling Yun, next time you will, there is a big trouble, and when encountering such a thing, the Long family will never give up with you. Don't worry, Auntie, I understand. Seeing Qin Dongshue's worried face, Ling Yun was grateful in his heart, but he acted very calmly, and said lightly, I won't give up with the Long family either. Qin Dongxue carefully observed Ling Yun's expression, and found that his eyes were shining brightly, and his will was extremely firm. He immediately understood that there must be a battle between Ling Yun and the Long family sooner or later. So she stopped talking, and the look in her beautiful eyes gradually changed from worry to firmness. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Qin Dongxue said to herself in her heart. The car left the 6th Ring Road and went further east. The traffic on the road gradually became thinner. Tai Xiaohu accelerated his speed and soon came to the small mountain village where Yi Xingchen lived temporarily. Yi Xingchen's consciousness is strong. She sensed Ling Yun's car as soon as it entered the range of her consciousness, and naturally rushed out early. What a beautiful woman! When Qin Dongxue got out of the car and saw the peerless Yi Xingchen, she was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but marvel in her heart. When Ling Yun rescued her father, Qin Dongxue also went there, and fought side by side with Yi Xingchen, but at that time, Yi Xingchen wore a veil, and no one could see her true face clearly. At that time, Qin Dongxue had already been shocked by Yi Xingchen's peerless figure, but seeing her real face now, she immediately felt inferior. How beautiful Qin Dongxue is, in terms of appearance and demeanor, she can be amazed, even willing to bow down, only by Xian'er and Ming Lingyu. But now, there is another one on that list, and this one seems to be ranked first in terms of overall strength. But no matter what, Qin Dongshue's current identity is Ling Yun's aunt, so she was only slightly taken aback, and immediately returned to her natural state. He walked up quickly and said to Yi Xingchen with a smile, Miss Yi, hello, we meet again, you are so beautiful. Yi Xingchen was still dressed as before, wrapped in black gauze, and when she saw Qin Dongxue take the initiative to greet her, she felt a little troubled. Qin. What should it be called? Miss Qin? Sister Qin? Or do you follow Ling Yun and call her aunt? It's not to blame Yi Xingchen for being in trouble, because this claim is related to how the two of them will get along in the future. Frankly speaking, Jianghu has its own rules. If there is no such layer as Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen will definitely return Miss Qin directly, because everyone is discussing friends according to their identities in Jianghu. Qin Dongxue is the direct descendant of the Qin family, and Yi Xingchen is the saintess of the demon sect. Their identities in the world are similar, and Yi Xingchen's status is even higher because the demon sect is powerful. If Yi Xingchen was out of respect because Qin Dongxue was a few years older, he would at most call Sister Qin, and that would be the limit. At this point, think about how Yi Xingchen treated Lin Menghan and Yao Rou back then, and you will understand. But now with Ling Yun's relationship, it will be very troublesome. Her relationship with Ling Yun has never been made public. If she comes up and calls the other party's aunt, will Qin Dongxue be unhappy? Yi Xingchen's thoughts flashed. Even though she had a delicate heart, she also felt worried. At this time Ling Yun had already got out of the car. Seeing Yi Xingchen in trouble, he felt happy, and immediately said carelessly, shout. Call my sister. Qin Dongxue suddenly made a sound, interrupting Ling Yun, causing Ling Yun to swallow the word aunt that he almost said. Pfft. Yi Xingchen chuckled, and immediately took a step forward, took the initiative to hold Qin Dongshue's arm, and said with a smile, Sister Qin, you are truly peerless, like a fairy. Poor Ling Yun at the back, after watching this scene, he directly raised his hand to caress his forehead. His expression was extremely sad, and he thought to himself, what kind of generation is this talking about? Could Ling Yun not be sad? He called Aunt Qin Dongxue, but Yi Xingchen called Sister Qin Dongxue. In this way, Ling Yun was born a generation lower than Yi Xingchen. Only to hear Qin Dongxue say again, Xingchen, you can just call me sister from now on. We are all people in the world, we have our own opinions, so there is no need to worry too much. Yi Xingchen readily agreed. She seemed to be very happy. She cast a charming glance at Ling Yun, who was overwhelmed by the sky, and then said to Qin Dongxue, Sister Qin, I know you are coming. I have already prepared tea. Fortunately, there is still enough time. We rest for a while before going to the auction. Okay, let's go inside and talk. While talking, the two of them actually held hands and walked towards the wooden house, while talking heartfelt words. The affectionate look was like sisters who had been separated for many years and reunited once in a while. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xingchen didn't even say hello to Ling Yun, and just left him outside. If you commit evil yourself, you can't live. Ling Yun looked up to the sky and sighed, thinking that I had lost my mind and let the two get together. I regret it. However, the performance was performed like this, but Ling Yun was very clear in his heart. Because of the existence of the subduing demon conference, Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingchen would meet sooner or later, and they couldn't avoid it. Moreover, even if there was no demon subduing conference, as the relationship between Yi Xingchen and Ling Yun got closer, sooner or later she would come to the stage from behind the scenes, shoulder to shoulder with him, and face everyone around Ling Yun. Hey, if you are a generation shorter, you should be a generation shorter. Which man is not a generation shorter than his wife? A man must be magnanimous and have a heart. Ling Yun muttered to himself, comforting himself. Brother Yun. Emma Wudao came forward at some point, obviously holding back a smile, but his eyes were deep in thought, reminding Ling Yun, you are not the only one who is really a generation shorter. Fart. Ling Yun couldn't find a punching bag. He was furious, and was about to throw a tantrum at Emma Wudao, but he froze suddenly. Qin Dongxue asked Yi Xingchen to call her elder sister. On the surface, it seemed that Yi Xingchen was actually a generation higher than Ling Yun, but in fact, it was Qin Dongxue who took the initiative to lower her a generation. She just handled it very cleverly, bypassing Ling Yun alone. The mystery here is really worth pondering. Emma Wudao reminded Ling Yun that these words were not spoken by voice transmission. He had just finished speaking when Qin Dongxue, who had already entered the small wooden house, blushed suddenly and disappeared in a flash. Yi Xingchen, who also heard this, smiled and was busy pouring tea for Qin Dongxue, as if he hadn't heard anything. Brother Yun, there are mountains and water here. The environment is really nice. I'll go and have a look. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu, who had just recovered from being shocked by Yi Xingchen's beauty, blushed, said something, and flew away. Old Tai, wait for me, let's go together, I know better than you here. Emma Wudao seemed to feel that he had said something wrong. Of course he didn't dare to enter the house, and immediately ran away after Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun stood there stupidly, like a wood carving, and didn't move for a long time. Inside the cabin. Good tea. Qin Dongxue smelled the tea, took a sip from the teacup, and praised Yi Xingchen, sister, if we met half a year ago, we might have to fight to the death. Who would have thought that now we are sitting and drinking tea together? Everything is impermanent. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. Xingchen also knows a thing or two about Sister Qin's past. If you meet someone from the Excalibur Villa at the Fumo conference, what are you going to do? Qin Dongshue's mind was shocked, and she thought that this Yi Xingchen was too sharp, and with a simple sentence, the question went straight to her heart. Of course she understood that Yi Xingchen was talking about the Battle of Longmen Mountain in Qingshui City, and Yi Xingchen was expelled from Xinjian Villa. Sister, it's hard for me to answer this question you asked. I can only say it depends on the specific situation. Frankly speaking, Qin Dongxue really didn't want to confront her original teacher. After all, she had a mentor for 20 years. Yi Xingchen nodded. I know my sister's difficulties, but I think it's better for my sister to make a decision early. Because you should know the origin of Xinjian Villa. This sect is actually a vassal of Tianjianzong in Tianshan. As far as I know, Ning Lingyu's mother is suffering at the Heavenly Sword sect. Qin Dongshua's delicate body shook, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. Yi Xingchen glanced at Qin Dongxue, but was unmoved. She continued, Sister Qin, there are some things that Ling Yun may not have time to tell you, or it's not convenient for him to tell you. But a few days ago, he stayed with me for a few days. During this period, he mentioned to me several times that he wanted me to collect information about the Heavenly Sword sect as soon as possible, saying that as soon as the Demon Subduing Conference is over, the first thing he will do is to fight against the Heavenly Sword sect and save my mother from the sea of suffering. While talking, Yi Xingchen couldn't help turning his head, glanced at Ling Yun who was still standing outside stupidly, couldn't help but smile, then turned back and said, As for Ling Yun's matter, it is my matter. If he is going to the Heavenly Sword sect, I will naturally go with him. Therefore, I tell my sister these words in the hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. Sister Qin, Xingchen has been spoiled by her master since she was a child. She always speaks straightforwardly without any scruples. So if I offend you in any way, please punish me. After Qin Dongxue listened, she couldn't help but look at Yi Xingchen seriously, and had to re-examine the other party, because Yi Xingchen was too calm, too straightforward, and too capable. She only thought about Ling Yun alone. Other than that, she don't care about anything else. There are countless beauties around Ling Yun, none of which are as good as Yi Xingchen alone. This is Qin Dongshue's evaluation of Yi Xingchen. She doesn't know how far Yi Xingchen and Ling Yun have developed, but the other party has already faintly developed the demeanor of a housewife. No hypocrisy, no cover-up, straight to the point, cutting through the mess, quickly, simply, and neatly. What a rare and good woman. Outside the door, Ling Yun, who was still playing the role of a woodcarver, immediately praised Yi Xingchen's words. Such a wife can't be found even with a lantern. Inside the room, Qin Dongxue pondered for a while, then smiled and said, Xingchen, you are asking me to choose between the teacher who drove me out of the door and my sister. How do you think I will choose? Yi Xingchen didn't answer, just smiled knowingly, poured tea for Qin Dongxue again, and said softly, Sister Qin, please drink tea. Qin Dongxue nodded lightly, took a sip of tea, and then put the teacup back on the table calmly. Her eyes suddenly became extremely firm, and she said in a deep voice, not to mention that I have been expelled from the gate of Xinjian Villa now. For my sister, even if I, Qin Dongxue, really fell into a family of betrayal, so what about my reputation as a treason? The two looked at each other and smiled sweetly at the same time. We will go together when the time comes. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was still playing the role of the woodcarver, watched the scene with his spiritual sense, and he had to admire Yi Xingchen from the bottom of his heart. When Yi Xingchen communicated with Qin Dongxue for the first time, he directly articulated the most entangled matter in Qin Dongshue's heart. It seemed very abrupt, but with only a few words, he pulled Qin Dongxue into his trenches. There are so many women around Ling Yun, none of them can successfully do this so far. Qin Dongxue laughed again and said, Xingchen, the Demon Subduing Conference in 10 days' time will be held for you by those martial arts decent factions. Frankly speaking, at that time I really thought you were a murderous female devil. The two of them have completely tied the line at this moment, so naturally they have nothing to talk about. Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly, and said casually, it's true that they kill people without blinking an eye, but those who kill are the people who deserve to be killed, well, basically those who forced my master and Uncle Ling to separate. Qin Dongxue laughed and said, good job. Those people deserve to be killed. What the two talked about was nothing more than two public cases in Huaxia 20 years ago. One is related to the Qin family, and the other is related to the Ling family. Fate meets fate, fate is entangled, and it has been like this since ancient times. The two beauties chatted thoroughly while drinking tea, and quickly finished the pot of tea. Hey, can the wooden stake outside the door still get in? Yi Xingchen suddenly turned his head and shouted at Ling Yun. Ling Yunfei entered the room, he smiled at the two of them and said, "You said it was a wooden stake, how can you move it? If it moved, wouldn't it be a monster?" Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yun a blank look. "In my opinion, you are not much different from a monster." Ling Yun raised his chest and raised his head, posing in a pose that he thought was very chic, and then said, "Have you ever seen such a handsome monster?" Qin Dongxue saw the two quarreling at this moment, and sure enough, she no longer felt sour, but felt more cordial. The three drank tea for a while, and when the time was almost up, Ling Yun called Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao back through voice transmission, and the five of them packed up, got into the car, and went straight to the Yi family auction house. In the eastern suburbs of the capital, Longwang village. The Yi family's ancient martial arts auction will be held here. On the VIP invitation in Ling Yun's hand, the time, place, etc. are clearly marked, and even the floor is marked, so it is easy to find. What's more, there is Yi Xingchen beside Ling Yun, she is completely familiar with the road. The small mountain village where Yi Xingchen lives is only 10 kilometers away from Longwang village, or a 10-minute drive at most, and they arrived at around 6:30 in the evening. Longwangswang was actually a rural area 10 years ago. After the capital was developed to the 6th Ring Road, it naturally became a suburb, but the level of prosperity obviously cannot be compared with that within the 5th Ring Road. The difference is too far. Rise tall buildings from the ground. It is really too conspicuous. As soon as the car drove into Longwangswang, Ling Yun noticed that the building was more than twice as tall as the surrounding residential buildings. The 5-star hotels within the 4th Ring Road are much more luxurious. That's the building. Just drive through. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and pointed, then smiled and explained to everyone, "This is actually a super 5-star luxury hotel, which is owned by the Yi family, but it is never open to the public. It usually only accepts Chinese ancient martial arts practitioners. During the auction, as long as you can afford the auction deposit of 100 million yuan, you will not only be provided with food and shelter, but also the service will be very considerate, and all fees will be waived." What a great handwriting! Ling Yun couldn't help sighing after hearing this. They are doing business, so of course they have to try their best to attract customers. Yi Xingchen said coquettishly. While talking, the car has already driven to the hotel entrance. "Get off." Ling Yun was in high spirits, and got out of the car first. "Sir, are you here to participate in the auction? Have you brought an invitation letter?" As soon as Ling Yun got out of the car, a burly man in a black suit walked over. He was not very old, only 25 or 6 years old, but Ling Yun could tell that this person was an early-stage congenital master. He is a dead member of the Yi family, who was arranged to be in charge of entertaining here. And there are 7 or 8 such people standing in front of the hotel alone, and this person is just one of them. Ling Yun nodded, handed the invitation letter to the other party casually, and then with a movement of his mind, he used the harmony light and dust art at the same time to scan the audience. Because the auction will start in an hour, so there are many people who come here at this time, including monks, Taoists, nuns, swordsmen, men, women, and children, all kinds of clothes, all kinds of fish and dragons. Most of them are ancient martial arts practitioners. There are acquired masters, there are innate masters, and there are even many supernatural power masters. Moreover, Ling Yun also noticed that many people who didn't know martial arts at all came to the ancient martial arts auction. They were probably entrusted by others, or sent by some big families, to bid for some urgently needed things. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was shrouded. After a rough estimate, there were already 500 or 600 people in the entire building at this moment, and now, there were many vehicles nearby, speeding up here from all directions. Hiss. Ling Yan secretly took a deep breath, thinking that it's no wonder Yi Xingchen said that the Yi family's ancient martial arts auction had the largest scale, which probably involved thousands of people. How much would such an auction have to auction? How long is the auction? Because if there are not enough items, there are so many people bidding for the auction, so why don't all those items fetch sky-high prices? But these things, he just thought of them instantly, he doesn't need to worry about them at all, just take it easy. In his spiritual consciousness, Ling Yan has not found Xiao Mimi's figure yet, it seems that she has not arrived yet. What's wrong? At this time, Yi Xingchen had already got off the car and stood beside Ling Yan. At some point, she had put on her veil again, so that others could no longer see her true face clearly. It's nothing. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, I just didn't expect there to be so many people. It's a grand gathering for ancient martial arts practitioners. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly, it was originally a grand event. The Yi family holds an average of 3 auctions a year, and this is the second one. It is September 9th every year. The top forces in the ancient martial arts world know it, so it is the largest auction. Yi Xingchen already knew that this was Ling Yan's first time participating in an auction, so she patiently explained to him. Hi sir, your invitation letter has been registered, please follow me. The burly man who took Ling Yan's invitation letter for registration came again, and carefully handed the invitation letter back to Ling Yan, with a much more respectful expression on his face than before. After all, it was an ancient martial arts auction, and there was no name on the invitation letter, only a number. Ling Yan took the invitation letter, looked at those who were led to pay the deposit, and thought that the VIPs were really different, at least it saved a lot of trouble. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already parked the car and walked back, so Ling Yan greeted him, and the 5 of them followed the burly man into the hotel lobby. Sir, there is still about an hour before the auction starts, may I ask you to go to your room to rest first, or go directly to the auction hall? Own room? Ling Yan said in his heart that he was in charge of food and housing, but he still asked, what do you mean? The man replied, Sir, it's like this. For every guest who has a VIP invitation letter, our auction will provide 3 rooms for guests to rest for free. The rooms are all of the standard of a 5-star presidential suite. What the hell? Even Ling Yan was very shocked when he heard it, but he refused without thinking, no need, let's go directly to the auction hall. If there was only Yi Xingchen, Ling Yan would 100% choose to go to the room to rest first, but Qing Dongxue is also there, why go to the room? Are you uncomfortable? Another more important reason was that Ling Yan wanted to arrive at the auction hall early to avoid attracting attention by going there before the auction started. Ling Yan wanted to preconceive and observe others, and he really needed to go to the scene first to learn about the auction process and the like. Then please come with me. The man led Ling Yan and 5 people straight to the elevator, and took the elevator directly to the 36th floor. Sir, after you get out of the elevator, just report your invitation letter number, and someone will serve you. Thank you. After the elevator door opened again, Ling Yan thanked the person, and then everyone walked out of the elevator and came to the auction site. 8. The big man who led the way didn't get out of the elevator. He watched Ling Yan and 5 people get out of the elevator, and then immediately followed the elevator down, because now is the peak reception period, and it is their busiest time. X. If Ling Yan hadn't held the VIP invitation letter, at most he would have sent it to the elevator on the 1st floor to finish his work. Hello, sir, are you VIP number 9? Sure enough, there was a special receptionist, and it was a woman in her 20s, she was well dressed, with a curvaceous figure, a clean and beautiful face, and a gentle smile on her face. The overall appearance was pleasing to the eye. In the Yi family auction, all the receptionists are equipped with special communication equipment. They can communicate with each other in real time, in order to save time and improve reception efficiency. It seems that the big man who led the way had already notified her when he registered Ling Yun, so she was already waiting at the elevator door, and as soon as Ling Yun and the other 5 got out of the elevator, she greeted her very enthusiastically. Ling Yun nodded, and handed over the invitation letter casually. At the same time, he glanced at her with his spiritual sense, and found that this woman was also an early innate master, and his heart shuddered. Ling Yun's heart is awe-inspiring, of course not because of the realm of the woman named Yi Xiaoqing in front of him, but because of the terrifying background of the Yi family. The receptionists at the entrance of the hotel are all innate masters. Now that they are at the auction site, no one will dare to make trouble, but the waiters here are also innate masters, which is surprising. "Hi sir, my name is Yi Xiaoqing." Although Yi Xiaoqing's name badge clearly showed her name, she took the initiative to report her name out of politeness, and then said with a smile, "Tonight, all the service work in VIP room number 9 will be done by me. It is a pleasure to be of service to you." Yi Xiaoqing was very enthusiastic, but she was neither humble nor overbearing. She didn't flatter Ling Yun because she was a distinguished guest. It was obvious that she was specially trained by the Yi family, and she had been doing this job for many years, so she was used to seeing all kinds of big shots and big scenes. Ling Yun smiled lightly, "Thank you." "No. You are very polite, sir. It is my honor that you are the first distinguished guests to come to the auction site." Ling Yun's politeness obviously won the favor of the other party. Her tone was obviously much more sincere than before, and she smiled happily. "You guys, please follow me." While speaking, Yi Xiaoqing stretched out her hand, made an invitation gesture, and then led Ling Yun and others straight to VIP room number 9. As Ling Yun walked, he looked at the entire auction site, and at the same time he couldn't help admiring that the Yi family's auction was really professional and extravagant. This luxurious hotel was obviously built by the Yi family specifically for the auction. Here it is said to be 36 floors, but in fact the entire floor is 10 meters high. This floor is equivalent to the combined height of the 3 floors below. The entire venue hall is very large, except for a few necessary rooms, elevators, and surrounding load-bearing columns. It is almost the entire area of the building. The venue was again divided into upper and lower floors. Right now Ling Yun was on the lower floor, 7 meters high, and at the lowest point in the middle of the venue, there was a table of about 50 square meters, which was naturally used to host the auction. Around the auction stage, except for the necessary rooms and passages, there are seats in all directions, in the shape of an inverted funnel, from low to high, row by row, which looks similar to a basketball stadium used in regular games. Will not affect the line of sight to the auction table. This is of course in order not to affect the bidding. Ling Yun was shrouded in consciousness, so he roughly estimated that there are at least 800 seats on this floor, but it is not crowded, because there is a certain distance between the seats, and each seat is very spacious and comfortable, which is equivalent to the first-class seat of an airplane. In front of everyone's seat, there is also a high-end computer. This floor is obviously for ordinary guests, because at this time, Ling Yun and the others have followed Yi Xiaoqing into the special elevator and arrived at the upper floor. After getting out of the elevator, Yi Xiaoqing brought Ling Yun and 5 people to VIP room number 9 very quickly. All the rooms on the second floor are for bidders with VIP invitation letters. "Sir, this is your number 9 VIP room. Please come in." The door was naturally opened. Ling Yun walked in directly. He glanced at the indoor facilities, nodded in satisfaction, and joked with a smile, "Hey, the layout of your room really makes people feel more comfortable than at home." What? The entire VIP room is very large, more than 100 square meters, spacious and bright. Precious carpets, high-end leather sofas, a tea table in front of it, A large-screen LCD TV on the wall facing the sofa, a few comfortable lounge chairs, and 3 widescreen computers lined up in the room. Even there are also a few calligraphy and paintings of celebrities hanging on the wall. Everything that one expects to find is complete. If you do this, I don't even know if I'm here to participate in the auction or to enjoy it. Ling Yun sighed. Pfft. Yi Xiaoqing couldn't help laughing at being teased by Ling Yun. She immediately knew that it must be the first time for him to attend the Yi family's auction, so she quickly said, "You feel at home, these are what we should do." She observed the words and expressions, and quickly explained in detail, "Actually, these things are useful, let me explain them to you. This LCD TV will simultaneously broadcast live the situation of the auction site after the auction starts. It will display the items being auctioned in all directions, as well as the detailed introduction of most of the auction items. Everything is clear at a glance. As for these 3 computers, they are used for auctions. When your favorite auction item appears, you can use them to make bids if you want to bid. Of course, you don't have to worry about the operation at all. You just need to say bid the price, and I can do everything else for you. If there is no auction item you like for the time being, you can sit on the sofa and rest. I will be waiting outside the door at any time, and you can call me anytime if you have anything to do. Of course, if you would like to feel the atmosphere of the auction site." Yi Xiaoqing came to the lounge chair. She lifted the chair and placed it at the door of the VIP room, then turned around and said with a smile, "You just need to sit here and look down from here. It is condescending and has a good view, and everything on the first floor is clear at a glance. There is a huge hollow between the second floor and the first floor, like a patio. The location of VIP room number 9 is pretty good. You don't need to stand, just sit at the door and look down. It happens to be the auction platform, less than 20 meters away, yes. For people like Ling Yun, it is no different from what is in front of them." Ling Yun noticed this when he was at the door just now, so Yi Xiaoqing didn't need to explain it. "It's perfect." At this time, Ling Yunqing, who was already sitting on the sofa, said that this is really in place. The LCD TV broadcasts the whole process, shows and introduces in all directions, and the computer bids for bidding. For things, you only need to tap your fingers to complete the auction. And Ling Yun doesn't even need to tap his fingers, he just needs to ask for a price, and Yi Xiaoqing will do it for him. At this time, Yi Xiaoqing put the lounge chair back, pointed to the ceiling above her head, and said, "Sir, our Yi family auction house installed holographic projection facilities in the VIP room 3 years ago. All the auctioned items can be displayed with holographic projections in the VIP room, except that the auctioned item cannot be touched and its aura cannot be felt. Everything else is exactly the same as the real thing to the eyes." After hearing this, Ling Yun was a little surprised, wondering if this is still an ancient martial arts auction? Not only live TV, computer bidding, but even holographic projection technology is used. This is too high-tech. It wasn't just Ling Yun who was surprised, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, beside him, were all dumbfounded. In short, everything is for the convenience of customers. This is the purpose of our Yi family auction. After Yi Xiaoqing finished her introduction, she made a conclusion with a smile, and finally asked, "Sir, do you have any other questions?" Ling Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "No, let me put it this way, it seems that I just need to wait patiently for the auction to start." Such a comprehensive and thoughtful service opened Ling Yun's eyes, and he really didn't need to ask any more questions. "Sir, there is less than an hour before the auction starts, and the TV has already started playing various introductions of some basic auction items. Do you need me to turn on the TV for you?" Ling Yun had long wanted to know what items were in the Yi family auction, so he nodded immediately and told Yi Xiaoqing to turn on the TV. "Excuse me, what drinks do you all need? Tea, coffee, or any snacks, we have them here." After Yi Xiaoqing finished the basic introduction, she immediately started her service. As a result, the four of Ling Yun naturally ordered tea, and only Mo Wudao ordered coffee because he was so burnt. The VIP room really has everything you need. Yi Shaoqing did not leave the room to make tea and coffee. Ling Yun glanced at Yi Shaoqing, then smiled and said, "Miss Yi, since the auction will start after a while, we still need to discuss some things, you see." Yi Shaoqing understood in seconds. She immediately smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll go out first. You guys, please feel free. If you need anything, just press the service button on the table, and I will come right away." After speaking, Yi Shaoqing smiled politely at Ling Yun and the others, and left VIP room number 9. Call. As soon as Yi Shaoqing left, Mo Wudao immediately lay down on the large sofa. He let out a long breath, and said, "The Yi family is so powerful, even an ancient martial arts auction is going so badly, I feel a little bit I'm nervous." At this moment, Ling Yun was staring intently at the auction items displayed on the TV. His eyes were burning. He carefully looked at the detailed introductions of various auction items, and said casually, "It's really worthless, we are here to enjoy the service, what's the point? The tense ones are just small scenes." As he spoke, Ling Yun moved his mind, and dozens of cobblestone-sized spirit stones flew out of the Taishu ring in an instant, and under the control of Ling Yun's mind, they completed the array formation in the air. Fall. Ling Yun's mind moved again, and dozens of spirit stones fell straight to the ground, waving their hands in formation. This is the small imperial array, which can isolate the visitation of the divine sense. It's 5 o'clock today. RW. These spirit stones are, of course, the batch of spirit stones that Ling Yun got from the antique market in Qingshui City. At that time, Ling Yun wanted to pick up leaks. All the raw jade stones and spirit stones he searched were added up, and they were loaded into 3 large carts. Among them, Ling Yun entrusted Yu Xingjin and Song Jingyang and others to sell those rough jade stones to him, but he did not know about those spirit stones. Not a single piece was sold. Because Ling Yun was not yet in the qi refining period at that time, these spirit stones were not consumed much. Only Ling Yun consumed most of the metal and fire attribute spirit stones when he was practicing Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, and the remaining ones, he has kept it until now. Now that Ling Yun has reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi training, and the divine energy in the sea of consciousness between the brows has accumulated innumerably, turning into a small lake, he can now arrange some more advanced formations, so these spirit stones, this is where it comes in handy. As the name suggests, the small imperial god formation is specially used to resist the divine sense, but it will not prevent the people inside the formation from using the divine sense to detect the outside. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are 5 basic attributes of spirit stones, among which the earth attribute spirit stones are the best for forming formations to defend against divine consciousness, but Ling Yun did not prepare so many. Not because there are not enough earth spirit stones, but because there are some earth spirit stones. The spirit stone was too big to be used in the room, so he mixed a few pieces of spirit stone with other attributes. Although the effect was slightly reduced, it was more than enough to defend against the visitation of experts below the 8th level of qi training. This is the little royal god formation. Looking at the surprised eyes of the other 4 people, Ling Yun chuckled, then used sound transmission to enter the secret, told the 4 people about the effect of the formation, and finally said, "However, this formation can only isolate other people's consciousness, but it cannot block it." Eyes and voices, so from now on, let's talk by ourselves, and use sound transmission to encrypt all important content. After reminding everyone, Ling Yun pointed outside again, in the direction of the special elevator, and said with a smile, "Another distinguished guest is coming up, and he is a master of the supernatural power realm. If you want to get a VIP invitation letter from the Yi family, you must have this qualification, either Huaxia, or the great elder of the Tianzi Longzhu, or the head of Huaxia's famous ancient martial arts sect, or the head of the hermit family. Only people of the same level will do. Of course, secular people who don't know martial arts can also be eligible to be invited, but the premise is that they must participate in the auction at the Yi family auction, and the total amount spent must reach a very scary figure, less than 10 billion out of the question. Because the auction commission of the Yi family auction is 20% of the auction price, you spent a total of 10 billion, which is equivalent to making the Yi family earn 2 billion. This is the only way for ordinary people to get the VIP invitation letter from the Yi family. Of course, those who can bring out rare treasures to the Yi family for auction are also eligible to be the VIPs of the Yi family's auction, because what the auction earns is their commission, that is the god of wealth, and they cannot be offended. As long as the auctioned items are approved by the Yi family, no matter men, women, old or young, regardless of their strength and cultivation, and no matter what their status is, they will immediately become the VIPs of the Yi family and have a room in the VIP room on the second floor. Therefore, those who are eligible to come to the VIP room on the second floor of the auction, whether they are buyers or sellers, all have a lot of background, and they all have to pass through the Yi family. This is what Ling Yun said: the 4 major benefits of the auction: connections, resources, information, and connections and profits. And this master of supernatural powers who just stepped out of the elevator is obviously a frequent visitor to the Yi family's auction, because he is very familiar with the reception staff standing at the elevator entrance. Ling Yun used his spiritual sense and at the same time used the harmony with light and dust art to secretly look at this person. This man is tall, looks very sturdy, in his 50s, his beard and hair are all stretched out, he doesn't need to speak, and he has a strong air of roughness on his body. At first glance, he looks like Zheng Fei, but from time to time, a brilliant light flashed, obviously extremely shrewd. Thousands of miles alone, the sky is full of stars. At this moment, beside Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, who had been lazily sitting on the sofa after entering the room, spoke. Ling Yun turned his head and asked curiously, "Man Tianxing, what do you mean?" Yi Xingchen had a rare look of anticipation in his eyes, and explained, "He is called Man Tianxing. He has no background and sect, and has a mysterious origin. He has been walking alone for 30 years, and he often haunts famous mountains and rivers, and Gobi Desert, is to provide high-end auction items for the Yi family auction, and the things he sells are hard to find in the world, but they are rare treasures, but I don't know what treasures he brought to the auction this time." Ling Yun suddenly realized that this was the god of wealth of the Yi family. No wonder the reception staff were so polite to him. As soon as Man Tianxing got out of the elevator, many people immediately exclaimed, but he didn't care. Instead he hugged everyone, laughed and said hello, and followed the person in charge of entertaining him to the second floor. Man Tianxing, the name is interesting. I really want to beat up a dozen local tyrants. After hearing Yi Xingchen's introduction, Ling Yun's eyes lit up immediately, and he felt a little itchy in his heart, and said with a black belly, "Pfft." Yi Xingchen chuckled, rolled a white look at Ling Yun, and then said seriously, "For so many years, people who want to play with the stars are like crucian carp in the river, but look at him, he is still alive and well, but those people are disappeared from the rivers and lakes. This person has at least the 6th level of supernatural powers, but although he is mysterious, he insists that no one offends me, and I will not offend others. He only does business, and he is not bad." Yi Xingchen's evaluation is good, so it seems that this person's work will not be too bad, but Ling Yun still slandered, "It's just a lone thief." While the two were talking, Man Tianxing came over. He was VIP number 6, 2 rooms away from Ling Yun, and happened to pass Ling Yun's door. Ling Yun noticed that when Man Tianxing walked past his door, he glanced at his room intentionally or unintentionally, with a slight look of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't stop, and walked straight past. "Hey, you can't detect it with your spiritual sense, you're exhausted." Ling Yun knew exactly what Man Tianxing was surprised, so he couldn't help but chuckle. The receptionist invited Man Tianxing to the VIP room number 6 to sit down. He did not give any explanation, but asked him what he would like to drink. As a result, Man Tianxing directly said old Matai. Seeing this, Ling Yun withdrew his consciousness, and didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. In our Chinese ancient martial arts world, there are many lone rangers like Man Tianxing, who specialize in exploring the secrets of various places, and then use the treasures they get to auction at auctions, or exchange the cultivation resources they need. Seeing Ling Yun's attention returning to the TV, Yi Xingchen said to him again. Kindness. Ling Yun is very clear, because he has always done this in the big world of cultivation, so he has the deepest experience. The auction is less than 40 minutes away. With the second one, there will be a third one soon, and a fourth one. More and more people have climbed to the second floor. Ling Yun only focused on some supernatural powers masters. I don't bother to read the others. The various auction items displayed on the TV and waiting for the auction are very detailed, from the name, picture, quantity, unit, to the auction reserve price, and even the price increase of each auction item. There are impassioned commentary. Ling Yun stared at the introductions of various auction items on the LCD TV. At first, he watched with gusto and was full of anticipation, but after a while he felt dull and disappointed. The introduction was very good, but unfortunately the auction items disappointed him completely. For example, the various types of weapons most used by ancient martial arts practitioners, as well as the best golden sword medicine, and so on. There are also slightly more advanced body training pills, body quenching pills, marrow washing pills, healing charms, and so on. There are also some relatively scarce medicinal herbs, various low-level materials. But these things can only be used by ancient martial arts masters below the midnight realm, and they are completely useless to Ling Yun now. Occasionally, there are one or two things that make Ling Yun look good, but they are qi training pills, qi nourishing pills, shinshin pills, or some more advanced talismans. In addition, there are some heretical things, such as various poisons, and even corpse powder. It can be said that the auction items displayed in turn on TV can attract ordinary people and acquired experts, and even innate experts can beat their heads. However, in Ling Yun's eyes, these items are all rubbish. The weapon Ling Yun is not needed. After these few battles, there are more Ling Yun. As for the pills and talismans, Ling Yun was even more hesitant. The worst elixir in his interspatial ring was the marrow washing pill, and the grades were all top quality, far surpassing those auctioned items, not to mention the talismans. Just relying on these auction items, the Yi family made such a big commotion, it's really a bit thunderous and rainy. Next to Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, who had been sitting there lazily all the time, drinking tea with Qin Dongxue, of course noticed Ling Yun's expression, couldn't help laughing, and asked with a smile, "Why, are you disappointed?" Until now, Yi Xingchen didn't even bother to take a look at the auction items shown on TV. Ling Yun smiled wryly, he spread his hands, shook his head and said, "Can you not be disappointed? These are all useless to me, let alone treasures, not even Wujing demon silk." When Ling Yun came to participate in the Yi family auction, the only clear goal was the Wujing demon silk. He was determined to win it, but he didn't see it on TV now. "That's right, you've noticed that the Wujing demon silk is not displayed here, so what's the rush?" Yi Xingchen sat up straight, pointed out the door with her slender hand, and said with a smile, "Look at those people outside, more than 80% of them are masters of the acquired realm, and the auction items shown on TV are all for them of. And none of these things will be auctioned on the spot. After the auction starts in a while, bidders only need to bid on their computers, and the highest bidder wins. As for the things we need, they will be displayed on the auction platform, and then the host will preside over the bidding. At that time, the live broadcast will be broadcast on TV, and the products will be introduced in detail at the same time." Ling Yun was speechless for a while, thinking that this is okay? No wonder Yi Xingchen didn't even watch the TV after it was turned on. He then asked again, "But if these auction items are not on the stage, how can the bidders be sure that they are genuine?" how dare they let go of the auction? Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly. The biggest feature of the Yi family auction is that, except for some special auction items that need to be judged by the bidders themselves, most of the other items have already been appraised. All those things that are only auctioned on the computer are absolutely fidelity, and you will lose 10 if you fake it. This is the signboard of the Yi family. 8. I see. Ling Yun understood in an instant, so he had the answer to the question he had just arrived at the hotel entrance. There are thousands of people in the auction venue, so many things need to be auctioned. Why can the Yi family only take a few hours to get it done? Useful auction items below the midnight realm are all auctioned from the computer, no one is required to host, and the highest bidder wins. That's why these auction items will be displayed on TV or computer in advance, and detailed introduction. As long as you are fancy, when the auction starts, you can directly enter the price of the auction item you fancy on the computer. Isn't that easy? How could it be unhappy? Everyone doesn't have to wait, just look for the auction item they need and wait for the quotation. As long as no one bids a higher price, the auction will be considered a success when the time comes. This is an online shopping supermarket. The difference is that it is not a fixed price. You have to pay more and more, and you have to go shopping all the way. In the end, you can only get the item if you beat all the bidders. If all the auction items are bid in this way, the auction will end in an hour at most. There are no more than 100 masters above the innate mid-stage stage in the entire auction venue, and only things that these people can use will be put on the auction stage for people to bid. Those things are naturally much less, and it is estimated that there are only a few dozen pieces at most. Of course, a few hours are enough to auction these dozens of things. Even if some auction items fall into stalemate competition, it will only delay 10 minutes at most. After all, it is just a quotation. Understood. Ling Yun nodded, and asked again, then why don't they all auction like this, wouldn't it be faster? Yi Xingchen was speechless, glanced at Ling Yun, and pouted. This is an auction, not an exhibition, so of course the host needs to enhance the atmosphere. Moreover, there are always a few things that the Yi family's appraiser can't appraise, so the bidders can only judge by their own eyes. Ling Yun nodded, thinking that this was pretty much the same. Otherwise, with this model, he really couldn't miss it. However, let's show the head office the things that were auctioned on the spot. Why are you making it so secretive? Yi Xingchen smiled and said, psychological warfare. Since it is a treasure, of course it must be kept hidden. It will never be displayed until it is auctioned. Only in this way will the bidders hesitate and worry about gains and losses. After seeing the auction item they like, they will desperately bid. You don't know whether the next auction item will be useful or useless to you, but as long as you know that the auction item in front of you is what you are determined to get, then it will be fine. You don't want this one, it was snatched away by other bidders. I'm sorry, this one is for tonight, there will be no more. Do you think you will bid desperately? In this way, not only can real treasures be auctioned at sky-high prices, but ordinary treasures can also be auctioned at sky-high prices. Only in this way can profits be maximized. This is the secret of the auction. Let me tell you, the Yi family is very good at playing. It caused me to watch TV for a long time for nothing. Ling Yun couldn't help complaining, and didn't bother to watch TV anymore. Yi Xingchen giggled and said, anyway, idleness is idleness, so it's good to know more about it. Not only the Yi family, the Long family, but also the auctions of Tianzhu. They use the method of secular auctions. Auctioned items from the Kobu world. It is much more high-end than asking a random place in the ancient martial arts world, where a bunch of people huddle together and make a fuss. It is precisely because of this that the Yi family's Long family's ancient martial arts auction is becoming more and more popular, and more people come. After all, it is a modern society, and practitioners are also advancing with the times. Ling Yun nodded frequently as he listened, feeling compelled to lament the power of technology and the progress of the times. The transportation is convenient, the communication is advanced, and the service is considerate. Why not come? There's really no reason not to come. There is still half an hour left, and there are almost enough people coming. You can wait for the opening of the Yi family auction with peace of mind. Maybe you will be surprised when the time comes. Yi Xingchen glanced outside with his divine sense, and said to Ling Yun. Kowtow? It's the first item to be auctioned after the auction started. It may not be very useful for ancient martial arts, but it must be a rare treasure. It is rare for ordinary people to see it. It will attract everyone's attention and enhance the atmosphere of the venue, so it is called opening ceremony. Ling Yun was a little funny when he heard it, and thought that this is the case. He would like to see what treasures the Yi family can bring out in this auction to make a splash. Like Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao participated in the auction for the first time. They had no chance to speak and could only listen to Yi Xingchen's explanation silently. When they heard Yi Xingchen talk about the opening ceremony, they couldn't help showing curiosity and anticipation, looking forward to the auction starting as soon as possible. During this time, people passed by the door of Ling Yun's VIP room from time to time, wave after wave. Very few people came, most of them were 3 or 5 people together, many of them were masters of supernatural powers. Soon, all the guests from number 1 to number 8 VIP rooms arrived, and Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness shrouded him, not letting go of any room, and paying attention to them. VIP room number 1 is from the Long family. Yi Xingchen suddenly said, the second number is the Lu family, the third is the Tan family, the fourth is the Li family, the fifth is not clear, but it is likely to be a member of the Tianzu, the sixth is Man Tianxing, and the seventh is the Dragon and Tiger family. The number 8 is the representative of the Shaolin Temple. Number 678 is usually the auctioneer. The rare treasures full of stars, the talismans and elixir from Longhu Mountain, and the elixir from Shaolin Temple are always auctioned by the Yi family, and they are very important auction items. Yi Xingchen spoke with certainty, his eyes filled with strong confidence. Ling Yun was shocked, couldn't help but turned his head, and stared blankly at Yi Xingchen, thinking that Yi Xingchen's intelligence was too powerful, right? Xingchen, when did you investigate? What moved Ling Yun even more was that he only said that he wanted to come to participate in an auction, but Yi Xingchen did so many things for him silently. Qin Dongxue was also shocked. She looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise, and he once again made her admire him. Being stared at by Ling Yun like this, Yi Xingchen was a little shy, and said, actually, I didn't do much research, because number 1, number 4, number 7, and number 8 are basically fixed seats, and the Yi family will not hold seats in every auction. Movable. Ling Yun knew in his heart that although Yi Xingchen said it simply, ordinary people would not be able to get this information. It must have been a lot of effort, just to let him know himself and the enemy. What's the matter with number 2 and number 3? The Lu family, the Tan family, I've never heard of it. Why are they so close to the front? Yi Xingchen said with a smile, my focus is on their 2 families. These 2 fixed seats used to belong to the Chen family and the Sun family. Now that Sun Chen has been wiped out by you, these 2 families are ready to move and want to replace Sun Chen, to be promoted to the new 7 major families, so I spent a lot of money to get these 2 seats from the Yi family. Ling Yun was amused when he heard it, and said casually, damn, the highest state in the 2 VIP rooms is only the 7th level of innate. So they also want to advance to the 7 major families of the capital? Are you funny? After Yi Xingchen listened, he didn't speak for a while, and after a while, he said, not to mention anything else, just from the realm of the strongest family, they are at least stronger than the current Chao family and Li family, and they are better than the original Sun family. It's not much worse than that, and, before you led the Ling family to rise. What Yi Xingchen said was very clear. 2 months ago, the strength of the Liu family and the Tan family was at least stronger than 3 of the 7 major families in the capital, especially the Ling family. It's actually not funny at all. These 2 families have coveted the status of the 7 major families in the capital for a long time. If you hadn't led the Ling family to rise strongly, within 3 years, they would have squeezed out 2 of the Chao family, the Li family, and the Ling family, but now that the Ling family has risen, they have wiped out the Sunchen alliance, which just makes room for the 2 of them, which saves trouble. But those 2 quotas are definitely not given for nothing. They must get the support of the Long family and the Yi family, so they spent all their money, participated in the auction of the Yi family, bought treasures and sent them to the Long family, and at the same time they can also make a name for themselves, can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Qin Dongxue next to him also said, at this time, it is true. The Liu family and the Tan family have risen too fast in the past 10 years. The strength of the family's top masters has already surpassed the original Chao Liling family. The difference is only the prestige and some shortcomings. It's just that they have been keeping a low profile and waiting for the right time. It's much more fun this way. After Ling Yan finished listening, he said with a smile, I bought a baby at the Yi family's auction and sent it to the Long family. I paid the road money, and I want the Long family to support them in their position. Doesn't that mean that number 1, number 2, number 3, are they all enemies? To Ling Yun, the Long family must be the enemy, and if the Liu family and the Tan family want to hang out with the Long family, they are naturally potential enemies. Now Ling Yun has found his target. Well, looking around, plus Longhu Mountain and Shaolin Temple, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 5 rooms are enemies. It's not that enemies don't get together, under such circumstances, Ling Yun will definitely not make it easy for them. Ling Yun immediately made a decision in his mind, and then he asked again, the people of the Li family don't practice much, why are they here to participate in the ancient martial arts auction? Is it because there is a lot of money? Yi Xingchen replied with a smile, the Li family will participate in 2 or 3 auctions every year at this time, and spend a lot of money each time. One is to give gifts, and the other is to renew the life of their old man. The purpose of giving gifts is to preserve the status of the 7 major families, and to extend the life of the old man in the family, so naturally it is the same. Ling Yun, I also received news that people from the Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance and Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance also came to the Yi family's auction, but I don't know whether they are buyers or sellers, let alone which VIP room they are in. Ling Yan's mind suddenly moved. Scattered Cultivator Alliance? Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and he remembered a person, and immediately asked, could it be Si Kong Wuqing? After hearing this, Yi Xingchen said disdainfully, Si Kong Wuqing has 100 guts now, and he doesn't dare to come back. The East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance has traveled a lot with the Inland Ancient Martial Arts sect in the past 2 years, and they secretly communicate with each other. Who knows what they want to do? As for why the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance came here, it's even less clear. Ling Yunxin said that this is really a grand event in the ancient martial arts world. It seems that the trip tonight was not in vain, the trip was worthwhile. Suddenly, with a movement of Ling Yan's mind, he saw a slim and moving figure slowly walking out of the elevator. Xiao Mimi has finally arrived. She came almost in a hurry. When Xiao Mimi stepped out of the elevator, it was less than 5 minutes before the auction officially started. More than a month ago, when Xiao Mimi left the main altar of the demon sect, her realm had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of innateness, and the only skill she practiced, the heavenly demon phaseless charming kung fu, had also reached the 5th level. After returning to Ling Yan's side, because Ling Yan's identity was still uncertain, Xiao Mimi was mixed between Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen, and endured the pain for more than half a month, until Ling Yan rescued her father and confirmed her identity. She was finally freed. It can be said that all hardships come to an end. Now, Not only has Ling Yun completely regained her trust in her, but even Yi Xingchen no longer treats her like a servant. Instead, whenever he has time, he gives her good advice and provides her with various spiritual herbs to assist in her cultivation. Therefore, during this period of time, Xiaomimi's realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, and she has reached the peak of the third level of innate. This is because Ling Yun reminded her in advance not to break through the mid-innate stage by herself, otherwise, Xiaomimi would have broken through the mid-innate stage from the early stage of innate long ago, and crossed this great realm. Because the heavenly demon formless art that she is practicing now has reached the sixth peak, this level has already caught up to Yi Xingchen back then, that is when Ling Yun first met Yi Xingchen. The heavenly demon formless charm art, when cultivated to the fifth stage, one can change one's body and appearance at will, and it is impossible to see the true face of a practitioner below the realm of ancient martial arts. Reaching the peak of the sixth level can even resist divine consciousness. After covering the veil and using exercises, ordinary masters of supernatural powers cannot pry into the true face. This is the reason why Ling Yun was unable to see Yi Xingchen's true face at the beginning. It is said that the heavenly demon phaseless charming kung fu can be practiced to the level of great achievement, and it can be truly ever-changing, invisible, and it is difficult for gods to recognize it. Every time the practitioner uses the kung fu, it is like being reincarnated alive. You can choose your appearance, reshape yourself, physique, qualification, and savvy are getting stronger every time. Xiaomimi was naturally charming, with impeccable aptitude. On the night of Qingming Festival in Qingshui City, Ling Yun injected a fairy spirit into her body. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Ling Yun chose to let her participate in the Yi family auction tonight. Because Xiaomimi was originally an assassin in the early days of Hotian. After she failed to assassinate Ling Yun and was captured, she spent only 10 days with Ling Yun before being captured by Yi Xingchen and brought to the main altar of the demon sect for a month. Before it reappeared in the world. Apart from the people around Ling Yun, there are very few people outside who know her. Moreover, after Xiaomimi followed Ling Yun to the capital, she acted in accordance with Yi Xingchen's orders, hiding by day and night, and elusive. It was simply impossible for others to investigate her. Even the Long family, the Yi family, and the forces that have already investigated Ling Yun to the bottom, it is difficult to notice Xiaomimi, let alone she now possesses the heavenly demon Wuxiang. Moreover, Xiaomimi happened to be at the peak of the third level of innate right now, her realm was neither high nor low, which happened to be appropriate. According to Ling Yun's afternoon instructions, Xiaomimi made all the preparations and deliberately waited until the auction started before coming in. She is still wrapped in black veil, with an exquisite figure. She has not concealed her realm, but she has already changed her appearance, and even covered her veil. If it wasn't for that iconic dress, Ling Yun would hardly have recognized her. Because she came too late, her seat was naturally in the last row, in an inconspicuous corner. After Xiaomimi came to the lobby on the first floor, she quickly found her seat according to the number, and sat down calmly. Xiaomimi's number is 958, which is quite auspicious. She was once a killer deliberately cultivated by the Heavenly Killing Organization. Of course, he is proficient in computers. After sitting down, he didn't need to ask anyone at all, and he figured everything out quickly. It's too simple. The computer has already been turned on, and there are specific instructions on how to operate it. You only need to select the auction item and enter the price. Ling Yun looked at all this with divine sense, and couldn't help admiring himself secretly. It was extremely wise to ask Xiaomimi to help him bid for the auction tonight. Why did you let her come too? What kind of idea are you planning? Yi Xingchen is currently at the peak of the third level of Qi training, and her spiritual consciousness is equally strong, so she naturally saw Xiaomimi coming in. Although Xiaomimi changed her body shape, she could hide it from others, but she couldn't hide it from Yi Xingchen, because she practiced magic skills and followed Yi Xingchen's path. Hey. Ling Yin had a treacherous smile on his face, pretending to be mysterious. You will know when the auction starts. Then he used sound transmission to communicate with Xiao Mimi for the first time. Xiao Mimi, I'm in VIP room number 9 on the second floor, that is, number 9. The auction will start soon. You should familiarize yourself with the operation first, and follow my instructions later. Ling Yan's voice rang softly in Xiao Mimi's ears. Xiao Mimi's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't look up, but continued to play with the computer, calmly, and nodded her head unobtrusively. Very good. You don't even need to point your head later. Whatever I say, you can do whatever you want. No matter what you do, you must let others think that you are the one who is bidding. After everything was ready, Ling Yan unfolded his powerful spiritual consciousness, covering the upper and lower floors of the entire venue, and found that there were 7 or 8 rooms like him, and his spiritual consciousness could not visit them. Including the starry sky in VIP room number 6. Obviously, in those rooms there were also some super masters who used secret techniques to block other people's spiritual temptations. It seems that this time the Yi family auction, there are many super masters from the ancient martial arts world. Ling Yun secretly speculated. At this time, on the first floor, at the center, people were already busy at the auction table. An old man in his 60s has already stood on the auction stage. He is of medium build, with a round face, fair and clean, with a kind complexion and a smile. A feeling of. But Ling Yun could tell with just a glance that this old man was at least a mid-stage supernatural power master. He is the person who presided over the auction for the Yi family. His name is Xia Homing. He is at least the 5th level peak of the supernatural powers. He is also the first appraiser of the Yi family's auction house. Over the past 20 years, the rare things that have been auctioned from him, there are countless treasures, and they have almost never missed their hands. The ancient martial arts community generally recognizes that Xia Homing has appraised things, and the reserve price is the most reasonable, so the Yi family auction dares to do this, and never smashes the signs. As soon as Xia Homing appeared on the stage, Yi Xingchen revealed the identity of the auctioneer to Ling Yun in great detail. Ling Yun nodded. Sure enough, as soon as Xia Homing stood on the stage, the crowded and noisy hall immediately fell silent, and then there was thunderous applause. 80% of them applauded enthusiastically to welcome him. Those who applauded obviously had participated in the Yi family's auction at least once, so they knew Xia Homing. Xia Homing smiled all over his face. It was really a charming smile, just like a Maitreya Buddha. He clasped his fists around and clasped his hands. Everyone, old man Xia Homing, first of all, thank you all for coming to support us. That's right, I will host this auction today. Although Xia Homing is in his 60s, his voice is clear, like a bell, with a strong penetrating power, not to mention this hall. Even if you are still in the elevator, you can hear it clearly. As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that this person would definitely use sound and other skills, just like his divine dragon roar, Buddhist lion roar, and so on. Xia Homing's opening remarks were very simple. He paused for a while, and then said, I will stop talking nonsense, and our auction will start in 1 minute. As usual, the first auction item is Yi. This is the opening prize for this auction. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically and get the opening prize at the most satisfactory price. Ling Yun laughed secretly after hearing this, and said in his heart that what you said was beautiful and the most satisfactory price. As for whether it is the most satisfactory bidder or your Yi family, then I don't know. However, since Yi Xingchen had already said that the opening prizes of the Yi family auction are all rare treasures, so Ling Yun is also looking forward to what the first auction item will be. At the same time, Ling Yun also noticed that at this moment, no matter the bidders on the first floor or the second floor, all the bidders held their breaths in unison. Countless eyes, mixed with hundreds of divine senses, looked at the auction platform at the same time. Especially the Liu family in the number 2 VIP room, and the Tan family in the number 3 VIP room. They are all eager to try. No matter how high or low their level is, they have already stood at the door, condescending, and looking directly at the auction platform. At this time, no one watches TV or computers at all. Without exception, everyone wants to see the real thing. The Yi family auction has officially started. Let's get started. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Homing ordered on time to announce the start of the auction. 2 young dead soldiers of the Yi family carried a large black iron box, boxy, and very heavy. They came out of a room in the background that was completely isolated from consciousness, and walked along the passage to the auction stage. They put the box down, and then unlocked 4 locks. The big iron box was obviously specially made, and the 4 locks were all on the bottom and 4 sides. Open the box. Without hesitation, Xia Homing gave the order immediately after the 2 men unlocked it. Greatly awaited. The 2 young dead soldiers were separated on both sides of the box, and they suddenly exerted force at the same time, and lifted the box covering it up. Wow! The box was opened, and when everyone saw the auction item, there was a burst of exclamation. On the base of the original box, there is actually a multicolored hill quietly standing, colorful, not big, only half a meter high, but there are 5 peaks, almost the same height. What makes people amazed is not the colorful hill, but that this mountain is actually burning. There are 5 kinds of flames in red, green, blue, and purple. My God, the burning mountain, the flames are so beautiful. Countless people were amazed. What is this? I've never heard of it before. Amazing. All of a sudden, countless voices of exclamation and admiration resounded in the hall. Let alone this mountain, there were more than 1,000 people in the entire Yi family auction site, and they had never heard of it. But one has seen it. Colorful Flame Mountain. In the VIP room number 9, Ling Yun, who was always sitting upright as usual, saw the treasure in the box, and his breathing suddenly stopped. Ling Yun never dreamed that the opening prize of the Yi family auction would be such a big prize. For this treasure, he dreams of it, and he is determined to get it. What a character Ling Yun is, but at this moment, his heart can't help beating wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. Colorful Flame Mountain, this kind of rare treasure, even in the great world of cultivation, he was only lucky enough to meet once at the auction of the Transcendence Tribulation stage, and at that time he only had the nascent soul cultivation base, and he was almost the same as those who were Transcendence Calamity. There is no way to fight for the masters of the Ascension realm, and they can only miss it. At that time, Ling Yun regretted it for 3 years. It was not until he got another treasure that was not inferior to the colorful Flame Mountain that he finally recovered. So, Ling Yun never dreamed that on this earth, in the capital of Huaxia, he would meet him. Although it is said that this colorful Flame Mountain is much smaller than the one in the great cultivation world, it is indeed that thing and cannot be faked. As for the origin of this rare treasure now, Ling Yun has no time to think about it. What he is thinking about now is how to successfully take this treasure. At this moment, Ling Yun didn't care about Wujing Demon Silk or the finale treasure. As long as he got this colorful Flame Mountain, he didn't care about the others. However, Ling Yun only glanced at the rare treasure, and withdrew his consciousness. He was afraid that the Super Masters would find out that his consciousness was fluctuating. In the VIP room number 9, he also sat upright as usual, keeping a calm expression. Even if you are already thinking crazy in your heart, you have to show a nonchalant expression on your face. This is a professional bidder. Everyone, be quiet and listen to the old man. As soon as the opening ceremony came out, the hall was filled with amazement and excitement, and Xia Homing had to quiet everyone down. After the hall was completely quiet, Xia Homing said, "This magical object, I will definitely not tell its current owner, but in order to let everyone know about this treasure, I can tell you that this auction item comes from the bottom of the sea." Xiaoming stared at the gorgeous flames of the colorful flame mountain, without concealing his love, and said with a smile, I will tell you all, I have never seen this auction item, let alone heard of it, and not only me. After this auction item arrived at the Yi family auction house, the people in our auction house all said that they had never seen or heard of it. Lingyan sneered in his heart when he heard this, and said in his heart that if you knew what it was, how could it be possible to put it up for auction, and you would have bought it yourself. I think everyone has seen the introduction on their computers by now, but I still want to repeat it. This object comes from the bottom of the sea, and the flame does not go out from the sea. Although it is half a meter square, it is not heavy, only 100 caddies. Judging by its color and shape, it should be a strange coral that has never been seen before. While talking, Xiaoming directly brought up a bucket of water that had been prepared by the side, and poured it all on the 5-color flame mountain, but saw a bucket of water poured down, instantly wet the base, and flowed around the auction platform, but the 5-color flame but it was not affected at all, it was still rising brilliantly, and even the head of the fire didn't get smaller. This naturally caused everyone to exclaim. Xiaoming smiled slightly, and said, water will not extinguish it, even if it is cut off from the air, but the magic of this thing is not here, but this flaming mountain, burning with an open fire, but without any temperature. While speaking, amidst the exclamation, Xiaoming's long-sleeved arms suddenly plunged into the colorful flames, and then stopped, letting the flames burn his arms. This multicolored fire is immortal, has no temperature, and cannot ignite anything. These are the 3 magical features of this auction item. Xiaoming put his arm into the flames for half a minute. Then he withdrew back, and he was unscathed, and his clothes were the same as before. Then he straightened his face and said solemnly, but what I want to remind everyone is that after repeated research by many appraisers of my Yi family, this auction item has no spiritual energy except for these 3 miracles, and it cannot be used as medicine. There is no help for martial arts practitioners. Xiaoming paused, his face could not hide the embarrassment and regret, and finally said, so after thinking twice, my Yi family auction did not purchase this item, but followed the owner's wishes of this auction item, and here is the first one. The auction item will be auctioned, and I hope those who are destined will get it. Hey, it's a pity. It's really useless for cultivation. It's just beautiful and amazing. It's just a rare ornamental thing. It's useless to take pictures. You don't understand, the opening prizes of the Yi family and the Long family's auction are basically the same. They are not very helpful to the cultivation of ancient martial arts. What they want is a rare one. Most of the bidders were eager to try, but when they heard what Xiaoming said, they were immediately disappointed, and immediately lost interest in bidding, because they are ancient martial arts practitioners after all. What everyone wants is strength, and what they pursue is realm. Only rich people who are interested in this are willing to spend money to bid for it. Scary to death. In the number 9 VIP room, Lingyan listened to Xiaoming's introduction of the 3 wonders of the colorful flame mountain, and he wanted to gag him. It was not until he heard his reminder at the end that he let out a sigh of relief. About the magical surface of the colorful flame mountain, Xiaoming is basically right, but it only displays 5 colors of red, green, blue, and purple, but there are 2 other colors that will not be manifested. Black and white. Not to mention using eyes, even using spiritual consciousness, using any modern high-tech equipment, can't detect the 2 colors of black and white. These 2 colors are not covered up by the 5 bright colors, but will not appear at all now. The 5-color fire is actually the 5-element fire. Only when it encounters the yin and yang and needs to be nourished by the yin and yang for a period of time, will it become a 7-color fire. At the same time, its true magic and all kinds of heaven-defying benefits will be revealed one by one. What Lingyan practiced was Yin-Yang Ju of 1 Qi, and he possessed a magical dantian, so this is simply a heaven-sent treasure. The colorful flames are really beautiful, and they don't hurt people. It's a pity that it's useless for cultivation. Not only the other bidders, Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue also liked the beauty of the colorful flame mountain, but they all lamented the pity. Even if these two people thought this way, Ling Yin suddenly felt confident. He wished that everyone at the auction would think so that he could buy the colorful flame mountain at the lowest price. However, Ling Yan's thoughts can only be fantasies. After seeing the magic of the colorful flame mountain, many people couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to bid for the auction. After all, it is an auction with thousands of people, and there will always be people who are not short of money and are interested in this treasure. Without this certainty, the Yi family would not have regarded the colorful flaming mountain as an opening prize. I didn't expect this auction item to be so beautiful. The flame is like a dream. Do you too like it? If you like it, we'll take a picture of it and take it home. Ling Yin transmitted his voice into secret, and asked Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue with a smile. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly. Which woman wouldn't like such a miraculous baby? But it's a pity that it's of no use to cultivation, so why spend that unjust money? Yi Xingchen's eyes were burning, and he said to Ling Yin with a smile, I like it. If you like it too, I'll take a picture and give it to you as a gift. It was only then that Ling Yin realized that he was not the only wealthy local tyrant in VIP room number 9. Yi Xingchen and Qin Dongxue really wanted to fight for money, and none of them was less than him. And maybe he might be the poorest. Thinking of this, Ling Yin felt a little sad. I only heard Yi Xingchen say again, however, there are other benefits to winning the opening prize. That is, after bidding the opening prize, no matter how many things are bid for in the future, the Yi family auction will give 10% off. I wipe. After hearing this, Ling Yin was displeased and turned angry, almost yelling, thinking how bad such deceitful rules must be to figure it out. Almost second only to me. This rule is really deceptive, and the reason is very simple, because in an auction, once someone with deep pockets is going to spend 10 billion to bid for something, a 10% discount will save a billion, then it means that he must be willing to buy first. Spend 1 billion to buy this opening lottery. Of course, this is just an example, the amount of money is the same, as long as the overall calculation is not a loss, anyone can grab it. In the end, as long as he really bids for something worth another 10 billion, then the opening lottery will be given away for nothing. This is tantamount to forcing all bidders to snap up the auction in disguise. Pfft. Seeing Ling Yan's expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing and said, Aren't you cruel? You don't have to be angry, the 3 major auction houses in Beijing all do this, it's the same every time, and it's not just for yourself. Ling Yan was even more annoyed when he heard this, and said in his heart that this time I am determined to win the opening prize, isn't it aimed at me? No wonder Xia Hongming reminded the bidders so generously that he was not worried about losing the auction at all, so there is such a layer. Ling Yunqin said that it was no wonder that the distinguished guests on the second floor were eager to try and win the first prize, so it turned out that they were saving a lot of money later. Knowing the rules of the Yi family auction house, everyone has this idea, especially the Yi family, Lu family, and Tan family on the second floor, they seem to think so, and they are determined to win this lottery. This naturally pitted Ling Yun invisibly. In this case, Ling Yun would of course have to do a careful calculation. Then, what price can the Yi family compete for at the beginning of each auction? Yi Xingchen shook his head, frowned and said, no one can say for sure, whether it's a big year or a small year, for example, this time, it must be a big year. Speaking of this, she gestured to Ling Yun with her eyes, look at number 2, number 3, number 4, it is obvious that this time you will spend a lot of money to buy things. I know that one year, the Yi family's opening ceremony was simply a worldly thing. Although it was precious, it was of no use to ancient martial arts practitioners. It was just an object, but it was auctioned for a high price of 1.8 billion. Then that bidder really bought something worth another 20 billion. Mada, if this is the case, the opening lottery will actually help the bidders make money, spending 1.8 billion and saving 2 billion. Not only did he get the opening prize, but he also made 200 million in vain. Ling Yun immediately asked again, then how much is the total value of the Wu Jing demon silk we are going to buy this time? How much money will buy it? After Yi Xingchen heard this, she glanced at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. As long as it was something Ling Yun needed, why would Yi Xingchen care about the price? Then she said, although this black gold magic silk is precious, it is quite common in auction houses, so everyone has a psychological price. The top quality black gold magic silk is usually 100 million a caddy. Just 2 billion. I wipe. Ling Yun wanted to cry when he heard this, and thought that he only saved 200 million yuan, so he probably won't be able to earn it back. This kickoff is too deceitful. This time to participate in the auction of the Yi family, apart from Ling Yun's determination to win the Wu Jing demon silk, another purpose of Ling Yun is actually to see how Huaxia's ancient martial arts auction is conducted, so that he can know it well. And then give Ling Yun the auction at home is also in full swing. This is his purpose. Ling Yun actually didn't have any expectations about what auction items would be available, because no matter how powerful the Yi family was, it was still a secular family. The real power was still in the secular world, not the ancient martial arts world, let alone the cultivation world. How many surprises can there be in an ancient martial arts auction held by a secular family? What's more, the ancient martial arts auction is nothing more than auctioning some weapons, auxiliary pills, rare herbs, low-level talismans, and some more out-of-the-way things. Ling Yun is flying in the sky and escaping the earth in the big world of comprehension, traveling all over the world. What treasure hasn't been seen? And obviously, the talismans, pills, and even flying swords he is now refining have already crushed many supernatural power masters. His dragon spirit pill, yin yang pill, and a large number of various 6th-level talismans, if he took out any of them, he would definitely overwhelm the people in front of him, including the supernatural powers. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the 6th-level healing talisman, one can kill a life. As long as the heaven-defying effect is displayed, Ling Yun is sure that it will definitely become the opening prize of the Yi family's auction. Of course, if it is not necessary, it is impossible for Ling Yun to bring his treasure to the Yi family's auction for auction. Isn't that just creating momentum for the Yi family's auction? Because he wanted to hold the Ling family's own auction, even if he wanted to sell the pills and talismans he made, he would wait for his own auction to build momentum for the Ling family's auction, and then crush the other 3 parties in the capital. So when Ling Yun came here, although he was expecting surprises, he didn't expect much. At most, he was looking forward to discovering some rare elixir, spirit grass, black iron and copper essence, or spirit stones. Materials, or picking up a leek will do. Because he is one of the 4 great masters of alchemy and talisman formation, in Ling Yun's eyes, finished products are worthless and only rare materials are useful. Any material, in his hands, can be sold 10 times and 100 times. Go out. But Ling Yun never expected that Yi family's opening ceremony would be useless to other people's cultivation, but it would only benefit him countless times. Even if the bidding price is sky-high, he will buy it. Because the colorful flame mountain has too many benefits. The flame is the 5 elements of fire, which belong to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can become yin-yang and 5 elements fire immediately. This yin-yang and 5-element fire can nourish the internal organs in the body, and can be used to make alchemy and tools. It can also temper the consciousness and spirit, and finally follow the true qi in the meridians to nourish the acupuncture points of the whole body. Calcinate yin and yang at all times, turning qi into gang. The 3 major exercises that Ling Yun is currently practicing, Dian Gathering Stars Treasure, I Qi Yin Yang Ju, Shenwu Qinyang Immortal Ju, this yin yang and 5 elements fire can complement each other, and can make Ling Yun practice 10 times and 100 times faster. Not to mention this, when Ling Yun is practicing the 5 elements slaughter god art in the future, the yin-yang 5 elements fire will be even more useful to Ling Yun. Moreover, the yin-yang and 5 element fires are not extinguished. Even if Ling Yun reaches the stage of crossing the catastrophe, it will still be useful. What a heaven-defying baby is this! It is simply a priceless treasure. Ling Yun is actually going to die of happiness now. The only thing he is depressed about is that what he must have is something that others want to buy to save money, that's all. It will cost him more money. That's all a waste of money. Because Ling Yun didn't give any hope for the next auction item, even if he bought 30 caddies of black gold demon silk, he would only save 300 million, which is too bad. Ling Yun's only hope now is that among the VIPs on the second floor, there will not be any talented people who intend to spend more than 3 billion. Of course, Ling Yun also hoped that there would be something he could fancy in the future of this auction, so that he could spend a little more money, and in that case, he could more or less make up for the loss. However, it is clear that this may be just wishful thinking. Because the auction has already started, now 5 or 6 minutes later, the auction items needed by those who are below the midnight realm have already started bidding on the computer. The bidding is fierce. At this moment, Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness enveloped 3 computers, and he found that the lowest level of healing charms, a bundle of 100 pieces, was offered at a sky-high price, and someone even bid 50 million. The effect of those lowest-level healing talismans was even worse than that of the healing talismans Ling Yun made when he first started making talismans, which was 500,000 pieces. Damn it, if I auction off all the 5-level and above talismans in Taishu's ring, how much will I be worth now? Ling Yun was shocked, but at the same time he was a little flustered, thinking that, after a few auctions, he must be the richest man in China, right? At the same time, Ling Yun thought that when he seriously injured Xiong Biao, the great elder of the Tian group, the healing talismans that Xiong Biao used to save his life were already the best healing talismans in the Tian group, and their efficacy was not as good as the 3rd-level healing talisman made by Ling Yun. Thinking about it this way, Ling Yun's mind immediately became more balanced, and he said to spend a little bit of round money, just spend a little bit, drizzle, it doesn't matter. On the auction stage, Xiao Homing said to everyone again, don't worry about being overwhelmed with the auction items on the computer. You have also seen that the auction time for each round of auction items on the computer is 1 hour. There is plenty of time. It's very. He said these words, of course, to those who participated in the auction for the first time, so as not to affect the opening ceremony of the auction. Sure enough, when these words came out, many regular customers laughed, obviously mocking the newcomers who were desperately bidding. There is a time limit of 1 hour. Even if you are the first bidder now, if it is less than an hour, the item may not be yours. If someone bids at the last minute, it will give you a second. So regular customers are not in a hurry. Of course, it is very particular to limit the time of call bidding on the computer to 1 hour, because any live auction item, even if the auction is deadlocked, will take up to 20 minutes at most. In this case, all bidders can wait for the live auction item. Make a deal, and then calmly bid for what you want from the computer without delay. Ahem. Seeing that everyone raised their heads again, Xiao Homing cleared his throat and shouted, the starting price is 100 million, and each increment is 10 million. Now start the auction. Or according to the old rules, as long as no one bids a higher price for 1 minute, the old man will hammer down the deal. Xiao Homing smiled, still like Maitreya Buddha, but his eyes were as cunning as a fox. As soon as the bidding started, 4 large electronic screens slowly rose up on the auction platform, facing 4 directions respectively, and all bidders could see the quotations on them. This is of course the power of high technology. 200 million. Immediately, someone made a bid, and it was the Liu family, in VIP room number 2. Now the big screen TV in Ling Yun's room, all 3 computers are turned on, and the detailed introduction of the colorful flame mountain is shown on the TV, and its real-time quotation is displayed prominently on the right side. The quotations are not numbers, but all displayed in Chinese characters. For the 9-digit or even 10-digit numbers, a large string of zeros, these ancient martial arts masters are troublesome to read. Similarly, computer keyboards are also special keyboards to save trouble typing. It is convenient to increase the price. 300 million. The price quoted by Li's family in VIP room number 4 directly jumped to 300 million. The Li family is really rich. Looking at the numbers that jumped twice on the TV screen, Ling Yun could only sigh helplessly. He thought to himself, well, the two bids are 300 million, and he wanted to win the colorful flame mountain within 300 million, but it was gone in an instant. But at this moment, Ling Yun is not in a hurry, because since he is determined to win, it is too petty to care about money. In Ling Yun's eyes, that thing is a priceless treasure, and he has to get it for any money. Isn't it just money? Ling Yun relaxed, leaned back on the sofa, stared at the quotation on the TV, and said to Xiao Mimi via voice transmission, "Get ready, we will start quoting right away." On-site auctions are different from those on the computer. There is no time limit. As long as no one bids a higher price within 1 minute, Xia Homing only needs to ask 3 times in a row, and the auction will be completed immediately. Xiao Mimi thought the same as Yi Xingchen Qin Dongxue in the room. She never received Ling Yun's instructions, thinking that Ling Yun was not interested in this opening prize, but unexpectedly heard Ling Yun's voice, and immediately prepared to bid. 400 million. Someone made an offer again, and it was VIP number 13. This auction is really crazy, Ling Yun sighed, and at the same time, he immediately opened up his consciousness to pay attention to the number 13 VIP room. Hey, it turned out to be an ordinary person. Ling Yun was a little surprised, thinking that you, an ordinary person, are just joining in the fun. Of course, Ling Yun also understands that for such a large-scale auction, all kinds of people come. Why, or who sent them, just like Xiao Mimi, you can't guess at all. If you want to buy something, you can only end up with by bidding. Auctions are all about financial resources. 600 million. In the VIP room number 4, the Li family raised the price again, and this time it jumped by 200 million. Ling Yun couldn't sit still, it was too scary. He thought what the Li family was doing. If you want to keep the family status, you can come to me, please don't make trouble. Over the years, the Li family in the capital city has not been very interested in the ancient martial arts world, which has caused the family status to gradually decline. Now that the Sun and Chen families are destroyed, and the Lu and Tan families are eager to take over, the Li family should feel the crisis. Obviously, they are planning to spend a lot of money in the auction this time, and the total amount will not be less than 6 billion. Because in the eyes of experts in the ancient martial arts world, the colorful flame mountain is obviously not worth that much money. With those hundreds of millions, it is better to wait for the auction of the next thing, so until now, no one has bid on the first floor at all. Now that the Li family has called for 600 million, naturally no one will increase the price. Everyone on the first floor stared at the large electronic screen, and many people exclaimed, but amidst the exclamation, the price changed again. 700 million. The Tan family in VIP room number 3 finally couldn't hold back anymore and made a move. Ha ha. Seeing such a crazy bidding, Ling Yun couldn't help but sneered, thinking that the Lu family and the Tan family really paid a lot of money for the sake of the family. No matter how much money you make me spend this time, I will get it back with interest from you. Still the same sentence, suffer? Not Ling Yun's style. 700 million, Tanning finally couldn't help but make a move, so generous. In VIP room number 2, a middle-aged man of about 45 years old spoke. His name is Lu Yuanji, and he is one of the most outstanding figures in the Lu family. This person is tall and has long arms, but a thin body. His skin is very fair, his eyes are narrow and long, and his eyes are shining with light. His eyes are slightly dark, and his lips are thin, giving people a cold and mean feeling. Lu Yuanji possessed the cultivation base of the peak of the 6th level, and was the brains of the Lu family. He led the other 3 members of the Lu family to participate in this auction. Come back and sit down, all of you, this time the kickoff is worthless within 1.2 billion. Lu Yuanji called back the other 3 people who were standing at the door through voice transmission, and they were also innate mid-stage masters. After the 3 sat down, Lu Yuanji said again, since the Tan family has made a move, we are not in a hurry to make an offer. Let's wait and see how much the Tan family is going to spend. Because the Ling family destroyed the Sunchen alliance, 2 positions were inexplicably vacated by the 7 major families in the capital. The Lu family and the Tan family both wanted to be in charge now. The 2 families will definitely cooperate in a short time, but there will inevitably be competition. The Ling family regained the status of the top 3 families in China in the capital. That was the world fought by Ling Yun in bloody battles. It was so thrilling, it could be described as bloody, and it has gone through the test of blood and fire. This is a recognized status. Although the Lu family and the Tan family have the strength to be superior, it is impossible for them to advance to the 7 major families so quietly. Even if the Yi family and the Long family secretly support it, it is useless, and it is impossible for others to recognize it. Don't spend a lot of money, don't spend a lot of money, don't even think about it. Therefore, the Lu family and the Tan family are now working hard, and they want to use this auction of the Yi family to build momentum in front of thousands of ancient martial arts masters, raise the family's prestige, and at the same time acquire a lot of scarce resources. You should practice, you should give gifts, you should kill 3 birds with 1 stone. 800 million. The Lu family didn't make a move, but VIP number 13 made a move again. It was that ordinary person, and he didn't give in. 900 million. In the VIP room number 3, Tan Ing, the representative of the Tan family, immediately made an offer without hesitation, and directly called 900 million. Tan Ing is tall and strong as a bull. He is wearing a purple bunt suit, full of beards, and big eyes with copper bells. At first glance, he looks like a domineering and mighty person, more like a hero. 900 million, rely on. In the VIP room number 9, Ling Yun looked at the beating numbers on the big screen, and felt a little terrified. It was too fast, in the blink of an eye. It was said that the price increase was at least 10 million, but it was all 100 million. Ling Yun couldn't help but turned his head, looked at Yi Xingchen who was still sitting lazily, and asked with a frown, it's been called 900 million so quickly, this should be the year of the Yi family auction. Ling Yun's calculations are very clear, and now the quotation for Kaitonkai has reached 900 million, but 4 bidders jumped out in total. He knew very well in his heart that none of these 4 families knew the real value of the colorful flame mountain. They were asking prices purely to save money in the future. Except for the Lu family who called for 200 million yuan and didn't make any further quotations, the other 3, the Li family called for 600 million yuan, the Tan family called for 800 million yuan, and the Tan family called for 900 million yuan. If the sum is multiplied by 10 times, that's 23 billion. And it's just the beginning. Yi Xingchen sits lazily. Not paying much attention to the numbers jumping on the big screen, Jiachen said, it must be New Year's Eve. Who told you to wipe out both the Sun and Chen families in one go? There are so many tigers fighting, maybe this opening lottery, if you pay a sky-high price and break the previous record, the Yi family will make a lot of money. Ling Yan's face turned dark immediately. Why, you really want this opening piece, I'll take it for you. As she spoke, Yi Xingchen changed her lazy look and was ready to act. The strength and domineering expression on her brows at that moment made Ling Yun fascinated. No need, Ling Yun hurriedly blocked it with both hands. Well, he clearly felt that if Yi Xingchen went up to increase the price, it is estimated that the price would break through 2 billion in no time. Ling Yunqin said that his future wife is really more domineering than himself, but even if he has money, he can't spend it like that. 1.1 billion. In the VIP room number 4, the Li family made another move, which was very generous. So far, the Li family has directly jumped 200 million in every quotation. Perfect interpretation of what is rich and powerful. Breaking 1 billion. Many people in the auction hall on the first floor exclaimed, especially the newcomers. They never dreamed that the competition in the Yi family auction would be so fierce, and it was only the first auction item. In less than a minute of bidding, the price of the opening lottery increased tenfold. This is scary, you know. Until now, no one has bid in the auction hall on the first floor. The Li family is looking for death. As soon as the quotation of 1.1 billion came out, the number 3 VIP, Tan, suddenly turned pale. He groaned angrily, and turned his gaze to the next door. As long as the Tan family succeeds in ascending to the top position and advancing to the new 7 major families in the capital, it is obvious that their comprehensive strength will surpass the Li family in an instant, replace the Li family, and even trample them underfoot. So as long as the Tan family makes an offer, the Li family will immediately jump the price and crush the opponent fiercely. What is being spent here is money, but what is being fought for is future status. In order to ensure the fairness of the Yi family auction, although the invitation letter only has a number and no name, but when bidding for an auction, the big screen will definitely display the number that is making the quotation at the same time, which is a must. In this situation, it doesn't matter between competitors who don't know each other, everyone is fighting for money, but for bidders who know each other, it is complicated, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a stormy sea. Who is against whom, who is giving face to whom, who is suppressing whom, as long as one knows the basics, it is clear at a glance. Hey, this kind of bidding is really cool. It would be even more perfect if the owner who started the show could get another one out at this time. For the attack by the Li family, Ling Yin didn't make a bad face this time. He was amazed, and said to the other 4 people in the room at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingchen shook his head. It's very difficult. There are very few people asking for bids at the Yi family's auction. Ling Yin asked in astonishment, why? Because of the 20% handling fee. Yi Xingchen explained with a smile, the Yi family has fully considered this point. Whoever wants to auction something, and then secretly asks someone to raise the price, if he is not sure, he must complete the transaction. I bought my own auction item. Not only did the item fail to sell, but also charged 20% of the handling fee. At this price, 20% of the handling fee is quite a lot. Unless you have absolute confidence in what you want to auction and fully understand the needs and psychology of your competitors, you dare to play like this, otherwise, the loss outweighs the gain. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he giggled coquettishly, gave Ling Yin a blank look, and thought that he was still so bad. Haha, Ling Yin could only laugh dryly, and explained embarrassingly, I'm just talking casually. Sure enough, the Yi family's offer this time shocked their opponents. Within half a minute, no one bid again. Ling Yin stared at the electronic screen, thinking that it's my turn to make a move. Although he doesn't have much to do with the Li family, he is determined to win the colorful Flame Mountain, and he won't give anyone face. In the VIP room number 3, Tan Ying's face was very ugly, because the Tan family's auction this time was going to spend about 10 billion yuan to participate in the auction, and if the opening prize exceeded 1 billion yuan, they would not be worth it. The opening prize was really useless to the Tan family, they just wanted to pick it up for nothing, and then give it to the Long family as a lottery. 1.2 billion. But in the end, Tan gritted his teeth and added another 100 million. No matter what, they couldn't let the Li family overwhelm them. But the 1.2 billion is already the limit of the Tan family. 130,000,000. Unexpectedly, as soon as the quotation from the Tan family came out, another quotation was made immediately, adding another 100 million, and VIP number 13 made the offer. Puff. Tanning was so angry that she almost vomited blood, thinking that it was really unlucky. Why would our Tan family quotes be instantly rejected? However, 1.2 billion is already the limit of the Tan family, so although Tanning is angry, he can only silently coax. 1.4 billion. Number 2 VIP room, the Liu family, has been silent since the first offer, and finally made another offer at this time. Countless people in the auction hall on the first floor exclaimed. Liu Yuanji's gaze was like a fox, with a sly smile on his face. He didn't care whether the Liu family could get the opening prize in the end, but his two bids at least won a lot of money for the Liu family, and at least crushed the direct competitor Tan's family. At the same time, the Li family and VIP number 13, who had been bidding continuously just now, were devastated. Of course, 1.4 billion is also the limit of the Liu family. They have their own things they want to buy, and they have their own psychological prices. After the Liu family's quotation this time, the big electronic screen did not move for a long time. After more than half a minute, Xia Homing on the auction stage was already shouting that VIP room number 2 had quoted 1.4 billion. 1.45 billion. Someone made an offer again. It was from the Li family, but they only added 50 million this time. Obviously, this is already close to the limit of the Li family. Give up. Seeing the price shouted by the Li family, Liu Yuanji resolutely chose to give up, and he would not spend any more money than he should have spent. 1.5 billion. Another 50 million was added, and it turned out to be number 13 again. There was a commotion in the audience, the eyes of many people in the auction hall on the first floor, and hundreds of spiritual senses swept towards the VIP room number 13 at the same time. It's just an ordinary person, but he is determined to win this lottery. Crazy. The Liu family, the Tan family, and the Li family don't give face. What is the origin of this person? Many people were amazed, but on the second floor, those big figures who knew the identity of number 2, 3, and 4 were even more puzzled. The Li family remained silent and did not increase the price. On the auction stage, the old god Xia Homing was present. His spiritual consciousness enveloped the audience, but his cunning eyes glanced at the number 9 VIP room on the second floor, intentionally or unintentionally. It said that the kid from the Ling family is fierce and domineering, and loves to show off the most. It's really strange that he can hold back and not make a move at a time like this. The identity of Ling Yun in the number 9 VIP room is unknown to others, but the key people in the Yi family know it. As the auction host, Xia Homing naturally knows it even more. Of course, he also knew the identity and history of the mysterious VIP number 13, and also knew how much the other party would spend in this auction, so he was not surprised that number 13 was willing to pay 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion and 10 million. Another half a minute passed, and Xia Homing had already shouted twice. Just when everyone thought that the opening lottery was won by number 13 VIP at a price of 1.5 billion, the price changed again on the giant electronic screen. Up. At the same time, under the quotation of 1.5 billion and 10 million yuan, the bidder's number is clearly and conspicuously marked. 95.8. Ling Yun finally makes a move. My God. 958? This is not the second floor. Nonsense, that number is already numbered 958, how could it be on the second floor? Wow, it's so shocking. It's finally our turn to show off on the first floor. Haha, it's really exciting. As soon as the quotation on the electronic screen came out, there was an uproar in the hall, and everyone exclaimed. At the same time, they all turned their heads and looked for this brilliant man who turned out to be born out of nowhere. For the first time in the opening ceremony of the Yi family, after the bidding price exceeded 1 billion, ordinary VIPs from a floor would jump out and bid for the auction. Moreover, this number 958 suddenly jumped out after several rounds of bidding competitions between the 4 parties on the second floor, when the 3 parties died down and only the last one remained. Obviously, in this case, this person is not a trustee of the price, but is determined to win the lottery. Because there are only 2 parties left, as long as one of them stops raising the price, this thing will be sold instantly. Xiaoming at the auction stage was also taken aback, and after a while, he naturally looked in the direction of Xiaomimi's seat. In terms of familiarity with this auction house, no one can tell Xiaohou, because after all, he has hosted the Yi family auction for many years in a row, and he doesn't need to look for which number corresponds to which seat. The first 3 peak realms turned out to be a woman? After Xiaoming saw Xiaomimi, he was stunned. The other person had an enchanting figure and was covered with a black veil. He used his eyesight and divine sense to barely see the other person's face clearly, and it was still a little blurry. It turned out to be a member of the demon sect? The heavenly demon wuxiang practiced by Xiaomimi is of course the demon sect's technique. With her current state, ordinary people can't see it, but as long as she is a master of supernatural powers, she can recognize it instantly with just a glance. Xiaoming's eyesight is extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have been able to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 appraiser of the Yi family auction house for so many years. After receiving Ling Yun's order and completing the first quotation in an instant, Xiaomimi calmly met the eyes from all around in front of her. She was very calm, with a calm expression, and was ready for the second price increase at any time. It's a great feeling to be watching. However, it was the first time for Xiaomimi to encounter such a big scene, and she was still the focus person, so she couldn't help but feel a little proud. Number 958, who is that woman? Why haven't I seen her before? For Xiaomimi's turning out to be born, not only the first floor was shocked, but the people on the second floor all activated their spiritual senses and enveloped her. Hee, it's fun now. I didn't expect 2 women to fight in the end. VIP number 13 and ordinary seat number 958. It's interesting. In VIP room number 2, Lu Yuanji sighed helplessly. He calculated for a long time and fought with the second floor bidder, but he didn't expect to be robbed of the limelight by a woman of the first floor innate early stage, and suddenly felt his interest fade. He was not the only one who had such thoughts, and the third VIP, Tan Ying, was the same. When 2 tigers fight, there is bound to be an injury. Let's watch the show. Tan Ying's face was gloomy. To say that the most depressing person at the moment is of course the ordinary woman in VIP room number 13. He Yuqiong. She is from the southernmost special zone in China, and she came here specially to participate in the Yi family's auction this time, because she was planning to spend a lot of money, and she learned about the rules of the Yi family auction early on, and knew that winning the opening lottery could save money, so I am determined to win this lottery. The financial resources of He Yuqiong's family can almost match the Li family's shoulders in the capital, so she doesn't care about money. Of course, it has to be worth the money. Therefore, within what she thought was an appropriate price, He Yuqiong bid repeatedly, very aggressively, and didn't care about other people's face at all, because this was her style of doing things, which was crisp, swift and resolute. But after she defeated all the competitors and thought that she was sure to win the opening prize of the god, she did not expect that a new opponent appeared out of nowhere. But she is calm. Quote 1.6 billion. She stared at the holographic projection of the colorful flaming mountain in front of her, and gave an order to the waiter who was serving her. 1.6 billion. 1.6 billion and 10 million. 2 numbers jumped out on the big screen almost at the same time. Wow. It's awesome, it's really awesome. As soon as the new quotation came out, the auction hall was once again full of uproar. Number 958 refused to give up at all, obviously determined to win. Humph. He Yuqiong looked at the quotation and snorted angrily. It's not that she can't accept this price. What makes her angry is that she is jumping 100 million and 100 million, but the other party only adds the lowest unit, 10 million. No more points will be added. In VIP room number 2, Yi Xingchen had already sat up straight, with a smile on her lips, and she glanced at Ling Yun. Yi Xingchen's spiritual sense was equally strong, and of course he had already seen that Xiao Mimi's number was 958, so there was no doubt that Ling Yun must have made the move. Well, it really doesn't mean anything else, but for that opener, I'm determined to win. Ling Yun was unnaturally stared at by Yi Xingchen. He raised his hands in surrender, and said bluntly. Humph, I've seen it a long time ago, why are you making such trouble? Just add 1 billion, and kill that woman. Add 1 billion. It really is 1 billion, Ling Yun raised his hand to caress his forehead, he turned his head, and said to Yi Xingchen seriously, if you want to know how to be frugal, you have to learn how to live. Pfft. Yi Xingchen laughed amusedly by Ling Yun, so he didn't bother to talk to him anymore, and continued to drink tea with Qin Dongxue. In fact, what Ling Yun is thinking about is not the price, but who will get the colorful flame mountain. Either Xiao Mimi, or himself. In fact, Ling Yun really wanted to take a picture of the 7-colored flaming mountain, and let it be placed in front of him immediately, so that he would feel at ease in his heart. But after much deliberation, Ling Yun finally decided to let Xiao Mimi take it, because Ling Yun had decided that Xiao Mimi would help her take pictures of the Wu Jin demon silk tonight, which would save at least a few 100 million. And Yi Xingchen also said that this auction is a big year, and if there are other things he needs in the future, he will make money. Another very important reason for Ling Yun's arrangement this time is that he doesn't want to fall into the trap of the Yi family and be observed by the other party. So he chose to keep a low profile, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, leaving the Yi family at a loss. 1.7 billion. In VIP room number 13, He Yuqiong gritted his teeth after thinking for a while, and added another 100 million. 1.7 billion and 10 million. In another instant, the other party didn't hesitate, clenching it tightly, and still raised the price by 10 million. It's about to break the Yi family's record for opening the house. In the lobby on the first floor, many regular customers who have participated in the auction all year round began to exclaim. The original record was 1.8 billion. At this time, He Yuqiong in the VIP room number 13 was already so angry that he really wanted to take people down immediately and chop up the beard-cut man. Because her limit is about 1.8 billion, no matter how high the bid is, it is not worth it to her. With her family background, there is absolutely no need for such a flaming hill to show her wealth and status. But He Yuqiong really couldn't bear this feeling of being oppressed and beaten by others. She was pampered and treated like one, and she never said anything. How could she ever suffer this kind of anger? 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion and 10 million. Still the same, Xiao Mimi immediately added another 10 million. My God, it's a record. Wonderful, this opening ceremony, the bidding price, broke the record. That masked person is too good, it seems that she is determined to win. Nonsense, it's all over 1.8 billion, you are playing like someone else. The auction hall was completely boiling, and there were exclamations one after another. Some people stared at the big screen, some looked at the second floor, and more people looked at Xiao Mimi, who was always calm in the corner. Tonight's auction will definitely be worth seeing in the future. The two companies that are competing now will definitely spend close to 20 billion to buy things in the future. If they are right again. Some regular customers are muttering. But on the second floor, the expressions on the faces of dozens of VIPs were mixed. The sellers' VIPs were naturally secretly happy, but buyers like number 2, number 3, number 4, Luz, Tans, and Li's all looked ugly. No matter how large the Yi family's auction is, how many things can be really worth auctioning in one auction? Now it is obvious that there are two owners who are not short of money, and they are both women. If the auction items that everyone wants to buy collide, it will be bloody and they will spend a lot of money. 1.8 billion and 20 million. He Yuqiong lost all energy at the moment, but she hated her opponent to death. She would rather break the pot and let the other party lose more money, otherwise she would feel uncomfortable. 1.83 billion. Sure enough, the other party raised the price immediately. 1.84 billion. 1.85 billion. The two made fierce quotations, chasing after each other, refusing to give in to each other. But it was obvious that He Yuqiong's quotations were getting slower and slower, while the other party's quotations were getting faster and faster. At this time, the entire auction site had long been silent, and everyone held their breath, staring at the price jumping on the big screen. In this fierce competition, both sides raised the price by 10 million. After more than a dozen price increases, the price of the colorful flame mountain has reached 1.98 billion. This was of course He Yuqiong's offer. She was already furious, and at the same time she had made up her mind that as long as the other party raised the offer, she would immediately give up. No matter what, she has already made the other party spend an extra 200 million yuan, and even if she gets the opening prize now, it is already a loss-making business. But what happened was that after He Yuqiong made this bid, the other party did not increase the price. He Yuqiong has a big family and a big business, and he doesn't care about money. At this moment, he couldn't help his heart pounding, because although he lost money, he finally won the opponent and saved face for himself. It's the limit. A VIP is still a VIP. Lu won. Half a minute later, many people in the auction hall on the first floor stared at the big screen that had not moved for a long time and sighed. But at this time, Xia Homing's face at the auction table had already burst into smiles. He no longer hesitated, and started to shout, the first time for VIP number 13, 1.98 billion. 1.98 billion for the second time. 1.98 billion. Xia Homing was about to shout for the third time, and when he was about to drop the hammer to close the deal, suddenly the quotation on the big screen changed again. 1.99 billion. On the 958th, another quotation was made. When this quotation came out, it almost suffocated Xia Homing to death. Wow! The auction hall on the first floor burst into applause. In VIP room number 13, He Yuqiong's face was pale, her tense body softened, and she sat on the sofa with a hudong. She gave up. Xia Homing yelled 3 times in a row. Of course, it was impossible for anyone to bid. A minute later, he decisively dropped the hammer to make the deal. Congratulations to number 958, you have won the opening prize of our Yi family auction this time. It is still the old rule. Next, all the auction items won by number 958 will be discounted by 20%. At this time, Ling Yun, who personally directed the fierce bidding, also heaved a sigh of relief from the heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The colorful flaming mountain was finally in his pocket. It didn't break 2 billion, which is not bad. After winning this treasure that was dreamed of by experts in the tribulation stage and ascension stage in the cultivation world, Ling Yun smiled all over his face. This time he was really happy, his heart was shining brightly, and he was absolutely satisfied, because he really made a lot of money. Winning is inevitable, because except for everyone present at the auction at this moment, except for Ling Yun, one counts as one, and none of them know the value of this colorful flame mountain. Only Ling Yun himself knew the value of the colorful flame mountain, especially to himself. The 5-element flame will further become the Yin-Yang 5-element fire. This is the flame that alchemy and weapon refiners dream of. And it came at the right time. Ling Yan has just reached the peak of the third level of qi training, and he will naturally carry out large-scale alchemy or weapon refining in the future. At that time, he will no longer need other flames, as long as he sprays or shoots out the yin-yang 5 elements fire. Yes, and the refined pills or various utensils will be 3 grades higher than normal, regardless of their rank or efficacy, which is the minimum. Moreover, this yin-yang and 5-element fire has a great effect on Ling Yan's own cultivation, and the benefits are endless, and it is almost impossible to count. But Ling Yan knew that the master who was already infinitely close to Zhu Xiafeixing used such a terrifying price, spent so many fairy veins, and added more than 10 magic weapons of his own fame to defeat all competitors with difficulty, and took that colorful flaming mountain into his pocket. It's also a colorful flame mountain. Compared with the price paid by that expert in the Ascension period, Ling Yan's 2 billion yuan doesn't even need to be mentioned, he just picked it up for nothing. Not to mention 2 billion, even if it costs 200 billion, or even 2 trillion, Ling Yan will also get this colorful flame mountain. Others bid for the auction just to save money in the future. Only Ling Yan was determined to win at any cost. He did the math without intention, so of course he succeeded. Moreover, since he had seen the colorful flame mountain, even if his master wanted to repent temporarily, he would not be able to sell it. Even if Ling Yan snatched it, he had to snatch it. Except for Ling Yan, whoever will take this thing will die tonight. Of course, now that he has succeeded, these are naturally unnecessary. One thing in hand, nothing else to ask for. This is Ling Yan's feeling at the moment. Seeing how happy you are, isn't it just a rare thing, and it doesn't help cultivation, really. Yi Xingchen laughed from ear to ear when he saw Ling Yan successfully took down the treasure, and couldn't help laughing and teasing. She is naturally happy for Ling Yan, money doesn't matter to her, as long as Ling Yan is happy, she can do whatever. Hey, you don't understand, save money, of course you should be happy. Ling Yan chuckled and dealt with it casually. The colorful flame mountain was too precious. Before he actually got it, it was impossible to tell the real reason for the auction. It's not that he doesn't trust Yi Xingchen, but he's afraid that there will be stronger masters whose spiritual sense can break through his small imperial formation, and can even eavesdrop on his sound transmission into secrets. That would be terrible. Ling Yan is not afraid of thieves stealing, but also afraid of thieves thinking about it. Xingchen, after the auction is over, go back and investigate the identity of the woman in VIP room 13. It cost me an extra 500 million yuan, so I have to find a way to make up for it. Thinking of the fierce auction just now, Ling Yan was also a little annoyed. Although it was an exaggeration to say that he spent an extra 500 million, it was obvious that the woman made him spend at least 200 million more. Know it. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were dotted with stars, the divine light flickered, and the staring eyes flashed away. In the end, He Yuqiang raised the price like crazy. Yi Xingchen was already upset, and Ling Yan didn't need to say anything. It's just that, if it's 2 billion, is Xiao Mimi enough money? Yi Xingchen finally asked. This made Ling Yan even happier. He said with a chuckle, of course it's enough, if there's more, don't worry. In the afternoon, Ling Yan asked Xiao Mimi to contact Tang Meng, and asked him to transfer all the 15 billion that Ling Yan had knocked from Yi Tianshui to Xiao Mimi's secret account. In addition to the 500 million that Ling Yan transferred to her, Xiao Mimi now has at least 15.5 billion on her body, so is that not enough? Ling Yan only needs to think about using the money that originally belonged to Yi Tianshui to bid for things in the Yi family's auction house, and he will feel at ease from the bottom of his heart. This feeling can't be better. Of course, it is impossible to directly swipe the black card that Yi Tianshui gave. In that case, not only Xiao Mimi will be exposed immediately, but also her relationship with Ling Yan will be exposed immediately. In that case, apart from making the Yi family vomit blood and anger, although nothing serious will happen, Ling Yan will have nothing to play with. After the opening lottery auction is completed, the auction will continue. This time, the auction item is a body-quenching liquid that can be used even in the supernatural powers. According to Yi Xingchen, this is a body-quenching liquid specially refined by the masters of the Tianzu. Ling Yun immediately lost interest after hearing this, because he will soon join the Tianzu. 6 places, all with double salary, and there will definitely be no shortage in the future. What's more, last night, he just crushed the 2 elders of the Tianzu, and knocked off the salaries of 14 of them for a year, so I don't know how much body-quenching liquid there is. As soon as the body-quenching liquid came on stage, it was immediately robbed by people. There were people bidding on the first floor and the second floor, and the bottle was reached in an instant, and the bidding continued. But Ling Yun didn't pay attention to these anymore, he just chatted with the other 4 people relaxedly, waiting for the auction items he needed to appear with peace of mind. Amidst the uproar and noise, the auction quickly passed for an hour. Xia Homing's ability to host was very strong. Whether it was the introduction of the auction items or the bidding, he was proficient and basically able to sell those auction items. Sky-high price. This auction is really profitable, it's too fast, it's a money grab. Ling Yun lamented that in just 1 hour, the auction house had already auctioned off 20 auction items, not counting the opening ceremony. It is roughly estimated that the total amount of those auction items has exceeded 20 billion. The auction commission is 20%, which means that the profit of 4 billion has been obtained. What can you do to earn 4 billion an hour? Ling Yunqin said that the Ling family's own auction house must be set up as soon as possible, it is too profitable. The next item to be auctioned is the ultimate Yujin demon silk. Hearing Xia Homing's call, Ling Yunqin said that he was coming, and he immediately stopped chatting and began to pay attention to the auction platform. This is the goal of Ling Yun's trip. He is determined to win, so of course he must pay attention. I saw Xia Homing first gave a detailed introduction to the top-quality black gold magic silk, and finally said, this time, the top-quality magic silk is only 36 caddies in total, and the quantity is relatively small, and the old man already knows that there are several important customers. We want to buy all the 36 caddies of magic silk, so this time our auction house can only package and auction the 36 caddies of magic silk. As soon as these words came out, complaints arose in the lobby on the first floor. These people are mainly innate masters, and they are all here to bid for Wujing demon silk. After all, this thing is hard to hurt by swords and swords. After making clothes and wearing them, it will greatly improve their defensibility. Whether it is fighting or going out to explore, they will be more a layer of security. Xia Homing had expected that there would be many people complaining, so he clasped his fists and said, I know that this move will dissatisfy some people who came here for this purpose, but this time there is really no way, so I invite you heroes to help me out, understand? Although Xia Homing cupped his fists, he didn't show much apology on his face. In the end, he even let go of the powerful coercion of the supernatural powers, and suppressed it towards the place with the most complaints. This is how the store bullies customers. Obviously, between these individual tourists and the VIPs on the second floor, whoever would do the same, otherwise, wouldn't that offend one's big customers? There are many individual visitors, just like Christian carp crossing the river, but if the VIPs on the second floor are lost, then the Yi family will suffer a big loss. Sure enough, people in the world all rely on their strength to speak. Xia Homing exerted a little pressure, and those complaints disappeared instantly. Xia Homing's expression eased, and he said with a smile, of course, our Yi family auction house will not treat you badly. After this auction is over, as long as friends who need Wujing demon silk can be auctioned at our Yi family auction house. Please leave a name. When we hold an auction next time, as long as you come to bid, we will definitely give you generous preferential treatment, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied. After finishing these words, Xia Homing paused for a while, and immediately said, the top quality black gold demon silk, a total of 36 caddies, with a base price of 1.8 billion, each increase cannot be less than 200 million, and the auction starts now. Xiao Homing was confident, and directly announced the start of the auction. 36 billion. In VIP room number 2, Lu Yuanji from the Lu family made another move after spending 3 billion to buy 30 bottles of body-quenching liquid. Complete in one step. Yi Xingchen said that usually the Wu Jing Demon Silk has a relatively stable price, which is about 100 million a caddy, and the Lu family directly shouted 3.6 billion, that is, they don't want ink marks, and they are determined to get it. 4 billion. Tanning from the Tan family in VIP room number 3 did not show any weakness, and even jumped the price by 500 million. It seems that the Lu family and the Tan family are really ambitious. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. The two families were scrambling to sell the top-quality black gold demon silk, and it was obvious that their purpose was the same as Ling Yan's, to strengthen their own family's power and improve their overall combat power. 5 billion. The Li family also made a move. In the hour just now, they also spent more than 2 billion yuan for a lot of weapons and elixirs. Now they have directly jumped the price by 1 billion yuan, crushing the Lu family and the Tan family. Made completely crazy. Ling Yan was very annoyed, thinking that your Li family can have a few innate masters. What's the use of buying so much Wu Jing demon silk? But there is no way. This is an auction, and people come to bid, and no one can stop it. Ling Yan's spiritual sense enveloped the VIP room of the Li family, and just by looking at the expressions in the eyes of those few people, one could tell that the Li family was absolutely desperate this time, and was determined to win this Wu Jing demon silk. Xingchen, I think this time, let's give up the Wu Jing demon silk. The Li family is definitely determined to win. If we fight with them, it will be too bad for us. Seeing how the Li family gritted their teeth, Ling Yan's first decision was to give up. Judging from the way the Li family sold, it is possible for them to pay more than 8 billion this time, which is equivalent to more than double the normal price. Ling Yan knew that, according to the last price quoted by the Li family at the opening of the auction just now, they had prepared at least 15 billion. It wasn't that Ling Yun was afraid of spending money, but he knew it very well. After crushing the 14 members of the Tian group last night, the Ling family had really gained a firm foothold in the capital. Therefore, with his means, now there is enough time for the Ling family to rapidly improve their strength, not necessarily by increasing their defense. Why? Yi Xingchen stood up abruptly. She stared blankly and said with a sneer, isn't it just money? This time I'll take the picture. Suddenly, Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen sat and stood, and suddenly looked at each other and smiled. With a smile on the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth, he said with high spirits, since this is the case, then there is no need to argue. It turned out that the two of them had powerful spiritual senses, and they both enveloped the number 4 VIP room of the Li family. They heard a sentence at the same time. Yu Jun, you just need to increase the price. The old man has explained that no matter how much the Li family spends this time, we will buy these black gold demon silks and give them to the Ling family, so as to gain the protection of the Ling family. The Li family made an outrageous move, frantically bidding for the best quality Wu Jing demon silk, and it turned out to be a gift to the Ling family. It turned out to be my own. 8. Sight. Insight. Ling Yan secretly raised his thumbs, saying that although the Li family's cultivation is not very good, but in terms of vision, it is much better than the Lu and Tan families, and it is definitely worthy of praise. Since the 36 caddies of black gold demon silk will be sent to the Ling family's mansion sooner or later, then of course Ling Yun doesn't have to fight at this moment. At the same time, he was also afraid for a while, thinking that if he said such an important thing, why didn't your Li family say it earlier, almost causing accidental injury? In fact, the person from the Li family who spoke was also an early-stage congenital master. He also used the method of sound transmission to enter secrets when he spoke to his nephew Li Yujun. Unfortunately, his realm is too low. The tyranny of knowledge can be heard clearly. Moreover, the name Yujun also allowed Ling Yun to further confirm that the number 4 VIP room must belong to the Li family, because he had met one of the Li family members before, in Qingshui City, when Shui Mining celebrated her 17th birthday, Li Yumin who ran to give gifts. Let's see if the Li family can take it down this time. If we can't take it down, we'll take another shot. Ling Yun was completely at ease, he said to Yi Xingchen with a smile. Aren't you afraid that after the Li family succeeds, they will temporarily change their minds and give these Wujing demon silks to others? Yi Xingchen was not polite, and reminded Ling Yun to pour cold water on him. I don't mind, it's just that the Li family will pay a terrible price. Looking at the numbers jumping violently on the big screen, Ling Yun said calmly. Although Ling Yun didn't intend to hear what the Li family said, but if the other party dared to backtrack, Ling Yun would deal with them unceremoniously. Then, the only thing Ling Yun has to do next is to drink fragrant tea and sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Obviously, the important clients Xia Homing mentioned just now are the Lu family, the Tan family and the Li family, because at the moment they are the only 3 that are making quotations in turn. Therefore, while Ling Yun was drinking tea, he also put his spiritual consciousness to the limit, just to hear what the relationship between the 3 families was, and what state they were in now. In the hour just now, these 3 families have already made some gains. The Lu family has captured the body-quenching liquid, the Tan family has some pills to assist cultivation, and the Li family has some iron-cutting weapons and some high-quality pills. Medicine. 50.5 billion. Tanning in the number 2 VIP room, after being directly raised by the Li family by 1 billion yuan, was a little stunned and caught off guard. His face was full of anger and he ordered a price increase of 500 million yuan. 5.8 billion. This time, Lu Yuanji of the Lu family did not give in, and was also competing fiercely, raising the price again by 300 million. 68 billion. The Li family was not polite, and once again directly jumped the price by 1 billion. This price is 1.8 billion more than the 5 billion they just offered. Wow. Many people on the first floor exclaimed, the Li family actually jumped the price by 1 billion twice in a row. These 2 shots were too domineering and shocked everyone. Ling Yan's judgment was correct. The Li family's 2 crazy price jumps were tantamount to telling everyone that they were really determined to get the 36 caddies of top-quality black gold demon silk. In the 2 VIP rooms on the second floor, the air froze instantly, as heavy as cold iron. Maid, the Li family is spared no expense. Lu Yuanji couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, staring at the big screen with dark eyes, his heart was bleeding. The body-quenching liquid of the supernatural power level and the top-grade black gold magic silk, these 2 things can be said to be the things that the Lu family is determined to obtain tonight. With these 2 things, the Lu family's direct descendants, as well as the nearly 100 dead soldiers deliberately trained by their family, can increase their combat power by leaps and bounds. But just now he has used 3 billion, and if the Wujing demon silk needs to exceed 7 billion, it will be at least 10 billion. Rapidly increasing the overall strength of the family is the biggest strategy of the Lu family now, but if the per capita is 100 million. Lu Yuanji's blood surged upwards, and he glanced sinisterly towards the direction of VIP room number 4 on the left, his teeth chattering with hatred. Li family, you are so resolute in blocking my Lu family's ascendancy, this is tantamount to open war. The Lu family will attack the Li family sooner or later, it's just that the time is not right now, but at this moment, the 2 sides have made it clear. Similarly, Tanning in VIP room number 3 had already stood in front of the widescreen TV. He was even more bearded and hairy. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "You're looking for death." Tanning has a violent personality, and now he doesn't even bother to use sound transmission to enter the secret. When he is furious, he is not afraid that the Li family will hear it. 7.8 billion. Tanning finally spoke, and for the first time, ordered a price increase of 1 billion. Wow, another price jump of 1 billion. The price of this Wu Jing demon silk has doubled the usual price. On the first floor, seeing that the price of an auction item unexpectedly jumped by 1 billion 3 times, he was not calm at once. At the same time, he didn't have any complaints about the Yi family's packaging and auction of the Wu Jing demon silk just now. It turned out that the Yi family really had a big client this time, and it was such a big client who was not short of money. If they really wanted to take random shots, it would not only be troublesome, but it would also block their way of making money. What's more, looking at this posture, even if they only shoot a caddy, it is impossible to shoot. 8 billion. Amidst the exclamation, VIP room number 2 quoted another price, this time only one bidding unit was skipped, 200 million. This is Lu Yuanji's limit, if it is higher, he will give up immediately. 9 billion. An astonishing quotation appeared on the big screen again, and the Li family jumped the price by another billion to 9 billion. If this is based on the reserve price of 1.8 billion, it is equivalent to 5 times the reserve price. Give up. After VIP room number 2 saw the red quotation on the screen, his fair face flushed red, his eyes popped out, and he gave the order to give up. The Li family is courting death. In VIP room number 3, Tanning simply cursed. Although his voice was very low, it happened to be heard by the Li family. However, the 9 billion quotation obviously exceeded the limit price of the Tan family, and Tanning did not bid any more. 36 caddies of top-quality black gold demon silk, VIP number 4, 9 billion for the first time, 9 billion for the second time. On the auction stage, Xia Homing laughed like a Maitreya Buddha at this moment. He didn't even shout for the third time, and directly dropped the hammer to make a deal. Call. After Xia Homing dropped the hammer, in VIP room number 4, Li Junhua, the representative of the Li family, suddenly fell backwards with his tense body. Father! Li Yujun, who had been raising the price by 1 billion, was still in great tension and excitement at the moment. He noticed something unusual, and immediately turned his head and exclaimed. I'm fine. Li Junhua waved his hand feebly, and said, 9 billion, I can finally go back and give the old man an explanation. I hope that the more than 10 billion of our Li family can be exchanged for a sentence from the Ling family. Li Junhua was congenitally at the peak of the first level, and he had the highest level. When bidding just now, he clearly felt more than a dozen divine senses covering him. The obvious coercion forced him to use his whole body to resist, so he didn't make a fool of himself in the end. It's like a battle of life and death. The current Li family has become the last of the 5 major families, and it is precarious. Li Junhua secretly sighed. VIP room number 3. Huh. Tan Ying's face was gloomy. Li Junhua, isn't your Li family rich now? Unfortunately, there is only money left. You have money to take pictures, but you may not be able to bring these things back to the Li family. He couldn't bear it any longer, and he sent a voice transmission to VIP room number 2 next door. Lu Yuanji, what do you think? What Lu Yuanji was waiting for at the moment was Tan Ying's words. He smiled sinisterly. Old Tan, you should be happy. This way we save money instead. Why don't we do it together? How about half a family? Then do it. Tanning didn't even hesitate, and immediately agreed. Then he immediately took out the communicator and began to contact the masters at home to make arrangements and prepare to cut off the beard after the auction. Hey, some people have really bad morals. If they can't fight openly, they will rob them secretly. In the VIP room number 9, after hearing the secret communication between the Liu family and the Tan family, Ling Yin shook his head and sighed, then smiled and said to Yi Xingchen, "It seems that we are busy tonight." "Waiting." Yi Xingchen smiled lazily, "Anyway, idle is idle." For the next hour, the auction basically included some rare elixir and spirit grass, as well as mid-level talismans such as demon-suppressing talismans and exorcism talismans. During this hour, the person who stood out the most was VIP number 13 on the second floor. He Yuqiong put almost all the elixir herbs on the auction stage, as well as the demon-suppressing talisman, the exorcism talisman, and the magic talisman. The kind of talisman was auctioned, and within an hour, she actually spent 5 billion for it. An ordinary woman came to Guwu auction to buy all these things. It seems that there must be an important person in her family suffering from an incurable disease. What kind of person is Ling Yun? Seeing this woman bidding wildly for the auction, Ling Yun didn't bother to compete with her at all. Tianshan Snow Lotus, Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng and other elixir are all 100 years old. Ling Yun is not rare. As for those talismans, Ling Yun doesn't even need them. At this moment, there are too many of these things in his Taishu ring, and the years are far beyond those auctioned on the spot. What's more, Ling's family still has 3 acres of land of elixir and spirit grass. Because Ming Lingyu is practicing the Supreme Qing Emperor art, almost with an average of 1 ripening per day, Ling Yun has no shortage of medicinal herbs at all. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was the hour again. This time, the auction items from the Yi family auction house finally moved Ling Yun's heart. White jade honey. When Ling Yun saw the big bottle of white jade honey on the auction stage, he immediately sat up straight. It seems that the wait is not in vain. By Yufeng honey, this is a real treasure. Ling Yun grinned, feeling that this trip was definitely not in vain. Because this white jade peak honey is a kind of honey secreted by extremely rare white jade bees in the world. This white jade peak honey itself has the effect of relieving pain, detoxification, and beautifying the skin. Of course, the effect is 100 times stronger than ordinary honey. But in Ling Yun's hands, its value will be more than 1,000 times greater. Because Ling Yun can use it to make beauty pills and beauty pills. 8. Everything is ready, the only thing I owe is Dongfeng, and I'm waiting for you. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness enveloped the 20 gene by Yufeng honey, and he smiled happily, secretly delighted. The white jade bees are transparent, including their wings, they are like white jade, and they have aura. They only appear in places with extremely harsh conditions, but it must be a place full of aura, and there must be a place full of aura all year round. Flowers grow. But now that the earth's aura is exhausted, such a place is so hard to find, Ling Yun thought, maybe this white jade peak honey was discovered from a small cave. This kind of small cave is similar to the Medicine Valley where Ling Yun discovered the Shenongding in Shenangjia. It is impossible for ordinary people to deliberately search for it. Only those who are destined have the opportunity to enter. The efficacy of this white jade honey, of course, has the effects of ordinary honey for clearing away heat and moistening dryness, relieving pain and detoxification, beautifying the skin, etc. The effect is 100 times stronger than that of ordinary honey, and drinking it often can prolong life and even make people look younger. But this is just how the average person eats it. In Ling Yun's hands, this Baiyufeng honey has a more powerful and important function, that is, it is a fusion agent, or a catalyst. Now, in the 3-acre elixir garden in Ling Yun's family, there are many elixir with powerful beauty effects, such as rhodiola, angelica, lily, aloe, etc., and in his space ring, there are Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, Tianshan snow lotus and so on. It can be said that with these medicinal materials, Ling Yun needs to refine better beauty pills and Zhuyan pills. The main medicine and auxiliary medicine are already available. What is missing is that he can perfectly integrate the effects of these medicinal materials and double them catalyst for amplification. In short, it is what Chinese medicine calls medicine introduction. And this yaoyin is actually not difficult to find, there are many, but it can't stand up to Ling Yan's high demands. Although the general medicine Yinzi can also make xuanhuan pill, the effect is simply a waste of elixir. Only this Baiyufeng honey is the best medicine for making xuanhuan pill and beauty pill. Xuanhuan pill and beauty pill, together with the healing talisman that can completely remove scars, even a person who has been completely disfigured by sulfuric acid, Ling Yan can make her beautiful like a fairy, and can also keep her youthful. With 20 caddies of white jade honey, Ling Yan can definitely make 2,000 pills. Why can't a pill be sold for 200 to 300 million? So the value of this Baiyufeng honey is really too great for Ling Yan. This is honey, because it is white and transparent, completely transparent, like flowing white jade, so we call it Baiyufeng honey. At this time, Xia Homing on the auction stage also started his speech. Except that he failed to explain the function of the medicine primer, he basically said the same thing. Finally he said, this white jade honey is a master of supernatural powers, brought out from a mysterious small cave after several life and death. The value is not lower than that of Wujing demon silk, because our auction house has already tested it, and its beauty and beauty effects are simply amazing. After Xia Homing's introduction, the whole floor was boiling, because there were more than 100 women among the thousands of people, and this Baiyufeng honey was their dream. Wow! This is a good thing for the elderly and women, especially women, for beauty and beauty. Hero Zhao, I heard that you are pursuing a confidant right now. If you take a picture of this and give it to her, I think she can marry you immediately. Senior Wang. Don't make fun of me, you didn't look at the reserve price, you can't afford it even if you sell me. Baiyufeng honey, this big bottle has a net weight of 20 caddies. The base price is 1 billion, and the price will increase by at least 100 million each time. After Xia Homing explained the origin, value, and efficacy of the white jade honey in detail, he immediately announced the start of the auction. 1 billion, 1 billion. 1.2 billion. 1.5 billion. Xia Homing hadn't finished speaking, and sure enough, many people immediately quoted. This time, it's not just the second floor, but both floors. Obviously, this Baiyufeng honey is very popular. Auntie, Xingchen, do you want to try this white jade honey? In the VIP room number 9, Ling Yun was not in a hurry to bid, but looked at the two people who had already stood up with a smile, and said teasingly. What Ling Yun said was completely nonsense, because both Qin Dongxue and Yi Xingchen's eyes were bright at the moment, and they made no secret of their love for Baiyufeng Mi. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Xingchen gave Ling Yun a hard look, and then said directly, you don't need to take pictures of this, I will take pictures myself, and I will eat them with Sister Qin, and I won't give you any. No, no, no. Ling Yun immediately raised his hands in surrender, and said with a smile, how can I let you buy such an important gift, I must have bought it for you. Yi Xingchen smiled happily, that's more or less the same. While Ling Yun was having fun with the two beauties, the asking price of the white jade honey had exceeded 2 billion, equivalent to 100 million per caddy, which was comparable to the price of Wujing demon silk. 2.5 billion. In the VIP room number 4, the Li family, which had been silent for an hour, made a move again, with another 500 million jump in price. This was bought by Li Junhua for his father. After all, this Baiyufeng honey has the effect of prolonging life. To the Li family, the life of the old man is as important as the protection of the Ling family. 3 billion. VIP number 13, He Yuqiong was not willing to be lonely, and continued to sell, which was also a price jump. She was determined to win, not only for her family's illness, but also for herself. But this time, most people on the second floor didn't make a move. In the eyes of these experts, this Bai Yufeng's beauty is not real, and it has little effect on improving the cultivation base, so they will definitely not rush to shoot. Ling Yun, however, had a bit of a headache. He wondered why the Li family jumped out to make trouble every time he had something he wanted. Although everyone was in the same trench, they couldn't trick me like this. 3 billion, 1 billion. The Li family paused for a while and raised the price again. After all, up to now, Li Junhua has spent 12 billion, no matter how rich his Li family is, it is impossible for him to spend 15 billion for an auction. After the white jade honey was called up to 3 billion, no one bid anymore, only the Li family and He Yuqiong were left to bid. 3.5 billion. However, He Yuqiong is in full swing, she is very strong, and directly jumps the price by 400 million. She is determined to get this kind of life-prolonging thing, not to mention that Bai Yufeng honey can also beautify the skin. After the Li family saw the offer, they really didn't make another move. Li Junhua shook his head and gave up. No one bid anymore, because many people have already seen that this number 13 almost wants all the medicinal materials, and no one will give it up. However, at this moment, the quotation on the big screen changed again. 36 billion. My God. It's number 958. Countless people exclaimed, because after successfully winning the opening prize, number 958, which had been silent for 2 hours, actually bid again. And coincidentally, this time she has an affair with VIP number 13 again. Of course Ling Yun wanted to make a move. Once the Bai Yufeng honey was in his hands, it would be at least 100 times the profit. It was tangible money, and he was determined to win it. In VIP room number 13, after He Yuqiong saw the quoted number on the big screen, she was so angry that her body trembled. The kicker was this number 958, who snatched what she saw in her hand, but now the other party came again. He Yuqiong was very puzzled, thinking that even if you bully others, you can't just target me alone. Now she began to wonder if the Yi family had deliberately asked for number 958. 4 billion. He Yuqiong went completely crazy, jumping the price by 400 million. 4.5 billion. The price has jumped. The price jumped by 500 million. Wow. Everyone on the first floor exclaimed, because no one expected that as long as they made a bid, number 958, which was bid with the lowest unit, would jump the price. #yuan%. He Yuqiong was so angry that she was about to swear, because the slap in the face was too hard. At the beginning of the auction, the opponent bullied her to the end of her strength and was obviously plotting against her, but now, they are crushing her. 4.6 billion. He Yuqiong raised the price again, but this time, she only added 100 million, because she had already spent 5 billion in the crazy bidding just now. If she spends another 5 billion for this Bai Yufeng honey, then it will be difficult for her later. She couldn't bid for the most important auction item. 5 billion. The other party was not polite, and continued to jump prices, as if he had completely seen through her psychological limits, and directly quoted her expected price. Of course Ling Yun didn't care, he offered 5 billion, 10% off, that's 4.5 billion, and he could save 500 million. He Yuqiong fixed her eyes on the big screen. She was not reconciled, but she knew that it was impossible for her to increase the price. Give up. Half a minute later, He Yuqiong spoke and gave up the auction. Xia Homing's voice sounded in time, congratulations to number 958. After winning the opening prize, he successfully won another 20 caddies of Bai Yufeng honey. This time, we will get a 10% discount on the bidding price. There was thunderous applause on the first floor. It was so enthusiastic, everyone was shocked. Number 958 made 2 bids, and 2 successful bids. He actually won again. Amazing, this number 958 is amazing. That's right, in an auction, I crushed the distinguished guest upstairs twice. If you don't make a move, you will definitely win it. Who will dare to snatch her from now on? Then what if the other party retaliates later and takes the opportunity to deliberately raise her price? It is not impossible that regular customers start to worry about number 958. Hee, brother, is this your first time participating in an auction? Don't think too much about it. Number 958 is obviously an expert in bidding. If she's going to play tricks, she'll do the opposite, and intentionally trick the other party ruthlessly? You can say anything, but there is no doubt that Xiaomimi has become the focus of attention at this moment. This time the venue even put the spotlight on her, it was so dazzling. But Xiaomimi's eyes were still clear and calm, she sat there very quietly, no one could see what she was thinking. If that's the case, if I bid again next time, we'll see who dares to compete with me. In the VIP room number 9, He Yuqiong, who was in a state of despair, was enveloped by Ling Yan's consciousness, and said with a smile. 5 billion, not bad. At this time, in VIP room number 6, thousands of miles were walking alone and the sky was full of stars, laughing happily. Because this white jade peak honey was brought out by him from a mysterious valley, and it was his auction item. Originally, Mantiangsing thought that this Baiyufeng honey could be sold for about 3 billion yuan, but unexpectedly, it was sold for 5 billion yuan. He was so satisfied. At the same time, his consciousness shrouded the auction stage, and he continued to pay attention to the next auction item, because this item was also his. On the first floor auction table. Comrades, the item that will be auctioned next, everyone has seen it, and it is in my hands. Xia Homing raised a long strip-shaped small box in his hand, which was half a meter long, and it flashed in the air, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, "This is a secret map." The old man knows that among you present, there are many masters who like to travel to famous mountains and rivers, and go out and explore dangerous places to explore secret places, but they often fail to get in. Therefore, with this map, it saves a lot of trouble. However, before the auction, I want to tell you that the map of this secret realm is extremely dangerous. If it does not reach the innate late-stage state, I suggest that you give up bidding on this object, because this is a map that a master of supernatural powers has experienced. The painting was auctioned after escaping from that secret realm. As soon as Xia Homing said this, many ancient martial arts masters who had originally had scorching eyes suddenly gasped. Experts in the supernatural power realm have to go through hardships and dangers, so if they enter below the supernatural power realm, isn't it courting death? Senior Xiahou, how can we confirm whether this secret map is real? Someone from the audience suddenly asked. This is also Ling Yan's question. When he knew that Xia Homing was holding a map of a secret realm, he had already felt itchy, because exploring the secret realm was Ling Yan's best and most professional thing. This friend is worrying too much. With the brand and reputation of my Yi family auction house for decades as guarantee, you can rest assured. For that person's question, Xia Homing didn't even bother to explain, and just dismissed him with one sentence. Then he smiled mysteriously, and said, however, what I can tell you is that the last auctioned item, that is, the 20 caddies of white jade peak honey, was brought out by the master of supernatural powers from the land of the secret realm he drew. Wow. As soon as this sentence came out, the entire auction hall suddenly became ebullient again, with noisy noises and discussions. Don't ask, it must be thousands of miles alone, the sky is full of stars, and I can't run away. I also think it's him. Apart from him, it's impossible for anyone else to go to such a dangerous place. We can't shoot this at all. It's too dangerous. If we go there, we will die. Hey, what a pity, don't talk about anything else, just relying on that Baiyufeng honey, how many cultivation resources can be exchanged for that price? You can say anything, but no one objected to the statement that this secret map belonged to Mantiangsing, and everyone agreed that it was him. Everyone be quiet. Xiaoming waited for everyone to discuss, and then said with a smile, since everyone has already guessed it, then. He suddenly raised his head and shouted to VIP room number 6, walking alone for thousands of miles, please show up and see him. This is obviously what the Yi family had discussed with Man Tianxing a long time ago. Otherwise, according to the rules, the owner of the auction item will never show up, and it is even more impossible for the Yi family to take the initiative to let the other party show up. Ha 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 ha. With a burst of rough laughter, Man Tianxing came out of the VIP room from the VIP room in a flash. Everyone in the rivers and lakes, Man Mao, is polite. Man Tianxing clasped his fists indiscriminately, thought for a while, and then said, yes, the white jade peak honey just now was brought out by this old man from a secret place. As for why this map of the secret place was auctioned, I am ashamed to say it is, because the old man's realm is low, and his cultivation is not enough. In that secret realm, the old man has tried his best and escaped death, so he can only explore from the outermost periphery of the secret realm, and dare not go further inside. So after the old man came out, after much deliberation, he still drew this map of the secret realm and put it up for auction. I hope that friends who are interested in exploring the secret realm can go and explore it here. Before auctioning off this map of the secret realm, I kept my words in my head. The old man can guarantee it with his life. I will never tell anyone about that place again. As long as you follow the map of the secret realm I drew, you will be able to reach the entrance of the secret realm, and can successfully enter if the person who took the picture of the secret realm is willing to let me lead it. The old man is also willing to accompany him to the entrance of the secret realm, but I will definitely not go in again, because there are indeed many murderous intentions inside. Whether you live or die, you can only rely on yourself. In the end, Man Tianxing cupped his fists and said, of course, risks and opportunities coexist. I wish those who are destined to get it. After finishing speaking, Man Tianxing turned around and went back to the house without looking back. Man Daxia has always said that one is the same, now everyone can rest assured? After Man Tianxing returned to the room, Xiaoming asked again. Everyone nodded. With the double guarantees of Yejia Auction House and Man Tianxing, this secret map is definitely not fake. Moreover, this is not the first time that the Yi family has auctioned the map of the secret realm, as long as those who have been to the auction have confirmed the authenticity of the map of the secret realm. This map of the secret realm has a base price of 200 million yuan, and each increase cannot be less than 20 million yuan. The auction begins. 300 million. Immediately someone bids, and it's a floor-level person. Mysteries and treasures have always been the dream of martial arts people, and of course someone will bid for them. After all, Man Tianxing said in person that after only exploring the outermost secret realm, he obtained Baiyufeng honey, which was auctioned for 5 billion. The profit is really attractive. 400 million. Someone made a move on the second floor, but it wasn't from any of the Liu family, the Tan family, or the Li family, let alone number 13, because such a dangerous place had nothing to do with these people. It's VIP number 15. The 5 of them are all supernatural power masters. In the VIP room number 9, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness shrouded him. He had known for a long time that this VIP room was full of supernatural power masters. Based on the clothes of the other party, he felt that these people were most likely members of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance. It turns out that they came here for the map of the secret realm. It seems that the Yi family made a lot of rumors in private before the auction. Ling Yan was secretly guessing, but in fact he was right. 500 million. There was another quotation on the first floor, and I didn't want to let it go. After all, the price was not too high. Humph. VIP number 15 snorted coldly, obviously out of anger, but after the cold snort, there was a price increase. 700 million. Hearing that cold snort, the innate ninth floor peak master on the first floor gave up decisively, not because of the price, but because he couldn't defend him. In the ancient martial arts auction, even if it is a bidding auction, sometimes it has to rely on strength to speak. Sure enough, after the price of 700 million yuan was quoted, no one made another quotation for half a minute. The ancient martial arts cultivators in the inland are really not as good as the next generation, and they all fell silent with a cold snort. In VIP room number 15, after someone snorted coldly, someone sneered and sarcastically. This is not a sound transmission, but in such a huge auction venue, there are thousands of people and no one dares to challenge it. They are all here to participate in the auction, and no one wants to cause trouble and make things difficult for themselves. VIP number 15, 1 offer of 700 million, 2 offers of 700 million, 2 offers of 700 million. Xia Homing yelled slowly on purpose, because he was very displeased with the cold snorting and sarcasm of VIP number 15, but he was the one hosting the auction, so naturally he couldn't express it well. 720 million. It's number 958 again. Wow. The entire auction scene suddenly burst into applause. Wow, that's really awesome. Admiration, number 958. I admire you. Could that girl be crazy? How can she catch anyone? No matter who the other party is, she won't give face to anyone. I'm convinced too. Look at them, but she's at the peak of the third innate level, and she's a woman, so she dares to challenge a supernatural power master. Everyone was shocked. This time it was not because of number 958's offer, but because of the courage of the other party. It's really against the sky. Don't talk about others. Even Xia Homing was stunned, thinking, what does this mean? What is this woman's background? If you want to talk about number 13 on the second floor, you will be jealous, and the other party can't do anything to you for a while, but now the bidders are 5 masters of supernatural powers. Even if you have the money to photograph it, can you take it with you? Walking out of Long Wangswing is death. But what is even more shocking is that after the quotation on the 958th, she was still very calm. It seemed that she just wanted to make a quotation, and it didn't matter who she loved. At this moment, the ones with the ugliest faces were of course the 5 masters in the VIP room number 15. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that that little girl who was born at the 3rd level dared to bid with them. They knew that there was no doubt that behind this woman there must be some expert advice, but how high could it be? If you dare to go against their Donghai Loose Cultivation Alliance, you are courting your own death. Court death. There were several angry shouts in the VIP room number 15, but the price was not increased. There is no need to increase the price, because number 958 has already become a dead person in their eyes. Not only the map of the secret realm, but even the treasures she just photographed have already belonged to them. Congratulations again to number 958, who successfully won the secret map with 720 million yuan. A minute later, Xia Homing announced the deal with a smile. Although the auction item did not reach the sky-high price he was satisfied with, the performance of number 958 still won Xia Homing's respect. Hey, it seems that tonight, after the auction is over, there will be more than one job. In the number 9 VIP room, Ling Yin sat on the sofa, calmly, and said with a smile. Number 15 helped him a lot invisibly, allowing him to win the secret map at a very low price. Of course he was happy. Yi Xingchen just giggled coquettishly. VIP number 15, that is, members of the East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, although they were all furious at number 958, they would not mess around at the Yi family's auction, so they had to hold back their anger. The auction continued, and the value of subsequent auction items was getting higher and higher. For example, the Dahuan Dan from Shaolin Temple, the Dragon and Tiger Pill from Longhu Mountain, and the Concentration Pill from Tianzhu all came out. They all robbed their heads, and all of them were sold at sky-high prices. But there are a lot of these treasures in Lingyun Taishu's ring, and there will be more after he enters the Sky Group, so he doesn't need them at all. The time soon came to 11 o'clock in the evening. The next auction item, purple chalcedony. A. Xingchen, does the auction of the Yi family have to sell a good thing every hour? At 11 o'clock in the evening, another auction item that Ling Yun could use appeared on the auction platform. He was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask Yi Xingchen. 8 o'clock is the opening color of Colorful Flame Mountain, 9 o'clock is the best black gold magic silk, and 10 o'clock is Bayou Fang Honey and the secret map. Ling Yun has already got 3 of these 4 treasures, and although he didn't take the other one personally, Ling Yun has a lot of it. Tomorrow at the latest, the Li family will send the 30 caddies of black gold demon silk to the Ling family's mansion. Moreover, if the Lu family and the Tan family really chose to intercept and kill the Li family members tonight, they wouldn't even have to wait until tomorrow morning. Ling Yun asked this, because the Yi family's auctions are so regular, every hour, there will be an auction item that he likes, and in his eyes, the value is astonishing, so he has to auction it. Including the purple chalcedony that was just brought to the auction table. Of course, at other times, the Yi family's on-site auction items are also rare and precious, but basically they are things that can be crafted or planted, such as weapons, medicine pills, talismans, and elixir herbs. Then in another hour, when it is midnight, what auction items will the Yi family bring out? Ling Yun is looking forward to it. I only heard Yi Xingchen explain with a smile, of course, because the bidding is so fierce, many people are numb to the quotations, so every hour or so, the Yi family will come up with something that can attract everyone's attention. This is to maintain the atmosphere of the entire auction. So that's the case, I understand. Ling Yun nodded after listening to the explanation, and stopped asking more questions, but started to pay attention to the auction. As we all know, the essence of earth is stone, and the essence of stone is jade, so the essence of jade is naturally this chalcedony. On the auction stage, Xia Homing started his sales speech again. And chalcedony is divided into many kinds, and there are various colors. Correspondingly, their functions and effects are also emphasized. But among all the colors of chalcedony, it is the rarest, and at the same time it is helpful to us practitioners. The biggest one should be this purple chalcedony. Listening to Xia Homing's introduction, Ling Yun couldn't help nodding his head slightly. What the other party said was generally good. The effects of various chalcedony are indeed different. It can enhance people's qi and blood, replenish blood qi, and greatly enhance the strength of practitioners. Chrysoprase has exuberant vitality and brings strong vitality to people, etc. But among the various colors of chalcedony, purple is still the most precious. Not only does purple chalcedony contain almost all the functions of other chalcedony, but it can also help cultivators build their foundations. Purple chalcedony is a top-quality spirit stone, even in the cultivation world. It is also one of the top-quality spirit stones used to build foundations by true disciples of major cultivation schools. Ling Yun is about to enter the mid-stage of qi training. According to his training speed, he can start building the foundation in half a year at most. Therefore, he attaches great importance to this purple chalcedony. Possessing this purple chalcedony can not only increase the cultivation speed of our practitioners, but also allow an ordinary innate late-stage master to break through the innate 9th level and advance to the supernatural realm in just 1 year. Even according to the discovery of modern physical science, this purple chalcedony can resonate with people's brain waves through a special fluctuation frequency, and it is most useful for spiritual practitioners. Speaking of this, Xia Homing's gaze swept to a room on the 2nd floor, intentionally or unintentionally. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong, and he keenly noticed that Xia Homing was scanning the VIP room number 17. There happened to be 3 spiritual practitioners in that VIP room, because they had a lot of yin and evil spirits, and their spiritual consciousness was very strong. When Xiao Homing said the last sentence, the faces of the three of them really showed fanatic expressions. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Xingchen, tell me, those thin, dark-skinned people in room 17 are members of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance? Naturally, Yi Xingchen had noticed those people a long time ago, and she nodded and thought, it should be about the same. I read Xiao Homing's introduction, and the last target is these people. And judging by their appearance, they should all be from Nanyang. So they came here for the purple chalcedony. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, since the people from the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance came for the secret map, then the purpose of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance's coming here seems to be the purple chalcedony. Yi Xingchen smiled brightly, why, you've taken a fancy to this purple chalcedony again. It's not about winning. Ling Yan said calmly, smiling, let's see the situation and we'll bid if the price is right. What Ling Yan said was the truth. Although Ling Yan valued the purple chalcedony very much, it was not the same as the colorful flame mountain. Because after seeing that palm-sized piece of chalcedony, he suddenly remembered something in his Taishu ring. Super candied haws. Before the college entrance examination, when Ling Yun was on the 8th floor of body training, he found this treasure in Lord Jade's shop. This is the real Stone King. Bigger than a basketball, it shocked everyone in the antique market in Qingshui City. That piece of super candied haws has 5 colors in total, purple, white, yellow, red and black. It is the best jadeite in 5 colors. Because Ling Yun was only at the peak of the 8th level of body refining at that time, he couldn't see through the internal situation of the top-quality emerald at all, and the bunch of super candied haws didn't have any spiritual energy, so Ling Yun completely ignored it. But thinking about it now, inside that string of super candied haws, there is a high possibility of chalcedony. Because a whole piece of top-grade jade that is bigger than a basketball is too rare, if there is no chalcedony inside, it is impossible to form such a big jade. At the same time, Ling Yan also thought about that huge piece of imperial green Stone King, so big and pure imperial green. Will there be chrysoprase inside? What size chrysoprase, if any, would it be? Thinking of this, Ling Yan was very moved. He couldn't wait to take out the bunch of super candied haws, and cut them all open with Qingying Feijian. But Ling Yan held back. This is not the place, anyway. The bunch of super candied haws is in his interspatial ring. He can't escape. After the auction is over, he can look at it any time after he leaves here. I am carrying a treasure without knowing it. This is the first time in my life. Ling Yun laughed at himself secretly. On the auction stage, after Xiao Homing introduced the value of the purple chalcedony, he finally said, auction item number 99, purple chalcedony, has a reserve price of 1 billion yuan, and each increase must not be less than 100 million yuan. The auction begins now. 2 billion. Before Xiao Homing finished speaking, someone made a move immediately, and the price of purple chalcedony doubled in an instant, increasing the price by 1 billion. Surprisingly, the offer this time was not VIP number 17, but He Yuqiong number 13. Ling Yan was a little surprised, thinking that this purple chalcedony has nothing to do with curing diseases. Why did you pay such a high price all of a sudden? However, when he enveloped the number 17 VIP room with his spiritual sense and found that the 3 spiritual practitioners not only did not get angry, but nodded in satisfaction, he immediately understood. Don't think about it, number 13 and number 17 are in the same group. 2.5 billion. 28 billion. Everyone on the first floor was shocked by the terrifying offer, but there were still 2 other VIPs participating in the auction. The Liu family and the Tan family. Ling Yan looked at the bidding number on the big screen, and said with a smile, it seems that this should be a gift bought by the Liu family and the Tan family to honor the Long family. In the past hour, both the Liu family and the Tan family spent about 2 billion to bid for a lot of Dragon Tiger pills and Great Return pills, because these things are of great use to their family's masters. Now this purple chalcedony is obviously of little use to these two families, because the specifications are too high. It would be a waste of money to use it on themselves, so Ling Yin judged that they must be using it as a gift when they bid for this purple chalcedony. 4 billion. DIP number 13, He Yuqiong made another bid, this time, jumping directly to 1.2 billion. Obviously, He Yuqiong is truly determined to get this purple chalcedony. The fact is indeed true. The 3 spiritual practitioners in the VIP room number 17 came with her from the south for the purple chalcedony. They promised that as long as He Yuqiong took the purple chalcedony and gave it to them, they will continue to live for He Yuqiong's grandfather. Seeing the quotation of 4 billion, Ling Yin shook his head slightly, and he resolutely gave up. In Ling Yan's eyes, this purple chalcedony was not a necessity, and it was worth 3 billion at most. If it exceeded this amount, he wouldn't pay any more. 4.5 billion. 4.8 billion. The Liu family and the Tan family are still bidding up their bids frantically. But obviously, they have already lost to number 13 in terms of momentum. 6 billion. He Yuqiong didn't even hesitate, and immediately jumped the price again by 1.2 billion. Maid, this woman is really crazy. In the VIP room number 3, Tanning angrily threw the teacup in her hand to the ground, and was scared. Lu Yuanji looked at the astonishing figure and didn't raise the price. He shook his head, sat down with a wry smile. Congratulations to VIP number 13, you won purple chalcedony for 6 billion yuan. Xiao Homing was naturally very satisfied with the price. He smiled and dropped the hammer, announcing the deal. Call. He Yuqiong was really sweating just now, for fear that number 958 on the first floor would make another move against her. It wasn't until Xiao Homing announced the deal that she suddenly relaxed, her slender figure swaying a little. With the purple chalcedony in hand, although her grandfather's disease cannot be eradicated, he can live for another year, which will give her more time to deal with family affairs and regain the initiative. Humph. Both are trash. At this time, in VIP room number 1, a 50-year-old middle-aged man who had been sitting there drinking tea calmly sneered and cursed in his heart. This person is of course the representative of the Long family. Thank you for the wild smoke, the shark that flies, and the rush. Generous reward. 32. A. Although the purple chalcedony was won by VIP number 13, Ling Yun was very indifferent, even a little secretly happy, because he had a vague feeling that as long as the purple chalcedony was in the hands of this woman, it would belong to Ling Yun sooner or later. Just looking at the last 3 hours, Ling Yun knew that there must be an extremely important person next to the woman who was suffering from a serious illness that could not be cured, and that illness was not his. There is no cure. Ling Yun is sure that after the auction is over, as long as he finds this woman and Ling Yun shows her hand, the woman will obediently deliver the purple chalcedony to him. Isn't it just to treat someone's illness? For Ling Yun, it's just a matter of lifting his hands. If he doesn't take advantage of the 6 billion yuan, he won't be Ling Yun. Therefore, this purple chalcedony was still regarded as something in Ling Yun's pocket. Next, the auction continued naturally, and in the next hour of bidding, there was nothing that Ling Yun liked. On the 13th, she made another bid. She spent 2 billion yuan to bid for King Shengxiang and Yangshan Pil. So far, He Yuqiong has spent more than 13 billion in this auction. Of course Ling Yun was paying attention to her. Judging from the things the other party was bidding for, Ling Yun judged that the other party's family members must have suffered from mental illness and must be insane. Otherwise, she would not be able to bid for such items. Mental illnesses were undoubtedly the most difficult to treat, so Ling Yun felt even more confident about obtaining purple chalcedony. During this hour, number 2 and number 3 made frequent bids. They mainly bid for a few weapons that cut iron like mud. This is something to enhance the hard power of the family, and the price is right, so of course the Liu family and the Tan family will grab it. In the fierce bidding competition, the time soon came to midnight. Ling Yan couldn't help standing up. He wanted to see what kind of auction items the Yi family would put out at this hour. A dead soldier of the Yi family came to the auction stage, holding a long black sword box in both hands. The sword box was about 1 meter long, but it was obviously very heavy. The dead soldier of the Yi family carefully placed it on the auction stage. Another weapon? The expression and movement of the Yi family dead man undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was secretly guessing. At the same time, all eyes and spiritual senses were fixed on the black sword box. The weapons auction items that appeared earlier, although they are also sharp blades that can cut iron like mud, but the best quality is the master's heart that can make the peak of the 8th level innate. But for this one, there is no doubt that a master of the supernatural powers will definitely need it. At this time, Xiao Homing came to the stage, motioned to the Yi family dead soldier to open the sword box, and said with a smile, "The Yi family auction has been going on for 4 hours, everyone must be somewhat tired, then let's let everyone feel the chill, to cool off and refresh ourselves." Brush. As the dead man opened the sword box, countless Dao Senhan sword energy rushed out of the sword box, filling the entire auction hall in an instant. That piercing sword aura, that terrifying evil aura, made everyone on the first floor feel as if countless sharp swords were piercing towards them, carrying an unparalleled chill, forming a sense of oppression, and they couldn't help it. Do not mention the whole body skill, to fight. Ha ha. This is not a weapon. This is a meteorite from outside the sky, a natural innate sword embryo. While talking, Xiao Homing suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the dark-colored, rough-looking and thick sword embryo, and swung it in the air. Buzz. The sword body trembled, and there was a sword sound, like a dragon chant. It is indeed not a sword, because it is too blunt, and the surface is rough and uneven. It only has the shape of a sword, but it is not a sword. There were countless exclamations in the auction hall, because the sword energy of the innate sword fetus was too terrifying, and many people below the mid-innate realm couldn't compete at all. It is indeed a congenital sword fetus. Ling Yun was shocked, seeing this innate sword fetus. Ling Yun was immediately delighted, because his Qingying flying sword could finally be advanced again. Not only the Qingying flying sword, but with such a large innate sword embryo, Ling Yun could even use it as the solid body of the Yinyang Gongqi sword, refining his own real natal flying sword. For Ling Yun, who was eager to improve his own strength, the value of this innate sword embryo was far higher than that of purple chalcedony. It seems that this time we have to fight for money. After seeing this innate sword fetus, Ling Yun finally stopped laughing and joking. After all, money is something outside of the body, so it is natural to save it when it is time to save it, but when it is time to spend it, Ling Yun doesn't care the least. Xiao Mimi, get ready, I will definitely take down this innate sword embryo. Without hesitation, Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Xiao Mimi. How terrifying this innate sword fetus is, I think everyone has experienced it for yourself. Use it to forge a sword. After the sword is made, I think even the old man should avoid its edge. Xiao Homing smiled, and deliberately reminded him, and then his fox-like sly eyes glanced at the second floor inadvertently. The target this time is Ling Yun's number 9 VIP room. Xiao Homing said in his heart, with this innate sword fetus, I don't believe that you, Ling Yun, still haven't made a move. He guessed right, but unfortunately, of course he also guessed wrong. Ling Yun would definitely make a move, but he wouldn't do it himself. Yi Family Auction, the 118th auction item, Xiantian Sword Embryo, with a reserve price of 3 billion, and each increase should not be less than 300 million. Start bidding. 4 billion. 5 billion. In an instant, there were 2 bids from the Liu family and the Tan family, because they didn't get the purple chalcedony just now, so they were determined to win this innate sword fetus. 50.5 billion. VIP number 15, people from the Donghai Casual Cultivation Alliance also made an offer. They are all masters of supernatural powers, so they naturally know what to buy. 6.5 billion. In VIP room number 2, the Liu family raised the price for the second time, and it directly jumped by 1 billion again. Although he knew that the VIP room on the 15th was full of masters, he didn't know each other at all, but no matter what, he had to get this innate sword embryo tonight and give it to the Long family. Liu Yuanji's quotation like this is of course to deter his opponents, in order to spend less money. The limit price in his heart is 7.5 billion. If it exceeds, his Liu family will have no money, because just 4 hours ago, it has already spent more than 5 billion. 6.5 billion, the bid was successful, and indeed it successfully blocked VIP number 15, the members of the Donghai Casual Repair Alliance. After seeing the bid, they all let out a cold snort and gave up the auction. The East China Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance is located on overseas islands, with too little contact with the inland, and their ability to make money is naturally too poor. They are almost a group of poor ghosts, and 5.5 billion is their limit. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to take pictures of the secret realm at a low price, just to go in and find treasures of heaven and earth, and earn benefits. 7.5 billion. The Tan family in VIP room number 3 has the same idea as the Liu family at the moment. Even if they want the support of the Long family, it depends on the priority and the strength of the support, so they are eager to express themselves. Liu Yuanji secretly resented, because the Tan family quoted 7.5 billion, and this price jump happened to reach his psychological limit. It can be said that the Tan family hit him 7 inches above. Mada, the Tan family sent Tanning, a lifeless idiot, to bid for the auction. It turned out that it was specifically to deal with me. Liu Yuanji gritted his teeth with hatred. He stared at the congenital sword fetus on the big screen, his eyes flickering. Finally, he gritted his teeth and announced a number, 8 billion. The quotations were too crazy, jumping by billions and billions almost all the time. The bidders on the first floor had been dumbfounded for a long time. No one dared to participate in the price increase of these two companies. The huge auction hall is extremely quiet at the moment, you can hear a needle drop, and there is almost no sound of breathing, which shows how tense the atmosphere is. 80.5 billion. Tanning quoted again, only adding 500 million. He and Liu Yuanji are very familiar, and he can probably guess the other party's psychology. Old Tan, you are so cruel. Although I know that this price has exceeded the limit of your Tan family, I will give you face, and give it to you for this innate sword fetus. Liu Yuanji admitted his cowardice very simply, but before he confessed his cowardice, he also used sound transmission to enter the secret, and directly through the cruel words, to Tanning. This is tantamount to selling favor to the Tan family. Hey, thank you, Lao Liu, my Tan family will definitely accept your love. Tanning got a bargain, he was so happy that he couldn't stimulate the other party. For this bidding, Tanning felt that although he spent at least 500 million more, he won beautifully. Half a minute passed, and there were no more bids in the entire auction site. 85 billion, already broke the sky-high price of purple chalcedony just now, exceeding 2 billion, who will fight? After all, it is just an innate sword embryo, which can only be equipped by one person. 8.5 billion for the first time. 8.5 billion for the second time. Xiao Homing yelled very slowly, and at the same time he was very anxious, thinking that Ling Yun didn't even want a congenital sword fetus. How could this be possible? Could it be that our Yi family sent you an invitation letter to invite you over, and you just came to watch the fun? However, his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate Ling Yun's small imperial formation, and he couldn't see what Ling Yun was doing at all. Xiao Homing was very helpless and unwilling, he was about to drop the hammer, slowly. Tanning in VIP room number 3 couldn't help laughing up to the sky. 8.8 billion. The quotations on the 4 large electronic screens suddenly changed again. Wow. This time, the quotation ignited everyone's enthusiasm almost instantly, and thunderous applause resounded through the auction hall. Because it's number 958 again. The most dazzling person in this auction, after 2 consecutive auctions of Bai Yufeng Honey and the map of the Secret Realm, was silent for 2 hours, and then made another shot. Boom. In VIP room number 3, Tanning punched hard on the coffee table in front of him, smashing the high-end coffee table to pieces. #yuan%. Tanning was about to curse immediately. The other party's price increase this time not only made him see the treasure in his hand fly, but also only increased 300 million, which is the lowest unit. This is too hard. Mr. VIP number 3, you need to compensate for the damaged items in the VIP room. The female receptionist who quoted the price for him suddenly said in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. You don't need to tell me, I know. Tanning jumped up angrily, and came to the door in a flash. He swept his consciousness and looked directly at number 958. Xiao Mimi sat there calmly, enjoying the attention of everyone once again. She was covered with a black veil, her eyes were calm, and she pressed a finger on the price increase, waiting for the other party to quote. Looking at the thunderous applause below, Tanning was very sad and indignant, and really wanted to increase the price again, but he was discouraged instantly when he looked at the other party's hand about to raise the price. Because now there are only 2 of them left to bid for the auction, and the other party has already proved himself with 3 successful auctions against the sky. If they don't make a move, they will not hesitate. The last point, of course, is that 8.8 billion has already exceeded the psychological limit of the Tan family. 1 minute later, Xia Homing dropped the hammer to make the deal, which was a snap. Congratulations again to VIP number 958, successfully auctioning the Xiantian sword embryo. Just like before, you can enjoy a 10% discount for this auction item. In addition, you have successfully obtained the VIP status of our Yi family auction house. The word is big, the update is a little late. Thank you for your monthly pass. Up to now in this auction, number 958 has been sold 4 times, and all 4 bids have been successful. The total funds spent have reached a terrifying 16.5 billion. With such an amazing performance and such terrifying strength, he is of course qualified to be the VIP of the Yi family auction. Ah, you are so awesome. For shots, all 4 bids were successful. Yeah, I won the opening lottery at 8 o'clock, and grabbed 2 pieces in a row at 10 o'clock, Bai Yufeng Honey and the map of the Secret Realm, and now at 0 o'clock I have won the Xiantian sword fetus. I am really convinced. It's really against the sky. This trip is really not in vain. I have learned a lot. The key point is that she won the last auction item with only 1 bid. She beat her opponent to the point of not daring to raise the price. This is truly invincible. Everyone was amazed and shocked by number 958's performance against the heavens. Of course, some people began to worry about number 958, which can be seen from the mixed discussions. However, she is in danger tonight. She has photographed too many treasures, which are eye-catching. That's right, for bids and at least 3 waves of VIPs offended, I guess those people won't just let it go. Unfortunately, she is only in the first 3 realms, and has already been targeted. I don't know how many steps she can walk out of Longwang Manor after tonight's auction is over. If you have the strength to bid for the auction, you must also have the strength to take the baby away. Otherwise, you will be making wedding clothes for others, and it will be cheaper for others. You can say anything, but there is no doubt that the current Xiao Mimi has once again become the most dazzling presence in the auction hall, causing the auction to be temporarily unable to continue. Xiao Homing was not in a hurry to bid, because the Yi family auction house wanted this kind of effect. Only in this way could it stimulate everyone's emotions, keep them excited, and bid for items at sky-high prices. He was very excited, but also secretly regretful, because Ling Yun really didn't make a move, and even after the auction started, Ling Yun didn't even call out to Yi Xiaoqing. For a moment, Xiao Homing thought about the lightning flash, not because he never thought that number 958 was the person arranged by Ling Yun, but he thought of some reasons and instantly rejected it. Because of the public case 20 years ago, everyone in the Ling family would turn pale when they mentioned the demon sect. It is impossible to arrange people from the demon sect to bid on such an occasion. That does not mean that the Ling family will repeat the same mistakes, face the crusade against the righteous way of the entire martial arts again. Moreover, the Yi family has already grasped Ling Yun's character thoroughly. The Ling family is rising strongly. It is the time when they need to create momentum the most. Ling Yun is notoriously strong and domineering. Facing such a large-scale event, it is impossible for Ling Yun to miss showing his face opportunity. Moreover, the intelligence system of the Yi family is so powerful that no trace of contact between the Ling family and the Mazong has been found so far. Because of those traces, Ling Yun was completely wiped out, and he didn't leave any survivors at all. There are still many reasons, but no matter what, Xiao Homing firmly does not believe that number 958 will be arranged by Ling Yun. What they want is that the Yi family can't figure it out, which is one of the reasons why Ling Yun arranged for Xiao Mimi to help him bid for the auction. This kind of small family is really useless. It's better to have nothing. It's not enough to embarrass our Long family. In the VIP room number 1, the representative of the Long family saw that the Lu family and the Tan family failed to bid again. He shook his head in disdain, and said with a smile, "But since they came here voluntarily, those gifts should be accepted as they should be. Anyway, they are picked for nothing." Tonight, many good things appeared in the Yi family's auction, but the representative of the Long family remained seated, because they only needed things related to dragons, and nothing else was rare. What's more, the Long family also has its own auction house, and there is no need to buy these things at the Yi family's auction, which is too cheap. VIP room number 3. Tanning had already returned to the sofa and sat down, but after much deliberation, he was still unwilling, so he asked secretly through voice transmission, "Old Lu, that number 958 got so many treasures against the sky, and you slapped our two families again, tonight, do you want to?" Tanning didn't say anything further, but released a murderous intent. "It's not for us. The number 958 left Long Wangswang tonight, and it can't walk 10 kilometers. Lu Yuanji's eyes were dark and cunning like a fox. She has already been targeted by several groups of people. If my prediction is correct, VIP rooms number 15 and number 17 will rob her tonight." Tanning was stunned for a moment. He shuddered all over, and shook his head suddenly. "Fortunately, you reminded me. Yes, she has so many treasures on her body, but her realm is not yet in the midinate stage. She is simply the fattest piece of fat, who would not want to rob her." Thinking about the entire auction venue, among the more than 1,000 people, there were at least 100 masters who were born in the late stage or above. Tanning suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and decisively gave up his original idea. In the ancient martial arts world, such things as killing people and seizing treasures are too common, not to mention Xiao Mimi has obtained so many treasures against heaven? And the realm is still so low. Of course, this was a situation deliberately created by Ling Yun, which was the second reason why he arranged for Xiao Mimi to bid for the auction tonight. Ling Yun had planned for a long time, if there is no auction item he likes to come out tonight, it will be fine, as long as there is, then Xiao Mimi will become a bait. Want to kill people and seize treasures? Then please prepare yourself to be killed first. For those who had the idea of intercepting and killing Xiao Mimi, Ling Yun had already thanked them in his heart for helping him bid for the auction. What about the Li family? Tanning calmed down and asked Lu Yuanji again. "I've already made arrangements. According to the robbery, I will tell you where to do it. As for the voice transmission communication between Lu Ziyuan and Tan Ning, Ling Yun heard everything verbatim. But he has no time to think about anything else at the moment, because Xiao Mimi has already spent 16.5 billion in 4 auctions. Ling Yun immediately asked Xiao Mimi if she had enough money, but to Ling Yun's surprise, Xiao Mimi nodded calmly. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, and immediately asked again, did Tang Ming give you more? Is it enough for 10 billion? Seeing Xiao Mimi nodding again, Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and said that Tang Ming also knew me. It turned out that Xiao Mimi brought not 15.5 billion tonight, but at least 25.5 billion. Now he transferred the money on the spot in the province of nature. After 0 o'clock, the Yi family auction was coming to an end, but it was still proceeding in an orderly manner under the auspices of Xia Homing. Just when Ling Yun was in a waning mood and waiting for the auction to end, another auction item was placed on the auction stage. Spiritual stone. Ling Yun was instantly ecstatic. This is the God-refining Taishu stone. And it's too big. I saw Xia Homing standing on the stage, introducing the half-meter square black stone. This is the penultimate auction item tonight, the Qingshan stone. I think everyone here should have already felt that this stone of purity is not only extremely hard, but also has the effect of calming the mind. It can prevent practitioners from going crazy when they break through the barrier, and it also has miraculous effects on ordinary people. If an ordinary person loses his mind, or even completely loses his mind, as long as he has the spiritual purification stone by his side, he has a great chance of recovering. In addition to these, it seems that Xia Homing can't tell more about the use of this stone, so he is not very interested, because what he is most looking forward to now is the last auction item. Not much to say, the Qingshan stone has a net weight of 512 caddies and a reserve price of 1 billion yuan. The auction starts now. Xia Homing didn't even bother to say how much each price increase was, because each price increase unit in the Yi family auction was 1/10 of the reserve price. 2 billion. DIP number 13 made another strong shot after taking the purple chalcedony. Xia Homing had already made it clear about the efficacy of the spirit purification stone, and she came to the capital because of the spirit purification stone, so she had a clear goal and directly jumped the price, which increased by 1 billion. 2 billion, 1 billion. 22 billion. Both the Lu family and the Tan family were making offers, but they were obviously not very interested, because even if this item was given to the Long family, the Long family would not be very happy. Few of the people on the first floor have reached the level of supernatural powers, and they are not very interested in this stone of purification, and almost no one bids. In VIP room 13, after He Yuqiong jumped 1 billion, she didn't make another offer immediately, because she was observing to see how many competitors there were. After discovering that only 2 or 3 families made bids for the auction, He Yuqiong was very pleasantly surprised that no one robbed her this time. She has already spent more than 13 billion just now. If this stone of purity can be won within 3 billion, it is almost exactly the psychological amount she spent at the auction this time. This is also the last item she has to bid for. It can be said that she is determined to win it. As long as it is photographed, this mission will be successfully completed. Therefore, she looked at the numbers jumping on the big screen and was about to make a quotation. This time, she plans to offer 3 billion directly. However, before she could open her mouth, she heard a lazy voice, which suddenly rang in her ears, perhaps not in her ears, but directly in her sea of consciousness. Little girl, don't be surprised. I suggest you listen to what I have to say before you quote again. Maybe it can save you billions. He Yuqiong is also a person who has experienced various big scenes. After hearing this voice, she really stopped the quotation temporarily, and she did not make any unusual moves. The voice was a little old, but it was very kind, and it made people sound very comfortable. Little girl, based on my observation of you tonight and the things you bid for, I guess there should be someone very important around you who is suffering from a mental illness, and should be unconscious or behaving abnormally. That must be an old man. Yuqiang was moved, and her delicate body trembled slightly, because what the other party said was so accurate, not bad at all. The old man is a medical practitioner, so he is determined to get this stone of purification tonight. So, how about asking the little girl to show the old man some face? And the price I paid is that I am willing to take action personally to heal your family's sick people. I have practiced medicine for decades and saved countless lives. I am best at treating mental diseases. What do you think? As he spoke, Ling Yun used his divine sense slightly to exert coercion, and Yuqiang suddenly became dizzy and felt a little confused. Of course it was Ling Yun, he was determined to win the Taishu stone, the refining god, but he didn't want to spend more money, so he used a little trick. 46. A. Ling Yun has been observing Yuqiang for a long time, and he has already studied the other party thoroughly. If the Qingshan stone doesn't come out tonight, Ling Yun won't bother to pay attention to her at all. But when he saw the Taishu stone of refining god appeared, Yuqiang's eyes immediately lit up, and with her firm eyes, he immediately knew that the other party was determined to get this stone of purity. What the other party wanted was the purifying god stone, but what Ling Yun wanted was the god refining Taishu stone. Although the names were different, it was the same stone. Ling Yun knew in his heart that the other party had spent so much money all night, just to save one person's life. He had spent 13 billion in it, so it could be seen that that person must be her closest relative, and he was extremely important to her. Both parties are determined to get this stone, so there will be a situation of desperately increasing the price. Ling Yun feels that if there is number 10 billion, he will definitely not be able to get it. And it is obvious that at this moment, including Xia Homing, the auction host, has no hope for this stone, and there are only a few bidders. If he spends more than 10 billion to bid for this god of refining Taishu stone, it will be too bad. Missed the opportunity to pick up the leak. As long as he treats a disease for a person, he can save 7 or 8 billion yuan. This deal is really a bargain. And Ling Yun didn't make a move until now, because he saw the timing right. The auction has come to an end, many people are ready to leave, and he no longer needs to hide himself. So Ling Yun weighed the pros and cons, made a decisive move, and went directly to Yuqiang. This. After being dizzy for a while, Yuqiang almost lost her mind, but after Ling Yun proved herself a bit, she immediately stopped pressuring her, so she immediately regained her senses. But Yuqiang was still hesitant. She didn't even know who the other party was or where she was. How could she make a decision in such a short time? But the voice sounded again soon. Don't worry, little girl, you can think about it. If the old man wants to bid with you and at the same time attack you mentally like just now, then you won't even have a chance to make an offer. It's just that the old man is a person who practices medicine to help the world, and he is unwilling to use such despicable methods. In the VIP room number 9, Ling Yun's handsome eyes sparkled, staring at the slowly beating numbers on the big screen, smiling, and patiently communicating with the other party. He felt that it was almost done, and said, also, you just bid those rare medicinal herbs, as well as King Shengxiang, Yangshan Dan, etc. If used on the old man in your family, the effect is better than that of the Qingshan stone, and many of them have already overlapped. Those things are enough for your old man to use for 5 years. What Ling Yun said was of course the truth, but it also had the intention of causing the other party to feel remorse and dispel the other party's determination to win. In this way, if the other party really chooses to bid with him, they will hesitate to make a bid, and Ling Yun can still save a lot of money. Little girl, I've said everything I need to say. This old man said it all. If you still don't believe me, then we can compete fairly. Hey, it's a pity. At the end, Ling Yun sighed pretendingly. VIP room 13. He Yuqiong stood where she was, her thoughts flashed, and after experiencing a battle between heaven and man, she decisively ordered, "Give up the auction." Ling Yan suddenly relaxed. "Very good, very wise choice. I can guarantee that your family will be saved. First communicate with He Yuqiong. Let her know that he is still there," and then Ling Yan immediately sends a voice transmission to Xiao Mimi, asking her to make an offer. 3 billion. Number 958 strikes again. This. He Yuqiong was a little shocked, and said in her heart that I would not argue, but the woman on the first floor made a move. Didn't the old man who claimed to be a genius doctor just now want to bid a lot of money? He Yuqiong immediately wanted to communicate with the person just now, and asked the mysterious old man if he would pay for the photo first, and then give it to him as a meeting gift, but she looked around and found that she had no way to contact him. Hey, what a pity. In this way, I made money. Because what Ling Yan said just now was that as long as He Yuqiong didn't compete, he would promise to help her family with medical treatment. She gave up, but someone else jumped out again, and it was the most dazzling number in the audience tonight. He Yuqiong looked at the 3 billion quotation that had not been moved for a long time on the big screen, and stomped secretly anxiously, thinking about how the old man would quote to defeat his opponent. At the same time, she also wanted to know which number made her give up just now, so that it would be convenient for her to find the other party after the auction was over. Although what Ling Yan said to her just now is very reasonable, but she is still gambling after all, so she is not at ease. 40 seconds passed, and 5 more seconds passed. 10 seconds left. The first quotation of 3 billion, the second quotation of 3 billion, the quotation of 3 billion. At this moment, He Yuqiong's heart was almost in his throat, and he thought that in the last 5 seconds, that old man should make a move, and he really knows psychological warfare well. The third time. Congratulations to number 958, who successfully won this stone of purity, with an offer of 3 billion. After Xiao Homing's falling hammer was sold, he continued, "It's still the old rule, this auction item will be 10% off for number 958. Everyone was stunned, they hit 5 shots 5 times. 5 shots, 5 successful bids. And they are all treasures of the whole point auction. Don't talk about others, even Xiao Homing hasn't seen this kind of heaven-defying situation for many years." After seeing Xiao Homing's falling hammer deal on the big screen, He Yuqiong only felt a hum in her brain, her face turned pale instantly, and her body shook violently. He Yuqiong's first reaction was that she was cheated. Lost the bet. Where is there any old man? It is simply someone secretly arranged by number 958, who was lying to her. How clever He Yuqiong is. After she figured this out, she immediately gritted her teeth with hatred, almost going crazy. Because tonight, that number 958 successfully crushed her twice, and in the end, he lied to her once more. My He family started from gambling, and I have always been the most understanding of people's hearts. I didn't expect that this time I would be capsized in the gutter. I was deceived by others with a few simple words. He Yuqiong had never suffered such a big loss. She almost gritted her silver teeth, and ran to the door of the VIP room, looking for that nasty number 958. Things that try to lie to me, there is no way. He Yuqiong stared at the calm masked woman in the spotlight below, and said in her heart that I lost to you twice before, because my skills are inferior to others, and if you step on me, you will also step on me, yes. But since you have come up with such a dirty trick this time, then don't blame me for being cruel. Thinking of this, He Yuqiong did not hesitate. She immediately took out the communicator and contacted a certain leader in VIP room number 17. Those 3 people came with her, not only to protect her, but also to monitor her, but He Yuqiong knew that as long as she gave the purple chalcedony to the other party later, it would still be okay to let them do something for her. Questionable. After the auction is over, I will give it to you as soon as I get the purple chalcedony, but I have one condition. Please help me keep an eye on one person, that is the number 958. Happy to oblige. She must die. In the VIP room number 17, the leader saw the message sent by the communicator, but did not reply, but sent the voice directly to He Yuqiong's ear. After the sound transmission, the three members of the Nanyang Loose Cultivation Alliance suddenly looked at each other and smiled sinisterly at the same time. The glint in their eyes was as creepy as it could be. Haha, the little girl couldn't bear her temper, and she was really angry. Hey, I don't want to talk to you now, so you should be depressed for a while. After Ling Yan's successful bidding, although she didn't respond to He Yuqiong again, she still enveloped her with spiritual consciousness, and even clearly read what was written on He Yuqiong's communicator. But he didn't bother to care about it, because it was normal for the other party to think so. Of course, it was just treating an old man, and Ling Yan didn't have to deceive He Yuqiong, but it was difficult for him to explain clearly at the moment, so he could only let her misunderstand for a while. At this moment, the last auction item of this auction was finally brought up on the auction platform. Xia Homing was suddenly very excited, and became impassioned. Attention everyone, the next thing we are going to auction is the finale of this auction. The grand finale is on. A middle-grade spiritual weapon, a top-grade flying sword. This flying sword comes from the xuanhuan sword sect. As long as you have innate consciousness, you can recognize the master by dripping blood and use it to fight. Wow. As soon as Xia Homing's words fell, the crowd immediately became excited, and the entire auction venue was boiling instantly, including the people on the second floor, who almost stood up. Mid-grade spirit weapon. The ultimate flying sword. From Xuanhuan Sword School. Any one of these three conditions can shock everyone present, let alone having all three. Everyone is crazy, and countless people are pushing forward. For the vast majority of people, such a treasure has only been heard in legends. Except for one person, naturally Ling Yun. Hee, no wonder the Yi family is willing to auction off the innate sword fetus at 0 o'clock. No wonder Xia Homing wasn't interested in the spiritual purity stone just now. Ling Yun was not even interested in glancing at the flying sword, but said leisurely, "It seems that the Yi family has put in all their efforts to hold such a grand auction, not only for the four things of contacts, resources, information, and profits. There is still a reputation." Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he said in his heart, Yi family, so you invited me this time, and you still have this deep purpose behind you. The purpose of auctioning off the top-quality flying sword and letting thousands of people guess the relationship between the Yi family and the xuanhuan sword sect is of course to increase the reputation of the Yi family, obviously to demonstrate to him. Unfortunately, you have used the wrong target for this move. Ling Yan sneered disdainfully, what is a middle-grade spirit weapon? As long as the innate sword fetus is in hand, Ling Yan can turn Qingying Feijian into a top-quality spiritual weapon within minutes when he returns home. And in the near future, he will be able to make the Yinyang Gongqi sword have a real sword body, and refine his own flying sword, which will be a real treasure level. Ling Yan has two flying swords right away, one is a top-grade spiritual weapon, and the other is a precious weapon. How can he value a middle-grade spiritual weapon? Therefore, when he saw the top-quality flying sword, Ling Yan withdrew his consciousness after only a glance. He had already started to arrange the actions after the auction. Lao Bu has always wanted to write an auction, and has been laying the groundwork for a long time. For the Yi family auction, Lao Bu wrote for 5 full days, with an average of more than 10,000 words per day. He finally finished it. He wrote it heartily. At least he feels good about himself. I hope everyone will be satisfied. If there are any shortcomings, please let us know. Please correct me. 46. A. In the afternoon, after Ling Yan received the invitation letter for the Yi family's auction, he had already discussed with Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao in detail, so he didn't need to think too much now, just passed on a few orders, even if the deployment is complete. Although the Yi family auction hall was full of people at the moment, and powerful people from all walks of life jumped out to bid for the top-quality flying sword, but Ling Yun was shrouded in divine sense, and still noticed that more people were using their eyes, or with the method of sound transmission. Even masters in the supernatural realm simply use their spiritual consciousness to communicate. Most of these people's eyes were flickering and they were ready to move, obviously trying to plot something wrong. There is no way, the bait that Ling Yun throws out for fishing is too attractive, those people really can't be tempted. As long as the auction is over and the belongings are cleared, Xiao Mimi will leave Longwang Manor with 5 treasures: colorful flame mountain, white jade peak honey, secret realm map, innate sword embryo, and purity stone. Although there are only 5 treasures, the combined value of these 5 treasures has almost reached 20 billion. It seems that there are a lot of people who want to kill people to steal goods tonight. Hee. Ling Yun was sneering in his heart, because he was also one of the people who wanted to kill and steal. Of course, Ling Yun's morality is very high, he will definitely not take the initiative to steal other people's things, but if someone hits his head with an idea, then he will happily wait for the other party to come to his door. Hey, we are people with a bottom line. Ling Yun shook his head and sighed there. At this time in the auction hall, the competition for the best flying sword has reached a fever pitch. It's crazy. The reserve price of 5 billion has now doubled, and the offer has reached the sky-high price of 10 billion. 7 people are bidding. Number 2 is the Lu family, number 3 is the Tan family, number 4 is the Li family, number 6 is Man Tianxing, and number 14 and number 16 are 2 masters in the realm of supernatural powers. There is another person, but it is a person from the first floor. A master of supernatural powers, he was born out of nowhere, and he has the aura of being determined to win. Because the last quotation of 10 billion was shouted out by the guy on the first floor. The top-grade flying sword is too attractive to masters of supernatural powers, and it comes from Shushan. No matter who gets this flying sword, it can easily crush the masters of the same realm, and even kill people by leapfrogging. As for the Lu family, the Tan family and the Li family, these 3 secular families also participated in this fierce competition. Ling Yun was not surprised at all. This is because before the auction started, Xia Homing Duo said, no matter who it is, as long as it can successfully bid for this flying sword, the Yi family can protect him for 3 years. The force behind the Yi family is the Shushan sword sect, and the Yi family made a promise, which is actually equivalent to Shushan's promise. Such a big temptation is there, and of course it will lead to shopping. Especially for the Lu family, the Tan family and the Li family, these 3 families, whether the Long family and the Ling family will protect them is still uncertain, but as long as the best flying sword is photographed, the Yi family will definitely protect them for 3 years. How could they not fight desperately? However, when the price of the ultimate flying sword exceeded 10 billion, these tyrannical forces couldn't bear it any longer, and the bidding turned from fierce to stalemate, and everyone's bidding became very cautious. After shouting 10.5 billion, the supernatural master on the first floor stopped quoting and gave up. The Li family then withdrew from the competition, and Li Junhua finally put all his treasures on the Ling family. When the price of the ultimate flying sword reached 11.5 billion, VIP number 6 Man Tianxing also stopped quoting, and VIP number 16 gave up at the same time. 12 billion, Lu Yuanji also gave up in VIP room number 2. In the end, there were only the Tan family in VIP room number 3, and VIP number 14, a master of supernatural powers, who most likely came to bid on behalf of a certain Guwu family or a powerful sect. After all, the price of 12 billion is not something that an ordinary master of supernatural powers can afford casually. Ling Yun didn't expect that the Tan family would go so far for this flying sword. However, even he has to admit that this superb flying sword is worth at least 10 billion. Because this price is equivalent to the market value of an ordinary listed company. What's more, There is also the promise made by the Yi family to protect the winner of the auction for 3 years. That promise is worth at least 3 billion. Tan Ying's reason for such a shopping spree is very simple, but very wise. At worst, I will spend money to photograph the flying sword first, and after getting the promise of the Yi family's protection, I will resell the flying sword. Ling Yunxin said that Tan Ying looked stunned, but he was not stupid at all. He was much stronger than the number 2 Lu family. It's not a loss at all to buy the Yi family's asylum for 3 years for 3 billion. In this auction, what the Yi family wanted was fame and profit, and what the Tan family wanted was protection and support, as well as the top-quality flying sword. Only number 14, the master of the supernatural powers, he just wanted to get the flying sword. Therefore, when VIP number 14 quoted 12.5 billion, Tan Ying immediately jumped the price by 1 billion, and after 13.5 billion was quoted, the top-quality flying sword was eventually acquired by the Tan family. Xiao Homing couldn't wait to drop the hammer to complete the transaction. Judging from the turnover, their auction house earned 2.7 billion in the last transaction. Of course, as for how the Yi family will settle the settlement with Shushan, no outsider will know. Near 1 o'clock in the morning, the Yi family's auction officially came to an end. Although the on-site auction is over, the real transaction has just begun. Because it was just an auction just now, but the items have not yet been distributed to the bidders. Undoubtedly, since number 958 got the opening prize from the Yi family, and she was the most dazzling figure in the whole auction, the Yi family auction house, of course, had to be the first to settle the settlement with her. In 20 minutes, Xiao Mimi transferred the money to pay, received the goods, and counted the items on the spot, all of which were verified to be correct. In this auction, Ling Yun bought a total of 5 treasures. After a 10% discount, the actual total cost was 17.7 billion. Because Kaitang Lottery 1.99 billion is not discounted, it must be quoted according to the quotation. Only the other 4 treasures, a total of 17.52 billion, have a 10% discount, which is 15.768 billion. Then the 2 are added together, and the total is 17.758 billion. At the time of final settlement, the Yi family took the initiative to waive the change, so they only collected 17.7 billion. In this overall calculation, Ling Yun saved just over 1.8 billion yuan, and the opening prize was almost equal to being given away for nothing. Hey, it seems that Ye's opening ceremony is not too deceitful. Now is not the time for Ling Yun to scold the Yi family for cheating people. He secretly rejoiced that he won the lottery, otherwise, the 1.8 billion would not be saved. After the transaction was completed, the Yi family offered to ask Xiao Mimi how she planned to take away so many things. This is the service provided by the Yi family auction house to VIP customers. Although they are not responsible for protecting the other party to get home safely, they will definitely provide transportation tools, and they will give it directly to the other party for free. Xiao Mimi was not polite either, and calmly proposed that only a truck was needed, as long as it could hold these 5 things. Just one van, are you sure? The members of the Yi family couldn't believe it. He even felt it was unbelievable. Something worth 20 billion was taken away by a truck? Sure, thank you. These were Xiao Mimi's last words, before leaving the auction hall. The Yi family dispatched a total of 20 savages from the innate realm, carefully moved Xiao Mimi's 5 treasures, and followed her downstairs. According to the rules, these 20 people would escort Xiao Mimi all the way to 1 kilometer outside Longwang village, and then return immediately. No matter which guest, as long as they are within 1 kilometer of Longwangswang, they will be protected by the Yi family. No matter what happens to them, the Yi family will pay 10 times the compensation. But in the same way, no matter who it is, as long as they step out of this protection range, the Yi family will not be responsible for their personal safety or the safety of the auction items. At the time when Xiao Mimi paid for the inspection, Ling Yun had already put away the spirit stones on the ground, withdrew the small Yushan formation, and then walked out of VIP room number 9 according to the original plan of the 5 people, and left in a low-key manner the auction hall. During the whole process, both Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen put their spiritual consciousness to the limit, covering the whole audience, especially Xiao Mimi. When Xiao Mimi arrived outside the hotel lobby with 20 Yi family dead men, Ling Yun was already waiting outside the door. He sent a voice transmission secretly in the distance, and asked Xiao Mimi to open the boxes containing the 5 treasures one by one, and then verified it with his powerful spiritual sense. After confirming that the 5 treasures were correct, he was completely relieved. The truck provided by the Yi family arrived quickly, and the dead man of the Yi family carefully put the 5 treasures on the truck. Their service is really professional and impeccable. Ling Yun is very satisfied. After such a toss, it took almost an hour, and it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, it's really a perfect bait. This prey is too fat. I can't help but want to go up and rob it. Looking at the nondescript truck, Ling Yun thought it was funny, but he wondered if all the hunters who were ready to hunt were in place. Xiao Mimi, after you leave the hotel later, just go east. After the Yi family escorts you out of Long Wangswang, just drive east. You don't have to worry about everything else. After feeling almost done, Ling Yun got into his car. He winked at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu immediately activated the accelerator, and drove the car out of the hotel gate. They didn't go east immediately, but went south first after walking for a while, turn left at the next intersection, and then head east. Of course, no matter where Ling Yun's car was, he always ensured that Xiao Mimi's truck was within the scope of his spiritual consciousness, and he would not hesitate to burn a drop of divine essence for it. Now this truck is Ling Yun's life, he dare not be careless in the slightest. 2 minutes after Ling Yun's car left the hotel, Xiao Mimi also drove the truck in person, and was escorted by 20 Yi family dead men all the way east. The night is deep, the moon is like a hook. The bait is out. A hunting and anti-hunting operation planned and led by Ling Yun has officially begun. 32. A. 1 kilometer to the east of Long Wangswang. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, 20 dead men from the Yi family escorted Xiao Mimi all the way to this place and stopped. VIP number 958, according to the rules of the Yi family auction, we can only escort you here. After parking the car among the 20 dead men, the leader said to Xiao Mimi, but because of my duties, I need to remind you of 2 things. Xiao Mimi nodded flatly, please tell me. First, go east along this road. The leader raised his hand and pointed at Dongfang Yemu. Although the road is smooth, after 6 kilometers, it has already passed the boundary of Tongzhou, and there will be continuous mountains on both sides of this road. Although most of the mountains are not high, and the altitude is between tens of meters to 100 meters, it is densely covered with jungles, and it is very easy to hide people inside, so it is very convenient to ambush and intercept. Speaking of this, the leader glanced at Xiao Mimi, and found that the other party's eyes were flat, and immediately said, second, as long as the guests who have paid the auction deposit, our Yi family auction house will provide 3 days of free food. Su, within these 3 days, as long as you do not leave the area of Long Wangswang, our auction house will absolutely guarantee your personal safety and the safety of your belongings. Therefore, I suggest that you stay with us back to the hotel first, and then wait until you think it is enough when it's safe. Choose to leave, even if it's during the day, it's much safer than now. The dead leader of the Yi family was willing to tell Xiao Mimi these things, not because he had any thoughts about Xiao Mimi, but because it was a routine matter. Xiao Mimi shook her head, thank you for letting me know, no need. Before we leave, you can now open the van and double-check your stuff to make sure it's all right. This is the real clearing of goods and money. Looking at the huge iron lock on the truck compartment, Xiao Mimi hesitated. At this moment, she heard Ling Yun's voice transmission, the things are fine, there is no need to inspect them. So Xiao Mimi shook her head again. In that case, Hearing that it was not needed, the leader of the dead soldiers immediately took out a document that he had prepared a long time ago, handed it to Xiaomimi and said, "Please also sign this document. Just sign your VIP number for tonight, and your name when paying the bill." It has to be said that the Yi family auction has been successfully held for decades, and there is a reason why it can become more and more popular. Attentive service and careful arrangements. Xiaomimi took the pen and paper, calmly signed the number 958, and the identity name she used this time, xuanhuan, in the signature place at the bottom of the document. The leader took back the document, put it away carefully, and then cupped his fists at Xiaomimi, then wished the distinguished guest all the best, and leave. After finishing the routine work, the leading dead man waved lightly, turned around first, performed lightness kung fu, and returned westward. The other 19 dead soldiers naturally flew up to follow without making a sound. The dead of the Yi family never watch the guests leave. This is also a rule, because they know that more than half of the guests at the auction come on behalf of others. Someone will come forward to respond, and it will be very inconvenient if they are present. "Boss, how far do you think this woman can drive after leaving the protection range of our Yi family with so many treasures?" When he was about to return to Longwang village, a dead man couldn't bear it anymore and asked in a low voice. Hey. I don't think it's far away, at most 10 kilometers. In just a short while, more than a dozen vehicles have already gone east. They should all be greedy for her baby and plan to intercept and kill her. Someone took over immediately, but it was not the leader, but another dead soldier. Not necessarily. She took pictures worth 20 billion yuan. She stole all the limelight tonight, and she was so calm from the beginning to the end. If there is no good person to respond to this, I will be killed. I don't even believe it. These dead men couldn't hold back for a long time, and someone started talking, which immediately sparked heated discussions. There must be someone to respond to the response. You know, that woman's realm is not as high as our boss. Someone commented that they still didn't forget to flatter their leader, and then said, but, even if this is the case, I don't think so, because there are several waves of masters on the first floor who will intercept and kill her. On the second floor, most of the big families, or the spokespersons of the big factions, or simply the masters of the supernatural powers came in person. These dead men of the Yi family have been doing intelligence, reception, or escort work for the Yi family for many years, so most of them are naturally familiar with them. Shut up, all of you. The leader, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stopped and said in a deep voice, You're itchy again, aren't you? Have you forgotten the rules? The other 19 Yi family dead men immediately became honest and kept silent. Hey, no matter what, the 30 kilometers east of the mountains will definitely be bloody tonight. Unfortunately, we are too busy tonight, so we don't have good eyesight. The leading dead man suddenly said this. Cut. Everyone else immediately despised it fiercely. I'm going back to the hotel right away. You are not allowed to talk about this matter anymore, otherwise the Great Elder will be upset, and I will not be able to save you. After all, they are all dead brothers, and finally the leading dead man said, Go to work. Yes. The 20 dead men hurried back to the hotel, but none of them noticed that there were 5 huge black shadows flying across the sky in the dark sky above Longwangswang. On the east side of Longwangswang, Xiaomimi had already boarded the car again, and she drove the truck full of heaven-defying treasures, and continued to drive eastward. Xiaomimi used to be a mysterious level assassin, carefully cultivated by the Heavenly Killing Organization. In the past, she was proficient in everything except for her low level. Driving was the most basic. She could use a truck like this for racing. Walk. But now, Xiaomimi drove very slowly, allowing the dozen or so cars coming from behind to overtake one by one, without worrying at all, as if what the car was pulling was just a pile of broken bricks. After 2 o'clock in the morning, there are no other vehicles, and these vehicles are all chasing from the direction of Long Wangswang. No doubt they are here to kill people and steal goods. Just drive slowly. The more people pass by, the better. We have to give them enough time to ambush. At this moment, Ling Yun had come to the night sky above Xiaomimi's truck. He was at an altitude of 1,500 meters, flying with his sword, and his powerful spiritual sense was pushed to the limit, watching the movement of the ground below. Hey, there is a way to heaven if you don't go, and there is no way to hell you insist on breaking in. High in the sky, Ling Yun looked down and saw that there were still vehicles coming towards the east in a steady stream. At the same time, there were many innate late-stage masters who simply abandoned their vehicles and directly performed lightness kung fu. Concealing her figure, she quietly followed Xiaomimi's vehicle. With so many people rushing to die, it should be enough tonight. Ling Yun used 5 heaven-defying treasures worth 20 billion yuan as bait. Seeing those masters taking the bait one after another, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. But now Xiaomimi has not gone far, she is still in the plains, and there are scattered houses on both sides of the road, so no one has shot her first. Under the deep night, it seems that the sea is calm, but in fact, the undercurrent is turbulent. Those who came to intercept Xiaomimi did not act alone. Some of them had already completed the treasure hunting alliance in the auction hall, some met directly after the auction to discuss how to seize the treasure and share the spoils, and some of them had a higher level yes, simply chase all the way now and take the opportunity to complete the vertical and horizontal alliance. Block the way, kill people, seize treasures, share the spoils, and then prevent the mantis from catching the cicada and the oriole, so as to ensure that he can escape unscathed. But these people never dreamed that no matter how they calculated, someone had already laid a net, waiting to give them a one-pot meal. 10 minutes later, Xiaomimi drove eastward for 6 kilometers. As expected, low mountains began to appear on both sides of the road, dark and dark. Those mountains were scattered at first, but soon became dense and continuous. At this time, at least 30 cars had already passed her, forming a long queue in front of her, neither far nor near, everyone tacitly understood. After driving another few hundred meters, Xiaomimi found a car parked on the side of the road, and there was no one in the car. Driving forward, there are more and more vehicles parked on the side of the road. Similarly, those cars are empty, and the cars are thrown on the side of the road, but people are gone. In the dark night, there are rolling mountains on both sides, a quiet and deep forest, and abandoned vehicles by the roadside. It's weird, with murderous intent everywhere. But Xiaomimi has never been more at ease, because she knows that Ling Yun is high above her head, and the distance is no different from being beside her. Swipe swipe. Silently, there were 5 black figures flying down from the dense forest on both sides of the road, each masked in black, holding a sword. No matter who they were, they went straight to the rear compartment of the truck. Finally, someone couldn't bear it and took the lead. It's finally here. At this moment, Ling Yun almost couldn't bear to sing "Finally Waiting for You." Ling Yun's divine sense Yujian fell 500 meters straight from the night sky like lightning, and at the same time, the Yinyang Gang Chi sword suddenly shot out from his body, and under the urging of his tyrannical spiritual sense, he went straight to the 5 masters who rushed out on the ground. Chi 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 chi. The Yinyang Gang Chi sword came to the ground in the blink of an eye, and the gray sword body the size of a willow leaf flashed through the darkness. Almost at the same time, a hole appeared in the throats of the 5 masters who rushed out. Too fast. The 5 people still kept their forward posture, but they seemed to be frozen. They held up their swords one by one, watching in horror the blood splattered on their necks, their eyes protruded from their sockets, and there was a gurgling sound in their throats. Watching the truck go away calmly. Then they fell to the ground one after another, dying of breathlessness. They didn't know how they died until they died. Xiaomimi continued to drive forward, and Tai Xiaohu came out to pick up things. Remember, among those 5 people, 2 of them have Shaolin Temple's great returning pill on them, don't let me miss it. Brother Yun, don't worry, apart from their clothes, I won't lose anything else. After the 5 fell to the ground, Tai Xiaohu flashed out from the dense forest not far behind, and was responsible for searching for the dead. How about plucking wild goose? Brother Yun specially taught it last night. Ling Yun hunt begins. Thanks to Jialin Qingfeng, Lion City Haojiang, Dusty Memory for a Lifetime, Book Friend 201709051331. For the reward, thank you for the reward of 10,000 coins, said Bai Long. Huangjuan, thank you for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Yesterday, my child caught a cold and had a persistent high fever of 39.5 degrees, so I just wrote 2 chapters all night, and I couldn't update it at night, and at least 3 more today. 5632. A. Just because you guys dare to block the road and rob, I really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. After Ling Yun killed like lightning, he immediately rushed up with his sword and returned to the original height, feeling amused in his heart. After reaching the peak of the 3rd level in the Qi refining period, the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness has reached 3,600 meters, and the effective attack range of the Qingying flying sword activated by the divine mind is at least 1,500 meters. The attack range is at least 2 kilometers. This is because the Yinyang Gang Qi sword has almost no weight, and it is more suitable for divine thoughts than the Feijian. Effective attack means that its speed, strength, penetrating power, and flexibility will not be affected by distance, and the effect is the same as holding it with hands. Of course, it is 100 times better to use the mind to activate it than the hand. The current Ling Yun can easily kill people 2,000 meters away with his sword. Ling Yun urged the Yinyang Stellar Qi sword, and even Xiong Biao, who was at the peak of the 5th level of supernatural powers, had to use his 2 axes to resist desperately, not to mention the 5 people who jumped out first just now. All of them were only mid-innate cultivation bases. But the harvest is not bad, a total of 6 great repayment pills, 12 billion. After participating in the Yi family's auction, Ling Yun knew the prices of all kinds of treasures in China's ancient martial arts world, and he couldn't help laughing. Down below, Tai Xiaohu was very nimble, and quickly searched out those 5 people, put all the weapons and pills they were carrying into his space ring, then flew into the dense forest, continued to walk through the dense forest, and followed Xiao Mimi from a far track. The current Tai Xiaohu possesses 3 kinds of lightness skills, among them, Phantom Fish Dragon Step and Buddha Shadow Floating Trace, both of which are combat-type lightness skills. When he enters the dense forest, it can be said that he is elusive, and no one can find him. Xiao Mimi continued to drive eastward, but she had only traveled a few hundred meters. She had no choice but to reduce her speed when she turned a corner, and finally stopped slowly. Because there were 12 people in front of them, all of them were congenital masters in the middle and late stages, they didn't bother to hide their whereabouts at all, so they lined up on the road, all wearing black clothes and covering their faces, blocking Xiao Mimi's way. One of them took a step forward and said to Xiao Mimi, "Girl, we don't kill people, as long as you leave the car behind, we can let you go." Xiao Mimi sat in the cab, completely motionless, she was too lazy to speak. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yun made a move again, of course it was the most trouble-free way, it was the Yinyang Stellar Qi sword, piercing and cutting sounds sounded from behind the speaker one after another. There were 7 or 8 people with a hole in their foreheads, which came out from the back of the head, and even the sound it was too late to send it out, and he fell to the ground in a fit of breath. The person who spoke was careless just now, but when he heard the movement behind him, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and immediately scanned with his spiritual sense, only to find that the 11 people behind him who were still fine just now were all dead suddenly. Escape. This was the man's first reaction, he didn't even know how to use his head, he directly used his strongest body skills and rushed towards the dense forest by the roadside. Chi chi. The Yin Gang Chi sword caught up with him in an instant, penetrated from the back of his head, rushed out from between the eyebrows, and instantly killed him. Boom! The body of the dead man was still rushing forward, hit the rock on the side of the road, and then slipped down, dying on the spot. Since you are wearing the Wu Jin demon silkworm clothes, I will leave you with a whole body. Covered by Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness, he muttered something in his heart, and then sent a voice transmission to Tai Xiaohu. The last person who died was wearing a Wu Jin demon silkworm robe. I need this clothes. Drag him into the dense forest later, and take his clothes off. Take it off. Ling Yan guessed that this should be an alliance formed by a group of Jianyang thieves, who had been doing this kind of business for a long time after the auction is over, killing people and seizing treasures, because these people have all kinds of weapons, and they have all kinds of special things in their treasure bags. There are many good things about me. It's just a pity that they were all instantly killed by Ling Yun before they could use them all. Tai Xiaohu flashed out from the dense forest, kicked the 6 corpses lying in the middle of the road to the side of the road, cleared the road, and immediately began to search for loot. In the cab, Xiao Mimi rested her cheeks in her hand, calmly watching Tai Xiaohu do all this. It was hard to avoid thinking of the scene where she assassinated Ling Yun half a year ago. This killing speed is really fast. I actually went to assassinate him back then. Thinking of this, Xiao Mimi couldn't help, but 2 red clouds flew up on her face. She thought that it was a miracle that she survived Ling Yan's hands. Go on, Ma Da, there is a large group of people in front who want to escape. Ling Yan floated high in the sky, but his spiritual consciousness covered a radius of 3 kilometers. He waited for Tai Xiaohu to search, and immediately ordered to move on. On this section of the mountain road, Ling Yun is not the only one who possesses spiritual consciousness. Almost all of them have spiritual consciousness. Like Lu Yuanji from the Lu family, they don't dare to come because they feel that they don't have any chance. The further they go, the stronger the master's ambush in the forest in front will be. This is because they know that if Xiao Mimi is so strong in bidding, if she dares to leave alone with her baby, there will definitely be someone to respond. Everyone is not stupid, because a fool can't cultivate at all, even if his understanding is slightly weaker. It is difficult to break through the innate realm. If you dare to block the way and rob, kill and seize treasure, you must fight for your life. But desperately there is also a way to desperately. The more powerful masters, they must all go to the front and wait. One is to calmly observe Xiao Mimi and see how strong the person who comes to support her is. They don't want to be the first to attack, and then become the target of public criticism and besieged by experts from all walks of life. So the place where they ambush is around the mountain road in front, not far or near, and they can just observe the movement here by using their spiritual sense. 12 innate mid to late stage masters were all instantly killed with just one word, which made all those people gasp, with cold sweat running down their backs, and chills all over their bodies. Oops, this is a trap, there are peerless masters hunting us down. Those with good brains were the first to react, so they immediately sent voice reminders to the people around them. I saw it too. Those 12 people were instantly killed, and even the 3 half-step first 9 were the same. It's too terrifying. Someone immediately responded that he was terrified and now just wanted to run away. This is a temporary alliance formed by more than a dozen congenital late-stage masters. Those with the lowest realm are all at the peak of the 7th innate level, and half of them have reached the half-step advanced 9 realm. Their plan is to wait for Xiao Mimi's car to come. When he came over, he immediately went into trouble, smashed the car, grabbed the things and left. But when they saw the scene just now with their spiritual sense, they were almost scared out of their wits, and many of them wanted to turn around and run away. Everyone, don't panic. There was a half-step first 9 master with bright eyes, and said, since the other party intends to hunt, if we run away now, we will definitely not be able to escape. He glanced around, and said, the only way now is to take precautions, just wait for that car to drive over, and then we will attack at the same time, smash that car, grab the treasure first, and use it as a threat. As long as the hunter is willing to let us go away alive, we will give him the things. If the other party does not agree, we will destroy the treasure and fight him to death. Hey, you are very smart. This plan is really good. What a pity. It's a pity that Ling Yan heard it. This is indeed a trap, but who made you greedy? If you had given up hunting for treasure just now and ran away immediately, I would not have made things difficult for you, but now, you have only one dead end. Ling Yan's voice rang in the ears of more than a dozen masters. The voice was not high, but it carried a cold-killing intent. Chi 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 chi. The Yin-Yang stellar chi sword escaped into the dense forest, shuttled between these dozens of figures at high speed, and pierced their heads in the blink of an eye. These people were all dead and couldn't die anymore. Still want to threaten Ling Yan? Now they didn't even have a chance to jump out, they were all dead. In the past few months, Ling Yan has indeed experienced more than a dozen life and death battles. That is because the other party always has someone with a higher realm than him. He is fighting by leapfrogging. But now, he has reached the peak of the third level of Qi training, which is a true comprehension the ones. A careless third-tier peak expert in the supernatural power realm can be instantly killed by him, let alone one below the supernatural power realm. Tai Xiaohu came galloping from the dense forest in the distance, and quickly searched for the spoils. After 2 consecutive waves of raids, he was very proficient in doing this now. Collect the weapons first, then take the treasure bag, and finally search the body. If anyone is wearing gold silk soft armor or better defensive clothes, take off the clothes and take them away. If the geese pluck their feathers, not a single blade of grass will grow. This feeling is really cool. Just like that, Xiao Mimi made the bait and drove forward, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Ling Yan was in charge of killing, and Tai Xiaohu was in charge of searching for trophies. The 3 of them cooperated and drove eastward all the way to kill. After more than half an hour, Xiao Mimi traveled less than 15 kilometers from this mountain road, and Ling Yan had already killed 5 waves of people. Among them, there is a temporary treasure hunting alliance. There are gangsters who have been doing this kind of business all year round. There are also hypocrites who claim to be upright in the martial arts. There are also killers, and some lone rangers. But Ling Yan didn't care who the other party was, and didn't even bother to ask. As long as they were ambushing on both sides of this road, he would crush them all and sweep them all the way. Tai Xiaohu is soft-handed when picking up treasures, and has long been numb to corpses. Instead, whenever he sees a dead person in the dense forest, his eyes light up and he searches directly. However, after the truck traveled another 2 kilometers and turned a sharp bend, all this came to an abrupt end. Because there were 5 people of different shapes in ancient costumes standing in the middle of the road like javelins, blocking Xiao Mimi's way again. All 5 of them are supernatural power masters. Of course Ling Yan recognized them. These 5 people were members of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance, and they came for the secret map. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Mimi's truck appearing from the corner, those 5 people actually laughed out loud. One of them took a step forward, raised his head suddenly, and looked at the night sky above the vehicle. Since this car can really get here, please ask the escort to show up. Without any hesitation, Ling Yan swooped down with his sword and flew down into the air, landing 5 feet away in front of these 5 people in an instant. Tsk tisk. The 5 members of the Eastern Sea Loose Cultivation Alliance praised her, and one of them said, "No wonder that woman is so calm." It turns out that there are experts in the middle stage of Qi training all the way to protect her. Unexpected, unexpected. Oh, really? Ling Yan also showed a smile on his face, and said calmly, "Really? Since you have seen it all, is there anything you can't think of?" 210.